Wah! Wah! A sobbing sound suddenly pierced Chen Weinan's ears, as irritating as a mosquito's buzz, making him extremely annoyed. Husband, a middle-aged woman's voice, filled with sorrow, reached Chen Weinan again. 60 some yuan in gambling debt. What are we going to do? My elder brother and mother are demanding to split the household. Without my mother and elder brother's help, even if we sold ourselves, we wouldn't be worth 60 some yuan. How could our son be so reckless? He just got married and already owes this much gambling debt. Could it really be as our son said, using his wife to pay off the debt? Shut up. Another voice snapped, accompanied by the sound of a table being slammed. The sobbing stopped instantly. My son is a beast, not caring about his own wife. But we can't become beasts too. Luohan is such a good daughter-in-law. Even if I have to work myself to death earning work points, I won't let her be ruined by those bastards. It's all your fault. The voice continued. You spoiled our good son, turning him into a beast who'd even gamble away his own wife. I'll go beg my elder brother and mother. Ask them to help pay off this debt. I'll work like an ox or a horse for the rest of my life to repay it for our son. Hearing this, Chen Weinan was stunned. Memories flooded his mind like a movie. Particularly the conversation he'd just heard was seared into his memory. This moment was a crucial turning point in his life, one that had directly changed the course of his future. If he remembered correctly, in a few minutes, the elder brother mentioned by the man, one he knew as his uncle, would come knocking to discuss dividing the household. His father would beg desperately, agreeing to numerous demands just to avoid the split and get help repaying the 60 some yuan gambling debt. Thinking about that debt, Chen Weinan blamed himself. He'd been irresponsible. His wife, Xia Luohan, was the most beautiful, educated youth in the village. Many men wanted to marry her. By any fair measure, a good-for-nothing like him would never have stood a chance. But then, an accident occurred. Luohan's parents died unexpectedly in their rural assignment location, leaving behind her 7-year-old sister, Xia Luohan. Due to family connections, no relatives were willing to take in Luohan. After many twists and turns, she ended up with Luohan. Chungang village, where Chen Weinan lived, was located in Zhang County, northern Henan, a transitional area between mountains and plains, covered with rolling hills. There was very little paddy field, less than 1 mu per person. Only by cultivating dry land did the villagers avoid starvation. Luohan had previously worked tirelessly to earn work points, barely keeping herself from hunger. Now, with an extra mouth to feed, her meager earnings clearly couldn't support them all. Her only option was to marry, ensuring both sisters could survive. When villagers learned she had a younger sister, those who'd wanted to marry her immediately backed out. Chen Weinan, known as a local ne'er-do-well, had a terrible reputation and little chance of finding a wife. His father, Chen Jianjun, gritted his teeth and decided to have Chen Weinan marry Luohan, taking responsibility for raising Luok Sui, leading to the events that followed. At first, Chen Weinan was overjoyed and genuinely liked Luohan. After all, she was the most beautiful, educated youth in the village. There was no one prettier in the entire village. But soon, that affection turned to resentment. After marriage, 2 extra mouths at the table caused their living standards to plummet. Since his parents hadn't yet split the household with his uncle's family, they never spoke kindly to Luohan and Luohan, calling them money-losing burdens at every turn. Rumors spread in the village that he was a fool, marrying a wife who came with a deadweight sister. Gradually, Chen Weinan grew increasingly resentful toward Luohan and Luohan, even beating Luohan several times. Last night, he went out drinking with his shady friends. The alcohol led to gambling, which spiraled out of control, and he lost over 60 yuan. Obviously, he didn't have that kind of money. His so-called friends then suggested that Luohan sleep with them one night for 5 yuan. As a man, he should protect his wife at all costs. But something snapped in Chen Weinan's mind. He actually agreed to his friend's proposal, leading to the conversation he'd just overheard while half asleep. At first, Chen Weinan thought he was dreaming. The events of that day were too vivid, something he could never forget in his entire life. But as he listened, he realized something was wrong. The dialogue was too clear. Luohan's sobs sounded as if right beside him. He forced his eyes open and looked toward the sound. To his astonishment, the figure who haunted his dreams was actually sitting right beside him, her eyes swollen from crying, her face filled with despair, her gaze clouded with confusion. "Wife, aren't you already dead?" Chen Weinan asked, stunned. He slapped himself hard, confirming that Luohan was truly sitting beside him. Overcome with emotion, he nearly jumped out of bed. A bold idea flashed through his mind. He had been reborn, transmigrated back in time. To repay the gambling debt, his father had agreed to numerous conditions from his uncle, ending the household split. From then on, his parents and wife began working like slaves for the family. 3 months later, his wife began bleeding heavily during labor. By the time she reached the hospital, she was already dead. It was only then that Chen Weinan learned she had been 3 months pregnant. His mother, having lost both her daughter-in-law and grandson, fell into deep despair and died 2 months later from exhaustion. A few months later, his broken-spirited father also died from overwork. His sister-in-law, Xia Luohan, was sent to the mountains to be married off her fate unknown. Chen Weinan's deepest regret was that after his wife and parents died, he believed the lies of his uncle and cousin, thinking all the misfortune was brought by Luohan and that only his nephew could care for him in old age. After a lifetime of struggle, he finally bought an apartment in the city, planning to gift it to his nephew in exchange for care in his old age. But the moment he transferred the deed, he was kicked out of the house and forced to sleep under a bridge. Chen Weinan vaguely remembered that yesterday he somehow got half a bottle of liquor, drank it in a drunken haze filled with hatred and regret. He didn't know that bottle was mixed with industrial alcohol. One drunken stupor had transported him back decadesto, that fateful morning that changed his life. Looking at his wife before him emaciated, sallow, as if a gust of wind could blow her away, Chen Weinan felt both overwhelming excitement and deep sorrow. He vowed in his heart, this life, he would treat her right. A flash of fear suddenly appeared on Luohan's despairing face. Seeing Chen Weinan staring at her motionlessly, she feared he truly intended to hand her over to his shady friends to settle the debt. She quickly pleaded, Weinan, please spare me. I'm your wife. Please don't send me away. I'll earn more word points from now on. The harvest is coming soon. I'll carry rice stalks. I'll definitely help you repay the gambling debt. Please. Chapter 2. We haven't split up yet. Upon witnessing his wife's intense reaction, Chen Weinan realized that Xia Luohan had misunderstood him. However, such a misapprehension was not entirely her fault. After all, he had audaciously suggested giving her to his dubious friends as a means of settling debts. Thus her exaggerated response was hardly unwarranted. A severe ailment necessitates a potent remedy. Only in this manner could he hope to thaw the frosty heart of Xia Luohan. Under the penetrating gaze filled with fear from Xia Luohan, he slapped his own face with vigor, falling to his knees with a thud. He continued to strike his face repeatedly, remorse painting his features as he proclaimed, My dear wife, I was blinded by foolishness and intoxication last night, which led me to utter such nonsensical words. You are my legally wedded wife, and even in death, I would never part with you. If my words do not suffice to alleviate your anger, feel free to strike me again. I vow to neither retaliate nor utter a word of protest. Xia Luohan found herself bewildered by the series of events unfolding before her. Though she could not fathom the sudden transformation in Chen Weinan, the marks on his face were indisputable. Yet, she remained skeptical of his declarations. After half a month of marriage, the frequency of his deceit had left her unable to discern truth from falsehood. The chill of 1,000 winters does not descend in a day. Even with his drastic measures, she would not forgive him merely for a few apologies and slaps. After delivering a few more forceful slaps to his own face, he continued earnestly, My beloved wife, I swear I shall never again betray your trust. You are the most beautiful youth in the village, not a burden or a source of misfortune. The envy of others has led to the malicious gossip about you. I shall no longer lend credence to such fabrications. I promise to treat you with utmost care, or may the heavens strike me down. Chen Weinan was uncertain whether Xia Luohan would believe his words. But the mere opportunity to once again be in her presence and to make amends filled him with overwhelming excitement. He poured forth all that he wished to express, fearing that if he did not seize this moment, he might never have another chance. In all honesty, Xia Luohan harbored doubts about Chen Weinan's sincerity. Yet, as she listened, she glimpsed genuine remorse and sincerity reflected in his eyes. Instinctively, she felt compelled to respond, but at the last moment, reason cautioned her against placing her trust in him too readily. Otherwise, she might find herself deceived once more. Just as Chen Weinan knelt before Xia Luohan like a remorseful child, persistently voicing his innermost thoughts, the voice of their uncle suddenly echoed through the courtyard. Heir, come out quickly. Today, we must discuss the division of our household. With this prodigal son among us, the Chen family will inevitably face ruin. I can no longer bear to see him in our midst. Come out, and let us address the matter of separation. I have summoned Comrade Wang from the commune and Captain Chen to mediate this division. Do not hide. I know you are home, whether we desire it or not. This family must split. This decision is not solely mine and your Aunt S. Even your nephew and your mother agree that it is best to separate as swiftly as possible. Listening to the urging voice of the elder outside, a look of despair once again etched itself onto Xia Luohan's face. Chen Weinan's countenance was similarly filled with fury. In the previous life, it was the division of the family assets on this very day that made his father, mother, and the wife before him feel as though they were inferior within this extended family. To help him repay his debts, they toiled through grueling labor, while the elder's family remained at home, reaping the benefits without contributing, leading to the unfortunate demise of his 3 closest kin within 6 months. It was only later that Chen Weinan learned the truth. The family had received a share of the communal funds during the new year, and his grandmother, as the head of the household, had saved at least 200 yuan. Half of this money had been earned by his parents and could have easily settled his gambling debts. Yet, his grandmother not only favored the eldest son but also showed preferential treatment towards the eldest grandson and the nephew, who would eventually cast him out. Despite half of the funds being rightfully his parents', the grandmother intended to reserve it for the elder's family. Upon realizing this, Chen Weinan's face was immediately overtaken by rage. He turned to Xia Luohan and comforted her, saying, "Stay at home, my dear. I will go out and resolve this issue with my parents." With that, he stepped aside to a basin, splashed cold water on his face to maintain his composure, and strode out of the room. Upon exiting, he found his father, Chen Jianjun, wearing a fawning expression, standing next to the elder and speaking submissively. Secretary Wang from the commune and team leader Chen were seated nearby, engaged in discussion, occasionally glancing at the elder and his father. They noticed Chen Weinan's departure, but chose to ignore him. In their eyes, Chen Weinan was merely a good-for-nothing, and the division of the family assets was of no concern to him. Unfazed by their disregard, Chen Weinan made his way directly to the main hall, where his grandmother's bedroom was located. That was where the family's grain was stored. "What are you doing, Weinan?" His grandmother's voice, filled with anger, soon echoed in the room. The second son's family doesn't even come in to manage their own good-for-nothing. In the midst of her words, Chen Weinan had already shouldered nearly 40 pounds of rice and was walking out of the house. As he walked, he shouted, "We haven't divided the family. My parents earn the most work points at home, and I am their only son. There is surely a share of grain for me. What is wrong with taking some grain? Step aside. Anyone who blocks my way had better beware of my fists." Though he was deemed a good-for-nothing and had seldom worked, he had to admit that he was quite robust. Carrying 40 pounds of grain felt remarkably effortless, as if he were carrying nothing at all. He even waved his fists in the air for emphasis. The elder's cousin, also the apple of his grandmother's eye, initially intended to rush over and intercept Chen Weinan to reclaim the grain he was shouldering. However, upon seeing the threat posed by Chen Weinan's raised fists, he decisively retreated. The elder's eyes, filled with rage, widened in disbelief at the audacity of a good-for-nothing like Chen Weinan to covet the family's grain. He glared at his brother, Chen Jianjun, and scolded, "Look at your little beast. Not only does he fail to contribute to the family, but he dares to take grain away." The Chen family's reputation is on the brink of being utterly tarnished. The words spoken by my uncle were devoid of any compassion, as he harshly referred to the wayward son of our family, causing distress to my mother. Regardless of the circumstances, he remains my nephew. Yet he was labeled a beast and a scoundrel, with even his name disregarded. Although my father was deeply displeased with Chen Weinan's actions, feeling a sense of helplessness akin to disappointment in a wayward child, the fact remained that Chen Weinan was his own son. Hearing such derogatory terms directed at him by his own uncle was particularly unsettling, stirring an instinctive desire to retort. In Chapter 3, the imperative of division looms. Despite Chen Weinan's lackadaisical approach to labor and his frequent indulgence in gambling with a group of dubious companions, he had not committed any heinous acts. As his uncle, Chen Zhengwo's refusal to extend support and his choice of words were excessively harsh. However, reflecting on the over 60 yuan debt Chen Weinan had incurred through gambling quelled Chen Zhengwo's anger. If he were to offend his elder brother today, insisting on a division of the family, it would be impossible for him and his wife to repay such a sum on their own. With a heavy sigh, he approached his disappointing son. Observing the resignation etched on his father's face, Chen Weinan anticipated his words without needing to be told. He preemptively interrupted, declaring, "Father, you need not concern yourself with today's matters. The labor points you and mother earn are the highest in the household, yet Uncle's family still consumes rice in secret. I am resolute in claiming this grain. It is rightfully mine, and none shall hinder me." Captain Chen of the brigade, known for his fiery temper, held disdain for Chen Weinan, a young man who hardly worked. Upon hearing such brazen remarks, his anger flared, and he instinctively rose to confront Chen Weinan. However, he was halted by Secretary Zhang of the brigade. "Calm yourself, old Chen, and take a seat. Have you not heard the adage that a clear-headed official finds it difficult to resolve family disputes? Frankly, the Chen family is not blameless either. Relying on the diligent work of Chen Jiangwo and his wife, who consistently earn their points while allowing Chen Weinan to face the consequences of his actions, is quite fitting. Moreover, I suspect that Chen Weinan is not as simple as he appears. We are here to oversee the division of the family. Let us not be distracted by other matters." Xia Luohan, hidden by the doorway, observed Chen Weinan's face, which was marred by disappointment. Moments ago, he had chastised himself, uttering numerous apologies, and Xia Luohan had foolishly believed in his potential for reform. Witnessing the tense standoff before her, she realized her naivety, her hopeful expression giving way to despair. Chen Jiangwo found himself caught in the midst of his son's defiance, unsure whether to advance or retreat. He was well aware of the family's secret indulgence in white rice and the deceitful practices at work, having previously broached the subject, only to be silenced by his mother each time. It is said that Chen Weinan is at ne'er-do-well, and in the future, he will undoubtedly prove unreliable. The destiny of the Chen family rests upon his elder cousin, and it is quite possible that in time, everyone may even rely on him for their old age. So what if we provide a bit more sustenance for the elder cousin now? Children are the very foundation upon which parents can hold their heads high in the village. This was a significant reason why families in the 1960s and 1970s preferred to have sons and to have more children. Although Chen Jianjun has a son, Chen Weinan spends his days idly, unable to support even himself, let alone assist his parents. This has caused Chen Jianjun to feel perpetually humiliated in front of Chen Jiangwo. Coupled with the grandmother's favoritism, Chen Jianjun can only swallow his grievances in silence. Furthermore, Chen Weinan is a person who is resolute in his decisions. Once he has made up his mind, not even 10 horses could pull him back, let alone persuade him to reconsider. Chen Jianjun resolved to indulge his son once more. After all, he already owed over 60 yuan in gambling debts, and the shame had been lost long ago. A few dozen pounds of grain were inconsequential. Observing Chen Jianjun's silence, Chen Jiangwo was taken aback. He had never truly intended to sever ties with the second branch of the family. Knowing their own affairs, he realized that if the two families were to part ways, he would no longer be able to take advantage of the situation. He merely sought to threaten the second couple into continued servitude for the family. However, the unexpected emergence of Chen Weinan complicated matters. If it were merely a matter of helping Chen Weinan settle his gambling debts, compelling the second couple to willingly toil for the family would still be advantageous for Chen Jianjun. Yet, if Chen Weinan were to carry away dozens of pounds of grain from the household in the future, it would be a significant loss. After all, the second family now had 2 additional mouths to feed, Xia Luohan and Xia Luohan. With determination, he declared, "We must divide the family today. Second brother, do not blame my ruthlessness. With Chen Weinan, this little scoundrel, our family's resources will be squandered. I must consider the future of Weidong and the others. In our previous lives, our parents fell victim to the elder uncle's machinations. Without a division, we ultimately faced ruin. Heaven has granted me a second chance, and I shall not repeat the mistakes of the past." The strategy of seizing grain was devised to sever the elder uncle and grandmother's continued schemes against his parents, making them realize that remaining united would lead to their own detriment, potentially resulting in their complete financial ruin. This would solidify their determination to divide the family, compelling them to seek his favor rather than the other way around. In doing so, he would seize the initiative in the division, striving to secure as many benefits for his parents as possible. Chen Weinan glared at Chen Jiangwo and retorted, "Uncle, how do you propose we divide things? There are over 200 pounds of rice and over 200 pounds of corn in the house. If my mother stays with me, you shall take 40% while we take 60. The utensils will be divided per capita. As for the house, you may reside in the old dwelling. Everything else belongs to us. Henceforth, provide 15 pounds of rice monthly for mother-s support and 20 pounds of rice for grain. By the way, the task of caring for the pigs has always rested with your wife. They shall also be included in your share." Upon hearing the elder uncle's proposal, Chen Jianjun's face turned ashen, for the division would leave them with far too little. "The harvest is imminent, and the daily labor intensity is exceedingly high. The meager grain supplies will undoubtedly not last until the autumn harvest is complete, not to mention the gambling debts incurred by Chen Weinan. Both Secretary Zhang and Captain Chen of the brigade furrowed their brows, feeling that Chen Jiangwo's distribution of resources was excessively harsh. However, they refrained from voicing their concerns. This was a matter of mutual consent. As long as both parties were satisfied, that was sufficient. Chen Weinan let out a cold snort and retorted, "Uncle, you are quite calculating. You have reserved grain for Grandma while expecting my parents to provide her with monthly rations, thereby profiting from both sides. Do you take me, a mere layabout, for a fool? Or do you believe that Secretary Zhang and Captain Chen are oblivious to your schemes?" Chen Jiangwo's face flushed crimson in embarrassment. He indeed harbored intentions of drawing 2 rations from Grandma, but he had not anticipated that Chen Weinan, whom he deemed a simpleton, would see through his plans. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he responded, "Then let us split it evenly. What about the 2 old hens at home?" Chen Weinan pressed on, unwilling to let Chen Jiangwo off so easily. "The hens are for everyone. As for you, do not even think about it. Hurry and take your family's livestock away. We will divide the resources as previously stated." The 2 old hens were cherished by Grandma, who relied on them to provide eggs for the nourishment of her eldest grandson's children, and thus could not be allocated to the family of the second son. Chapter 4. The task of the disdained pig at home. Grandma had always held the final say. However, she exhibited a particular favoritism towards her eldest grandson, extending her affections to his mother while feeling free to reprimand her own daughter-in-law, Xia Luohan. She regarded Xia as a capitalist's daughter, incapable of performing arduous labor and burdened with a dependent. If memory serves correctly, in her previous life, Xia Luohan bore a significant share of the responsibility for the misfortune that befell her, which ultimately led to her tragic fate. Unable to manage heavy tasks, Grandma forced her to scavenge for pig fodder, even in the sweltering heat. To save a bit of grain for her sister, Xia Luohan hardly ever ate her fill, suffering from severe malnutrition. The combination of searching for fodder under the scorching sun led her to faint in the fields, resulting in a miscarriage and subsequent heavy bleeding. Of course, had she been taken to the hospital in time, there might have been a chance for survival. However, this spiteful old woman insisted that her daughter-in-law was merely feigning illness, labeling her as delicate and ultimately allowing her to succumb to excessive blood loss before reaching the hospital. Coupled with her long-standing disdain for him, Grandma favored her cousin with any good fortune and spoke to him with biting sarcasm. In that moment, the scant affection Chen Weinan had for his grandmother was eclipsed by a surge of anger. Unbeknownst to her, Grandma remained blissfully unaware of Chen Weinan's shifting sentiments. As the head of the household, she held a lofty self-regard, confident that the second son would bow to her will without hesitation. She showed no interest in how the second son's family would manage post-separation, nor did she care. Ever since Chen Weinan had been labeled a layabout and a spendthrift with no future prospects, she had placed all her hopes on the eldest son's family. The second son's household had, unbeknownst to them, become mere tools for supporting the first family. Old Chen Jianjun was indeed taken aback by the old lady's words, instinctively feeling compelled to persuade Chen Weinan. However, Chen Weinan was resolute and unwilling to concede. After painstakingly creating a division of family assets that favored him, relinquishing it now would only lead to disappointment for his wife. As he observed his father approaching, he shouted, "Father, there's no need for your counsel. Today, I am the one in charge of this household. If you disagree, from this day forth, I shall take several dozen pounds of grain from home each day to sell. Once the grain is sold, I will purchase chickens. After selling the chickens, I will sell the tasked pigs. Since everyone claims I am a good-for-nothing wastrel, I shall show them just how wasteful I can be." Hearing this, his father wore an expression of helplessness. Noticing that his grandmother still intended to pressure his father, Chen Weinan preemptively interjected, "Grandmother, please do not force my father. Today, I am the one in control. As long as the division is inequitable, I shall not agree to it. I have heard that the commune's purchasing station exchanges 1 chicken for 2 yuan. If we are indeed dividing the assets, then I deserve my share of the 2 chickens. Tomorrow, I will catch one to sell and settle my gambling debts." With Chen Weinan's obstinate stance, his grandmother was nearly rendered breathless with indignation. Uncle Chen Jiangwo was taken aback that even his mother's intervention had not resolved the situation with Chen Weinan. Observing his mother in a state of exasperation, he assumed an authoritative demeanor and scolded, "Chen Weinan, what do you think you are doing? How can you speak to your grandmother in such a manner? Apologize at once. Chen Weinan scoffed, retorting, I am indeed a reckless wastrel. Even if my father stood before me, as long as my demands are unmet, I shall continue to speak my mind. You mentioned a division of assets. How shall it be done? Hurry and delineate the terms. If there is to be no division, then do not hinder me from selling grain and settling my debts. A division must occur today. This proclamation echoed the old lady's earlier sentiments. Her eyes glowed with a fiery intensity, as if they could incinerate. Glaring at Chen Weinan, she seethed through gritted teeth. In that moment, he ceased to be her grandson and became, in her eyes, a sworn enemy threatening her very existence. Unfazed by her fiery gaze, Chen Weinan coldly retorted, How shall we divide? If it cannot be accomplished, I shall vehemently oppose any division today. The old lady, her face twisted with hatred, declared, The grain shall be divided equally. Utensils shall be apportioned per capita, 1 hen per household. The task pigs shall belong to the second son, as it has always been his wife who tends to them. The current residence shall be allocated to the eldest son, while the ancestral home belongs to the second son. The second son's household shall provide me with 20 pounds of rice each month for my support. At this moment, one might ponder how the old lady could be so reluctant to part with a mere hen, yet be willing to bestow the more valuable task pigs upon the second son. In truth, many overlook a key consideration. For the members of the commune in the 1960s and 70s, rearing task pigs not only yielded no profit, but also required a significant investment of grain and labor. In virtually every household, the grain was barely sufficient to feed the family, leaving no surplus to sustain pigs. However, task pigs must be raised to a weight of 120 to 130 pounds before they could be relinquished. Solely relying on pig feed would not suffice for such growth. This meant that raising task pigs necessitated the diversion of grain from the family's consumption. The task pigs, raised at an immense cost of human and material resources, are only valued at a meager price of 30 to 40 cents by the purchasing stations. After a year of toil and the expenditure of substantial amounts of grain, the return is a mere 40 to 50 yuan, which, by any calculation, amounts to a loss. Nevertheless, the task pigs must be nurtured. In pursuit of fulfilling the task, each brigade exhausts their efforts. Subsidies for grain and labor points are provided. Yet, the common folk keep their own accounts in mind. Even with the brigade's grain subsidies, a year's labor still results in a deficit. As the pigs grow larger, their daily feed requirements increase, compelling everyone to dedicate vast amounts of time to gathering pig fodder, which in turn detracts from their ability to earn labor points. Consequently, during the task pig rearing season, very few are willing to volunteer. However, to meet the demands of the task, the brigade resorts to a headcount distribution. The Chen family, with its numerous members and children, finds itself tasked with a pig without question. Ultimately, the responsibility for foraging for fodder and feeding the pig falls squarely on the shoulders of the matriarch. Mornings and afternoons are spent laboring for points, while midday is consumed with gathering pig fodder, and nights are spent boiling pig feed. After nearly 6 months, they manage to raise a piglet from over 20 pounds to between 50 and 60 pounds. Yet, to meet the submission standard, an additional 70 pounds is still required. Without grain, feeding the pig solely on fodder renders the matriarch powerless to fulfill the task before the year's end. If the pig cannot be submitted before the new year, another year of rearing will be necessary, resulting in further mental and physical strain. Not to mention the substantial grain siphoned from their own mouths, leading to even greater losses. The matriarch's decision to assign the task pig to herself clearly indicates her intention to offload this burden onto the matriarch, thereby alleviating the pressure and risks associated with rearing task pigs for her eldest son's family, all while disregarding the welfare of her second son's household. It is undeniable that the matriarch is shrewd. In her quest for her eldest son's happiness, she remains indifferent to the plight of the younger son's family. Both the father and mother are evidently cognizant of this reality, their faces paling in response. Even the daughter-in-law, Xia Luohan, shows a change in countenance, clearly aware that rearing task pigs is not a favorable endeavor. Chapter 5. I take on this scalding hot potato. However, Chen Weinan perceives the situation differently. Following the devastation of his previous life, he was galvanized into action. Lacking formal education and unwilling to toil in the fields, he resolved to find ways to earn a living through animal husbandry. He ventured into raising pigs, chickens, ducks, and fish, and later into greenhouse vegetables and mushroom cultivation. Having dabbled in nearly all of them, although most ventures resulted in losses, he acquired the requisite skills. In the eyes of his parents and wife, the only way to quickly increase the pig's weight to meet submission standards is to feed them grain. However, the household's grain supply barely suffices for their own consumption, let alone for the pigs. This explains the drastic change in their expressions upon learning of the pig being assigned to them. Yet, in Chen Weinan's perspective, feeding the pigs grain is not the most effective method for weight gain. He harbors several strategies that can significantly enhance the pig's weight in a short period. And one of these methods is within his immediate reach, as long as the household's designated pig task is assigned to himself. Chen Weinan is confident that by the end of the year, he can raise the pig to at least 150 pounds, far exceeding the delivery standards for task pigs. If the weight is sufficient and fortune favors him, it may be classified as a first-class pig, which would yield a purchase price at the acquisition station that is at least 10 cents higher per pound than that of a third-class pig. A hefty pig weighing 150 pounds could therefore bring in an additional 15 yuan for the collective members of the brigade after a year of arduous labor. The year-end dividends from the brigade might not even amount to 15 yuan. Observing the elderly lady's grave inquiry, he stated, "I can represent my parents in the adoption of the household's designated pig, but all related responsibilities must be clearly delineated." When the task pig was initially assigned, the brigade compensated with 200 pounds of grain, and there must be clarity regarding how the manure produced by the task pig will be exchanged for work points and how the proceeds from the acquisition station will be divided. These matters must be thoroughly understood and documented in the division of property agreement. Otherwise, my family will certainly refuse to adopt the task pig. The grain compensated by the brigade has already been consumed, and the work points acquired from the manure and the money from the acquisition station are split equally. The elderly lady decisively proposed a distribution plan that was highly advantageous to the uncle's family. Chen Weinan chuckled lightly, looking at her as if she were naive, and remarked, "Perhaps the task pig should remain with your family. We would only require 30% of the money and work points, with the majority going to your family." Uncle Chen Jiangwo immediately became anxious, recognizing that raising the task pig was evidently a losing endeavor. If they were to further divide the work points and money after the exchange, it would only exacerbate the loss. He quickly replied, "It's better for you to raise it. We will only take 20% of the work points and money." Chen Weinan coldly retorted, "It must be your family that raises it. We will only take 10% of the work points and money." Uncle Chen Jiangwo was adamant about not keeping the task pig in his own household. With a clenched jaw, he declared, "I do not want the work points or money. The task pig must belong to the second family." Chen Weinan continued, "We will also forego the work points and money, but will additionally compensate your family with 50 pounds of grain. The task pig must remain with your family." Even a fool would know that raising the task pig is exceedingly unprofitable. It was clear to Chen Jiangwo that even compensating the second family with 100 pounds of grain would still leave him at a loss, and he was determined to rid himself of the burden of raising the task pig. He quickly interjected, "We will also forego the work points and money, and will compensate the second family with 100 pounds of grain, directly transferring the task pig to them during the division of property." This was precisely the statement Chen Weinan sought, as long as this content was inscribed in the division of property agreement. Even if uncle and grandma were to renege in the future, Chen Weinan could confront them with the document, holding them accountable and bringing them to a standstill at the ancestral home. After all, he was famously known as the second-rate scoundrel of the brigade. As long as he did not break the law, any action he took was justified. Upon hearing that Chen Weinan had finally agreed to take on the household's task pig, Uncle Chen Jiangwo felt as though he had emerged victorious from battle, his head held high, unable to contain his joy. Although parting with 100 pounds of grain for the second family caused him some distress, he was nonetheless relieved to have shed the burden of the task pig. Father Chen Jianjun wore a look of deep concern. Previously, Chen Weinan had resorted to every conceivable tactic to wrestle food and hens from his father and mother. Although his methods were somewhat beneath contempt and aligned with his usual reckless demeanor, Chen Jianjun refrained from criticism, allowing his son to indulge in his folly while remaining a silent observer. To his astonishment, amidst the chaos, his son had taken on the burdensome task of raising the task pig. Was it truly so simple to rear such a creature? Not to mention the eldest's offer of a mere 100 pounds of grain as compensation. Regardless of 100 more, it would still be a loss for him. He opened his mouth to retort, but was silenced by Chen Weinan's insistence. "Father, trust me on this. The task pig is our responsibility." Uncle Chen Jiangwo's face immediately betrayed a smirk as he disdainfully remarked to his father, "An ne'er-do-well remains a ne'er-do-well. You must truly reign in this spendthrift of a nephew. Spoiled since childhood, he knows nothing of the hardships involved in rearing a task pig. He thinks that merely feeding it some pig fodder will suffice to exchange it for money at the purchasing station. How naive. If task pigs were so easy to manage, the entire commune would have been clamoring to raise them. It would not require such allocation to arrange. I, for one, have long wished to be rid of that burden. Since Weinan is willing to take the fall, let him bear the weight of the task pig. Your household already has meager provisions, and now you are burdened with 2 more mouths to feed while also caring for a task pig. I can hardly wait to see how you manage with the meager grains from your autumn harvest. Don't be surprised if you end up foraging for wild vegetables. That would be quite the embarrassment for our Chen family." Faced with Uncle Chen Jiangwo's mockery, Chen Jianjun turned crimson with indignation, his fists clenched, barely restraining himself from confronting his uncle. His gaze towards Chen Weinan brimmed with fury. Had his son not accepted the task pig, there would have been no mockery, and he would not have been the subject of ridicule before so many in the commune. Chen Weinan would not have solidified his reputation as a spendthrift. Chen Jianjun's wife was equally incensed, reduced to tears. If it had merely been a matter of division of the family assets, despite Chen Weinan's debts exceeding 60 yuan from gambling, the couple would have managed, perhaps by working a bit harder and earning extra points, hoping for a larger share during the New Year's distribution. However, the task pig was a different matter. It was solely the responsibility of his wife to rear the task pig, and no one understood better than she the arduousness of that endeavor. The immense grain and effort it demanded. It could be said that the arrival of the task pig would not bring any benefits to their household. Instead, it would exacerbate their challenges and could even lead to a food shortage. Chapter 6. The Reverse Bargain. Although Xia Luohan was a sent-down youth, she had spent over 2 years in the village and, through observation, had heard much about task pigs. To her, raising a task pig seemed a futile endeavor, devoid of any advantages, and it could potentially devastate a family. Yet her husband, disregarding his father's counsel, insisted on taking on the task pig. This was not only foolish but reckless. The disappointment etched on her face deepened, revealing a hint of anguish. Before marriage, she was already aware that Chen Weinan was a good-for-nothing. However, in order to ensure her and her sister's survival, she had no choice but to marry him. Little did she anticipate that not only was Chen Weinan lazy, but he was also exceedingly wasteful, exhibiting an astonishing level of foolishness. Secretary Zhang of the brigade and Captain Chen both displayed expressions of disappointment and shock, particularly Secretary Zhang. Initially, he believed Chen Weinan to be a person of some substance, intending to adopt a strategy of retreat for the sake of gaining more benefits for his parents during the division of assets. Chen Weinan acted accordingly, securing a 50-50 split of the grain and even acquiring an old hen. It is well known that in rural areas, an old hen is regarded as a precious asset, often referred to as a bank of sorts, with the family relying on eggs to barter for necessities like salt and sewing supplies. Each household treats their old hen as a treasured possession, let alone giving it away. The fact that Chen Weinan managed to procure a laying hen from the biased elder of the Chen family indicates that he possessed some level of capability. However, the matter of the task pig swiftly revealed his true nature. He remained the same good-for-nothing as before. Even a modicum of cleverness could not alter his inherent tendency for squandering. In Secretary Zhang's view, Chen Weinan was entirely blinded by the promise of 100 pounds of grain from Chen Jiangwo, leading him to agree to take the task pig for himself. Uncle Chen Jiangwo, indifferent to the opinions of those around him and unconcerned about the fate of the second branch of the family, only sought to rid himself of the burdensome task pig, which he perceived as a victory. Fearing that his nephew might have second thoughts, he hastily instructed Captain Chen to draft the division document, compelling Chen Weinan and Chen Jianjun to affix their fingerprints. Yet, Chen Weinan refused, wearing a half-smile as he retorted to Chen Jiangwo, "Uncle, aside from the grain, the task pig, the hen, the utensils, the house, and the work points, it seems there is still a substantial amount that remains undivided." Chen Jiangwo feigned ignorance, responding, "What else is there that hasn't been divided? I am unaware." Chen Weinan, disinterested in further banter with him, directly pointed out the issue. Having encountered shameless individuals before, He had never seen anyone as brazen as his uncle. Despite his grandmother holding over 200 yuan, Chen Jiangwo pretended there was not a single cent and continued to feign ignorance. Shaking his head vigorously, he denied, "Where's the money? We are both so impoverished. How could there be money to divide?" Chen Weinan chose not to engage further, but instead turned to his father, asking, "Father, could you tell me how much money the brigade has allocated to our family over the past few years?" Chen Jianjun, not foolish, quickly realized from the evasive glances exchanged between Chen Jiangwo and his grandmother that there indeed was money in the family. Moreover, he knew that at least half of it had been earned by him and his wife. Now that his son had encountered trouble and required funds, it was unconscionable that Chen Jiangwo, as the elder, not only withheld the money but also maintained an air of superiority, demanding that they grovel to him for their own earnings. The money, which rightfully belonged to them, felt like charity in Chen Jiangwo's hands. Even with Chen Jianjun's typically good temper, he could not endure such humiliation. As he looked back at Chen Jiangwo, the fraternal bond between them had clearly diminished, replaced by a hint of resentment. As the meeting progressed, the speaker turned to introduce his son, stating, "Our family consists of 4 laborers. Both your mother and I typically earn full labor points. Last year, working a full day yielded merely 5 cents. Collectively, the 4 of us earned a total of 48 yuan. In previous years, the earnings were not vastly different, averaging over 40 yuan annually. There were even 2 years when the team distributed over 50 yuan. Upon hearing this, Chen Weinan fixed his gaze on Chen Jiangwo and retorted, "Uncle, is this what you mean by being short on funds? I shall refrain from discussing my situation from 7 or 8 years ago. Let us consider the last 5 years. With an annual income of 40 to 50 yuan, even after deducting daily expenses, Grandma must have saved at least 200 yuan. I do not ask for much. If you could allocate 100 yuan to me, I would gladly sign the division agreement." "No way," the grandmother interjected, her gaze evasive. "The funds distributed by the team in previous years have long been exhausted. Our family is devoid of money." Chen Weinan felt a flicker of the familial bond he shared with his grandmother dissipate completely at her declaration of impossibility. The reluctance to part with their funds seemed akin to driving their own family to ruin. With a furrowed brow and a cold demeanor, he countered her, "Then tell me, where has the annual income of 40 to 50 yuan vanished? If my memory serves correctly, our household has not purchased new clothes in 4 or 5 years. The essentials like oil and salt, as well as needles, have primarily been bartered with eggs. When illness strikes, we rely solely on the herbal remedies I forage from the mountains. What could possibly warrant an expenditure of 40 to 50 yuan each year?" The grandmother, taken aback by Chen Weinan's eloquence, found herself momentarily speechless under the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers. Despite her reluctance, she finally conceded with a heavy heart, "I can allocate at most 30 yuan to the second branch of the family." Chen Weinan's disappointment deepened. Even at this juncture, his grandmother hesitated to part with the money. In light of this, he felt justified in shedding any pretense of sentimentality. "If you remain unwilling, then I shall not be so accommodating either. Today, you must grant me 110 yuan. Otherwise, I will refuse to sign the division document. Carrying 40 jin of grain to sell, at the very least. We could sustain ourselves for 6 days. Upon hearing Chen Weinan's intent to sell the remaining grain and the old hen, the grandmother exhibited no doubt about his resolve. Throughout his life, he had engaged in petty theft and mischief. There was little he would shy away from. Clearly agitated, she lamented, 50 yuan is all I can provide to the second branch. Any more is simply not feasible." To her surprise, Chen Weinan coldly replied, "I now demand 120 yuan to sign the division document. Not a single cent, less will suffice. Do not think I am unaware of where you have hidden the family's funds. Even if you were to grant me 120 yuan, the amount left for uncle and my cousins would still be considerable." With that, he hoisted a half bag of grain onto his shoulder, signaling his intent to leave. Chapter 7. The final division. As Chen Weinan's demands for a larger share of the funds escalated, both the grandmother and Uncle Chen Jiangwo grew increasingly anxious. Concerned about Chen Weinan's continued price hikes and his refusal to partition the family assets, the mother hastened to caution her mother, "Mother, you must agree to the squanderer from the second household. Otherwise, everything we possess will eventually be depleted by this wastrel. Let us partition the family early. He can do as he pleases, for it will no longer concern us." The elderly matriarch glared at Chen Weinan with eyes brimming with indignation. She had never suffered such a loss in her lifetime. and to her astonishment, she found herself bested by the very grandson she held in disdain. Gritting her teeth, she declared, $120 it is, then. The fact that the old lady acquiesced to her son's seemingly unreasonable demand indicated that she was concealing at least $240. Meanwhile, the eldest son, Chen Weinan, sighed in relief, fully aware that his elder brother also recognized their mother's hidden wealth. Disappointment weighed heavily on his heart. Despite having a considerable sum, much of which he and his wife had earned, he found himself compelled to humble himself before his elder brother and promise to work tirelessly for the family. The situation felt utterly unjust. Suddenly, he perceived that separating from his elder brother and mother might not be such a misfortune for his own household. He exhaled deeply and addressed the brigade's secretary and team leader, Secretary Zhang. Captain Chen, I would like to delegate the signing and grain division to Weinan. I am returning home to gather my belongings. I have no desire to linger here any longer. Moreover, the old house is in such disrepair that it requires time to organize. My wife and I shall not work today. The old house earned its name primarily due to its dilapidation, leaking water during rainstorms and rendering it nearly uninhabitable. Its sole advantage was its spaciousness, excluding the courtyard. The house boasted 6 full rooms. Should the entire family move into the old house, even a pig could have its own room. Secretary Zhang and Captain Chen were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a diligent individual as Chen Weinan to be so ill-treated at home. During the division of assets, the matriarch not only wished to withhold any financial support from the second son, but seemed intent on calculating ways to benefit the eldest. Were it not for the unexpected presence of Chen Weinan, the second son would have undoubtedly suffered great losses in today's division. With a sense of resignation, they readily replied, the old Chen house is nearly uninhabitable. I grant you 3 days leave from work. After 3 days, we will begin harvesting the rice. No one is permitted to take leave. You must ensure the house is organized within these 3 days, free of any distractions, so you can wholeheartedly participate in the upcoming autumn harvest. I will assist you in preparing the partition documents. Once signed and stamped, you shall divide the grain, money, and utensils in the presence of the brigade. From this day forth, you shall be 2 separate families. After more than half an hour, with Secretary Zhang and Captain Chen as witnesses, the matriarch reluctantly handed over 12 large notes to Chen Weinan. With a stream of curses, he muttered about the prodigal son, the wretched offspring, the ungrateful child who dared to abscond with such a vast sum of money, certain that he would meet a terrible fate in the future. Chen Weinan remained silent, readily accepting the 12 large bills of unity. After confirming their authenticity, he handed them directly to his wife, Xia Luohan. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Xia Luohan stood frozen, unsure whether to accept or reject the money. Chen Weinan, furrowing his brow, replied, Is there a problem? My wife is an educated woman, having graduated from high school, while my mother lacks such education and cannot even count money properly. Clearly, my wife is far more suited to manage our finances. Old Chen Jianjun sensed a change in his son. Although he appeared as carefree as ever, there was a newfound sense of responsibility towards his family. He readily interjected, Indeed, our daughter-in-law's education makes her more capable of handling money than we are. From now on, our household finances shall be entrusted to her. Luohan added, Ensure that this spendthrift son of mine does not deceive you out of your rightful share. Xia Luohan was taken aback by the respect shown to her by her in-laws, never anticipating that they would bestow upon her such authority over the family's finances. What surprised her even more was Chen Weinan himself. Previously, whenever he had money, he would immediately seek out his rowdy friends to drink and gamble, never considering handing any over to her. Yet today, not only had he secured significant benefits for their future household with his reckless behavior, but he also willingly surrendered the $120 allocated to their family to her. This was indeed perplexing. While others might view Chen Weinan's recent actions as foolishness, Xia Luohan, being educated, recognized that aside from raising pigs, his reckless disregard was a means to compel his uncle and grandmother to yield, thus securing greater advantages for their family. In terms of the outcome of their division of assets, Chen Weinan had undeniably succeeded. In that moment, Xia Luohan felt a curiosity towards this man. Now half a month into their marriage, was he merely pretending all along? Or had he, after losing over $60 in gambling, experienced a moment of clarity and resolved to amend his ways? Perhaps this display was merely a facade to extract more money from his uncle and grandmother. ensuring he would have ample funds for future indulgences with his friends. Xia Luohan found herself at a loss, deciding to ponder no more. Regardless of Chen Weinan's motives, she reasoned that time would eventually reveal the truth. If he genuinely transformed for the better, aiding her in raising Luo Shui into adulthood, she would reciprocate wholeheartedly, striving to be a good wife and bear him children. With that, she accepted the $120 that Chen Weinan had offered. The old matriarch was nearly apoplectic at Chen Weinan's actions. She had always disdained Xia Luohan, considering her a worthless individual. To her astonishment, Chen Weinan had chosen to bestow money upon someone she had never regarded with even a cursory glance. Fuming, she found herself at a loss for words. Casting a scornful glance at her second son, Chen Jianjun, filled with disappointment. She deemed him too spineless for entrusting their family's finances to an outsider. Yet, Chen Jianjun had grown weary of his mother's incessant complaints and chose to ignore her scornful gaze. As for his mother, she also held a deep affection for her daughter-in-law, Xia Luohan, while possessing a keen self-awareness of her own limitations, particularly regarding financial management. Entrusting the family's finances to herself would inevitably result in a muddled affair. It was far wiser to delegate this responsibility to her educated daughter-in-law. Witnessing Chen Weinan hand over 120 yuan to Xia Luohan, her face bore no trace of displeasure. Rather, she felt a profound joy, recognizing that her son had matured and finally learned to cherish his family and care for his wife. Chapter 8. The distinctive old residents get out of this house at once. The old Chen family has no room for unfilial descendants like you. No sooner had Chen Weinan handed over the money to his wife than the voice of the matriarch rang out in the courtyard. No one, including Secretary Zhang, Captain Chen, and even his own father, anticipated such a lack of compassion from the elderly woman. To expel the second son's family immediately after signing the division agreement was truly excessive. However, the matriarch held a different perspective. Her focus was solely on the eldest son and his family. The second son's household had always been a mere tool to support the eldest. Now that this tool was no longer obedient, there was no need for courtesy. They were fortunate to not have been ousted from the Chen family entirely. As for whether the old residence could still serve as a dwelling, that was of no concern to her. The sooner the second son's family was driven out, the better, to prevent them from plotting against the eldest son's provisions and finances. Noticing the growing disappointment etched on his father's face, which even hinted at resentment, Chen Weinan felt an unexpected surge of satisfaction. He feared that after the division, his father might succumb to the matriarch's manipulations and end up laboring for the eldest uncle, ultimately exhausting himself. It was somewhat harsh to reveal the true nature of the eldest uncle's family and the matriarch's bias to his father, but it was far preferable to being exploited in the end. As he observed the furious expressions of his uncle and the matriarch directed at his family, Chen Weinan was eager to leave. He decisively turned to the neighbors gathered to watch. Uncle Chen, Uncle Li, Aunt Wang. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in moving our belongings. Once we are settled in the old residence, I promise to treat you all to drinks. His irate father, equally unwilling to endure further indignity, promptly called to those Chen Weinan had named, Brother Chen, and you others, Sister Wang, please come help us. Once we are settled, I will certainly buy some pork in town for everyone. As a well-known ne'er-do-well in the commune, Chen Weinan's words were met with skepticism. Yet, Chen Jianjun, known for his honesty, diligence, and good rapport, always kept his promises. The mention of pork ignited excitement among those his father had called, and they rushed into the courtyard to assist with the move. Meanwhile, the matriarch and daughter-in-law hurriedly tended to their assigned pigs, carrying a hen as they made their way toward the old residence. Although the old house was dilapidated and uninhabitable without repairs, its spaciousness provided ample room for raising the pigs. This was a significant reason why Chen Weinan chose to claim the old residence. After the autumn harvest, Zhang County would grow increasingly cold, and pigs would struggle to gain weight in frigid temperatures. To achieve the desired weight for the designated pigs within a short time frame, it was essential to prepare adequately. In addition to providing more nutritious feed, it is imperative to furnish pigs with a warm environment, as this will significantly enhance their weight. Eventually, the parents will occupy one room, while he and his wife will have another, and Charlotte Snow will share a room with her biological sister, with an additional room designated for the kitchen. The old house could easily yield 2 rooms for pig farming. Furthermore, Chen Weinan had another compelling reason for choosing the old residence. Situated on the outskirts of the village, The backyard leads directly to the banks of the Zhang River, merely a few meters away. Although the river is only a little over 10 meters wide, far smaller than some major rivers, it boasts a substantial flow of water, and prior to the transition in fishing practices during the 1990s, it was abundant in fish resources. A crucial ingredient for the fattening feed Chen Weinan intended to prepare for the pigs is found within that water. Additionally, with a small river flowing adjacent to the old house, he could occasionally catch a few fish to enhance his family's diet. Even though the commune now owns everything collectively, minor fishing excursions in the Zhang River to catch a couple of fish for improving meals are still permitted by the brigade. However, extensive fishing with nets in the river would be considered undermining the socialist framework, leading to public shaming at best, or labor reform, or even worse consequences. Chen Weinan had encountered numerous online novels depicting individuals transported back to the 1960s and 70s, thriving by selling fish on the black market to feed their families. In his view, such scenarios were impractical. While Zhang County indeed has a black market, it is fraught with perilous undercurrents. Selling a few items once or twice might go unnoticed, but frequent visits yielding substantial profits could swiftly lead to dire repercussions. Moreover, even if one attempted to sell fish on the black market, the local fishery department offers live fish at low prices without requiring tickets, rendering the black market unnecessary. Of course, one might suggest delivering fish to the fishery department, but that notion is equally improbable. Today, all transactions occur between public entities, leaving no room for private dealings. Along the banks of the Zhang River, numerous production teams are scattered. Should the fishery department express a need for fish, these teams would eagerly comply, eager to boost their income and provide more for their members during the festive season. However, these matters are secondary. Besides its proximity to the Zhang River, the old house offers another advantage. Less than 50 meters in the opposite direction lies the foot of Jinyo Mountain. Beyond Jinyo Mountain stretches an expanse of endless ranges. When asked what one might find within those mountains, the immediate thought would undoubtedly be game. However, hunting such creatures is exceedingly challenging and often reliant on luck. In his 5 or 6 years in Qinjiazhuang, Chen Weinan had frequently ventured into the mountains with his companions. Yet the game they managed to capture could be counted on one hand. For him, the true treasure of Jinyo Mountain lies not in the game, but in the timber. Each autumn, the county's material bureau would extensively procure wood and charcoal. Despite the low prices for timber, transporting it over 10 kilometers to the county town for sale to the material bureau proved unprofitable. Nonetheless, Chen Weinan had the skill to produce charcoal. A pound of charcoal can be exchanged for 3 cents at the supply bureau, and during particularly frigid days, the exchange rate rises to 4 cents. 100 pounds of charcoal could yield as much as 3 to 4 yuan. This is entirely legitimate income. One receives a receipt from the supply bureau, ensuring transparency and allowing for unrestricted spending at the cooperative. According to the village's agreement, as long as one refrains from cutting down the pine trees on Jinyo Mountain, gathering various kinds of firewood and dead trees for heating is permissible. Moreover, miscellaneous wood is the ideal material for charcoal production. The proximity of the old residence to Jinyo Mountain greatly facilitates the gathering of firewood and charcoal. Upon entering the old residence, everyone was taken aback by the dilapidated state of the courtyard. Half of the 6 adjoining earthen brick and thatch houses had collapsed, leaving only 3 with standing earthen walls. The thatch covering the roofs had diminished by at least half, and 2 of the houses had several large holes in their roofs, rendering them uninhabitable. If it were winter, spending a single night inside would result in near-fatal freezing. Although it was now late summer and the cold was not a concern, frequent rains posed a significant problem. If the roofs were not repaired, anyone staying inside would undoubtedly end up soaked to the skin during rain. Chapter 9. The regretful father. Can anyone live here? His mother asked, her face etched with worry as she surveyed the crumbling dwelling. Even if it's uninhabitable, we must stay, replied Chen Jianjun, his tone curt. We can't possibly let our daughter and daughter-in-law sleep on the street. Uncle Li interjected, Old Chen, didn't you receive 120 yuan from your eldest brother? While you may not be able to build a red brick house, you could certainly repair a few earthen brick houses. Many villagers are making earthen bricks in preparation for building after the autumn harvest. Why not spend a little to buy some bricks from them, and, before the harvest rush, demolish and rebuild the old residence? With a wry smile, the father responded, Old Li, I wish to rebuild, but funds are tight. 120 yuan seems substantial. Yet I must help Weinan settle over 60 yuan of gambling debts. If I don't repay quickly, those ruffians from the commune will come knocking. And 60 yuan 1 tea sufficed to resolve that. At this point, everyone recalled that Chen Weinan was notorious in the village for being a ne'er-do-well and a spendthrift. They hesitated to speak ill of him in front of his parents and wife, exchanging awkward smiles instead, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Chen Weinan himself displayed a hint of embarrassment, were it not for his father repeatedly bailing him out in front of the elders in the village. His father would not have become so anxious and hesitant. To restore his father's confidence, the best course of action was to demonstrate his transformation, with family and neighbors present. He felt a wave of shyness but spoke up. Father, mother, wife, and esteemed uncles and aunts, would you be so kind as to help us today? Let us tidy up one room so we can squeeze in for the night. Tomorrow, my father and I will head to the county town to purchase materials and some pork. After work, I would appreciate your assistance in repairing the remaining 2 rooms. We will prioritize making a livable space. The pigsty and kitchen can be tackled gradually. Uncle Li, the most esteemed among the helpful neighbors, cast a surprised glance at Chen Weinan and remarked, "It seems you haven't wasted your time at the commune. Your work is methodical and commendable. If you can focus more on your responsibilities at home and refrain from causing trouble outside, it would justify the years your parents have dedicated to protecting you." He then shifted his gaze to Chen Weinan's father, Chen Jianjun. "Weinan is right. We should first settle the living arrangements before pursuing other matters." Jianjun, why not heed your son's advice? Chen Jianjun, lacking any strong opinions of his own, nodded in agreement upon seeing his trusted friend Li's endorsement of Weinan's suggestion. "Then I must trouble you neighbors. When I return with meat tomorrow, I shall treat everyone to a splendid meal." As evening fell, around 6 o'clock, the sight of cornbread, thick rice porridge, and a plate of shredded potatoes on the table left everyone, including Chen Jianjun, in a state of astonishment. Chen Li, constantly berated by her grandmother and uncle for being a burden, and her sister-in-law, Xia Luohan, were particularly taken aback, drooling at the mere sight of the food. Xia Luohan glanced at her sister, concerned. "Sister, do you think after this meal tonight, we won't have anything left for tomorrow?" Xia Luohan, with an expression of helplessness, replied, "This is what your brother-in-law requested to be prepared. My mother and I had no say in the matter." Xia Luohan instinctively interjected, "Sister, have you lost your mind? Isn't your brother-in-law a good-for-nothing? How can we take his word seriously? What if we run out of food in the future?" Realizing that her brother-in-law Chen Weinan was seated beside her sister, she quickly covered her mouth, casting a wary glance at him to avoid incurring his wrath. To her surprise, the usually irritable Chen Weinan maintained a calm demeanor today, wearing a resigned smile instead of his typical anger. As she pondered whether her brother-in-law had taken some strange medication, Chen Jianjun spoke up. Giving Chen Weinan a pointed glare, he reassured Xia Luohan, "You are right, Luohan. Your brother-in-law is indeed a good-for-nothing. With your uncle supporting you, he wouldn't dare take any action against you." It must be noted that Chen Jianjun was exceptionally kind to the sisters, always believing that his son, lacking education and refinement, was fortunate to marry someone as cultured as Xia Luohan. Although Xia Luohan was merely her sister's younger sibling, he treated her as if she were his own daughter, ensuring she had everything Chen Li possessed. In their previous life, when their parents were alive, Xia Luohan led a relatively comfortable existence. It was only after their passing that her true tragedy began. Given a second chance at life, she vowed not to let history repeat itself. Observing his father's pained expression as he stared at the food on the table, Chen Weinan understood that unless he provided an explanation, his father would likely refuse to partake in the meal. He promptly stated, "Father, considering the work points our family earns daily, we can certainly afford rice porridge, if not a full meal of white rice. During the harvest, I worked alongside you all, while my wife tended to the pigs and gathered fodder at home. With 3 laborers, we consistently earned full work points every day, ensuring that we would collect at least 1,000 jin of grain and 1,000 jin of corn flour each year, along with a modest sum of 40 to 50 yuan, guaranteeing our bellies would be full." Although my father and mother struggled with the calculations, Xia Luohan was capable of doing so. My father turned to Xia Luohan and asked, "Luohan, can our family truly receive that much grain each year?" Xia Luohan had never calculated this before, but under Chen Weinan's encouragement, she took a moment to seriously assess the figures and realized her husband was entirely correct. She nodded, "Father, if Weinan also works alongside me for half a day each day, our family could accumulate at least 1,200 jin of grain and corn. If Weinan does not work, We would only gather over 800 jin of grain and corn, losing 6 or 700 jin of food. Chen Jianjun gasped in astonishment. So much grain. Why did we only eat corn porridge every meal before we divided the family? It was only during festivals that we could enjoy a bowl of white rice porridge. Chen Weinan scoffed. That's because they took their share. He then added, "Wife, you should tell my father that they may not believe what I say." After a moment of hesitation, Xia Luohan spoke. "Father, although my uncle's family has 4 laborers, their annual earnings and work points amount to roughly the same as what you and mother earn. With so many mouths to feed in their household, they consume more. And sometimes grandmother secretly cooks rice for them, while we are left with only cornflour porridge." Though my father had suspected this all along. Hearing his daughter-in-law's explanation filled him with intense anger and frustration. After an indeterminate amount of time, he slammed his fist on the table and let out a heavy sigh, saying, "This family division is indeed a wise choice. Had I known that the grain I worked hard for would benefit my elder brother's family, leaving us with only cornflour porridge, I would have insisted on separating long ago." Chapter 10. The frost does not form in a day. The atmosphere at the dining table suddenly grew oppressive, and Chen Weinan could no longer bear it. He decisively interjected, "Father, it is not too late to divide the family now. From this point forward, we shall earn our own work points and exchange them for food, free from anyone's scheming. Let my uncle see that without them, our lives will not only remain unchanged, but will flourish." My father's expression softened considerably, yet he still furrowed his brow and retorted, "Flourish, you say? As long as you refrain from indulging in mischief outside, our family can indeed lead a good life. If you continue to associate with those rascals, no matter how hard your mother and I work for points, we will still struggle and be looked down upon." Chen Weinan immediately patted his chest in assurance. "Father, mother, and wife, I promise I will no longer indulge in such behavior. I have seen through the deceit of those who claim to be my friends. They conspired against me, and in just half a day, I lost over 60 yuan. Targeting me alone. I enjoy playing, but that does not mean I am foolish. It is best to part ways with these friends. Tomorrow, father will accompany me to repay the debt, and we shall also visit the county to purchase materials for repairing our house. I promised Luohan that I would work once the harvest begins. From a young age, I possessed remarkable strength. Although I often roamed outside, I consumed an ample amount of food. I dare say there is no one in our Chun family village who can match my might. When the time comes for me to carry grain, I can easily transport 15 loads in a day, earning a commendable 12 work points. Should I manage to carry a couple more loads, I can increase my earnings by an additional point. I am determined to haul 20 loads a day, returning with a bounty of 15 points. However, my father did not fully believe Chen Weinan's claims. A flicker of skepticism crossed his face. He had heard such assurances before, only to find each promise followed by greater mistakes or demands for more money from home. He feared that this current assurance was merely another of Chen Weinan's empty promises. Yet, he did not wish to discourage him, for perhaps this time he had genuinely changed for the better. Chen Weinan noticed the doubt mingled with a glimmer of hope on his father's face, but chose not to elaborate further. Years of past transgressions could not be erased with mere words. Turning to his wife, Xia Luohan, he declared, "My dear, I vow to be a better man and a devoted husband. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall not keep a single penny for myself. Every bit I earn will be handed over to you, and you shall manage our finances and household affairs while I solely focus on earning." Although Xia Luohan hailed from the city as a youth educated in the countryside, she remained quite conservative, having not experienced the liberating era that followed. Upon hearing Chen Weinan's almost candid declaration, her face flushed crimson, and she shot him a reproachful glare. "What nonsense are you spouting? Our sister and parents are right here." Their mother, observing the scene, appeared quite pleased and responded with a smile. "Luohan, this scoundrel Weinan is indeed unfit to handle money. From now on, you shall be in charge of our family's finances. It would be even better if you could bless your father and me with a grandson." This remark revealed the depth of their mother's affection for her son. Despite countless betrayals, she unreservedly chose to support him, placing her faith in him. Moved by this, Chen Weinan silently vowed that since fate had granted him a second chance at life, he would do whatever it took to alter their destinies. At the very least, he wished for them both to enjoy familial bliss. Xia Luohan's face was flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head to sip her bowl of rice porridge, too shy to lift her gaze or engage in conversation. This sight stirred an urge within Chen Weinan, yet he could only suppress his feelings. That evening, The 6 members of the family were cramped in a single room, leaving him hesitant to express his affection for his beautiful wife. Resolute in his decision to repair their home swiftly, he realized that without proper living conditions, even the simplest gestures of intimacy would be impossible. His visit to the town to settle gambling debts went smoother than anticipated, as he was well acquainted with the local scene. The others had conspired against him, making him cautious to avoid complications. He collected his dues and even received an invitation to return for another card game, which he politely declined. His father was quite satisfied with Chen Weinan's current demeanor, wearing a smile as they made their way toward the county town. The old man urgently requested to borrow a donkey cart from the brigade, and despite not having taken any breaks along the way, they only arrived in the city by 11 o'clock in the morning. Observing the bustling city dwellers, clad in neatly pressed work uniforms or official attire, hurrying along the streets, he felt a mix of envy and confusion. In Xinjiakan Brigade, many people had lived their entire lives without ever visiting the town where the commune was located, let alone the county seat. Chen Jianjun, the old man, was one such individual. He had never set foot in Zhang County even until his dying day. Gazing at the orderly 2-story buildings lining the street and the sporadic appearances of small cars and large trucks, he turned to Chen Weinan with a demeanor of restraint and inquired, "Eldest, is this the county seat? We don't even know the way. Where do we go next?" Chen Weinan, having spent the past few years as a ne'er-do-well, had not wasted his time. Although he lacked funds, he had frequented the county seat many times. With a lifetime of familiarity with the area, he was confident he would not get lost. He responded promptly, "Father, let me take you somewhere first. Give me 2 yuan." Chen Jianjun's face, previously marked by restraint, instantly revealed a flicker of suspicion, as he instinctively thought Chen Weinan was up to some mischief again. Chen Weinan quickly clarified, "Father, these 2 yuan are genuinely useful. We'll need them to buy something shortly. Besides, you are right next to me. Surely you don't suspect I would cause trouble right under your nose." After pondering for a moment, Chen Jianjun, as if making a significant decision, cautiously pulled out 2 yuan from his pocket and handed them to Chen Weinan, while reminding him, "Spend it wisely. We don't have much money left to bring back." When they reached a narrow alley less than 200 meters from the county's supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Weinan motioned for his father to stop. Glancing into the alley, he noticed a few young men lurking, peering out occasionally to watch the passing crowd. This was the spot where various tickets were sold in the previous life. The timid individuals were ticket scalpers, also peddling cigarettes. In China, regardless of the time, tobacco and alcohol are essential commodities for social interactions and relationship building. Chen Weinan's purpose for this trip was to purchase cigarettes and, incidentally, some meat tickets. During the division of assets, apart from 120 yuan, his father had received no tickets whatsoever. In rural areas, meat tickets were regarded as treasures, thus it was out of the question to consider them. With the family needing to hire workers to repair the house in the coming days, they could not afford to serve only boiled cabbage. Pork was a necessity. Although Chen Weinan had contemplated buying pork on the black market, the risks were too high. He certainly did not wish to be imprisoned right after his rebirth. As Chen Weinan entered the alley, the nearest young man immediately approached him, exclaiming, "Brother, what would you like to buy?" "Whatever you seek. I have it all here. 3 packs of Deqianmen, 1 pack of mutant." Chen Weinan quickly scanned the surroundings with his peripheral vision, confirming there was no danger before responding. The young ticket scalper broke into a smile, simultaneously displaying a look of astonishment. He had not expected that someone so poorly dressed, obviously from the commune, would be so generous as to request the high-end cigarettes typically reserved for officials. At Deqianmen, a pack costs 3 jiao, while a pack of mutant is priced at 5 jiao. Given that the average wage for workers in the county is less than 30 yuan, a pack of mutant represents half a day's earnings for most laborers. Aside from officials with substantially higher salaries who might use mutant for entertaining guests, the average person lacks the means to indulge in such luxury. In astonishment, I quickly retrieved 3 packs of Deqianmen and 1 pack of mutant from my backpack, casually stating, "Deqianmen is 3 jiao per pack, and mutant is 5 jiao. No cigarette coupons are needed, so they are slightly more expensive than at the supply and marketing cooperative. Altogether, it's 1 yuan and 40 jiao." Chen Maowei continued to inquire, "How much is a meat coupon?" 3 jiao each, for a pound of meat," replied the ticket vendor. Clearly experienced in the meat coupon trade, Chen Weinan nodded, promptly producing 2 yuan that his father had just given him. "Please also get me 2 meat coupons with the remaining money." The ticket vendor was elated, surprised to encounter such a generous customer on his first day. The transaction would yield him a profit of 20 jiao, and his face instantly brightened as he rummaged through the meat coupons while advertising his services. This brother. Should you require any tickets in the future, simply seek me out in the alley and ask for Wang Xiaowu. I have all kinds of tickets: meat coupons, sugar coupons, oil coupons, grain coupons, cloth coupons. Just provide the cash, and I can deliver them on the spot. For radio tickets, bicycle tickets, and sewing machine tickets, just pay a deposit in advance, and I can procure those for you too. Chen Weinan did not intend to form any deep connections with these individuals. Their ability to acquire numerous tickets at this time suggested that most were backed by influential figures, and entangling oneself with them could lead to peril. While purchasing tickets from them was acceptable, anything beyond that was best avoided. Nodding without uttering a word, he hurriedly departed the alley with 4 packs of cigarettes and 2 meat coupons. The elder at the alley's entrance was taken aback, observing that Chen Weinan had exchanged 2 yuan for Dakianmen and mutant cigarettes, which even the commune secretary would hesitate to smoke. Instinctively, he was about to chastise his son for being wasteful, but Chen Weinan interjected, "Father, please do not be angry. These cigarettes will serve a significant purpose shortly. They are not for my personal use." Chen Jianjun resolved to trust his son one more time. If he had lied, he would smoke the cigarettes himself and would never give him another penny. After giving Chen Weinan a stern glance, he asked, "Where are we headed next?" "To the scrap collection station," Chen Weinan replied without hesitation. Chen Jianjun widened his eyes in confusion, retorting, "Aren't we here to buy things? What do we need at the scrap collection station? Isn't that a place for collecting waste? We have nothing to sell." Chen Weinan confidently explained, "Father, do not underestimate the scrap collection station. It harbors not only scrap, but also many valuable items. If we manage to find just 1 or 2, it could be quite profitable." Without further ado, he took hold of the donkey cart and headed straight for the collection station. Located on the outskirts of the county, the collection station featured a vast yard that appeared rather desolate, with an elderly man vigilantly watching the passers-by at the entrance. As Chen Weinan and his father approached with the donkey cart, the old man's gaze shifted to focus on the 2 of them. Chen Weinan hurriedly approached the elderly gentleman with a pack of cigarettes in hand. "Sir, we come from the commune below. Our family is too impoverished to afford new furniture, so we thought we might find some discarded pieces at the recycling station. If we can repair them, they may still serve a purpose. This is crucial for my ability to marry. I implore you to assist us." As he spoke, he pressed the pack of cigarettes into the old man's hands. Initially, the elderly man was reluctant to engage with Chen Weinan. After all, the recycling station primarily focused on collecting waste materials and seldom sold items. He instinctively prepared to decline. However, he was taken aback by the young man's thoughtfulness, offering a pack of cigarettes that was typically reserved for officials, 3 dimes a pack, nearly equivalent to half a day's wages. Skillfully, he stowed the cigarettes in his pocket and responded, "You've come at just the right time. Recently, the state-owned textile factory and the state-run restaurant sent over a batch of damaged furniture. There may be some pieces that can be salvaged. You should take a look. Feel free to take anything you find suitable, and I'll assist you with weighing, billing, and invoicing to ensure you don't suffer any losses." Chen Weinan's adeptness left his father, Chen Jianjun, astounded. He could not fathom when his son had become so resourceful, unafraid of city dwellers, and capable of captivating them with his charm. Before he could process his bewilderment, his son had already pulled him into the recycling station. The area was filled with various discarded items, but Chen Weinan had a clear objective and made a beeline for the furniture section. The tables used by the state-run restaurant were remarkably sturdy, with many simply discarded for having a loose leg. Chen Jianjun quickly identified 2 cabinets missing doors, a table with a wobbly leg, and 3 stools lacking legs among the heaps of old furniture. He also managed to find additional cabinet doors and legs to replace those that were broken, ensuring that they had extra legs on hand to prevent any future mishaps. After tinkering with the furniture, Chen Weinan did not squander the opportunity to explore the recycling station further, eager to unearth more treasures to bring home, lest the pack of cigarettes be wasted. His father hurried to fetch the donkey cart, and soon Chen Weinan stumbled upon a delightful surprise. In a corner of the recycling station's yard lay a considerable stash of old tar paper. For those unfamiliar with tar paper, it is a waterproof material made from coal tar, commonly used in the 1960s and 70s for roofing temporary structures in urban areas. The tar paper before him had evidently been removed from some rooftop. Typically, these sheets measured 5 to 6 meters, or even 7 to 8. but the pieces he found were only 1 to 2 meters long. Nevertheless, they would serve a significant purpose for the thatched roof house back home. When repairing a roof, one would first lay down a layer of tar paper, adding several more layers before topping it with thatch, ensuring that not even the heaviest rain would seep through. Chapter 12. Mutual benefit. Evidently, Chen Jianjun had never encountered tar paper and remained oblivious to its purpose. Before them lay an array of dark, hard shells, many of which were covered with a thick layer of dust, evoking expressions of disdain. "What is this rubbish, boss? We don't have that much money. Why don't we find something better?" Chen Weinan replied with certainty. "Father, this is indeed a valuable item. It is called tar paper, commonly used in urban construction. When placed atop a roof, layered upon one another and topped with thatch, it will keep our home dry even in the heaviest rain. If it were new tar paper, we wouldn't even be able to afford it. Trust me, we should collect the larger pieces. Come tomorrow. And we won't have to worry about leaks when repairing the roof." Chen Jianjun had assisted many in repairing houses in the countryside, yet he had never encountered the tar paper his son mentioned. A look of skepticism crossed his face. But seeing his son so resolute and already selecting the tar paper without a hint of concern for dirt began to shift his perspective. He recalled how his son had just bribed the gatekeeper with a pack of cigarettes to gain entry to the collection station, and a bold notion struck him. Perhaps his son's claims were indeed valid. Having lingered in the town for several years and visited the county seat, it was conceivable that he had witnessed city dwellers utilizing tar paper for roofing. Thus, he began to assist Chen Weinan in selecting the tar paper piled in the corner. While sifting through the materials, Chen Weinan somehow procured a large pair of scissors and proceeded to cut the selected tar paper into squares, making it both convenient for use and transport. After finalizing the tar paper, Chen Weinan gathered a considerable amount of old books, primarily from elementary, middle, and high school. Regardless of their utility, they were inexpensive, and he piled them all onto the donkey cart. Knowing his younger sister and sister-in-law were in elementary school and would surely benefit in the future, in an effort to improve his relationship with his wife, he even searched through the pile for several novels, intending to charm her with them upon returning home. He then collected some glass bottles, newspapers for walling, and some fine iron wire, essentially gathering anything useful for the household, filling the cart to the brim. The gatekeeper was taken aback by the haul, yet, considering the pack of cigarettes, he agreed to weigh the items and issue a receipt. Once outside the collection station, Chen Jianjun could hardly contain his joy. He had not anticipated that the vast array of items would cost less than 5 yuan. In the town, merely purchasing a hardwood table, 2 cabinets, and 3 stools would exceed that amount. Suddenly, he felt no regret over the cigarettes given to the gatekeeper. If the gatekeeper would allow him to return to the collection station in the future, even offering him 2 packs of cigarettes would elicit no frown from Chen Jianjun. For the first time, he looked at Chen Weinan without suspicion and cheerfully asked, "Boss, have we gathered nearly all the tools and materials for the house repairs from the collection station? Should we head back now? It's already noon. If we don't leave soon, we might not make it home before dark." Chen Weinan shook his head in refusal. "Father, do not rush. We still have another place to visit today." The surprises bestowed upon him by his superior were truly overwhelming. He resolved to follow closely behind, eager to uncover the myriad secrets his superior harbored, secrets of which he was blissfully unaware. Without hesitation, he declared, "All right, I shall accompany you." A flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Weinan's face. He had not anticipated that his father would forego inquiries and choose to place his trust in him outright. Elated within, he eagerly seized the donkey cart and set off towards their next destination, the grain station. In a similar fashion, Chen Weinan approached the elderly gatekeeper with a pack of cigarettes in hand. "Excuse me, sir, may I inquire about something? Does the grain station sell bran?" As the gatekeeper received a box of Dakiaman cigarettes from Chen Weinan, his demeanor transformed from dismissive to warm and welcoming. "The grain station processes grain, so we definitely have bran for sale. However, we typically sell only to businesses, starting at 5,000 pounds for 2 cents per pound. We do not sell to individuals. But seeing that you are quite sensible, I can assist you in finding a way. Once you enter, turn left and head to the office of Director Wang in the sales department. If he gives his approval, acquiring a few hundred pounds of bran should not pose a problem." A surge of excitement illuminated Chen Weinan's face. Although bran was available in town, the lowest price was 2.5 cents per pound, and it was frequently out of stock. Most townsfolk would retain the bran when processing rice, using it to feed their pigs, leaving little for sale. He had not anticipated that the bran from the county's grain station would be so affordable. However, he quickly deduced the reason behind this disparity. The bran in town was a byproduct of grain processed by the collective members, resulting in limited quantities and high demand, subsequently driving up the price. Conversely, the bran at the county grain station was a surplus from public processing, available in larger quantities but primarily purchased by pig farms. Thus its price remained considerably lower. A pound of bran could save half a cent, while 100 pounds would save 50 cents. If he were to purchase 500 pounds today, he would save $2.50. He promptly expressed his gratitude to the elderly man. Subsequently, he retrieved a pack of peony cigarettes and made his way to Director Wang's office in the sales department. Upon learning the purpose of Chen Weinan's visit, Director Wang's initial reaction was one of refusal, although there was no official prohibition against selling bran to individuals. Allowing everyone from the county to purchase bran at the station would overwhelm the sales department. In an unspoken manner, they had come to accept the norm of not selling bran to individuals in order to ease their workload. However, upon catching sight of the peony cigarettes Chen Weinan presented, the tone of Director Wang's speech shifted dramatically. Comrade, although we seldom sell bran to individuals, we recognize the hardships faced by our collective members. In support of you, I have decided to sell you these 500 pounds of bran. I will now issue you a note. Simply take it to make your payment, and then proceed to the warehouse to collect your bran. Watching Chen Weinan depart in haste, Director Wang felt a surge of happiness. Despite holding the title of director, the grain station's low rank rendered him little more than a clerk, albeit with a slightly higher salary. Nevertheless, his monthly wage was merely a little over 30 yuan, and he typically indulged in cigarettes costing only 10 cents a pack, mindful to budget his smoking habits. Today, I found solace in the fact that I had not violated any rules or regulations. Merely writing a note earned me a box of cigarettes worth half a day's wages, which brought me great joy. I even found myself silently wishing for more conscientious members like Chen Weinan to join us, so I could indulge in a few more complimentary packs of cigarettes. This not only saves money for my family, but also enhances my social standing. Truly a twofold benefit. Chapter 13. Every creature has its own path, with 500 pounds of bran loaded onto the donkey cart borrowed from the brigade. Chen Jianjun found it utterly incapable of accommodating anything further. He was perplexed. The town offered bran for purchase, albeit in limited quantities, yet, with a little patience, it could certainly be procured. Moreover, there were over 200 pounds of grain at home, which, when processed into rice, would yield at least 60 to 70 pounds of bran. Why, then, venture so far to the county seat for bran, and in such copious amounts? The grain station was bustling with people, and despite his confusion and inquiries, Chen Jianjun refrained from voicing his concerns in front of everyone. Once outside the grain station, he could no longer contain himself. Boss, we already have bran at home. Why did you have to go to the county to buy so much? Isn't that a wasteful act? And 2 boxes of cigarettes to boot. If I recall correctly, those boxes are worth at least 80 cents, even if our family were affluent. Such extravagance is unwarranted. Moreover, we are not wealthy. Just moments ago, I thought you had improved, yet here you are, indulging in such wastefulness again. Chen Weinan smiled at Chen Jianjun and retorted, Dad, do you know how much this bran costs per pound? Having sold bran in town before, Chen Jianjun confidently replied, Isn't it 2.5 cents per pound? With irritation, Chen Weinan countered, How could it possibly be? I'm not foolish. If bran in the county were also 2.5 cents per pound, I wouldn't need to waste my energy traveling there to buy it. Chen Jianjun instinctively wanted to respond, What are you, if not foolish? Even if the bran in the county were cheaper, there was no need to purchase 500 pounds. However, he didn't want to undermine his son's newfound resolve, so he suppressed this thought and asked, Then how much is it? 2 cents per pound. Chen Weinan replied proudly, Each pound of bran is 5 cents cheaper than in town. 100 pounds saves 50 cents, and 500 pounds amounts to $2.50. After deducting the cost of the cigarettes, we still save $1.70. This was indeed a revelation that Chen Jianjun had not anticipated, though he remained puzzled as to why his son felt the need to buy such an excessive quantity of bran. With only one task pig at home, which would be submitted to the commune in 4 to 5 months, a mere 100 pounds of bran would suffice. Purchasing 500 pounds seemed wasteful. He unwittingly chimed in, But there's no need to buy so much. Chen Weinan shook his head and replied, You've never raised pigs. I can't explain this to you. Ask Mom when we get home, and you'll understand why I bought so much. With that, The two of them hurried towards the butcher shop next to the supply and marketing cooperative, pulling the heavily laden donkey cart. Compared to a decade ago, the supply of pork had significantly improved. Especially with the introduction of task pigs, the butcher shop rarely faced shortages anymore. It is now 2 in the afternoon, and the butcher shop is bound to have meat. The only distinction is that the beloved fatty cuts have already been sold out. As expected, upon arriving at the shop, the expression on the face of the elder, Chen Weinan, darkens. Although there are still several dozen pounds of meat displayed on the counter, they consist solely of fore and hind leg cuts and a few scraps of pork bones. The butcher, seated behind the counter, is busy removing the bones. Even the smallest morsel of meat is still meat, as he intends to scrape off every last bit clinging to the bones. Chen Weinan clearly shows his disdain for the lean cuts on the table. In his eyes, the luscious, oily chunks of fatty meat and pork belly represent the finest pork. Chen Weinan shakes his head once more. Father, we'll only know if there's any good meat after we purchase it. Noticing the lack of customers around the butcher shop, he strides over confidently, addressing the butcher. Brother, please cut me 2 pounds of meat. The butcher, without lifting his head, responds, 2 pounds of meat tickets. That'll be $1.60. Chen Weinan has grown accustomed to this indifferent service. This is not a time of affluence. Whether it's the sales clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative or the butcher before him, they are all secured by steady paychecks. As long as they refrain from becoming violent during their work, a slightly poor attitude does not impede their ability to earn a living. Should one encounter an ill-tempered clerk, they might as well be ignored altogether. Fine, I shall pay you. Chen Weinan responds readily, producing 2 meat tickets along with $1.60, and simultaneously pulls out a pack of cigarettes to hand to the butcher. Upon noticing the pack of cigarettes among the money, the butcher pauses momentarily. After a swift glance around to ensure no one is watching, he discreetly slips the pack into his pocket. His demeanor towards Chen Weinan undergoes a complete transformation. A smile breaks through his previously indifferent expression, and he cheerfully declares, "You're quite the savvy one. I will definitely cut you 2 good pieces of meat today." With that, he retrieves a hefty piece of pork belly weighing nearly 5 pounds. Its layer of fat nearly 2 fingers thick, causing Chen Weinan to salivate. The butcher's knife swiftly descends, and he skillfully portions out the fattiest cut for Chen Weinan, weighing it with precision. After receiving the fatty meat, Chen Weinan's gaze shifts to the large bones the butcher is working on, and he inquires, "How much are these bones per pound?" Someone at home is injured and needs to drink bone broth to nourish their body. The butcher, still reveling in the delight of receiving the pack of cigarettes, readily responds, "The bones don't require tickets. I sell them to others for 30 cents per pound. Since you're so considerate, I'll give you an internal price of 20 cents per pound. I won't bother removing the scraps. I'll sell you all of it. How much do you want?" Upon hearing this, Chen Weinan's face lights up with joy, and he reflects on how worthwhile that pack of cigarettes was. He quickly replies, "I'll take all the pork bones. Brother, please weigh how many pounds I have in total." 15 pounds and 6 ounces. I'll round it down to 15 pounds. Totaling $3. The butcher promptly announces the price. As Chen Weinan exchanged money, several large pig bones bound with straw appeared in his hands. Feeling the weight of the bones, a broader smile spread across his face, and he promptly exclaimed, "Uncle, your skill with the knife is truly impressive." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he hurriedly set off towards Qinjiazhuang village, carrying the pig bones along with 2 pounds of fatty meat. Noticing his father's hesitation, Chen Weinan anticipated his question and explained as he walked, "Father, are you curious about how I knew there was good meat beneath the cutting board?" Seeing Chen Weinan nod, Chen Weinan continued without hesitation, "Every creature has its own path. Mice have their ways, and snakes have theirs. Though butchers handle pork daily, they seldom profit significantly. They typically purchase the unwanted, cheap cuts to take home. After all, the money from selling meat and the meat tickets must be accounted for. If I were a butcher, I would certainly hide some of the better cuts to sell to relatives and acquaintances, much like someone like me, who understands the nuances." Chapter 14. Alleviating father's concerns. As Chen Weinan spoke confidently, Chen Weinan momentarily questioned whether this was his prodigal son or if he had been swapped with someone else. Only upon seeing the 10-odd pounds of bones and 500 pounds of bran in the cart did he realize that his son had not changed. He remained as extravagant as ever. Spending 3 yuan on 15 pounds of bones seemed frivolous when the money could have been better spent on 150 pounds of bran to feed the pigs. There was no meat, no lard. What good were the bones? Each year, when the village slaughtered pigs and distributed meat. The price of bones dropped to 1 jiao 5 fen per pound, and no one wanted them. In the eyes of the villagers, spending money on a pound of bone devoid of meat was less sensible than exchanging it for a pound of rice, which at least provided sustenance. The more he pondered, the more frustrated he felt, convinced that the 3 yuan spent on those bones was wasted. Seemingly sensing his father's mixed emotions, Chen Weinan casually remarked, 15 pounds of large bones are indeed valuable. I once visited a state-run restaurant where the broth was made from such bones. I remember the chef boasting that with the right technique, if you break these bones and simmer them for 6 or 7 hours, once the broth cools, a layer of lard forms on the surface. From 10 pounds of bones, you can extract at least 1 pound of lard. With our 15 pounds, we could yield a minimum of 1.5 pounds of lard. The remaining broth is excellent for stewing radishes or potatoes. Moreover, these large bones still have a good amount of meat on them. If we have mother remove the meat, there will certainly be more than half a pound. Had I not given the butcher a box of Qianmen, he would have cleaned the bones of every scrap of meat before selling them to us. Let us not dwell on other matters. The meat left on the bones alone is worth more than 3 jiao. Upon hearing the mention of lard, Chen Jianjun's eyes glistened with emotion, for they were in dire need of oil. To stave off hunger, nearly all the land in the village was cultivated for grain, with only a small portion dedicated to oilseed crops. Each villager received merely a pound of oil annually, averaging less than an ounce per month. To secure more oil, everyone sought to purchase fatty meat. With ration coupons, purchasing 2 pounds of fatty pork can yield at least 1 pound of lard, while the remaining pork can be used to prepare several dishes, ensuring that during the home renovation, each meal includes 2 meaty dishes. The 2.5 pounds of lard rendered from the pork bones and fatty meat will sustain the family with sufficient oil for at least 2 months. Moreover, the broth made from the bones and meat will enhance the flavor of radishes and potatoes, ensuring that this autumn's harvest will not leave the household lacking in oil or meat. As for whether the large bones can indeed render lard, Chen Jianjun has no doubts whatsoever. Since leaving home this morning, his son has experienced numerous things previously unknown to him, uttering words he had never heard before. Though they may sound absurd, reality has ultimately validated these statements, proving them to be without falsehood. The seemingly unrealistic words just spoken do not warrant Chen Weinan to deceive himself, as the truth of the matter will soon be unveiled upon their return home. In the old Chen residence, as the sky outside darkens, the anxious expressions on the faces of both mother and daughter-in-law grow increasingly pronounced. The ancestral home is nearly 20 kilometers from the county town, with a stretch of mountainous road that poses certain dangers, compounded by their unfamiliarity with the area. Fearful of potential mishaps occurring during their absence, Luohan glances at the darkening sky and, unable to wait any longer, decides to venture out in search of them. You stay here and look after the 2 younger sisters while I take the road to find them, he declares, just as he reaches the threshold. Chen Weinan's voice resonates from the main road not far from the door. Mother, I'm back with father. Though these words are spoken, both the mother and daughter-in-law, Xia Luohan, immediately rush out of the courtyard. Upon seeing the donkey cart laden with furniture and chaff, they are utterly taken aback, especially the mother, who stands frozen before her husband, her eyes wide with disbelief as she questions, so many things. Surely you too Haven Tea spent all the money? Father Chen Jianjun responds proudly, this entire donkey cart's worth of goods cost us merely around 20 yuan. We even purchased 500 pounds of chaff and a considerable amount of pork. Thanks to Weinan, many items were procured at remarkably low prices from the recycling station. Did you notice the tables, stools, and cabinets on the cart? Along with those jars and containers, and that oilcloth and wire, all of it totaled just 50 yuan. Although the cabinets and tables are damaged, they can be easily restored without a carpenter. I can fix them myself. Moreover, the chaff was bought at 2.5 cents per pound in the town, while the grain station in the city sells it for just 2 cents a pound. The eldest brought back 500 pounds in one go. With this chaff, our pigs can gain at least 150 pounds. Finally, he retrieves the 2 pounds of fatty meat and 15 pounds of bones hidden within the cart, a glint of excitement mixed with mystery in his demeanor. Quickly return and render this pork. Don't over-render it, just enough for a pound of lard. The eldest claims that the 15 pounds of bones can yield 1.5 pounds of lard as well. With 2.5 pounds of lard, our household will not lack for oil during the autumn harvest. Let us also remove the scraps of meat from the bones. There should be around half a pound. We can stir-fry that for tonight. while saving the 2 pounds of fatty meat for meals over the next couple of days during the renovation. Finally, pointing to the oilcloth laid at the bottom of the donkey cart, he addressed his wife. Luohan, you come from the city and are well informed. Weinan told me at the purchasing station that this oilcloth can be used to repair houses. If placed on the roof, it can prevent water leakage. Is that true? In my entire life, I have yet to see a roof that does not leak. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Luohan's face. She was astonished that Chen Weinan was knowledgeable about oilcloth. Yet, to allay her father-in-law's concerns, she nodded immediately. Indeed, oilcloth is used for waterproofing. Many houses in the city lay a layer of oilcloth before placing tiles on top. Even if some tiles deteriorate, the oilcloth can still block the rainwater, ensuring the home remains dry. If we could cover our roof with a layer of oilcloth, even if we use thatch instead of tiles, our home would still be protected from leaks. Xia Luohan's response dispelled her father-in-law's worries entirely, and a radiant smile enveloped his face as he exclaimed excitedly, "So, Weinan's claims in the county are indeed true. I have never seen a thatched roof that does not leak. If our house truly stays dry during the rain, we would be the first in our brigade." He then animatedly recounted his experiences in the county to his wife and daughter-in-law. Chapter 15. The ice begins to melt listening to her father recount how Chen Weinan skillfully used a pack of cigarettes to purchase items at the recycling station, how he exchanged 2 packs for bran at the grain station, and how he managed to acquire hidden fatty meat and bones with scraps from the butcher. Xia Luohan glanced at Chen Weinan several times, even questioning Luohan about whether this resourceful man, who was often labeled a wastrel, was truly her husband. Xia Luohan also looked at him with astonishment, realizing that her husband, whom others called a good-for-nothing, was remarkably adept in handling affairs. At that moment, Chen Weinan approached her, cradling a bundle wrapped in newspaper. Embarrassed, Xia Luohan quickly averted her gaze, attempting to evade him. However, Chen Weinan blocked her path, wearing a charming smile as he said, "Wife, this is a special gift I selected just for you. You will surely love it." He then led her to the table. Though Xia Luohan had shared intimate moments with Chen Weinan over the past 2 weeks, this was the first time he had taken her hand in front of their parents and sister. Her face immediately flushed crimson. Instinctively, she attempted to shake off his grasp. But Chen Weinan showed no intention of loosening his hold. Instead, he tightened his grip. This left Xia Luohan feeling both embarrassed and angry. And she timidly urged him, "Let go. Our parents are watching. It's so embarrassing." Chen Weinan, unabashed, replied, "What's embarrassing about holding my wife's hand?" He then proudly raised their intertwined hands before their parents and declared, "Mom and Dad, isn't it perfectly fine for me to hold my wife's hand?" Their mother, her eyes squinting with joy, responded, "Not only is it not embarrassing, but I'm also thrilled. I wish you two would hold hands every day." Xia Luohan's face turned an even deeper shade of red. With a swift motion, she pinched Chen Weinan's waist with her other hand, following it up with a sharp glare, before finally speaking, "Stop your nonsense and let go, or I shall become quite upset." Although Chen Weinan released his hold on Xia Luohan's right hand, his heart was already brimming with joy. Since his rebirth, a palpable barrier had seemed to exist between him and his wife, their hearts never truly converging. This moment marked their first physical contact in the past 2 days. Observing the flustered expression of shame and anger on Xia Luohan's face, he swiftly realized that the icy wall she had constructed around herself was beginning to thaw. Elated, he eagerly unfolded a newspaper to reveal its contents, a collection of novels. "My dear wife, I found these at the recycling station. They are an assortment of novels. And I thought, given your high school education, you might enjoy them. There are a total of 18 volumes. Peruse these for now, and I shall endeavor to find more new novels during my next visit to the county's recycling station. I also managed to gather some textbooks and supplementary materials for elementary, middle, and high school students. You should take some time to teach the younger ones at home. The current educational system barely imparts any knowledge. If we ever resume college entrance examinations, I am counting on our 2 sisters to pursue higher education. Girls must receive an education to succeed. Without it, they will grow up to marry and become housewives, confined to domesticity with no prospects. Should they encounter a kind husband, life may be somewhat bearable. But if fate brings them a temperamental one, their lives could be spent in a cycle of scolding and abuse." Xia Luohan's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time she had heard her husband express such aspirations for her sisters. When she married Chen Weinan, Her only hope was that the Chen family could provide her sisters with basic sustenance, wishing that they would grow up to be self-sufficient. She had never dared to dream that the Chen family would facilitate her sister's education. To her astonishment, not only did Chen Weinan wish for her sisters to be educated, but he also supported their ambitions to attend college. Her face lit up with excitement as she turned to Chen Weinan, incredulously asking, "Do you truly intend for my sisters to study alongside Chun Li and pursue a college education together?" With a reassuring pat on his chest, Chen Weinan declared, "As a man of honor, my word is my bond. I shall not retract it. Education is their sole path forward. I refuse to see my sisters married off at such a young age, merely becoming wives in the countryside. They must pursue their studies and aim for college. You are a high school graduate and have reportedly excelled in your studies. I trust you to discreetly guide them. If the college entrance examinations are reinstated, I have no doubt that both sisters will succeed." Though she was swept away by excitement, Xia Luohan remained acutely aware of the dire circumstances facing the Chen family. At present, they lacked even a place to call home. Could they truly afford to support two girls in their educational endeavors? She expressed her inner turmoil to Chen Weinan, torn between the hope of her sisters continuing their education and the fear that the Chen family might not possess the means to sustain both their schooling. Chen Weinan confidently replied, "My dear wife, you underestimate your husband. Do not be misled by the derisive titles of dilettante or spendthrift that the villagers bestow upon your husband. Such labels do not preclude my ability to earn merit and contribute financially to our household. Previously, I was ensnared by a group of unscrupulous companions who lured me into a lifestyle of idleness and frivolity. However, after being duped out of over 60 yuan by their schemes, I have come to a profound realization. These so-called friends merely regarded me as a plump sheep ripe for slaughter. Henceforth, I shall sever ties with them and focus on diligent work at home, cherishing the company of my wife. In the coming days, I plan to repair our dwelling temporarily, with the aspiration that by next year, we shall transform our ancestral home into a charming abode of red bricks and tiles." As I observed Chen Weinan's earnest demeanor and his unexpected display of competence in the county town today, for the first time, Xia Luohan chose to place her trust in her husband. Clutching a collection of novels, at least half of which were in excellent condition and included several titles she had longed to read but could not find, she felt a surge of excitement. Embarrassed by Chen Weinan's sincere gaze, she replied, "Thank you. I truly appreciate this gift." Seeing Xia Luohan smile genuinely for the first time filled Chen Weinan with elation, almost prompting him to leap from the ground. He quickly added, "Dear wife, tonight I shall cook you a delectable dish of stir-fried peppers and meat, using the tender scraps from the pork bone. I assure you, it will be an explosion of flavor." With that, he hurried to the kitchen, which was still under construction. "Mother, have you extracted all the scraps from the pork bone? I will be using them for a stir-fry shortly." Observing his two younger sisters eagerly watching their mother render lard, their eyes practically bulging with anticipation, Chen Weinan instructed, "You two are clearly enticed. Soon, I will prepare a dish even more fragrant than rendered lard. Shally, Luohan, please fetch me some green peppers and garlic. With so many of us, we need to prepare a generous portion of peppers. Mother, trust me on this. Tonight's staple will be cornbread accompanied by fragrant white rice porridge. The only distinction is that the table will boast 2 dishes instead of 1, in addition to last night's boiled green beans. We shall have a stir-fry of minced pork and green peppers." A large platter brimming with the pork stir-fry, sautéed in lard, was prepared. Chen Weinan, witnessing the copious amount of lard used, equivalent to at least 2 days' worth, could not help but thump the table in frustration. Yet, he could not deny that the stir-fried minced pork and peppers were extraordinarily delectable, the rich aroma wafting through the air. If not for the Chen family's residence being on the outskirts of the village, even the most distant neighbors would have caught wind of the sumptuous meal. "Why are you all standing around? Hurry and eat before it cools." Chen Weinan was the first to grasp his chopsticks, effortlessly placing several pieces of meat and peppers into his wife's bowl, casually remarking, "Quickly eat, and see if I deceived you just now. You two little ones, join in as well. There's plenty for everyone." With a mouthful of the savory pork, his sister Chun Li exclaimed in delight, "This is delicious." Xia Luohan followed suit. "Brother-in-law, when did you become such a talented cook?" Xia Luohan picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the spicy stir-fried meat, her face instantly registering shock as she stared blankly at her husband, astonished that he possessed such a hidden talent. At the same time, a glimmer of anticipation appeared on her face, pondering whether Chen Weinan had other undisclosed skills. Meeting Chen Weinan's eager gaze, she exclaimed, "It truly is delicious. I heard from my parents that you've never set foot in the kitchen. How did you suddenly become such a skilled cook?" Chen Weinan had already prepared his explanation. In his previous life, after his parents and wife passed away for various reasons, he had spent most of his time living alone. While he wouldn't claim his cooking skills surpassed those of a true chef, he was certainly more adept than the average person. However, he knew these details were best left unsaid. Responding to Xia Luohan's look of confusion, he said, "My dear, your husband hasn't been idle during his years away. We often visited the state-run restaurants in town and the county. Observing them naturally taught me a thing or two. Let me tell you, your man is quite capable. Now eat up, we have a busy couple of days ahead. You need to be well fed to have the energy. Soon, I will start simmering the large pork bone for at least 6 hours. Once it cools, we can extract the lard by tomorrow morning. The leftover broth can be used to cook potatoes, radishes, green beans, and pumpkins. The lard will be for frying. Uncle Lee and the others are helping us with house repairs for free. We must ensure they eat well. Let the members of the brigade who look down on us see that after our division, we will only thrive further. And let Uncle and Grandma witness that without their burdensome presence, our lives will experience a qualitative leap." Chen Weinan's words ignited a fire within his father, Chen Jianjun, who was eager to get started immediately. Continuing, Chen Weinan recounted, "I have visited the home of a renowned pig farmer in our commune. Their task pigs weigh around 140 to 150 pounds each year, consistently rated as top tier. I inquired about their pig rearing methods. Starting tomorrow, we will feed the task pigs 2 pounds of bran daily, mixed with some pumpkin, boiled together with pig fodder, 3 meals a day. Once the house is built, I will create a special feed, mixing it with the bran for the pigs. By the time the new year arrives, we aim to raise our task pigs to 150 pounds and achieve top-tier status. The compensation price for a top-tier pig at the purchasing station is 10 cents more per pound than a third-tier pig. That amounts to $15 for a 150-pound pig. As long as we can make the task pigs grow fatter, the 500 pounds of bran I brought back will be consumed without concern. When the pigs reach 70 to 80 pounds, I will feed them 3 pounds of bran daily. At 100 pounds, they get 4 pounds, increasing by 1 pound of bran for every additional 20 to 30 pounds of weight. Moreover, as the pigs grow larger, they will produce more manure each day. Once the house is completed, we can dig a pit next to the pig pen for the manure. The dry waste can be exchanged with the brigade for work points, while the wet waste can be used in our private plot, a win-win situation. Before our division, my mother raised task pigs for several years, and she immediately chimed in, indeed, feeding them more bran does promote faster growth. Before the division of the family, your grandmother, along with the eldest uncle and others, would sell the bran every time they went to mill rice. The household's designated pig was fed solely on pigweed from a young age, refusing the bran, and it was considered a good achievement if it gained 30 to 40 pounds in 6 months. Those families in the commune that fed their pigs bran typically saw their livestock grow 50 to 60 pounds heavier. Mother was unsure if the secret feed mentioned by the eldest son was effective, but she believed that if they used the hundreds of pounds of bran at home to feed the pigs, reaching the purchasing standard for the designated pig before the year's end would undoubtedly be achievable. Her response brought a sense of reassurance to father. Throughout the journey, he harbored deep concerns about the 500 pounds of bran on the donkey cart, thinking that Chen Weinan was being extravagant. If that 500 pounds of bran could indeed ensure the smooth delivery of their designated pig, it would not be a waste. As for raising the designated pig to 150 pounds to qualify as a first-class pig for the purchasing station, father dared not even contemplate it. Observing his father relax, Chen Weinan understood that the concerns regarding the 500 pounds of bran had dissipated. Looking at mother with firm conviction, he declared, "Mother, trust me. Our designated pig will surely reach 150 pounds before the year's end." Seeing her son speak with such confidence, and knowing that all that was required of her was to feed the pig once a day, increase the bran intake, and add some pumpkin, she found no actions that could jeopardize the pig's safety. Although she felt that this way of feeding the pig was rather extravagant, she readily responded, "All right. Mother will heed your advice. We shall feed it, as you suggest." Chen Weinan continued, "The commune allows a family to keep 2 hens, and we still need 1 more. Mother, please inquire around to see if anyone is selling chickens. If we can't find a large hen, we can buy a small one and raise it gradually. Hens are considered the backbone of farmers in this era, as the household's oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar are mostly exchanged for the eggs produced by the two hens. No housewife dislikes them. She nodded promptly. Once the house repairs are complete, I will inquire. Hens can also consume bran, and with so much bran at home, the old hen will surely produce more eggs. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Weinan was fulfilling the role of the head of the household. Perhaps it was due to both father and mother being honest people, preferring to work diligently with their heads down. Perhaps they believed their son, having seen much of the world, despite previous extravagance, deserved a chance for redemption. It was Chen Weinan's transformation that instilled hope in them, leading them to choose to trust their son and husband. Whatever the reason, neither father nor mother nor the daughter-in-law opposed his ideas. Chapter 17, Finding a Treasure of a Husband. The bone should be chopped into smaller pieces as much as possible. First, it is blanched in boiling water to remove blood and impurities, then it is simmered from 8 in the evening until just past 1 in the morning. Chen Weinan finally instructed mother to reduce the heat. By this time, the bones had become brittle, devoid of any meat or remnants. Even the cartilage clinging to the bone had been rendered. This was precisely the outcome Chen Weinan desired. The blanching process could separate the lard, and the remaining blanching liquid, rich in collagen, could be used for stewing dishes. The leftover bone residue, seemingly useless, was, in Chen Weinan's eyes, a rare treasure. After sun-drying, it could be ground into powder, serving as a valuable ingredient in the future production of animal feed, bone meal. Chen Weinan was unable to produce the pig feed from his previous life, but he could directly mix bone meal into the pig's food. Compared to the pigs that had never consumed bone meal, the results would undoubtedly yield a significant fattening effect. After filtering out all the bone residue from the broth, he poured the entire mixture into a wooden basin and patiently awaited its cooling. Early the next morning, a gasp of surprise from his mother echoed through the kitchen. "Your father's method truly worked. Look at this thick layer of pig fat." Since the entire family was crowded into one room, her exclamation roused everyone from their sleep. One by one, they rushed to the stove with eager anticipation etched on their faces. The bone broth in the wooden basin had completely solidified, its surface covered with a layer of creamy white pig fat, about half a finger thick. In contrast to his parents' and wife's excitement, Chen Weinan maintained a calm demeanor. He picked up a spatula and carefully separated the pig fat, pouring it into a pot for further heating. Once all the moisture had evaporated, what remained in the pot was a slightly darkened pig fat, a result of the sediment being crisped during the evaporation process, yet it remained perfectly edible. His mother was particularly delighted, as she typically handled all the cooking. However, given their limited resources, the household lacked oil, and even though the family desperately needed it, she could only prepare boiled dishes. Watching this unfold, Chen Weinan felt a sense of urgency, but found himself powerless to change the situation. The previous night, he had rendered 1 pound of pig fat from 2 pounds of fatty meat, and now he had extracted another 1.5 pounds from the bones. Not only would the family have sufficient oil for the next couple of days while repairing their home, but they would also be well stocked for the upcoming harvest. A radiant smile spread across his face as he began to contemplate what delicious dish he could prepare for the helpful neighbors later that day. Having grown accustomed to the oil-rich dishes of his previous life, he worried that his mother might continue to cook frugally even with the newfound pig fat. He immediately spoke up. "Mother, now that we have enough pig fat, everyone has been engaged in strenuous labor recently, and they must be exhausted. If there is no oil in their meals, they'll be hungry within 2 hours. We must use plenty of pig fat when cooking. Once the harvest is over, I will make a trip to the county to procure 30 pounds of large bones to render even more pig fat for us to enjoy." As the only son in the family, and having demonstrated exemplary behavior over the past few days, he was treated as the household's decision-maker. Since he suggested using more pig fat, it was decided that they would indeed do so. Moreover, his daughter-in-law and 2 young children were also in need of oil, and she readily agreed. "All right, I will follow your lead." Chen Weinan then turned to the equally astonished Chen Jianjun. "Father, I remember that our brigade has a stonemason who is a distant relative. Could you ask him to help me craft a hand-cranked stone grinder, about 50 pounds in weight? I have great use for it." Chen Jianjun nodded. "He is indeed your great uncle. But why do you need a stone grinder? Isn't there a large one at the brigade headquarters? You could just go there to grind things." He continued, "Even if you were to make a stone grinder yourself, it would take at least 5 days and cost 2 to 3 coins. Isn't that a waste? Do not squander the modest fortune you have recently acquired." After receiving the 120 yuan from the division of assets, you have already spent over 60 yuan settling debts and an additional 20 yuan on pre-made mud bricks in the county, leaving you with scarcely 20 yuan. If you continue to spend, it will be entirely depleted. Chen Weinan, brimming with confidence, explained, spending is part of our family's mission. The secret to whether our pigs will thrive must remain confidential. Even if a stone mill costs 5 yuan, it is a worthy investment. Although Chen Jianjun still felt this was a bit extravagant, he ultimately acquiesced, saying, "Very well, I will speak to your uncle shortly." At that moment, Chen Weinan suddenly recalled where his father had mentioned his uncle resided, and with newfound enthusiasm exclaimed, "While we're at it, could you fetch a few bamboo stalks from the back mountain of your uncle's house? I intend to craft some traps. Our home is adjacent to the Zhanghe River, which teems with fish and shrimp. I have acquired various fishing techniques from the neighboring brigade. Perhaps I can catch some to supplement our meals." Xia Luohan's gaze towards Chen Weinan shifted once more. She had never anticipated that her husband possessed such remarkable skills. Previously, she had feared marrying a spendthrift destined for a life of hardship, but as long as he could support her sister, she could endure some struggles. To her astonishment, he turned out to be a treasure, an excellent cook whose dishes were delectable, adept at navigating social intricacies, and capable of achieving what others could not with just a few cigarettes. Moreover, he had a talent for fishing. Coupled with his good looks, strength, broad horizons, and kindness towards her and her sister, he was indeed an invaluable gem. Chen Weinan sensed the affectionate glances from his wife and leaned in close to whisper, "My dear, do you not think your husband is quite capable?" Despite it being their second time sharing such a moment in front of their parents, Xia Luohan's face flushed crimson. She pinched him sharply at his waist and retorted, "Indeed, there are many talents, but your audacity is unmatched. Moreover, you have yet to catch any fish." Chen Weinan seized the opportunity, replying, "What if I manage to catch some fish in the next couple of days?" His eyes sparkled with excitement as he focused intently on her. Xia Luohan, already blushing, felt her cheeks grow warmer under his gaze. Seizing the chance when her parents were not looking, she whispered, "If you truly catch some fish, I shall willingly kiss you." Chen Weinan's heart swelled with joy. If last night was the breaking of the ice, today marked a significant advancement. Although he and Xia Luohan had shared several intimate moments since their marriage, he sensed her reluctance. If she were to willingly kiss him, the sensation would be entirely different. He replied eagerly, "In that case, my dear, you are certain to lose this wager. Crafting traps will take time, but I will catch a large fish for you shortly, guaranteeing your complete admiration." Chapter 18. The shadowy hand of the uncle in comparison to trapping fish with nets. Fishing with a rod is considerably simpler. A bamboo pole exceeding 5 meters in length serves as a fishing rod, while a coarse polyester line typically used for shoelaces becomes the fishing line. A needle, heated and bent into the shape of a hook, complements a segment of reed used as a float, thus preparing a remarkably simple set of fishing gear. The bait is equally uncomplicated. A swift turn of an iron spoon in the backyard garden yields a dozen worms. As for baiting the spot, even if Chen Weinan wished to do so, he lacked the necessary grain. He chose a broad stretch of calm river surface as his fishing point, gently casting the hook and adjusting the float's height before attaching the bait, patiently waiting. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the reed float quivered twice. Chen Weinan hurriedly lifted the rod. However, the hook was bare, devoid even of the worms intended as bait. After 2 consecutive attempts resulting in empty hooks, he gradually realized something was amiss. His handmade hook lacked barbs, making it easy for any caught fish to slip free. The float, crafted from reed, exhibited far less sensitivity than a genuine fishing float. He resolved to shorten the intervals between his lifts and increase their frequency, raising the rod at the slightest movement of the float. Soon, he successfully hooked his first half-kilogram crucian carp. Within the next half hour, he reeled in another crucian carp weighing over 2 kilograms, along with 2 more weighing 3 or 4 tails. Hearing Uncle Chen's voice echoing from the yard, he swiftly reeled in his line to return home and assist. For Chen Weinan, repairing the house had become an urgent priority. Otherwise, should inclement weather strike, the family would have nowhere to shelter. "Uncle Li, second uncle, elder uncle, you have arrived." Upon returning to the yard, he found his father accompanied by several individuals, gesturing and discussing matters. Drawing upon his memory, Chen Weinan swiftly identified them: Uncle Li and others who had assisted his family on the day of the division, along with 2 uncles from the neighboring village, likely summoned by his mother the previous day. After approaching to greet them, he noticed his father's expression appeared somewhat grim. "You went fishing, didn't you?" Although the former Chen Weinan had occasionally been a bit reckless, he was nonetheless the beloved nephew of his two uncles. Moreover, he had not committed any heinous acts, thus they greeted him with warmth. Noticing the few fish in the wooden tub, one uncle's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Well, well, I never imagined you possessed such fishing prowess. With this many fish, it seems we shall feast at noon." Chen Weinan promptly replied, "Elder uncle, second uncle, I shall personally prepare the fish for lunch today, ensuring it is so delectable that you will crave more." With that, he turned his attention to Chun Jianjun, inquiring, "Father, what troubles you? Repairing the house is a momentous occasion. Why do you appear so discontent?" Observing his brother's somber silence, Uncle Li quickly approached Chen Weinan to explain. "It's all due to your uncle and cousin's antics. Your father had originally enlisted 7 or 8 members from the brigade to assist in the repairs. However, your uncle and cousin, upon arriving to work, remarked that the old Chen residence was utterly dilapidated, and repairing it would be exceedingly laborious, with an abundance of tasks. They claimed that helping out would leave them unable to stand the following day, impacting the subsequent harvest and work points. They further stated that since you hadn't gained anything from the division, that 120 yuan in your hands would surely be squandered within a day. Additionally, I have taken on a burdensome task that I could not fulfill last year. My own life is challenging enough, let alone treating fellow villagers to a meal. At most, we can manage some boiled vegetables and cornbread, devoid of any richness. Anyone who offers assistance is merely courting hardship. It is a fool's errand." Ultimately, from a group of 7 or 8, only 4 of us showed up. Those present were merely the closest associates of my father. When our family was constructing our home, your father exerted considerable effort. Even if we have no food to eat at noon, we must come to lend a hand. Chen Weinan's expression darkened. He could hardly believe that his uncle and cousin would resort to underhanded tactics even regarding home repairs, effectively cornering themselves and their family. However, this was not the moment for anger. He resolved to remember this debt and settle it in the future. Suppressing his indignation, he thought, "Father, it is not worth becoming upset over such trifles. Since they wish to make our lives miserable, we shall live even better than they do, provoking their envy." With that, he shifted his attention to Uncle Li and the others. "Dear uncles and elder relatives, thank you for helping us with the house repairs. We shall certainly provide meals for you, not just at noon but also in the evening, ensuring everyone is well fed and satisfied." His father, accompanied by a borrowed donkey cart, set out to fetch earth bricks. Many families in the village had dried bricks stored, but due to time constraints, they had no choice but to purchase them. His mother had already negotiated the price yesterday and made the payment. Today, they simply needed to transport them back. Uncle Li, experienced in construction, was currently dismantling the old, useless earthen walls, preparing to rebuild once the new bricks arrived. His wife, mother, and the aunts who came to help were busy arranging the freshly harvested thatch, stacking them neatly for easy access on the roof. By 11 o'clock at noon, Chen Weinan and his wife began preparing the meal. Since his cousin and uncle had indicated that assisting with the repairs meant only boiled vegetables, which is a thankless endeavor, he intended to demonstrate otherwise. Even if they could not enjoy delicacies, a hearty meal was still assured. Although Xia Luohan had been teased by Chen Weinan several times, and their relationship had softened considerably over the past few days, she still felt a wave of nervousness whenever they were alone together, her face unwittingly flushing. Nervously, she approached the stove to start the fire. After nearly 2 years in the countryside, she was still capable of performing such simple tasks. As she lit the fire, she inquired, "What shall we prepare for lunch?" Chen Weinan found her bashful demeanor utterly charming and feigned a displeased expression as he retorted, "What did you just call me?" Xia Luohan felt her face grow even warmer. Summoning her courage, she replied, No. Chen Weinan shook his head in refusal. "I do not like that term. I prefer you to call me husband." Xia Luohan's face reddened further, and despite a prolonged struggle, she could not bring herself to utter the words. In the end, she could only respond in a whisper, "I'm sorry, I am not ready yet." As Xia Luohan lowered his head further, nearly to the level of his trousers, he hastily clarified, "My dear wife, there is no need to be alarmed. I was merely jesting. Whatever you call me, I find delightful, but my favorite remains the term husband. Rest assured, I shall await the day you call me that." In Chapter 19, a meal that serves to deliver a resounding rebuke. Xia Luohan chose not to respond, tacitly agreeing to Chen Weinan's suggestion. After surveying the bustling individuals in the courtyard, he inquired once more, "What shall we prepare for lunch?" Chen Weinan's eyes sharpened, and with a cold snort, he replied, "Did not uncle and the others spread rumors in the village, claiming I am the prodigal son of our family, that the 120 yuan from our division would be squandered in a day, leaving us with nothing but boiled cabbage to offer our helpful neighbors? Today, I intend to deliver a decisive rebuttal with undeniable evidence. Moreover, Uncle Li and the others would rather forego lunch than miss the opportunity to assist us. It is only right that we ensure they do not leave hungry. Therefore, our midday feast must be hearty. With homemade bean paste available, I instructed my father to bring back 2 large blocks of tofu while he was fetching bricks. I planned to utilize the 4 fish I had just caught to prepare a fish stew in a cast-iron pot. We shall cover it with cornmeal pancakes, ensuring it is both filling and delicious. I will also create a spicy stir-fry using chili peppers and the remaining half of the pork lard from last night. Additionally, I will simmer potatoes in bone broth and finally stir-fry some cabbage and lard. No rice porridge will be served today. Instead, we shall relish a generous bowl of fish soup accompanied by cornmeal pancakes. We shall reserve the rice porridge for dinner." As Chen Weinan spoke, he had already picked up a knife to scale the fish, gut them, and cut them into sizable pieces, ensuring that everyone in the courtyard would receive 4 or 5 pieces of fish. Once cleaned, he commenced preparing ginger and garlic. Heating the cast-iron pot, he poured in the lard extracted from the morning's broth, and after searing the fish pieces until golden brown, he plated them. Next, he added the bean paste, chunks of ginger, garlic cloves, chili peppers, and the homemade pickled vegetables. After stir-frying until the oil turned red, he added water along with the pre-seared fish pieces and brought it to a vigorous boil. Once the fish broth thickened, he added the tofu, adjusted the seasoning, and lined the edges of the pot with cornmeal pancakes. The remaining cornmeal was pressed into a large pancake, resembling a lid, and placed atop the fish stew. Finally, he covered it with a wooden lid and allowed it to simmer for 20 minutes. During this time, Chen Weinan deftly sliced green peppers and diced the potatoes while Xia Luohan returned to the stove. The air was now infused with the tantalizing aroma of fish. Seemingly satisfied with the dish, Chen Weinan smiled and said, "My dear wife, it is nearly ready. Please bring me the basket and the bowl for the vegetables." The fish stew was plentiful, necessitating the use of a bowl for serving. The brickwork progressed rapidly. Within just one morning, the walls of the main house had reached nearly a meter in height. While moving bricks, the second uncle suddenly remarked, "Jianjun, when did the nephew learn to cook? It smells incredible. I can already smell the aroma." Chen Jianjun shook his head and replied to the younger uncle, "I am uncertain. I believe he learned from a chef at a state-run restaurant. It does indeed smell delightful. However, I wonder how it will taste." Uncle Li interjected, "I never expected Weinan possessed such remarkable skills. With dishes that fragrant, even if the taste were poor, it couldn't possibly be that bad. To be honest, I find myself rather eager for the lunch Weinan has prepared." Just as Uncle Li was about to say more, Chen Weinan's voice suddenly resonated from the kitchen. Father Chen Jianjun quickly called out, "Everyone stop. We're not in a rush. After a busy morning, everyone must be hungry. Wash your hands and let us eat. We can continue our work in the afternoon." The dining table, just purchased from a recycling station the day before, was sturdy and spacious, capable of comfortably seating 10. As they gazed upon the large pot of fish stew, the fragrant pancakes, the savory stir-fried pork with green peppers, the sticky stewed potatoes, and the glistening stir-fried cabbage with lard, everyone was momentarily taken aback. They had been bracing themselves for a simple meal of boiled cabbage, only to be surprised by the lavish spread prepared by Chen Weinan. Uncle looked at his sister, their mother, with disbelief and asked, "Second, are you not struggling? This feast of fish and meat is more extravagant than during the New Year." Their mother, equally astonished, secretly suspected her son had used up all the good food they had at home. She quickly replied, "I have no idea what your brother was thinking, to prepare so many dishes at once. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and take a seat." Chen Weinan called out as he left the kitchen and saw everyone gathered around the table, pointing and exclaiming. Uncle immediately chimed in, "Nephew, how can you prepare so many delicious dishes for a single meal? Are you planning to go under?" Chen Weinan relished their astonished expressions. This would ensure that news of their lavish meal of fish and meat would spread swiftly throughout the community. The neighbors who had previously refused to help, swayed by his cousins and uncles, would undoubtedly be envious. Just as they might plot against them out of sight, they too could retaliate in kind. He quickly explained, "Though it seems like a lot, it didn't cost much. The fish in the stew was caught by me, and we only bought 2 blocks of tofu. The rest of the ingredients came from our own land, costing nearly nothing. The only expense in the stir-fried pork with peppers was the pork itself. So, even if you all finish it, it won't affect my future with my wife and parents." Hearing his son speak with such assurance, Father Chen Jianjun felt reassured and immediately beckoned his 2 brothers and Uncle Chen, saying, "Stop standing around. Sit down to eat before it gets cold." The fish stew was exceptionally delicious. Even his wife, who usually ate little, devoured 2 bowls of it along with half a pancake. Uncle Chen, with a hearty appetite, not only polished off 2 large bowls of fish stew, but also paired it with stir-fried pork, stewed potatoes, and stir-fried cabbage, finishing off 2.5 pancakes before he finally paused. The quality of the meal, rich and satisfying, invigorated the neighbors and uncles after lunch, noticeably increasing their productivity in the afternoon. By around 4 o'clock, the earthen walls of the main house were nearly completed, awaiting the beams to be laid the following day to finish the roof. The evening meal may not have been as lavish as that of midday, yet it was complemented by a bowl of fragrant rice porridge paired with stir-fried cowpeas cooked in lard. Savoring the aromatic rice porridge alongside the cowpeas and potatoes with cornbread, the gathering concluded with everyone returning to their respective homes, their stomachs pleasantly full and satisfaction evident on their faces. As my uncle remarked, the spread at lunch surpassed what many would enjoy during the New Year festivities, leaving us grateful for the assistance that afforded us such a feast. Before departing, several neighbors expressed their intent to return the following day to continue the work on the house. Chapter 20. This debt of gratitude is profound in the old courtyard. Gazing at the 4 completed rooms and a kitchen, my father, Chen Jianjun, wore an unceasing smile. Observing his wife approach, he could not help but reflect, how fortunate we were to have my elder and younger uncles assist us today. Without them, the earthen walls would surely have been poorly constructed. Once we finish building the house and wrap up the autumn harvest, we must invite my elder uncle, younger uncle, and your parents over to celebrate. They have helped us immensely over the years. Upon hearing these words, Chen Weinan felt a surge of confusion. To be candid, he was not particularly familiar with his 2 uncles or his grandparents. In his previous life, he had been reckless, largely disregarding these relatives. Their care and support had gone unnoticed. After his mother's passing, both uncles had come to his home seeking an explanation, but at that time, he had been misled by his paternal uncle and grandmother, siding with the wrongdoers and deeply hurting his uncle's feelings. Consequently, Chen Weinan had severed ties with them. Listening to his father reminisce about the 2 uncles stirred a wave of emotion within him. Furthermore, witnessing their diligent and earnest efforts today, without a hint of laziness, significantly enhanced his regard for them. It is often said that adversity reveals true affection. Those who extend a helping hand in times of hardship are genuine friends and relatives, deserving of one's companionship. After being accustomed to deceit and self-interest from his paternal uncle and cousin, the glimpse of familial affection from his 2 uncles brought Chen Weinan great joy. He promptly inquired, "Father, how strong is our relationship with my uncles and grandparents?" Chen Jianjun replied with irritation, "You spend every day outside and are oblivious to the contributions your uncles and grandparents have made for us. Let me tell you, the reason you could marry such a wonderful wife as Luohan is largely due to their support. Although Luohan did not demand a bride price, we cannot allow her to marry into our family without due respect. Otherwise, our neighbors will surely look down upon her. Arranging a wedding feast involves expenses and sourcing meat from the town to ensure Luohan arrives in style. At that time, your grandmother and uncle claimed we had no money, and I foolishly believed them. Now I realize they simply could not bear to see us prosper, scheming against us. They wouldn't even part with money for the marriage of their own grandson and nephew, and that money was earned by your mother and me. It's infuriating to think about. At that time, there was no alternative but to shamelessly approach your grandmother and 2 uncles. Each family contributed 5 yuan along with a meat coupon, allowing us to finally host your wedding banquet. To this day, we have yet to repay that sum. Your 2 uncles are also struggling, each with 2 or 3 children, but only 2 capable workers. After toiling for a year, they barely managed to stave off hunger. Yet, today, they came to help without ever mentioning the 5 yuan. Now that you have grown up, you must remember these acts of kindness and repay your uncles and grandfather in the future. As for your grandmother and elder uncle, I have come to see through them. From now on, Let us regard them as ordinary relatives. We shall not take advantage of them, nor shall they expect to exploit us. Chen Weinan never anticipated that so many unknown secrets lay behind his marriage. His resentment towards his elder uncle and grandmother intensified. It was beyond contempt that they would scheme even against their own grandson and nephew's marriage. Conversely, he felt a newfound warmth towards his grandfather's family. After deciding to earn money post-harvest, he resolved to include them in his endeavors. They had come to assist him in his family's most challenging times, and he would not forget them when fortune smiled upon him. He promptly suggested to his father, "Father, I wish to catch more fish tomorrow. Besides preparing a meal of iron pot fish for lunch, I plan to gift each uncle and Uncle Lee a fish when they return home in the evening." His father was intrigued, but wore a look of hesitation. Although the eldest had caught 4 fish that morning, gifting them would still pose a considerable challenge. Smaller fish would not suffice. Ideally, they needed fish weighing over 2 pounds. This would total more than 20 pounds of catch. If the larger fish in Zhanghe were truly so easy to catch, the villagers would undoubtedly fish there daily. While fish may not compare to pork, it is still meat. However, the reality was that few villagers spent time fishing in Zhanghe. Others had tried, but lacking professional nets and fishing gear, they often returned with only a couple of tiny crucian carp. Such meager returns hardly justified the effort compared to earning work points, as more individuals failed to catch anything. The notion of supplementing meals through fishing faded. Despite his father's hopeful demeanor, he furrowed his brow and retorted, "Eldest, do you really believe you can catch over 10 fish weighing 2 pounds each?" Chen Weinan chuckled, responding confidently, "As long as you provide me with a bowl of cornmeal, half a bowl of rice, and half a bowl of sorghum wine, I am certain I can catch more than 10 large fish." He had expected his parents to object to using food as bait, yet to his surprise, they not only acquiesced but nodded in agreement. His uncles and Uncle Lee had come to help repair their house before the harvest. If they had ample food for 2 days, it would replenish their strength and not hinder the impending harvest. Conversely, if they did not eat well and failed to regain their energy, it would undoubtedly affect the harvest. Their kindness was immense, and failing to express gratitude would leave his parents feeling embarrassed. Father readily replied, "As long as you can catch over 10 sizable fish, you may have all the cornmeal, rice, and sorghum liquor at home, but do remember to use them sparingly." Upon receiving his parents' consent, Chen Weinan's face instantly brightened with joy. The bait used for attracting fish must possess a fragrant allure to entice the larger fish nearby and ensure their lingering presence. Due to limited resources at home, he could not find anything to enhance the aroma and had to settle for soaking rice in sorghum liquor, allowing the essence of the liquor to permeate the rice. Subsequently, he wrapped the liquor-soaked rice in cornmeal, forming it into balls, which he would cast into the gentle waters of the river for baiting. The rice, enveloped in cornmeal, would gradually dissolve in the river, releasing the enticing scent of liquor to lure the fish. Chen Weinan resolved to commence soaking the rice in sorghum liquor immediately. Planning to mix it with cornmeal around 2 or 3 in the morning, mold it into balls, and then toss it into the Zhang River for bait. Arriving too early would risk the bait being consumed entirely, causing the hard-won fish to swim away, while arriving too late would diminish the bait's effectiveness. 3 o'clock in the morning seemed just right. Chapter 21. The slap in the face from Uncle as dawn broke. Chen Weinan rose from his makeshift bed. The old house was yet to be completed, leaving the entire family to squeeze into the only room with a roof. As soon as he moved, his wife, Xia Luohan, was awakened and followed suit. Observing Chen Weinan preparing his fishing gear, she shyly remarked, "Weinan, I would like to accompany you fishing. It feels a bit awkward to just stand by the stove while mother prepares breakfast without helping at all." Chen Weinan eagerly welcomed the prospect of spending more time alone with his wife and immediately agreed. "All right, then come along. I took several bags when I bought the chaff the other day. Bring one over. We'll store the small fish in a wooden bucket and keep the larger ones in bags in the Zhang River, ensuring they stay alive until nightfall." Fishing in the baited spot proved fruitful, as within 5 minutes of casting his line, Chen Weinan pulled up the first carp, nearly 2 pounds in weight, eliciting a gasp of astonishment from his wife. Her gaze towards him now held a hint of admiration. Fishing in such a location yielded a rhythm every 5 minutes. Another large fish was hooked, perhaps due to the congregation of so many sizable fish. Chen Weinan astonishingly did not catch a single fish weighing less than half a pound during the hour-long session. However, after the initial flurry, the frequency of bites noticeably slowed. Chen Weinan instinctively knew that the fish he had lured with his bait had been caught, and the remaining fish had fled due to the commotion in the water. "How many large fish have you caught?" he inquired, his eyes fixed on the bobber floating on the water's surface. "I've caught 9 fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds. 1 4-pound carp, 3 over a pound of crucian carp, and 5 half-pound crucian carp," Xia Luohan exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. "That's nearly enough," Chen Weinan replied, clearly pleased. "With the addition of my aunt and second aunt, there are precisely 8 individuals in the household to assist, each receiving a fish. The extra fish will be delivered by my uncle to our grandparents. We shall reserve the hefty 4-pound carp for our meal during the harvest. Today at noon, we consumed the remaining crucian carp, weighing nearly 7 pounds, ample enough for a large pot of stewed fish." When Chen Weinan arrived home with his wife, the 2 uncles, along with Uncle Li and others, had already commenced work on the roof beams. Although the previous house of the old residents was uninhabitable due to severe damage, the beams remained intact and could be utilized after a simple cleaning. Subsequently, they began to install the tar paper. Neither of the uncles, nor Uncle Li had prior experience with tar paper, but under Chen Weinan's meticulous guidance, they learned how to layer it to prevent leaks. Finally, they placed 2 layers of thatch atop the tar paper, completing the primary structure of several thatched cottages. All that remained was to install doors and windows, and furnish the beds and cabinets, making them ready for occupancy. However, as the harvest was imminent, it was clear that Chen Weinan would not have the time to complete the doors, windows, and furniture. They could only temporarily hang a piece of unused tar paper at the door and window openings to shield against the wind. At that moment, the threshing area buzzed with activity. Dozens of members were making final preparations for the harvest the following day. Some were sharpening tools, while others leveled the ground, all under the orderly direction of their respective team leaders. At this juncture, Uncle Chen Jiangwo strolled over to Uncle Li's wife with a broad grin, his face brimming with mockery. "Did you really think you could prevent your man from helping my second brother repair his house?" he taunted. "I suspect they must have labored on an empty stomach yesterday. Even if they had food, it was merely boiled vegetables, devoid of any oil or richness. With the harvest fast approaching, expending such energy on your brother's new house will undoubtedly affect tomorrow's yield. When you fail to earn your work points tomorrow, where will you find solace for your tears?" Uncle Li's wife was not one to be trifled with, and her words carried a sharp edge. "Chen Jiangwo, refrain from your incessant prattle before me, lest you find yourself lost in your own words. You are curious whether my husband dined at Jianjun's yesterday, are you not? Allow me to enlighten you. My husband not only dined, but feasted splendidly. While Jianjun may not be wealthy, he is gracious and would rather go hungry himself than let his neighbors, who assist him, eat poorly." At midday, they enjoyed a sumptuous meal of 4 dishes, a large pot of stewed fish, a generous serving of spicy stir-fried pork, a hearty bone soup with potatoes, and a bowl of sautéed cabbage, accompanied by cornmeal pancakes to fill their bellies. "My husband remarked that we have not enjoyed such fine fare at home during the New Year celebrations, and yet, in helping Jianjun, they were treated to a feast. Although assisting in the repairs required considerable effort, it was rewarding in terms of sustenance. Overall, it was a gain for us, wouldn't you agree?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," Uncle Chen Jiangwo retorted without hesitation. With that spendthrift Chen Weinan in the second brother's household, how could they possibly afford pork? "I understand that your family has a good relationship with Jianjun's, and you wish to speak in their favor, but you must not fabricate tales that twist reality. If your man is indeed laboring at Jianjun's place on an empty stomach, it would be prudent to voice this so that everyone remains vigilant and does not fall prey to Jianjun's deception, wasting considerable energy before the harvest and jeopardizing everyone's opportunity to earn work points." Many nodded in agreement with Chen Jiangwo's words, but Li's daughter-in-law coldly retorted, "Chen Jiangwo, if I recall correctly, you are the brother of Chen Jianjun. While your younger brother's family is busy renovating their house, you, as the elder brother, not only fail to lend a hand but also undermine him from behind, spreading rumors about your own brother. It seems your character leaves much to be desired. Moreover, I, Chen Fingjiao, have always been straightforward. Do you truly believe I would deceive everyone over such a trivial matter? I remember that it was not just my husband who went to assist Jianjun yesterday. Anyone who doubts this can inquire with others. They can verify whether Jianjun treated my husband to braised fish, stir-fried chili pork, and bone soup with potatoes." Suddenly, another aunt who had helped Chen Jianjun stepped forward. As an elder of the Chen family, she spoke without mincing words, directly criticizing Jangwo, I'm not trying to scold you, but in terms of character, you certainly do not measure up to Jianjun. He has always been genuine and straightforward in his dealings, treating his close friends with sincerity. To ensure your uncle is not at a loss, he would rather eat less himself than neglect those who lend a helping hand. My husband mentioned that to renovate the house, Jianjun specifically bought 2 pounds of fine pork belly. They consumed half yesterday and the other half today. In terms of treating others, I can only commend Jianjun without reservation. Chapter 22. The daughter-in-law's predicament. There is no way that Chen Weinan, that prodigal son, could possibly have the means to buy meat. How could Jianjun afford such luxuries? Chen Jangwo felt as though he had just heard the most absurd joke. A younger brother who does not even have a place to stay. How could he possibly afford to buy meat for others? They had to carefully calculate to allow their family a single meal of meat each month, often having to rise early to stand in line for a mere half-pound. Yet, here was Chen Jianjun, purchasing 2 pounds of fatty meat to entertain those who assisted him. Why should he lavish such quantities of pork on outsiders rather than honor his own family? Chen Jangwo's face contorted with rage and resentment, his expression transforming into one of extreme displeasure. The crowd, recognizing that Jangwo had been publicly humiliated, began to disperse. A few women huddled together, deliberating whether they should send their husbands to aid Chen Jianjun in his renovations. In the eyes of the members of this grain-scarce society, large cuts of pork were indeed a coveted treasure. A bite of that greasy meat would be nothing short of divine, not only filling their bellies, but also adding some fat reserves for the upcoming harvest, potentially allowing them to earn a few extra work points. Once the autumn harvest concluded, each additional work point equated to 2 more liang of grain, a tangible benefit. However, upon glancing at the time, they realized that it was already quite late. At this hour, going over would not constitute assistance, but merely a way to scrounge a meal, and thus they promptly extinguished that thought. After all, one must maintain their dignity. If one were to indulge in meals without having accomplished any tasks, word would inevitably spread, making it impossible to hold one's head high in the community. In stark contrast, the Chen family's ancestral home buzzed with lively activity. Upon learning that Chen Weinan had caught 8 or 9 sizable fish, weighing 2 to 3 pounds each, from the Zhanghe River as a gesture of gratitude for the help in repairing the house, everyone found renewed vigor in their work. Although fish may not possess the richness of pork, it is still meat. And bringing home such substantial fish not only enhances one's reputation, but also allows for a more varied diet during the harvest, thus providing greater energy for the task at hand. Chen Jianjun treated everyone with both pork and braised fish, and he had prepared the large fish as a token of appreciation, feeling that it would be remiss to not exert oneself in such efforts. After teaching everyone how to spread the oilcloth, Chen Weinan returned to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Despite having only 4 dishes, the quantity for over 10 people required considerable preparation time. "Dear, you handle the cooking today. I'll assist," said the visibly anxious Xia Luohan, who seemed unsure of how to proceed. Chen Weinan, perceptive to her inner turmoil, kindly reassured her, "I understand your concerns about not contributing at home and fearing others' gossip. Today, I will teach you to cook. Your academic prowess indicates your intelligence, and you will surely learn quickly, as the morning is cooler during the harvest. You can help your mother for half the day. In the afternoon, when it becomes too hot, you need not work. Instead, gather pig grass nearby and help us with the cooking. That way, when your parents return, they will have warm meals awaiting them. Others will cease their unkind remarks, and perhaps they will even commend me for marrying such a wonderful wife." At that moment, Xia Luohan felt deeply moved. She had not anticipated that her husband, perceived by others as a ne'er-do-well, would recognize her discomfort in the Chen household. The truth was indeed as she felt. Although she had been assigned to toil for 2 years, her labor had merely been to follow behind other educated youths, accomplishing tasks within her limited capacity. While others earned 6 work points for a day's labor, she could manage only 5, and at times, even 4. After exchanging the grain allocated to her for corn, she barely managed to stave off hunger. Since marrying Chen Weinan, her mother-in-law's cooking surpassed her own, and her mother-in-law worked with greater efficiency. Leading Xia Luohan to realize her own diminishing role, she found herself merely consuming the family's provisions without contributing. While the duration of this situation might seem trivial at first, over time, even the most benevolent mother-in-law may harbor discontent, and rumors would inevitably circulate in the community. If she were to master Chen Weinan's culinary skills, she could then contribute to the household, no longer viewed as a mere idler. Suddenly filled with anticipation, she nodded eagerly. Where shall we begin? We'll start by preparing the fish and gathering ginger and garlic, but let your husband handle the fish. You can prepare the ginger, garlic, string beans, potatoes, and cornmeal. You must have done these tasks in the educated youth dormitory. Just then, a somewhat irksome voice interrupted from the doorway of the ancestral home. I heard your elder brother came to help with the house repairs. As Chen Weinan lifted his gaze, he beheld his uncle, aunt, cousin, sister-in-law, and 2 children from his family, all gathered at the entrance of the courtyard. This was hardly a gesture of assistance. It was evidently a ploy to partake in a meal. The lunch was prepared for 2 uncles and Uncle Li, and if they were included, the latter would surely go hungry. Observing his father's hesitant expression, clearly reluctant to allow them to stay, yet unable to refuse, he promptly approached them with enthusiasm. Uncle, cousin, it is delightful to see you. We are truly overjoyed to have your assistance. His uncle and cousin, drawn by the sound, caught sight of the large crucian carp that Chen Weinan was in the process of slaughtering, and they could not help but swallow their saliva before responding. After all, they were blood relatives. Despite having separated households, their kinship remained intact. As the old saying goes, even when bones are broken, sinews still connect. Chen Jianjun, the father, was utterly bewildered. He recalled that in recent days, every mention of Chen Jiangwo's family had ignited a fiery wrath in his eldest son, Chen Weinan. Yet today, he seemed transformed, welcoming them with a smile rather than anger. A son as astute as he should recognize that the eldest family was merely there to mooch off a meal. What would happen if they stayed and left the 2 uncles and Uncle Li unsatisfied? Uncle Chen Jiangwo was equally pleased. Learning that his younger brother had prepared a pound of pork belly to entertain those working on the house, he felt a mix of irritation and swift calculation on how to partake in this feast. They had not tasted pork for nearly a month. Thus, he devised a plan to bring his family under the pretense of helping, all for the sake of enjoying a meal. As for dignity, nothing surpassed the allure of savoring pork belly, which led to this unfolding scene. Initially, he anticipated some difficulties from his younger brother and nephew Chen Weinan to secure the pork, but to his surprise, they remained as careless as ever, readily agreeing after a few flattering remarks. His face lit up with joy as he beckoned his family to enter the courtyard, discreetly signaling them to work less and savor more of the succulent pork slices during the meal. After all, it was his younger brother's money that bought the pork. It was a crime not to indulge. Wait a moment, cousin. Chen Weinan suddenly interposed himself before Chen Weidong, who was about to step inside. What Uncle just stated is true. Although our households have separated, Uncle and my father are indeed brothers. As the saying goes, even when bones are broken, sinews still connect, and mutual assistance is essential. I have a favor to ask of you. For the sake of indulging in the delectable pork, Chen Weidong was determined to assist. Thumping his chest as he assured Chen Weinan, cousin, as long as you provide lunch, do not hesitate to voice any difficulties. Your brother will certainly help. Chen Weinan swiftly responded, to properly entertain our 2 uncles and Uncle Li, I have sold our millet and exchanged it for 2 pounds of pork from the town. The harvest is imminent. One must be well fed to muster the strength for labor. I shall go to Uncle's house and bring back 100 pounds of millet. Since our families are to assist one another, let us do so wholeheartedly. Simply send the 100 pounds of millet to my home. I shall not trouble my cousin to assist me in carrying it over, as I possess ample strength to manage it myself. It is fortuitous that grandmother is at home. I am aware of the location of your grain stash and can simply retrieve it myself. Just inform grandmother to prevent any misunderstandings that I am pilfering food. Chen Weidong was taken aback, while Chen Jiangwo, who walked ahead, halted in his tracks, revealing a countenance fraught with anguish akin to despair. He hastily returned to Chen Weinan, lamenting their plight. Weinan, it is not that Uncle does not wish to assist you. It is simply that our household is devoid of grain. If I were to give you some, my family would go hungry during the harvest. How can we let this matter rest? Chen Weinan immediately retorted. You just stated that even if brothers have divided their household, they remain connected by blood and should assist one another. I know there are 200 or 300 pounds of grain at grandmother's. I can carry back 100 pounds, leaving enough for you to sustain yourselves until the autumn harvest. Even in the absence of grain, you can procure money. Grandmother has ample funds. And a few notes would suffice for me to buy 100 pounds of grain from the commune. If the money is also lacking, I shall sell a hen. Exchanging it for 20 pounds of grain is certainly feasible. Observing that Uncle and his cousin remained silent, Chen Weinan pressed on. Uncle, are you unwilling to help? You explicitly stated that brothers, even when separated, should assist each other. Now that my family is in need, why the silence? Or is it that you do not wish to aid us, coming here merely for a meal? Unperturbed by the increasingly grim expressions of uncle and his cousin, he seized Chen Weidan's hand and strode toward the exit, proclaiming, "Cousin, we shall go to your home at once. With the 100 pounds of grain from uncle, we shall be able to feast and partake in the harvest. My father, mother, wife, and I shall express our gratitude." Chen Weidan longed to exclaim, "What is the worth of gratitude? There is nothing like the aroma of freshly milled rice." He anxiously glanced at his father, seeking a solution. For otherwise, their household would be deprived of 100 pounds of grain at the hands of Chen Weinan. To sacrifice 100 pounds of grain for a mere meal was an unwise trade in any context. Uncle Qin Jiangwo recognized that his nephew was one who would not act without assurance of gain. If he lingered any longer, their household would undoubtedly suffer a loss of 100 pounds of grain. Although departing now would be somewhat humiliating, and they would forfeit the morning's labor points, it would preserve that precious grain. More importantly, he had discerned that Chen Weinan had not changed from his reckless ways. Under Chen Weinan's influence, his younger brother Chen Jianjun had also begun to squander resources. In a bid to entertain a group of builders, he had even exchanged his own rations for pork. Only the most foolish would engage in such folly, since both Chen Jianjun and his son had become spendthrifts. Even if they managed to repair the old homestead and secure a place to dwell, their meager savings would be entirely squandered, leaving them forever beneath his heel. He quickly interposed himself before Chen Weinan. "Weinan, I have suddenly recalled an urgent matter that requires my attention. I shall not be able to assist you today, nor shall I partake in the midday meal." After speaking, he turned to his wife and 2 grandsons, who were still swallowing nervously. "What are you still doing here? Hurry back home, you embarrassing lot." His cousin, momentarily taken aback, foolishly inquired, "Father, weren't we supposed to have stewed fish and meat for lunch? We haven't eaten yet. So why are we leaving? Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is food." Chen Jiangwo felt his face flush with humiliation as he berated his daughter-in-law. "If we linger here any longer, we'll lose 100 pounds of grain. Quickly, let us return home." Seeing his uncle's family arrive with high spirits only to leave in disappointment, Chen Jianjun, the elder, finally revealed a hint of amusement on his troubled face. After spending time together and reminiscing, the bond between him and Chen Jiangwo had grown increasingly tenuous. If it weren't for the last shred of dignity, he would have scolded Chen Jiangwo out of the old homestead. Fortunately, his son was clever, managing to disperse them with just a few words. "Second uncle," he chuckled, turning to Chen Weinan, "when did you become so eloquent? Even your uncle, a master of strategy, has been thoroughly outmaneuvered, fearing he might come out worse in your dealings. It seems that since the division of the family, you've matured, taking on the responsibility of alleviating pressure from your uncle and aunt." Chen Weinan promptly replied, "Second uncle, the simplest way to deal with such rascals is to be even more unscrupulous than they are. Only then will they keep their distance, fearing loss. I've seen through my uncle's family. Before the separation, I couldn't say much, but now that we're 2 households, if they try to employ their petty schemes against my parents again, I will ensure they reap nothing but regret." This afternoon's iron pot stewed fish was even more plentiful than yesterday's. Second uncle must have a generous helping of fish meat. I'll get back to work. You all continue. Back at the stove, his wife, Xia Luohan, looked at him with a newfound sparkle in her eyes, as if she were trying to peer into his very soul. Chen Weinan prided himself on his thick skin. Yet under the unwavering gaze of a beautiful woman, even if she was his wife, he couldn't help but display a hint of bashfulness. "Dear wife, what are you staring at?" he asked. "I'm wondering how many secrets you have that I'm yet to uncover." Xia Luohan candidly replied, "I thought your uncle was going to stay for dinner, but you shooed him away with just a few words. Now I'm beginning to doubt whether you truly are my man." Chapter 24. The dissuasion of a prodigal son. Once a woman takes an interest in a man, the spark between them is imminent. Observing Xia Luohan's puzzled expression, Chen Weinan suddenly approached her, leaning in close and whispering in her ear, in a tone only they could hear, "Once we have our own room, I'll strip down, and you can check for yourself whether I'm your man." "You rogue." Xia Luohan's face turned crimson once more as she shot him a fierce glare before decisively returning to the stove to continue chopping vegetables. After being teased repeatedly by Chen Weinan, Xia Luohan began to feel hesitant about being alone with him. Yet at times, a flicker of anticipation stirs within her. though she remains oblivious to the nature of this sentiment. One thing she can assert with certainty is that her husband is far from the wastrel and any Erdogan others might claim him to be. Rather, he possesses a remarkable acumen. The label of wastrel likely originated from the frequent admonitions of his parents. You have not matured, for great wisdom often appears as folly. It is believed that once he takes a wife, he will swiftly evolve. Chen Weinan is unaware of the convoluted thoughts swirling in his wife's mind, pondering whether he should continue with his fishery after dealing with his meddlesome uncle. After all, over a dozen individuals await their meal in the yard, outside the old residence. His aunt hastens to catch up with his uncle, her face a mask of bewilderment as she retorts. Isn't that little scoundrel Weinan merely asking us to borrow food and money? If we refuse him, why has he stopped eating altogether? For the sake of those fatty slices you mentioned, we forfeited our labor points this morning, tallying at least 9. Now, we have neither the meat nor the points. When have I ever endured such a loss? We are all going back. You may value your pride, but I shall not. I am determined to have this meal today. Silence. The uncle rarely raises his voice in front of his wife, yet today is an exception, as kindred spirits often do. The couple shares a tendency to bully the weak and cower before the strong. Witnessing her husband's fury, the aunt softens. The uncle, furrowing his brow, explains. Do you think I am a fool? Ask your son if Chen Weinan merely sought to borrow grain. He was clearly demanding it, and without any intention of repayment. The aunt stubbornly persists. Well, can't we simply refuse him? Does he dare to come and rob us? The one to answer this query is Chen Weinan's cousin, who, glancing at his mother with a look of trepidation, states, Mother, this scoundrel Weinan truly would dare to rob us. Father just mentioned that families are bound by blood. We must assist one another in times of trouble, and many have heard this. It is inconceivable for us to turn our backs on each other. If Weinan were to come for grain, we would have no recourse. Let us not forget, Chen Weinan is not merely a wastrel. He is also renowned as a ne'er-do-well in our community, unafraid to engage in any mischief, even if we were to thwart him from pilfering grain. Once this scoundrel sets his sights on our home, even our hens would be at risk, and we might find ourselves missing belongings. Chen Jianjun, casting an approving glance at his son, remarks, Your son perceives the situation with clarity, yet you, as his mother, remain oblivious. If you wish for Chen Weinan to fixate on you, leading to the loss of a chicken today, grains tomorrow, and perhaps a gaping hole in the roof the day after, then by all means, return to the second family's home for a meal. The aunt, seized by fear, shudders, her face betraying a hint of regret as she hastily interjects, No, I shall not go. We will live our lives modestly. Should this ne'er-do-well set his sights on us, it would surely descend into chaos. Alas, what a pity for those fatty cuts. Upon entering, I noticed that scoundrel butchering fish. Several lay on the ground, each weighing at least a pound. How splendid it would be to bring some home. Observing his wife's lingering desire to exploit the second family, Uncle Chen Jiangwo's previously quelled anger begins to surge once more. Like an enraged lion, with eyes ablaze, he roared, Silence! How can I explain to you that you must refrain from taking advantage of Jianjun and his family? Have you forgotten why we severed our ties? With the spendthrift Chen Weinan around, my younger brother's family will inevitably be squandered. You may take advantage of them by a mere $1 now. But once my brother's family is depleted, that good-for-nothing Chen Weinan will surely exploit us for $10 in return. We have painstakingly established our independence. Each family is meant to lead its own life, free from entanglements. Should you choose to take advantage of them, what difference would it make from our previous connections? What if that wastrel Chen Weinan sets his sights on us? Do you wish for our family to be ruined as well? Listen closely. From this moment forth, no one in the household is to provoke my younger brother's family or think of exploiting Jianjun's family. Otherwise, they shall not be welcomed home. When we encounter them, we shall act as though we are strangers, ensuring that no opportunities arise for that scoundrel to take advantage of us. The mere thought of Chen Weinan's past misadventure, where he squandered over $60, sent a shiver down Aunt's spine, fearing that once entangled, we would be unable to extricate ourselves. The funds in her possession were meant solely for her son and grandchildren. She would not allow an outsider like Chen Weinan to set his sights on them. The desire to take advantage dissipated in an instant, and she promptly nodded, Head of the family, I shall heed your words. From now on, we shall avoid crossing paths with Jianjun and his family. We shall not exploit them, nor shall they gain any advantage over us. Seeing his wife finally come to her senses, Uncle Chen Jiangwo, shifted his focus to his son and daughter-in-law. Cousin Chen Weinan quickly declared, "Father, I will follow your lead. I will never again take advantage of my uncle's family." Unbeknownst to Chen Weinan, the discussions of uncle's family during their journey home would have surely delighted him. It was astonishing that a mere good-for-nothing and spendthrift could wield such influence, dissuading a shrewd man like uncle from exploiting him. At that moment, he patiently taught his wife how to prepare fish in an iron pot. "This amount of oil is sufficient," Chen Weinan instructed, guiding her hands. "First, sprinkle a little salt in the pot to prevent the fish from sticking. Once the oil begins to smoke, add the fish pieces, ensuring they are thoroughly dried beforehand. If there are too many fish pieces, we shall fry them in 2 batches. Once one side is perfectly golden brown, we will turn to the other side. Be cautious not to flip the fish too soon, or they will crumble. Once both sides are golden brown, they are ready to be set aside. You will fry the remaining fish pieces yourself, and I will supervise. If you do not engage in the process, no amount of teaching will suffice." 5 minutes later, the second batch of fish emerged from the pot. Although some pieces had been overcooked due to insufficient temperature control, overall, Chen Weinan was quite pleased. Unable to contain his praise, he exclaimed, "My wife is truly remarkable. She learns everything so swiftly." Xia Luohan, satisfied with her recent performance, shot a glare at Chen Weinan and said, "Stop the banter and teach me what to do next." Chapter 25. Sending Fish with a Cheerful Demeanor. Chen Weinan immediately concealed his smile and stood beside Xia Luohan, continuing to provide guidance. "First, use the remaining oil in the pan to saute the debanjiang until it releases a fragrant red oil. Then, add the pickled vegetables and stir-fry for half a minute, until the aroma of the pickled vegetables wafts through the air. After that, pour in water and bring it to a boil before adding the seared fish pieces. Once the fish broth turns white, incorporate the diced tofu and cabbage along with the seasonings, and then the dough can be added." Under Chen Weinan's instruction, Xia Luohan swiftly prepared 4 dishes that were quite similar to those made the previous day at noon. The only distinction was that yesterday's iron pot contained only 4 pounds of fish, filling more than half of the basin. Today, however, the fish weighed a substantial 7 pounds, filling the basin to the brim. Everyone could indulge and enjoy a hearty meal. As the group gathered at the table, Chen Weinan introduced them: father, mother, uncle, and also Uncle Li and Uncle Chen. "Tomorrow's lunch was prepared by my wife. I invite everyone to savor the flavors." Xia Luohan's mother immediately displayed a look of disbelief, gazing at Xia Luohan and asking, "Luohan, did you truly prepare all these dishes?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xia Luohan replied, "It was all guided by Weinan. Some of the dishes may not taste as good as his, so I hope you can forgive me." Chen Jianjun, her father, graciously responded, "No, Luohan. These dishes are all exceptionally good, certainly better than what your mother prepares. I believe that whenever we have guests, you should take charge of the cooking while your mother assists." Generally, it would still be her mother cooking, while Xia Luohan would be occupied with her duties alongside Weinan. The primary reason Xia Luohan wanted to learn culinary skills from Chen Weinan was to avoid a monotonous diet of plain rice. Now that she had married Chen Weinan and was part of the family, she felt it was her duty to contribute. If she were to follow her father's suggestion of cooking for guests while her mother cooked when there were none, it wouldn't take long before rumors spread that she was incapable of even the simplest tasks, and that the Chen family had married a useless daughter-in-law. Hastily, she objected, "Father, the harvest is approaching. I am not skilled in field work, but since I have learned to cook, I can prepare meals while you all work in the fields. Chop pig fodder and boil pig feed." However, her mother immediately interjected, refusing, "No. If you, my daughter-in-law, are doing all this, what is left for me to do as your mother-in-law? I will take care of the pigs and prepare the meals. You should focus on learning from Weinan. It is far more important to bear us a healthy grandson." Just as Xia Luohan was about to voice her opposition, Chen Weinan interjected, "All right, everyone. Let us cease the quarrel. What is so difficult about cooking? Why should we enforce roles? Is it only women who can cook while men cannot? In our family, there are no strict rules about who prepares the meals. After work, whoever has the time should cook, and we can assist each other to get it done quickly." At noon, the meal was even more satisfying than the previous day. Everyone felt full and ready to tackle the afternoon tasks. Compared to the labor of building mud walls yesterday, adding a layer of thatch to the roof today was evidently much easier and progressed significantly faster. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the main structure of the 4 main rooms was entirely completed, with an additional layer of tar paper atop the roof. Chen Weinan was convinced that these few houses would undoubtedly surpass the thatched cottages inhabited by others in withstanding the elements. The plan to exchange millet for pork to entertain his uncle and Uncle Li was originally just a ruse by Chen Weinan to coax his elder uncle. But to his surprise, both his uncle and Uncle Li believed him. They resolutely refused to dine at home, insisting that Chen Jianjun conserve the household's grain for the impending harvest, so as not to attend the collective harvest on an empty stomach. Chen Weinan found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Since Uncle and Uncle Li were adamant about not accepting a meal, he opted for a compromise. These fish were caught by my wife and me early this morning. For everyone who has helped in repairing our house, 1 fish each. His father, Chen Jianjun, immediately chimed in. Weinan is absolutely right. The fish must be accepted. They were caught by Weinan and Luohan in the Zhanghe River, free of charge. If you refuse even the fish, it implies a disregard for Chen Jianjun as your brother. In the future, should anything arise in our family, how am I to seek your assistance? Come with me to the riverbank, where you may as well disown me as your brother. Under the earnest entreaties of Chen Jianjun and Chen Weinan, the group reluctantly nodded in agreement. However, their astonishment was palpable when they beheld the hefty carp weighing 2 to 3 pounds. Chen Weinan was unperturbed by their thoughts, distributing 1 large fish to each person, sparing neither his second aunt nor his eldest aunt. Eldest uncle, take this last fish back for grandfather and grandmother. The eldest uncle, realizing this was the final fish in the bag, adamantly refused, saying, Weinan, are you not slapping your uncle in the face? Grandfather and grandmother live with me. How could I eat fish without sharing it with them? Keep this fish for yourselves to enjoy during the harvest. Without waiting for Chen Weinan to respond, he took his wife by the hand, carrying 2 fish as they hurried home. The second uncle patted Chen Weinan on the shoulder, saying, Weinan, having these fish as a token of gratitude is more than sufficient. I will also invite grandfather and grandmother over to share when I eat fish. He then hurried after the eldest uncle. At Uncle Li's home in the same village, they arrived just as his wife was returning from work. Upon seeing the large fish in her husband's hands, her face lit up with excitement, her eyes fixated on the fish as if they were magnetically drawn to it. What a splendid fish this is. It is a gift from Brother Jianjun, she exclaimed. They initially wanted us to stay for dinner, but we felt it would be too presumptuous. She then recounted how Chen Weinan had humorously revealed that their family's pork had been acquired through an exchange of millet. Aunt Li, known for her straightforwardness and clear sense of right and wrong, could not contain her indignation. The Chen Jiangwo family is utterly shameless. I heard this morning that you were enjoying pork at Brother Jianjun's home, and now I see you fled there for a free meal. How brazen. They come for work, but rush off at mealtime. In all my years, I have never encountered such a lack of decency. We are all born of the same mother. How can there be such a disparity between the 2 brothers? In the realm of familial bonds, the kind-hearted Brother Jianjun is truly commendable, willing to forego his own sustenance to ensure the comfort of his neighbors who assisted in repairing his home. It is rare to encounter such integrity in these times. Should any difficulties arise for him in the future, you must be swift to offer your support. Jianjun's sincerity towards us must not go unreciprocated. Chapter 26. The head of the household, Chen Jianjun, despite his own hunger, graciously hosted the neighbors who aided in the reconstruction of his house, presenting each of them with a fish as a token of gratitude upon completion. His reputation for kindness is gradually spreading throughout the community, thanks in part to Uncle Li and others. In stark contrast, his elder brother Chen Jiangwo is infamous for exploiting his own siblings rather than supporting them. However, at this moment, Chen Jiangwo and his son remain oblivious to these developments. The family gathered in the courtyard, discussing the newly renovated dwelling with animated chatter. Particularly delighted were the younger sister Chen Li and her cousin Xia Luohan, who were overjoyed at the prospect of having their own space. Whether before or after the division of property, the 2 girls had always shared a cramped room with their parents. Now, with their father and brother having constructed 4 new rooms, surely one would belong to them. After exploring the house, they eagerly turned to Chen Jianjun, inquiring, Father, which room will Luohan and I occupy? Chen Jiangwo, equally elated, had long dreamt of having a space to call his own, a desire unfulfilled in his previous life. With a smile, he replied, that you should ask your brother? From this moment on, he will be the one to make decisions for our household. The expression on their mother's face shifted to one of surprise and concern. You must consider this carefully. I have no objections to Luohan managing the family finances. as she is the most educated among us and surely capable. But should we not reconsider allowing Weinan to take charge? Chen Jianjun shook his head resolutely. My dear, I have given this matter considerable thought. You witnessed how the eldest brother's family came over for a meal today. It would have been impolite to refuse them, and had our son not intervened, we might have been left to bear the brunt of their uninvited presence. With limited provisions, if the eldest family feasted well, Weinan's two uncles and Dongshan would surely leave unsatisfied. In the future, the eldest family will undoubtedly continue to scheme against us. Even if they do not act, your mother will find ways to siphon resources from us to aid them, and we would be powerless to prevent it. Our son is viewed as a ne'er-do-well by others. Even the matriarch would hesitate to exploit him. Only with Weinan at the helm can we secure our little haven and live our lives in peace. As for your concerns, I trust that with Luohan as our daughter-in-law keeping watch, Weinan will surely mend his ways. With that, he directed his gaze towards Chen Weinan. Son, after all these years of managing the household, I have left you with little. Had it not been for your defiance at your grandmother's and uncle's place, we may not even have this home, still under their thumb. My nature is too straightforward. I am only skilled in labor and could never outmaneuver your elder brother. I now entrust this family to you. Can you manage it well and ensure our lives improve? The authorities may be confused, while the onlookers see clearly. In the previous life, my father and mother were manipulated by my uncle and grandmother for an entire lifetime. Unexpectedly, in this life, after the division of the family, my father has come to discern the true nature of my uncle's family and my grandmother. Consequently, should they seek trouble in the future, my father will undoubtedly refrain from intervening when I retaliate. Just this morning, under the threat of my presence, my uncle fled with his family in shame, while my father stood silently by, indicating that he has seen through my uncle's family and no longer wishes to be ensnared in their schemes. I promptly replied, Father and mother, since you believe in this wayward son of yours, I assure you I shall not disappoint you. Moreover, all the family's finances now rest with my wife. Even if I wish to squander them, there are no funds at my disposal. With that, I shifted my gaze to my sister, Chunli. Little sister, Luo Shui. This room used to serve as the main hall. You may choose either of the two adjacent rooms, while the remaining one will be for father and mother. The room next to it will be shared by my wife and me. The earthen walls of these rooms have yet to dry, and we must hasten the harvest tomorrow. Thus, I have no time to prepare beds for you. For now, shall we make do with straw on the floor? Once the harvest is complete, I will accompany father to the county town to procure some beds and quilts for you two sisters and my wife, as well as a desk and cabinet for each of you. If fortune smiles upon us, we might even manage to buy some white lime to brighten the entire house and install windows for a more cheerful ambience. Currently, even during the day, the house is dim and lacks light. At once, Chun Li and Xia Luohan's faces lit up with joy. Having a room of their own, along with a desk and cabinet, was a dream every child yearned for. Previously, they wouldn't have dared to even contemplate such luxuries, yet here they were, swiftly realized by their own brother and brother-in-law. Particularly for Xia Luohan, who had been preoccupied with thoughts of survival, now found herself not only thriving but also anticipating a desk, a bed, and a cabinet of her own, along with the opportunity to continue her education. All of this was made possible by her generous brother-in-law. Once feeling that her sister's marriage was a concession, she now believed her sister had struck a remarkable fortune. Unable to contain her excitement, she approached Xia Luohan and inquired, Sister, when will you and brother-in-law welcome a nephew or niece? Chun Li and I could take care of them and ensure you need not worry. Xia Luohan was taken aback by her sister's bold suggestion regarding having children with Chen Weinan during such a formal moment. Her cheeks flushed with an embarrassment that words could scarcely convey. With a sharp gaze, she retorted, Are you feeling mischievous? Have you grown so comfortable that you dare jest about my affairs? Beware, or I might deny you dinner tomorrow. Xia Luohan was aware that Chen Weinan had been making every effort to please her sister, and she quickly ran to his side for assistance. Brother-in-law, look at my sister. Chen Weinan immediately feigned a troubled expression and replied, Luohan, I cannot assist you with this. In this household, I must heed your sister's wishes. Otherwise, she might not allow me to sleep in our bed tonight. Having listened to the first part of Chen Weinan's words, Xia Luohan felt an overwhelming sense of joy, casting a reproachful glance at her younger sister. However, upon hearing the latter part, her face flushed even deeper, and she hurriedly explained, What nonsense are you talking about? How could that possibly be true? Afterward, She did not forget to shoot another glare at her sister, admonishing her for her indiscretion. In truth, there was a thought lingering unspoken in Xia Luohan's heart. If Chen Weinan could truly seize this opportunity to improve himself, to become increasingly ambitious, and perhaps even father 2 children with her, it would be quite delightful. At this moment, some might say that Xia Luohan was bringing shame upon the youth of the educated class. How could a studious and exemplary high school graduate willingly remain in the countryside to bear children with someone who had barely completed elementary school? Yet, that perspective fails to capture the reality. One of the significant purposes of their rural placement was to alleviate urban pressures, to experience labor, and to establish roots in the countryside. With no relatives in the city and returning there being a distant prospect, marrying locally could indeed be a wise choice. A situation not uncommon at the time. Rather than being a source of embarrassment, it could even earn commendation from the youth office. Chapter 27. My dear wife. We are wealthy. Xia Luohan, being an educated individual, despite her elation, endeavored to maintain a semblance of rationality. Though reluctant to dampen their spirits, she ultimately spoke up. Weinan, I understand your desire for our parents and sister to live a good life. However, it seems our family is nearly out of money. After deducting the expenses for repairing the house and purchasing bricks and beams, I am left with merely 16 yuan. A trip to the county requires at least 20 yuan. And this paltry sum is hardly sufficient. Moreover, with 4 to 5 months until the New Year's distribution, we cannot afford to have food without money. We must set aside some for emergencies. Perhaps we should prioritize spending a little to install the doors and windows. Winter is approaching, and if our house lacks doors and windows, we will surely suffer from the cold. Her reminder struck like a bucket of cold water on a winter's day, abruptly awakening her family from their joyful reverie. Though her sister and younger sister-in-law said nothing, the disappointment was palpable on their faces. Even their parents displayed a flicker of dismay, though primarily it was worry about their financial situation. Chen Weinan, however, remained undeterred, responding with confidence, My dear wife, I will resolve the financial issue. As winter approaches, our home cannot merely have doors and windows. We also need beds and blankets. If, come winter, my sister and sister-in-law have to sleep on the ground, they will undoubtedly catch a cold. Fearing that his son might use the excuse of earning money to indulge in outside distractions, Chen Jianjun quickly inquired, How do you plan to solve this? Sensing the sudden distrust in his father's eyes, Chen Weinan immediately clarified, Father, I have always been strong. These past few days, while repairing the house, I practiced carrying burdens. Carrying over 100 pounds of bricks on my shoulder feels like child's play. I may not be skilled in other tasks, but I excel at carrying loads. I have decided to sign up for the grain collection. According to the team's scoring policy, earning 15 work points in a day will be no problem. Our parents will surely accumulate their full points, amounting to 32 points altogether. My dear wife, you work half a day each day, tending to the pigs in the afternoon, preparing their feed, and cooking meals. Each day, you earn 3 work points, which accumulate to 35 points. If we harvest for 20 days, that amounts to 700 work points. Adding the points earned by our parents and you, our family's total surely exceeds 3,000. With several months remaining until the new year, even if our family produces only 2 work points daily, we can still earn over 1,000 points, bringing our total to over 4,000. The manure from the pigs can also be exchanged for work points. With several hundred pounds of feed consumed, along with the pig fodder we provide, it is certainly feasible to collect 5 to 6 pounds of manure daily. As they grow larger, the amount will increase. And over 3 to 4 months, we can easily gather 20 to 30 loads of manure, which can earn us 200 to 300 work points when delivered to the collective, if everyone puts in a little effort. This year our household could earn 4,500 work points, or even exceed 5,000. The collective distributes 1.5 cents for each work point. So with 4,000 to 5,000 points, we could expect a dividend of at least 60 or 70 yuan. We could comfortably borrow 30 to 40 yuan from the collective to prepare for the new year, and simply deduct it from our dividends later. Father continued to inquire, What about the new year? If you spend all the money now, what will you do for the rest of the year? How will you pay for the education of our 2 daughters? How will you buy notebooks and pens? What if someone falls ill? How will you afford medicine? What if you and Luohan have a child? How will you manage hospital expenses? Faced with his father's barrage of concerns, Chen Weinan felt not a shred of irritation. Instead, he sensed his father's care for him. He realized that his father was considering matters he had overlooked. Once again, he explained, Father, have you forgotten about the task pig? as long as mother and my wife feed the pig as I suggested. It should reach 150 jin before the new year. When we deliver it to the purchasing station, it will be classified as at least a first-class pig, with a subsidy price of 4.5 jiao per jin, which would surely bring in 60 to 70 yuan for our family, more than enough to cover the girls' schooling. In addition to raising pigs, I have another profitable scheme we can start after the autumn harvest. By the time the new year arrives, earning around 150 yuan should be quite achievable. Even if my wife and I have a child, we need not worry. Upon hearing his son's plan to earn 150 yuan before the new year, Chen Jianjun's first reaction was not joy but concern. In his view, workers in the county earn only 20 or 30 yuan a month, and since his son had not received an education, he was wary of the source of such earnings, fearing it might lead down a dubious path. With crackdowns on speculation rampant, many had faced dire consequences for such actions, even facing gunfire. Chen Jiangwo did not want his son to encounter trouble in pursuit of extra income. He promptly cautioned, "Son, while earning money is important, we must not engage in illegal activities, particularly speculation, as it can lead to severe repercussions. If it comes to that, it would be better to forego it entirely. We can lead a good life by working diligently at home, raising pigs, and ensuring we have enough to eat." In his father's eyes, a good life meant having a home of one's own and ensuring the family is well fed and not hungry. However, the good days in Chen Weinan's eyes were far from this. Although the earthen house before him was habitable and even superior to many homes in the brigade, Chen Weinan felt no sense of satisfaction. He regarded this earthen dwelling merely as a temporary abode, dreaming of replacing it with a brick house once the family had sufficient funds. Such a residence would not only be cleaner and brighter, but also impervious to wind and rain, offering a greater sense of security. Yet, the mere thought of transforming these earthen structures into brick houses required a considerable sum of money. Relying solely on farming and pig raising would undoubtedly prove insufficient in the short term. Observing his father's growing concern, fearing that his son might resort to unscrupulous means in pursuit of wealth, Chen Weinan noted the worried expression on his wife's face, which hinted at unspoken anxieties. Realizing that without a clear explanation, they would be restless throughout the night, he managed a wry smile and clarified, "Father, where are your thoughts wandering? I am earning money through legitimate channels. Have you heard of the county's material bureau? The county is not like the countryside. While we can burn firewood for warmth, those living in apartment buildings cannot do so and must resort to coal or charcoal. Burning coal poses risks, and the city dwellers prefer charcoal. Each winter, the material bureau begins purchasing charcoal. I've seen people producing charcoal and have even tried it myself. My plan is to start making charcoal after the autumn harvest. I will store it, and once the material bureau begins buying, I will sell it directly. Charcoal sells for 3 cents per pound. 1,000 pounds yields $30. As long as you lend me a hand, I can certainly produce 1,000 pounds in a month." Chapter 28. An unexpected surprise seeing his father still wearing a skeptical expression, Chen Weinan continued, "If you still doubt me, I can take you to the material bureau next time we visit the county." Observing that his son seemed sincere and with the option to inquire at the bureau for specifics, his father's skepticism gradually transformed into cautious belief. He then responded, "After you check with the material bureau, if they truly purchase charcoal, you can make some at home. Only after that can we borrow money from the brigade to acquire household necessities." With his father finally conceding, Chen Weinan exhaled in relief. "All right, I will heed your advice. We only have 2 fish left at home, which will be gone in no more than 3 days. The harvest requires strength. We need to not only fill our bellies, but also have enough oil and water. Those 2 fish will certainly be insufficient. However, during the harvest, I will have no time for fishing. While there is still time, I will see if I can weave a few fish traps and place them in the Zhang River, allowing fish and shrimp to unwittingly fall into the nets. Although I may not catch anything large, I can certainly catch crucian carp weighing over half a pound. If I manage to catch small fish and shrimp, they will be perfect for making our secret pig feed. Father, I recall you once learned basket weaving. Could you help me split some bamboo into strips about an inch wide? Working together, we can certainly expedite the process. Luohan and mother will clean the house and lay out the bedding, aiming to retire early to prepare for the harvest tomorrow." It was a tradition in Chen family village to hold a mobilization meeting before the harvest each year. After the mobilization meeting concluded, seizing the moment when everyone was filled with fervor, the proposal for signing up to harvest the rice was put forth. undoubtedly stirring the enthusiasm of numerous young individuals to voluntarily enlist. Otherwise, the brigade consistently struggled to gather enough workers for the task. Even raising the full work points for a day's labor from 12 to 10 did little to encourage participation. The toil of harvesting rice was simply too arduous. When one's stomach is lacking sustenance, a day's labor in the fields often leaves individuals with sore backs and shoulders, severely impacting their ability to work the following day. Even if one manages to earn the full 12 work points from harvesting, if it leads to an inability to work the next day, the reward amounts to little more than that. In contrast, engaging in other forms of labor, even with a hint of leniency, allows a strong laborer to earn at least 16 points. People are not foolish. After enduring several setbacks, the willingness to harvest rice diminished significantly. The Chen family had departed early, yet upon arriving at the brigade's threshing ground, they discovered they were still late. A significant portion of the brigade's members had already gathered, with many children present as well, clutching bags in anticipation of collecting fallen grains after the adults finished cutting the rice. If fortune smiled upon them, the bounty from a day's gleaning could significantly augment their family's grain supply. Brother Jianjun, Weinan, sister-in-law, you have arrived just in time for the mobilization meeting. As the Chen family entered the threshing area, the sharp-eyed Uncle Li approached the elder Chen. Several amicable uncles and aunts came over to greet him, and even neighbors with whom they had a casual rapport approached. Recalling how the elder Chen had gifted a large fish to each neighbor who assisted in house repairs as a token of gratitude, they jokingly suggested that he should not hesitate to call upon them for help in the future. Even without a reward, they wished to forge a friendship with him. Surrounded by a throng of over a dozen brigade members, the elder Chen engaged in lively conversation and jesting, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Nearby, an uncle remarked that it would be disingenuous not to feel envious. However, he was known for his cunning ways, and his relationships within the brigade were already strained. Just the previous morning, Chen Zhengwo had neglected to assist his brother with house repairs, instead bringing his entire family to partake in a meal, only to be shamed into retreat by a few words from Weinan. This incident had spread throughout the brigade, exacerbating the members' dissatisfaction with his behavior, leading some to feel embarrassed to have such a neighbor. In this context, fewer individuals were inclined to associate with the Zhengwo family. The people of this era were remarkably straightforward. Kindness begets kindness, with little room for subterfuge. Should one seek to exploit another, they would find themselves avoided by all. The Zhengwo family evidently thrived on scheming and taking advantage of others. During labor, brigade members were often reluctant to be grouped with them, as their propensity for deceit meant that in any cooperative labor group, if one person contributed less, the remaining members bore the burden of increased labor. A mishap or two may be tolerable, but repeated grievances would inevitably lead to discontent among even the most amiable of colleagues. Comrades, silence please. The annual harvest rush of the Qinjiao village brigade has commenced once more. Soon, the voice of Secretary Zhang reverberated through the loudspeakers, marking the official beginning of this year's mobilization meeting for the harvest. Perhaps due to the frequent interactions between Secretary Zhang and Captain Chen, even during this mobilization meeting, their discourse was straightforward and unembellished. In less than 10 minutes, the meeting concluded, and the eagerly anticipated sign-up for carrying the harvest began. At this moment, Chen Weinan was rendered speechless. Just moments ago, the atmosphere had been lively, but upon hearing the word sign up, everyone fell silent, apprehensive of being singled out by Secretary Zhang or Captain Chen to carry the grain. An unfortunate fate indeed. Faced with this sudden stillness, Secretary Zhang and Captain Chen appeared unfazed, their expressions betraying no surprise. They promptly rose from their seats and addressed the members. Comrades, I understand that carrying grain is the most laborious task during the harvest. After a day of carrying, one can hardly work the next day. Under the previous point system, it would take 2 days of hard work to earn 12 points, which is quite disadvantageous. After discussions within the brigade, we have decided to increase the points for carrying a day's worth of grain to 15. Complete 10 loads in a day, and you will earn those 15 points. For every load exceeding 10, an additional point will be awarded, fair compensation for your labor. All members were taken aback by this alteration. The prospect of carrying 15 loads in a single day seemed to promise 20 points. Yet, the grain yard remained devoid of volunteers. While the idea of earning 15 points for 10 loads sounded simple, the reality was far more challenging. Transporting over 100 pounds of grain from the field to the yard took at least 10 minutes, and for those with a farther distance, it could stretch to 20 minutes. Round trips could consume 30 to 60 minutes. Typically, after carrying 2 loads, a rest was necessary to prevent shoulder injuries. Without risking injury, carrying 10 loads in a day was nearly the limit, and it could severely impact one's ability to work the following day. Given the option, no one was inclined to volunteer for the task. As the members, lost in contemplation and silent once more, Chen Weinan felt a surge of joy within him. He believed that the phrase "the chosen laborer of the future" was strikingly apt for him. Having always possessed greater strength than his peers, he found it effortless to carry over 100 pounds of grain. The primary reason he had attracted the attention of the local ruffians was his strength, making him suitable for brawls. Little did he anticipate that this strength, applied to a righteous purpose, could yield him more points than others. According to last year's points assessment, carrying 10 loads of grain earned only 12 points, with an additional point for every 2 loads beyond that. He had already calculated that he would need to carry 16 loads to earn 15 points. However, under the new point system, carrying 15 loads would earn him 20 points, a reduction of 1 load and an increase of 5 points. This was indeed a stroke of serendipity, an opportunity that felt as rare as winning the lottery. Moreover, by carrying 1 less load of rice each day, I could finish work an hour earlier to accompany my wife. With this thought, Chen Weinan could no longer contain his excitement and was the first to step forward from the crowd. "Secretary Zhang, Captain Chen, I volunteer to carry rice." Instantly, all eyes turned to the somewhat disreputable Chen Weinan. Some wore expressions of mockery, others seemed to revel in the unfolding drama, while a few displayed a complex mix of concern and relief. Secretary Zhang and Captain Chen were momentarily taken aback. In previous years, during the harvest rush, Chen Weinan had always been absent, lost in his own world, causing them to nearly forget that he was a member of the Qinjia village team. Unexpectedly, this year, not only had he refrained from wandering off, but he also took the initiative to participate in the harvest, being the very first to volunteer to carry rice. Could it be that marriage truly transforms a person? After the initial shock, a wave of relief washed over them. With Chen Weinan's enthusiastic registration, their earlier mobilization efforts had not been in vain. Furthermore, Chen Weinan was naturally strong, having indulged in good food while away. He had developed significant muscle compared to the other team members, who appeared gaunt and undernourished. He certainly seemed fit for the task. Fearing that Chen Weinan might have a sudden change of heart, they quickly assured him, "All right, I'll mark you down." Chen Weinan pressed on. "You mentioned earlier that the work points system won't change, right? I wouldn't want to work a full day only to earn 20 points if the team disagrees. That would be a waste of effort." Secretary Zhang responded affirmatively. "Chen Weinan, I recognize your strength. As long as you're willing to work, rest assured, I will grant you not just 20 points, but even 30 if you earn them. If any other team members have objections, let them come to me. If they feel competitive, they can also carry rice. If they achieve that, I will gladly award them 20 or 30 points as well." The youthful spirit of competition was stirred. Seeing even a slacker like Chen Weinan stepping up to carry rice, several other disgruntled young men from the team also volunteered. Additionally, there was an important incentive. The work points offered were exceedingly tempting. Before long, nearly 20 individuals had signed up. Secretary Zhang and Captain Chen exchanged glances, each reflecting satisfaction, and then announced, "We have sufficient strong hands for the rice-carrying task. I hereby declare the harvest operation of Qinjia village officially commenced. Within 20 days, we shall gather every grain." Chen Weinan, observing the worried expression on his wife Xia Luohan's face, promptly reassured her, "Dear, I have been practicing with bricks these past few days. Carrying rice will be no trouble at all. Today, I will surely earn 20 points for you. Later, stick close to mother. Do whatever she asks. Keep your mind agile. Don't let yourself be bogged down with work all morning. Remember to take breaks. Health is the foundation of our endeavors, and we must not wear ourselves out. Your parents, too. In the sweltering afternoon heat, you needn't come. Just tend to the pigs behind the old house, prepare their feed, and get ready for dinner. If you find yourself with spare time, you can fry the bones I left drying by the wall until they are crisp. The crunchier, the better. And don't forget to read a little. After finishing the urgent harvest, I shall return with some novels for you." With that, I went to the team warehouse to fetch a carrying pole, while my parents and daughter-in-law joined the others to collect sickles and grass ropes. Xia Luohan and Chun Li, like the other children, each carried a cloth bag, ready to follow the adults to gather the scattered rice ears from the golden-hued fields. The rice fields, dyed a rich golden color by the fallen grains, were bustling with activity as hundreds of team members dispersed across the area. Some were using sickles to harvest the rice, while others bound the stalks with grass ropes, each bundle weighing around 60 to 70 pounds. Numerous team members were operating hand-cranked threshers at the threshing ground, eagerly awaiting Chen Weinan and the others to deliver the freshly harvested rice. As I surveyed the scene, a flurry of industriousness unfolded before my eyes. Soon, 2 neatly bound bundles of rice appeared before Chen Weinan. The carrying pole, measuring 2.5 meters in length with pointed ends, easily pierced the tied bundles with a gentle exertion. Lifting both bundles with a firm grip, he placed them upon his shoulder. Weighing approximately 140 to 150 pounds, a burden well within his capacity, causing him little strain. To prevent prolonged carrying from chafing his shoulder, Chen Weinan had asked his mother the previous night to sew a makeshift shoulder pad, stuffing it with cotton to avoid direct contact between the pole and his skin. Perhaps due to the manageable weight of the 2 bundles of rice resting on his shoulder, Chen Weinan moved with remarkable agility, even managing to jog in sections where the terrain was favorable. To onlookers, it appeared as though he was bearing not bundles of rice, but rather 2 fluffy pillows. While others took 20 minutes to transport a load of rice from the field to the threshing ground, he accomplished the task in a mere 15 minutes. When others were left panting and resting under the shade of a large tree, replenishing their energy before tackling a second load, Chen Weinan, seemingly unfazed, dashed back toward the rice field. After repeatedly carrying 4 loads of rice, he finally settled down to rest, eagerly consuming the salt water and cool tea he had brought from home. Although the taste was less than delightful, it effectively replenished the rapidly depleting salts and fluids in his body, ensuring he remained safe from heat exhaustion under the sun. After all, any unforeseen incident could render him unable to work for several days. In his previous life, his parents had succumbed to exhaustion in the fields. To prevent a recurrence of this tragedy, while preparing cool tea and saline solution for himself, Chen Weinan also prepared some for them, insisting they must finish it, striving to eliminate any potential mishaps at their inception. Chapter 30. He is a monster. The bell signaling the end of work finally rang. Though his wife, Xia Luohan, was under her mother's watchful eye, after 3 to 4 hours of labor, her little face was flushed with fatigue, presenting a unique charm. After exchanging greetings with her mother, she hurried towards the threshing ground. Aunt Li, working nearby, glanced at Xia Luohan's anxious demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. Chen family's daughter-in-law seems worried about her husband, fearing something might happen to Weinan while he is carrying the rice. She seemed a bit distracted this morning. Her mother, eager for their harmonious relationship, responded with a smile. It's only natural for young couples who have just married to think of each other. Weinan, this mischievous lad, embarked on his first rice harvesting endeavor, not only causing concern for Luohan, his bride, but also for me, his mother. Li family's daughters, do take your time. I shall also venture to the threshing ground to ensure that this rascal does not exert himself too fiercely, lest he injure himself and suffer the consequences. Before we reached the threshing area, we encountered several young men tasked with selecting the rice. Their faces were flushed, breathless, their garments soaked in sweat. As they walked while rubbing their sore shoulders, lamenting that rice harvesting was no task for mortals. Upon spotting Xia Luohan and her mother, their expressions shifted dramatically, eyeing them as if they were oddities. Both my mother and Xia Luohan were already somewhat anxious, and upon seeing the young men, their worry intensified. Immediately, I inquired of a familiar youth, Wang Zhenxing. Is Weinan in trouble? Wang hastily shook his head. Auntie, Weinan is just fine. He is at the threshing ground awaiting your arrival, though he may appear somewhat intimidating. Another youth chimed in. Intimidating? More like a mighty warrior. In the span of a morning, the fastest among us managed to carry back only 6 loads of rice, while the slower ones brought back merely 5. Our shoulders are raw, and we are utterly exhausted, hardly able to rise from the ground. Do you know how many loads Weinan has carried? A full 8. He finished without so much as breaking a sweat, as if he were unfazed. I've never encountered anyone with such strength. It's truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, Xia Luohan couldn't help but exhale in relief, realizing her anxiety had been unwarranted. She also recognized that Chen Weinan held a significant place in her heart, having begun to care for him unbidden. Son, you rascal, are you unharmed? While others toiled for a morning to carry only 5 or 6 loads. Why do you work so hard for 8? As soon as my mother spotted Chen Weinan, She began to express her concerns, her eyes brimming with care, the volume of her voice rising, unsure whether to boast or to scold. Our household has 4 able-bodied workers. We fear we may not have enough to eat. Take it slow this afternoon. Don't exhaust yourself. Xia Luohan walked beside her mother. Though silent, her gaze remained fixed on Chen Weinan, only relaxing once she confirmed he was unharmed. This scene did not escape Chen Weinan's notice. Realizing he had penetrated his bride's heart, he felt a surge of excitement and promptly patted his chest, declaring, "Mother, my dear, do I look like someone in distress? I can easily lift 200-pound bricks when building. A load of rice weighs merely 140 to 50 pounds. Carrying them is like child's play." Ensuring no one was within earshot, he continued in a hushed tone, "Were it not for the fear of strange glances from others, I could have easily brought back at least 10 loads this morning. I am just terribly hungry. When we return, you shall prepare the meal. Let us have rice throughout the harvesting period. My dear, you shall stew fish. It will also serve as a practice for your culinary skills. We shall feast on fish rice at noon." Carrying a burden is indeed exhausting, and merely subsisting on plain rice is certainly insufficient. Soon, I shall venture out to fish, ensuring that during the harvest period, our family can indulge in a hearty meal of fish stew every day, perhaps due to the absence of a fishing team in the Chen family village. The larger fish from other river sections have migrated to this area, resulting in an abundant fish resource along the stretch of the Zhang River where our village is located. Despite not having baited the area beforehand, I managed to catch nearly 4 pounds of fish in just over an hour. Among my catch were a carp weighing over 2 pounds, 2 crucian carp exceeding half a pound each, and 7 or 8 small miscellaneous fish weighing between 1 to 2 taels. My mother looked at the small fish with disdain, asking what I would do with them. Lacking meat and wasting oil, she suggested I should discard them next time instead of bringing them home. Chen Weinan quickly interjected, urging, "Mother, please do not be impulsive. These small fish serve a significant purpose. Much like the leftover bones from the soup we made a few days ago, they can be used as a secret feed to help our task pig gain weight more rapidly. Truly valuable resources. Soon, I will teach you how to prepare them." Initially, when Chen Weinan mentioned a method to make our task pig grow to a weight of 140 to 150 pounds within 4 months, my father, mother, and even my wife, Xia Luohan, regarded it as a joke, doubting his words. However, as Chen Weinan persistently spoke of his secret feed, my mother's interest was piqued after hearing it repeatedly. With an eager expression, she inquired, "Son, can this secret feed truly help our task pig grow to such a weight?" Chen Weinan nodded affirmatively, "Mother, once I prepare the secret feed, you simply need to add it to the pig's food, and it will surely grow at an astonishing rate. Have you not noticed how much better the task pig's appetite has become since we started feeding it a lot of bran? The larger the intake, the more weight it gains. You will see results in as little as half a month." Seeing my mother attentively listening to my explanation, Xia Luohan joined in. Recognizing that raising pigs also involved her contributions, I continued my introduction. In addition to a good diet, there are 2 other critical aspects to pig farming. The first is cleanliness. Pigs are particularly fond of clean environments. The cleaner the pig pen, the faster they grow. If the pig pen is filthy, they may fall ill, and it could take 10 days to half a month without gaining a single pound, or worse, they may lose weight. My mother was aware of this. Having cared for task pigs for several years, witnessing both the absence of pork and the sight of pigs running about, she continued to inquire, "What is the second important factor?" "Warmth." Chen Weinan replied without hesitation, "Mother, after all these years of raising task pigs, you should know that during winter, they hardly gain any weight. Once the collection station in town opens for task pigs, everyone rushes to deliver theirs, eager to avoid prolonging their care. After all, keeping them for an additional half month is no different from sending them in immediately. It is better to hand them over and waste less feed. As long as we ensure proper warmth for the pigs, they can continue to gain weight even in winter. And quite rapidly at that." Chapter 31. Quietly amassing wealth. Observing my wife and mother intently listening to my explanations, Chen Weinan continued, "Currently, our family is occupied with the autumn harvest and lacks time. Once the harvest concludes and we have some leisure, we can invite Uncle Da and Uncle Air over to assist for a couple of days in rebuilding the pig pen. Ensure proper insulation. Our task pig can still gain weight during the harsh winter months." The first reaction of my mother was to object, thinking her son would squander money on unnecessary expenses. "Why repair the pig pen? Our current pig pen is perfectly fine." Chen Weinan shook his head and explained, the pig pen I envision is entirely different from what you see now. It must resemble our home, divided by low walls into two sections. The inner half will house the pigs, while the outer half will accommodate a dedicated stove for cooking pig feed and a kiln for charcoal, ensuring warmth throughout the winter. If this year's task pig reaches 150 pounds, we can raise 2 pigs next year. One will fulfill the task requirement, while we can keep the other half for ourselves. At that point, we 1TB is rushed. By the year's end, both pigs will weigh at least 200 pounds. Even the task pig could yield an income of 80 to 90 yuan. This does not even account for the grain subsidies from the collective or the labor points earned from the pig manure. Although half of our pig will be submitted as a task pig, the remaining half will still bring us substantial profit. Given the current meat prices, selling to the collection station would net us 7 to 8 jiao per pound, and with the compensation for the task pig, we could earn at least 120 yuan. Together, both pigs would amount to 200 yuan, while our expenses would merely consist of some labor and a few dozen yuan for purchasing bran. Upon hearing that raising 2 pigs could yield a profit of 200 yuan, even my typically stern mother felt tempted. She was skeptical of her son Chen Weinan's words, but utterly trusted her daughter-in-law Xia Luohan. She immediately asked, Luohan, is what Weinan said true? Can we really earn 200 yuan a year by raising 2 pigs? After a moment's hesitation, my wife responded, if we can raise each pig to 200 pounds, we could indeed earn 200 yuan. However, if we only managed to raise them to 120 or 30 pounds like before, it would certainly result in a loss. The excitement on my mother's face vanished in an instant, and she shook her head, replying, I knew it. If raising task pigs were truly that profitable, the collective would be eager to raise them. It's not like now, when even offering over 200 pounds of grain as a subsidy fails to entice anyone. She then added a note of caution to her son. Son, they say haste makes waste. I understand you want to earn more for the family, but we must not act recklessly. Let us first focus on our work and earn more labor points before discussing anything else. Chen Weinan fully understood his mother's concerns, including his wife. Everyone believed that raising task pigs would lead to losses. The more pigs raised, the greater the potential losses in the future. Thus, persuading them to see the benefits of pig farming before demonstrating its profitability would be exceedingly challenging. He promptly replied, Mother, dear wife, let us first ensure we raise this task pig well. When the time comes to submit it, if it weighs over 150 pounds, we will raise 2 pigs next year. The mother struggled to nurture her son's enthusiasm and ambition, pounding the table as she declared, My son, do not concern yourself with the weight of 150 pounds. If you can manage to raise this task pig to 140 pounds, or at least achieve the standard of a second-class pig at 135 pounds, then next year I shall rear 2 pigs. Everyone gathered for dinner, as they were to commence work shortly. At 5 in the afternoon, with only an hour remaining before work commenced, Chen Weinan arrived at the brigade office, holding the wooden plaque that represented his quota of harvested rice. After each day's labor, the members would report here to account for their work points. Any issues would be addressed immediately, for time waited for no one. Secretary Zhang was exceedingly pleased with Chen Weinan's performance today, having successfully broken the deadlock of no one volunteering to carry rice, thereby preventing his mobilization meeting with Captain Chen from ending in embarrassment. Seeing Chen Weinan panting at the doorway, Secretary Zhang initially feared something had gone awry during his first day of work and hurriedly approached him. Comrade Chen Weinan, is there something you need? Hello, Secretary. Chen Weinan greeted him, displaying utmost politeness. One should not underestimate the power of the brigade's secretary and the captain. Although their authority may seem limited, all matters, great and small, within Xinjiang Brigade invariably revolve around them. Today is my first day carrying rice, and it has been quite exhausting. I would like to register my work points and then return home to rest. What do you think? Secretary Zhang initially misinterpreted the situation but responded readily, that is perfectly fine, as long as you carry a complete 10 loads of rice. You may return home at any time. However, should you fail to meet that quota, leaving early will result in deductions according to the rules. Chen Weinan quickly reassured him. Rest assured, Secretary, I will not place you in a difficult position. Today, I have successfully carried a total of 15 loads of rice, which, in accordance with the brigade's new scoring policy, amounts to 20 points. Secretary Zhang was pleased with Chen Weinan's understanding, but then he was taken aback by the boy's next statement. Upon confirming that Chen Weinan's tally plaque was indeed accurate, he expressed his astonishment. I heard during lunch that our brigade had a remarkable rice carrier who managed to transport 8 loads in one morning. I never expected that this prodigy would be you. Well done. I hope you continue like this and refrain from idling in town, thus easing your parents' worries. Please go register your points with the scorekeeper, and then you can head home. Carrying rice was a matter of quantification and during the harvest. As long as one completed 10 loads daily and earned full work points, one could leave work early at any time. Upon returning home, Chen Weinan found his wife preparing pig feed, but he could be of little assistance. Instead, he continued to sit in the yard, working as a bamboo weaver, aiming to finish his fish trap as soon as possible. Although the fish caught were not substantial, in the absence of viable means to sell them for profit, it sufficed that they could provide for the family's sustenance. In fact, acquiring an excessive amount of fish could pose complications. Should some individuals with ulterior motives become aware and report him to the brigade, it could lead to undesirable repercussions. After all, the fish in the Zhang River, to a certain extent, belonged to the brigade's communal assets. Catching a few for home consumption was acceptable, but a significant haul would undoubtedly attract the label of undermining socialism. In an era where trading goods is often deemed speculative, Chen Weinan is reluctant to attract attention and take risks. Having been granted a second chance at life, he aspires to quietly amass wealth, ensuring his family avoids all dangers and enjoys a prosperous existence. Chapter 32. The sensational work points. The fish trap crafted by Chen Weinan resembles an oversized mallet, narrow at both ends and thick in the middle, measuring over a meter in length and exceedingly heavy. Given the constraints of time, he cannot afford to meticulously thin the bamboo strips. Whatever emerges from the bamboo will have to suffice. The only aspect he devoted considerable effort to was the entrance of the trap, where each barb was meticulously sharpened to a delicate thinness and exceptional resilience. This design ensures that fish and shrimp in the Zhang River can swim into the trap but cannot escape. His wife, Xia Luohan, sat alongside him, plucking vegetables while observing Chen Weinan weave the fish trap. Occasionally, she would interject with questions about why the fish and shrimp could enter the trap but not exit. After 3 consecutive nights of labor, the first fish trap was finally completed. Despite its somewhat unsightly appearance, Chen Weinan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As long as it effectively captured fish and shrimp, its aesthetic flaws were inconsequential. Darling, let us put it to the test tonight. Using the fish entrails left from lunch as bait, he declared. With that, Chen Weinan rummaged through the house until he found a rope to secure the fish trap and a burlap sack to encase it. He hoisted the ensemble onto his shoulder, grabbed a ceramic bowl containing the fish entrails, and made his way to the riverbank. Upon arriving at their usual fishing spot, Chen Weinan did not stop. Instead, he continued toward a river segment closer to the mountains. Xia Luohan, following closely behind, questioned him with a puzzled expression. Didn't you say there are plenty of fish here when you were fishing? Why aren't we setting the trap here? It's different, Chen Weinan replied, shaking his head. Fishing is for larger catches, while the trap on my back is only suitable for small fish and shrimp. It's challenging to catch a crucian carp weighing over a pound here. This location lacks aquatic vegetation and reeds, making it ideal for larger fish, but not for smaller ones to hide. Moreover, it is best that others remain unaware of our fish trapping endeavors. Although we aren't selling the catch, the fish in the river are still considered communal property. No one would raise an eyebrow if we occasionally took a couple for a feast, but if certain unsavory individuals discovered we were using a trap in the river, we might attract unwanted scrutiny and be accused of undermining socialism. By placing the trap deeper into the mountains, where water reeds and shrubs offer concealment, and where few people venture, outsiders are unlikely to notice. We can simply return early each day to collect our catch. Xia Luohan felt a renewed admiration for her husband, realizing that not only was he knowledgeable, but he also exhibited remarkable caution. The adage that reading a multitude of books pales in comparison to traveling great distances seems to hold true. Although Chen Weinan had not pursued formal education, he had roamed the countryside since his teenage years, traversing communes, towns, and counties, which had endowed him with a breadth of experience that could be described as extensive and enlightening. Perhaps his adeptness at fishing stemmed from his many adventures. She followed closely behind Chen Weinan, refraining from voicing any objections. After a 10-minute walk along the overgrown riverbank, the two individuals halted at a spot where reeds flourished alongside the water. They cast the entrails, serving as bait, into the fish trap, securing the opening with a rope tied to a nearby tree stump. With a vigorous motion, They plunged the trap into the river, close to the reeds, where it swiftly sank beneath the surface, disappearing from their sight. Despite this, Chen Weinan seemed somewhat uneasy. He gathered some thatch to cover the tree stump tethered with the rope before returning to the old homestead with his wife to prepare a meal. Confident in the fish trap he had fashioned, Chen Weinan swiftly dispatched the several large fish he had caught earlier that day, combining them with tofu and cabbage for a traditional iron pot stew. Frankly, in this era of scant seasonings and minimal oil, even with his self-assured culinary skills, the stew could only reach about 70 or 80% of the flavor enjoyed in later times. After several consecutive days of consuming iron pot stew, Chen Weinan found himself growing weary of it. However, given the current circumstances, this was the only dish they could afford, and with no means to purchase meat, he had no alternative. Moreover, his parents, wife, and two younger sisters, when presented with the iron pot stew, displayed expressions of genuine enjoyment rather than weariness. Thus, Chen Weinan had no choice but to endure the meal alongside them. The upcoming harvest would demand considerable effort, and consuming the stew was their solitary means of replenishing protein and fat. Even if he found it unpalatable, he compelled himself to consume 2 or 3 bowls. Otherwise, he would face a day of laboring in the fields on an empty stomach. At the brigade headquarters, after a long day's work, his parents made their way there, feeling fatigued yet elated. Every labor point they earned now belonged to them. Their son, Chen Weinan, had also improved. As long as the elderly couple continued to work, their family's fortunes would surely flourish. Before they reached the threshing ground, they were met with exclamations of astonishment. Upon seeing the couple, Uncle Li greeted them with enthusiasm from afar. "Jianjun, you both are in for a treat. Do you know how many labor points Weinan earned today? A full 20 points, equivalent to 2 strong laborers. I recall your daughter-in-law also managed to earn 4 points today. Jianjun, you earned 10 points, and your wife, 8 points. Together, your family amassed 42 labor points in one day. Our brigade's strongest laborers, the Wang family, only earned 48 points, but they have 6 strong laborers, consuming far more grain. If Weinan continues his efforts, you two can look forward to a life of comfort." Although their son had mentioned he would finish his work early after accumulating 20 points, the elderly couple remained skeptical. In their recollections, no one from Chun family village had ever earned 20 points in a single day. They could hardly believe that their son had truly accomplished this feat. Their hearts brimmed with surprise, anticipation, and concern. Chen Jianjun, having once carried grain himself, understood the arduous nature of the work and feared his son might compromise his health in pursuit of labor points. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of their neighbors, the couple hurriedly recorded their labor points and made their way home. Behind them trailed the 2 young girls, Chun Li and Xia Luohan, carrying the grain ears they had gathered that afternoon. This scene was perfectly witnessed by Uncle Chen Jiangwo and his family. Uncle and his cousin had grown accustomed to their sly ways. In the past, with the support of the second brother's family, a few less work points seemed inconsequential. However, now that they were separated, they remained oblivious to the need for restraint. Normally, the 2 adults could earn 10 work points in a day. Yet they deliberately slacked off during labor and were caught red-handed by the scorekeeper, resulting in a deduction of 2 points each. They became the 2 individuals in Qinjiakan brigade with the least work points. Birds of a feather flocked together. Aunt and cousin-in-law were not particularly diligent either. While other women in the brigade could typically earn 8 points, these 2 managed only 7 and even argued with the scorekeeper to no avail. Thus, the 4 of them toiled all day for a meager total of 30 points. Even the 2 youngest grandsons were inept, while other children gathered some grains. The 2 grandsons returned home with empty bags after a whole day's effort. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that they had not been picking grains at all. Instead, they had been hiding by the fields playing with grasshoppers. Chapter 33. A slap in the face. Uncle was filled with an indescribable rage. But what infuriated him most was the family of Chen Jianjun. The division of the 2 brothers had become common knowledge, and he had boasted before the entire brigade. Without his support as the elder brother, and with the presence of the wastrel Chen Weinan, it wouldn't take long for the second brother's family to squander their inheritance, left with nothing to eat or a place to stay. They would ultimately have to kneel and beg him to reunite the families. The reality hit him hard, serving as a stark reminder that without their hindrance, the second brother's family would surely fare better. Both families had 4 able-bodied laborers, while he, as the elder brother, earned merely 30 work points. Chen Jianjun's family amassed a remarkable 42 points, 12 points more. If they had not separated, how splendid it would have been to have those points for himself. Alas, this dream would forever remain unrealized. Chen Weinan had finally freed himself from uncle's family, refusing to allow them to continue exploiting his parents. And he would never consider retracing his steps. Aunt's eyes brimmed with jealousy as she whispered to Chen Jiangwo, "Old man, should you speak to Jianjun and suggest that we reunite the families?" Chen Jiangwo retorted with irritation, "What a naive thought. Have you forgotten about that wastrel? Let them revel in their moment. Tomorrow, they shall face the consequences." Carrying burdens is no easy task, regardless of how Chen Weinan may manage to earn 20 points today. He will undoubtedly be too exhausted to rise from his bed tomorrow. Without that wastrel's 20 points, the second brother's family would barely scrape together 20 points through sheer effort. As long as that wastrel remains, no amount of work points earned by the second brother's family will suffice to cover his gambling debts. Just wait and see. Despite the second brother's current pride, his hard times are yet to come. With that, he cast a disappointed look toward his son Chen Weidong and began to scold him. If anyone dares to slack off tomorrow and gets their points deducted, they shall receive one less cornmeal cake for both lunch and dinner. Initially, I had intended to reprimand my two grandsons. However, their grandmother dotes on them excessively, and Chen Jiangwo and his wife are particularly fond of them as well. Considering all this, I decided against it. After all, the two of them barely collected a pound of grain in a day, and our household is not lacking in provisions. Yet, the thought that I toiled all day only to earn 30 work points filled Chen Jiangwo with indignation. Observing his son and daughter-in-law's aggrieved expressions, he snapped, "Come home with me. Do not embarrass me here." As Chen Weinan returned home with his wife, he noticed his father and 3 others hastily entering the yard. Upon seeing Chen Weinan, his father began to scrutinize him from head to toe, inquiring, "Son, are you feeling well? Your mother just mentioned that she worked herself to exhaustion today, carrying 15 loads of rice. Why are you exerting yourself so? As long as you refrain from squandering our resources, our family does not require your meager work points." His father wholly disregarded Chen Weinan's chance to explain and continued, "Your mother is right. Carrying rice is harsh on the body. You must take care not to overexert yourself." It was only then that Chen Weinan seized the opportunity to speak. "Father, do I appear to be unwell? If it weren't for the need to avoid drawing attention, I could have easily carried 20 loads of rice today. I finished work early at 5 o'clock. I am merely a bit hungry. Please, mother, steam a few extra bowls of rice tonight. Only by eating well can I muster the strength to continue tomorrow." His father widened his eyes, staring at Chen Weinan as if he were a creature of myth, retorting, "Son, are you certain you are truly fine?" Chen Weinan reassured him, patting his shoulder. "I have no issues whatsoever. Tomorrow I shall carry another 15 loads of rice, and afterwards, I will leave work early to accompany my wife in gathering pig feed and preparing the secret feed for raising pigs." He then cheekily asked, "Is the hand-cranked graphite block from your second uncle ready? I am eager to put it to use." Seeing that his son was genuinely all right, Chen Jiangwo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, his expression lightening as he cheerfully remarked, "As long as you are fine. I shall go inquire at your second uncle's house now." The grandmother chimed in, "Shall I prepare the pig feed?" Rarely finding an opportunity to contribute, daughter-in-law Xia Luohan interjected, "Mother, I have already prepared the pig feed. The dishes for dinner are also ready. We only need to steam the rice and cook the vegetables. You can handle the steaming while Weinan and I make braised fish and stir-fried cowpeas. That should suffice." The grandmother beamed with satisfaction at her daughter-in-law, unable to suppress her smile, and readily agreed, "Very well. I shall steam the rice, and you and Weinan can prepare the meal. Tomorrow morning, I will boil the 3 eggs we have saved. Each of us can have half, as a means of supplementing our nutrition." As the bond between son and daughter-in-law deepened, the family united in their efforts to earn work points. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arose, their future days promised to grow increasingly prosperous, leading the grandmother to be less frugal with food. In the past, she would have certainly saved those 3 eggs for oil and salt. Now, she spoke of eating without a hint of hesitation. Just as they were halfway through their tasks, the father returned, shouldering the upper and lower parts of the hand-cranked stone mill. Since it was a hand-operated stone mill, the grinding disc and lower fan combined into one, and once the handle and securing apparatus were attached, it would be ready for use. Chen Weinan's attention was instantly captivated, and he decided to experiment right then and there. The large bones, which had been simmered for several hours, were now thoroughly dried, and describing them as crisp would not be an exaggeration. With a slight exertion, he could easily break them into granules. He tossed bean-sized fragments of bone into the stone mill through the feeding port, rotating the grinding plate while continuously adding more crushed bones. Before long, bone residue began to emerge from the mill. Although it was not particularly fine and fell short of the requirements for bone powder, this was merely the first stage of pulverization. Grinding it in the stone mill for another couple of rounds would reduce the fragments to an even finer consistency, ultimately transforming them into a powder akin to cornmeal. Mother, this is the secret feed bone powder I mentioned to you. In a few days, I will also procure fish meal. The task pig currently weighed just over 50 pounds. And henceforth, he would incorporate 3 taels of bone powder and 3 taels of fish meal into its daily feed. Once its weight exceeded 100 pounds, he would increase the addition to half a pound each of bone powder and fish meal. Adjustments could also be made based on the pig's weight. I assure you that with the addition of these 2 secret feeds, the task pig will surely gain weight rapidly, and its fat will become increasingly substantial. When it comes time to submit the task pig, achieving a first-class rating will be a certainty, seeing that my son has managed to produce the bone powder. Even if I have my doubts, I must give it a try. If it proves effective, raising the task pig alone could earn our family an extra 200 yuan next year. Chapter 34. Jealousy drives one mad. As dawn broke the following day, Chen Weinan rose from his bed with determination. He intended to sneak away to the riverside to check on the fish trap before anyone in the village noticed. Despite his careful movements, he was swiftly detected by his wife, Xia Luohan. Before Chen Weinan could utter a word, she interjected, "Are you going to check the fish trap?" Upon seeing him nod, she insisted in an uncompromising tone, "I'm going with you. It's south too close to the mountains, and the riverside is dangerous. It's better if we go together." Faced with his wife's concern, Chen Weinan did not refuse. "All right, then we shall go together." Their old house was situated on the outskirts of the village, where neighbors were sparse. With dawn still breaking and the workday yet to commence, the village was enveloped in an extraordinary silence, devoid of any figures. Chen Weinan carried a water bucket, leading his wife as they swiftly made their way to the riverside. Weaving through the underbrush and reeds, they soon located the fish trap they had set the previous night. With eager anticipation, Chen Weinan grasped the rope and began to slowly pull the fish trap, while Xia Luohan gazed intently at the water surface, her eyes nearly falling in. As the trap broke the water's surface, the sounds of fish splashing excitedly within it filled the air. Xia Luohan's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "There are fish in there. Quickly lift the trap." Chen Weinan let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had utmost confidence in the efficacy of his fish trap, until the outcome was revealed, anything could happen. Listening to the splashing sounds from the trap, he finally felt at ease, donning a confident expression as he reassured, "Do not worry, my dear. Those fish and shrimp that have entered my trap will not escape. Let us take our time, no need to rush." The trap felt at least 5 to 6 pounds heavier than the previous day, heavy in his hands. However, Chen Weinan was aware that the additional 5 to 6 pounds were not solely the catch, but also the weight of the water. Untying the rope, he aligned the tail of the fish net with the wooden barrel and gave it a forceful slap, causing nearly 4 pounds of fish and shrimp to tumble into the barrel. As he had anticipated, half of the haul consisted of small fish and shrimp, with only a single 1.5 pound carp and 3 or 4 crucian carps suitable for consumption. Yet, Chen Weinan felt an immense satisfaction. After concealing the emptied fish net among the reeds and bushes, he quickly vanished by the riverside with his wife, carrying a bucket brimming with their catch. Upon returning home, his parents were already awake and preparing breakfast. Seeing their son and daughter-in-law return from outside, they paused in surprise before realizing, "Why are you back so early? Couldn't you have slept a little longer?" Observing the bucket filled with fish and shrimp, Xia Luohan was even more delighted than Chen Weinan. Striding directly to his parents to boast, "Yesterday, Weinan crafted a fish net, and while you were still at work, we ventured to the river. In just one night, we managed to catch so many fish and shrimp. Come and see. We'll save the larger ones for lunch and dinner, while the smaller fish and shrimp will be made into fish meal to feed the pigs. The true fish meal must be made from fresh fish, steamed for 3 hours over high heat, then pressed to extract the fish oil, dried, and finally ground into powder." The fish meal Chen Weinan aimed to produce was intended for feeding pigs, so there was no need to remove the fish oil, as pigs are omnivorous creatures. A moderate amount of fat is acceptable. Moreover, the raw materials he used were small fish and shrimp, whose bones were exceptionally soft. eliminating the need for the 3-hour steaming process for sterilization. Instead, they could be simply dried in a pot, akin to the method used in Xiangnan for fire-dried fish, where all moisture is removed through heat to achieve sterilization. Once fully dehydrated, the mixture could be ground into powder using a stone mill. It seemed that his parents had reached an unspoken understanding, offering no rebuttal or skepticism. Particularly, his father took the bucket and began processing the fish and shrimp, allowing his son and daughter-in-law to handle the rest, as the household had now been entrusted to them. At the grain collection yard, as Chen Weinan arrived with his family to work, nearly all the members of the collective displayed expressions of astonishment. Yesterday, among the 20 laborers tasked with harvesting rice, 12 were unable to work today due to health issues. To many, it seemed that Chen Weinan, who had carried 15 loads of rice the previous day, would be the most likely to encounter health problems and would certainly be unable to work today. Yet, he appeared unfazed, brimming with vitality as he continued to labor. Previously, many in the collective had looked down upon the Chen family, believing he had raised a spendthrift son who would squander their efforts and lead the family to ruin sooner or later. Now, however, the tide had turned, rather than disdain. There was a hint of envy for the presence of Chen Weinan as their son. Carrying 15 loads of rice in a single day and earning 20 work points without any apparent strain was no small feat. Rumors had long circulated in the collective that Chen Weinan's prodigious strength had drawn the attention of the local ruffians. It now appeared that such rumors held a kernel of truth. Without his natural strength, how could he possibly carry 15 loads of rice in a day without a hitch? Among the crowd, the last person who wished to witness this scene was Uncle Chen Jiangwo. Just yesterday, he had confidently assured his family that harvesting rice was not a task for humans. He proclaimed that Chen Weinan, the idler, would surely be so exhausted from carrying 15 loads of rice in a single day that he would be unable to rise from bed today, perhaps even jeopardizing his health. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Chen Weinan not only returned to work but appeared vigorous and full of vitality, showing no signs of fatigue. How could this be? With this anomaly of Chen Weinan continuing his labor, his younger brother's family would earn over 40 work points today. Even if his own family worked diligently without a moment's respite, they would only accumulate 36 work points. They simply could not surpass the earnings of the younger brother's family. Jealousy drove Chen Jiangwo to madness, embodying the essence of his current frustration. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for his younger brother's family, vowing that he would not allow them to surpass him. Soon, a new idea formed in Chen Jiangwo's mind as he strode purposefully toward his younger brother's family. If that wastrel of his younger brother truly had turned over a new leaf, tending to family matters and earning work points in the commune, Chen Jiangwo would devise a way to pull them back down, intending to take advantage of them once their families were truly unified and he could manipulate their work points. Ah, my dear younger brother. Chen Weinan is indeed doing well. He earned 20 work points yesterday, ranking first among all in the commune. He has returned today to harvest rice, and surely he will earn another 20 points. You too shall enjoy a life of comfort from now on. Chen Jianjun was no fool. One significant reason he had previously hesitated to split from the family was concern for his son, fearing that he might get into trouble outside, and that the two elderly parents lacked the means to assist him, requiring the support of the eldest brother. After separating, he realized that when faced with a troublesome son, the eldest brother's family not only offered no assistance, but actively sought to hinder him, scheming against him, even hoping for his son's misfortune to benefit from the situation. In that moment, Chen Jianjun discerned from his eldest brother's expression that he had come to pry into their family's affairs, eager to know how many work points they had earned, with intentions to benefit himself. Chapter 35. To continue the wastrel's legacy, Chen Jianjun had no desire to reveal the true state of his household to his elder brother. He wished to keep their relationship distant and focus solely on living his own modest life. He quickly adopted a serious demeanor, declaring, "Enjoy a life of comfort? I fear that thought is far from my reality. In the future, when we find ourselves without food, we shall have to rely on you for support." Chen Jiangwo yearned for news of his younger brother's family's hardships. As for the future sustenance of his younger brother's family, it was of no concern to him. He interjected, "How could that be? Younger brother, are you attempting to deceive me? Earning over 40 work points in a day, how could you possibly go hungry? Are you worried that I might come over for a meal, trying to trick me with your grains? Fear not, I am not so shameless." Chen Jianjun merely scoffed inwardly, wishing to retort that among the entire Chen family village, his elder brother possessed the thickest skin, always calculating and seeking to exploit others for his gain. However, he held his tongue, instead adopting a pained expression and lamenting, "Elder brother, do you know why my wife and I toil so relentlessly for work points? If we do not push ourselves to the limit, we shall soon find ourselves without food. Do not be deceived by the notion that a single work point can be exchanged for half a pound of grain. A mere 40 work points can procure 20 pounds of rice. Are you aware of the prodigal nature of Weinan, who consumes an astonishing amount of food each day? His intake surpasses that of all others combined, and he indulges solely in white rice, shunning cornmeal pancakes, while insisting on daily meat consumption. Otherwise, he resorts to mingling outside and neglects his duties in the brigade. Even if the household earns 50 work points in a day, it is insufficient to sustain his appetite. My second brother is deeply troubled. The modest grain apportioned during the division was squandered, with at least half exchanged for pork, and the remaining rice is swiftly depleting. Would you lend me a bit of rice, eldest brother? Weinan is, after all, your nephew, your beloved grandson. It is only fitting that you extend a helping hand, lest I be compelled to borrow grain from the brigade." As Chen Jiangwo approached Xinjianjun, he overheard that Chen Weinan required meat daily and that his family was on the brink of starvation, causing him to contemplate his own family's predicament. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, wishing to maintain his distance from his second brother, and gestured in refusal. "Second brother, it is not that I wish to deny you assistance, but I have 2 grandsons to nurture and an elderly mother to support. I simply do not possess surplus grain. Perhaps you should seek help from the brigade instead." With that, he hurriedly retreated to his wife, fearing that lingering too long would draw his second brother's attention, with numerous brigade members observing. Neglecting the plight of the second brother's family could tarnish his already fragile reputation. Many in the vicinity heard the elder's lament, filled with despair and resignation. Yet none questioned his words. To them, Chen Weinan appeared robust, without ample sustenance and regular meat. How could he possibly carry 15 loads of rice daily? To speak frankly, if they were afforded the same opportunity to feast on meat and fill their bellies, they too could shoulder a similar burden. However, they lacked the means, and dared not emulate Weinan's reckless indulgence. Focused solely on the present without regard for the future, they had families to support. Even knowing that a full stomach could yield greater productivity and more work points, they dared not indulge excessively. After all, the brigade's annual grain allocation was limited, and only through careful rationing could they survive until the autumn harvest. Overindulgence now would lead to famine in the months to follow. Some shook their heads at the sight of Chen Jianjun and Chen Weinan, foreseeing that this household would inevitably collapse due to Weinan's extravagant lifestyle. Others wore expressions of envy, astonished that a well like Weinan could feast heartily at home, enjoying meat at every meal, while they toiled diligently for the brigade, where even rice was a luxury. There were also those who displayed concern, lamenting that such a capable man as Chen Jianjun was burdened with such a wasteful son. Chen Jianjun observed the reactions of those around him, but chose to remain silent, bowing his head as he made his way to the brigade office to report. Chen Weinan and his wife, Xia Luohan, followed closely behind, seeing her husband being disparaged by her father-in-law. Seemingly intent on painting him as a wastrel in the eyes of the brigade, Xia Luohan was filled with apprehension, fearing that Chen Weinan might become disgruntled and lash out. To Xia Luohan's astonishment, her partner did not display any anger. Instead, he wore a broad smile. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Father publicly accused you of being wasteful, and you remain unfazed?" Chen Weinan responded with a grin. "What if I said this was prearranged with father? Would you believe me?" "What?" Xia Luohan's eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with astonishment. However, her expression soon transformed into one of realization, her gaze toward Chen Weinan now imbued with a hint of admiration. She had not anticipated that her partner possessed such a profound perspective, utilizing self-deprecation to deter those who sought to take advantage of their family. Although her reputation might suffer, it would significantly reduce familial troubles. More importantly, with the stigma of being a spendthrift, future purchases of pork would attract no gossip, nor would anyone dare to report them to the authorities. After all, outsiders perceived Chen Weinan's meat purchases as funded by savings from his parents' rations. Moreover, given his considerable strength, he could carry 15 loads of rice in a day, earning substantial work points, thereby accumulating more grain and money each year from the collective. It was entirely reasonable for him to buy a bit of meat. Observing his wife's expression, Chen Weinan discerned that she had grasped the deeper significance of his actions and continued, "Our household earns over 40 work points daily, allowing us to distribute at least 1 or 2,000 pounds of rice by year's end. Should anyone take an interest in our grain and wish to borrow some, it's acceptable to lend a little if we understand their character. However, if we know they are the type to borrow without repaying, clearly seeking to exploit us, then should we lend or not? If we refuse, they may label us as selfish and inconsiderate, and father would lose face in the community. Conversely, if we lend, that grain would be wasted. Better to reserve it for feeding the pigs, rather than facing such dilemmas later. It would be prudent to publicly declare that all our grain has been squandered on meat purchases. We could have father periodically borrow grain from the collective, as long as it's less than what we could obtain with our work points. Any surplus can simply be stored discreetly at home, ensuring no one else is aware. Additionally, we can indulge in rice more often and reduce our consumption of cornmeal pancakes, alleviating concerns about food shortages. Speaking of which, now that the reputation of being a spendthrift has been established, I'll journey to the county soon to procure some pork, further solidifying the belief that I have indeed depleted our household grain. What about your work? His wife countered, furrowing her brow. The act of purchasing meat inherently entailed spending money. With merely a meager sum remaining in hand, if Chen Weinan were to spend it on meat, they would be left with no emergency funds. What if an unexpected situation arose requiring money? Deep down, Xia Luohan was reluctant to let Chen Weinan expend their limited resources on meat. Yet, her rationality reminded her that without this strategy, he could not substantiate his reputation as a spendthrift. Given their daily earnings and work points, it was only a matter of time before they attracted attention, necessitating this expenditure. Chen Weinan, understanding his wife's concerns, promptly replied, "I shall leave early for the town. I can borrow a bicycle from the collective. If I ride swiftly, I can reach the county seat in just over an hour, covering the distance of 20 kilometers. Having purchased some meat, I hurried back on my bicycle. Although I could not arrive at work on time, managing to carry over 10 loads of rice in a single day was still within my capabilities. As for your concerns regarding finances, my father and I have already reached an agreement. We shall borrow directly from the production team. The labor points my parents saved at the production team have surpassed 2,000, ensuring at least 30 yuan during the new year. As long as we do not exceed the dividend limit, the team will notify us in advance for withdrawals." Upon hearing that Chen Weinan would not take money from his own hands, Xia Luohan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief and continued to inquire, "Will the team lend you a bicycle? If I go to borrow it, the team leader will certainly refuse. However, if my father asks, the team leader will surely agree. My parents are well known in the team for their honesty. Even if I were to lose the bicycle, they would do everything possible to compensate the team for one." Xia Luohan shot Chen Weinan an annoyed glance and retorted, "You truly have the audacity. If it were not for your parents' willingness to help, you would not manage to survive in the team." As Xia Luohan and Chen Weinan conversed while making their way to the team office, Uncle Chen Jiangwo had already returned to his wife. Did the old man manage to take advantage of the second family? His wife asked eagerly. "Take advantage of what?" Uncle Chen Jiangwo replied irritably. "It would be a blessing if the second family did not exploit us. How could we possibly benefit from them? I finally understand why that spendthrift Chen Weinan can carry 15 loads of rice in a single day. If I were in his place, I could manage the same." Observing the puzzled expressions on his wife and son's faces, Chen Jiangwo quickly elaborated. "Do you know how much food that spendthrift Chen Weinan consumes at home in a single day? Not to mention his 4 or 5 bowls of white rice per meal. He must have meat at every meal. Otherwise, how could he grow so robust and possess the strength to carry 15 loads of rice daily? With 2 meals a day, he must consume at least 4 to 5 pounds of rice and a pound of meat. Even if he earns 20 labor points a day, he could only exchange it for 10 pounds of rice, which isn't sufficient for his needs. The second family struggles to earn a few labor points and still has to subsidize his consumption. Currently, during the harvest rush, Chen Weinan has the opportunity to earn 20 labor points daily. However, once the harvest is over and there is no rice for him to carry, he will earn at most 10 points a day. The meager labor points their family earns are hardly enough to sustain Chen Weinan. Fortunately, we have separated from the second family. Otherwise, with that Chen Weinan around, not only would we not be able to count on his family's grain and labor points, but we would also have to allocate some of our grain to support them. Let me tell you all, in the future, do not get too close to the second family. If anyone falls under his radar and he asks to borrow money or grain, you must resolve it on your own. as there will be not a single grain to spare from our household. Upon hearing that Chen Weinan has meat at every meal, Auntie Chen could not help but swallow hard, immediately suggesting to her husband, since we cannot benefit from the labor points in grain, why don't we go to the second family's home for a couple of meals? It has been ages since I last had pork. Even a couple of slices of fatty meat would suffice. At this, the eldest son Chen Weinan and his wife displayed eager expressions. Chen Jiangwo immediately wore a look of exasperation and scolded, "Be quiet. Put that thought out of your heads at once. Do you think it is so easy to take advantage of the second family's generosity?" With the presence of Chen Weinan, a rather unreliable character, today we shall indulge in half a gene of pork at his expense, and perhaps in the future, we might find ourselves exchanging it for 5 genes. When his family runs out of provisions, he may very well come to our doorstep, claiming past visits as justification for demanding a meal. Will you be responsible for his sustenance? The elder aunt, upon hearing this, was filled with trepidation and quickly shook her head. Let us refrain from that. Our family has finally found peace. We cannot allow this unreliable fellow to fixate on us. Chen Jinghua then shifted his gaze towards his son and daughter-in-law, urging them to express their stance. Although the young couple also desired some meat, they were equally unwilling to let Chen Weinan take advantage of them, promptly shaking their heads. "Father, we shall heed your advice. In the future, let us simply avoid encountering our second uncle, as if he were a non-existent relative." In the blink of an eye, the workday came to a close. Much like the previous day, Chen Weinan finished an hour early, perhaps due to his increasing proficiency in threshing rice. He managed to harvest a remarkable 17 dan of rice within the same time frame, earning a record-breaking 22 work points in the history of Qinjia village. However, today, not many villagers expressed astonishment at Chen Weinan's achievement. As they put it, if they were treated to rice and meat daily, they would still struggle to match Chen Weinan's output. Surely, harvesting 12 or 13 dan of rice would be well within their capabilities. Few harbored envy for Chen Jianjun having such an exceptional son. Although Chen Weinan earned abundant work points, he consumed just as much. The grain and money he brought home barely sufficed for his daily meals. For the villagers, they would prefer an ordinary son over one who was both gluttonous and wasteful. Despite the distant murmurs and pointed fingers from the villagers regarding himself and his wife, Chen Jinghua felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He recognized that his son had indeed achieved his aim of tarnishing their reputation. After confirming the work points he was owed, Chen Jinghua did not depart immediately, but headed straight to the village headquarters. Since his son was indeed a spendthrift, it was imperative to not merely speak of it. Some extravagant actions must be undertaken. Otherwise, as rumors spread, disbelief would surely ensue. Upon entering, he addressed the 2 leaders of the village, Secretary Zhang, "Captain, I would like to withdraw 50 genes of rice and borrow 10 yuan for a bicycle from the village office. I shall return it by noon at the latest." Secretary Zhang paused, taken aback and visibly shocked, replying, "Comrade Jinjun, your family's provisions haven't truly been squandered by your son, have they? Moreover, why do you require such a substantial amount of money all at once, and a bicycle to boot? Without a reasonable explanation, I cannot possibly acquiesce. As the village secretary, I must ensure that our villagers do not stray from the righteous path." Chapter 37. The excited uncle's family. The old man behaved like a born performer. Meeting Secretary Zhang's concerned gaze, he sighed deeply and, with a look of dismay, responded, "Secretary, it is all for that unworthy son of mine." After much discussion, his mother and I finally persuaded him to work in the village and earn work points instead of loitering in the town. To my astonishment, this rascal actually presented us with conditions. He demanded white rice for every meal and meat daily, threatening to wander off to the town and indulge in debauchery if his demands were not met. I recognized that such matters could not be resolved instantaneously, so I contemplated acquiescing to his terms, as this would at least ensure his presence within our household. Perhaps once he has children of his own, with some encouragement from his mother and me, he might truly mend his ways. The remnants of pork from our last home renovation had already been consumed, and I worried that if we did not procure some pork by tomorrow, he would once again flee to the town. Observing the sympathy and concern etched on the faces of Secretary Zhang and Captain Chen, Chen Jianjun continued, "Rest assured, Secretary and Captain, I have just consulted the scorekeeper. My wife and I have accumulated over 2,600 work points thus far, and our daughter-in-law, Luohan, has earned over 700 points. With the autumn harvest still a few days away, we are certain to earn an additional 600 to 700 points, bringing our total well beyond 4,000. The rice alone will amount to 2,000 jin, and we can expect to receive 50 to 60 yuan during the new year. I assure you that the grain and money I have drawn in advance will not exceed what the brigade is due to allocate to me. As for the bicycle, in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, any necessary compensation will be directly deducted from the grain and money due to me from the brigade. Having articulated his position so clearly, it would be inappropriate for the two leaders to refuse any further. Moreover, the advance was drawn from his hard-earned work points for the sake of his son, not alone, leaving no grounds for obstruction. Furthermore, Chen Jianjun and his wife were well known in the brigade for their honesty and integrity. While others might attempt to deceive the leaders, they would not. Thus, a note was issued to Chen Jianjun. 5 minutes later, he departed from the brigade office, pushing the only bicycle available, with 50 jin of rice strapped to the back. This scene was witnessed by numerous members of the collective. Within 10 minutes, rumors spread throughout the village that Chen Weinan had squandered the family's grain, forcing his father, Chen Jianjun, to withdraw food in advance from the brigade. More than half an hour later, news of Chen Jianjun withdrawing 10 yuan to buy meat for his son also circulated. Uncle Chen Jiangua and cousin Chen Weidong entered the house, eagerly sharing the news they had just heard at the brigade office. Father, you were incredibly timely this morning. Thankfully, you weren't targeted by Uncle Heir, or we would have faced significant losses. Chen Jiangua expressed his satisfaction with his son's flattery, thumping his chest in response. What sort of person do you think I am? There is no way I would suffer losses in front of your Uncle Heir. Let me tell you, throughout my life, I have only ever outsmarted your Uncle Heir. He has never managed to outwit me. Curiously, he inquired, by the way, have you heard something specific? Why the sudden outburst? With a mysterious demeanor, Chen Weidong replied, I just heard at the brigade office. Uncle Heir, in a bid to prevent Chen Weinan from loitering in town, has promised to provide him with white rice and pork daily. The grain from the division has already been completely consumed. To keep that good-for-nothing at home, he had no choice but to withdraw 50 jin of rice and 10 yuan, even borrowing the brigade's bicycle to buy pork early tomorrow. Given the reckless spending habits of the second cousin, even if Uncle's family earns over 40 work points daily, the meager grain and money distributed by the brigade will inevitably fall short. It is only a matter of time before they face starvation. Fortunately, Father, you cautioned us against associating with Uncle's family. Otherwise, the 50 pounds of rice and 10 yuan he just withdrew from the brigade would surely have burdened us. And that would have been truly unfortunate. Chen Jiangwo paused for a moment. Then, with a face full of astonishment, asked in return, are you saying that Chen Jianjun just borrowed 50 pounds of grain and 10 yuan from the brigade to buy meat? Chen Weidong confirmed emphatically. It's all over the brigade. They say Uncle is simply cursed to have a spendthrift son like Chen Weinan. No matter how many work points he earns, it all goes to waste because of that prodigal. While I, too, long for meat, the notion of having it at every meal seems extravagant. Even the workers and officials in the county cannot afford to eat meat at every meal, let alone us, the members of the commune. Excellent, Chen Jiangwo exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. As long as that spendthrift is around, Uncle's family will never improve, nor will they surpass us. As I mentioned this morning, we must avoid the Jianjun family at all costs. We must never allow them to lay claim to our resources, nor should we entertain any requests for loans. With that spendthrift in the picture, their household is a bottomless pit. Anyone who gets involved will suffer. Observing her husband handing 10 yuan to their son, the mother's face was clouded with worry as she murmured, Old man, with our family consuming rice and pork like this, is it truly sustainable? Chen Jianjun initially displayed a flicker of hesitation, but resolutely replaced it with confidence. What could possibly go wrong? If you doubt Weinan, do you not trust your own daughter-in-law? After 20 days of harvest, our family earns over 40 work points daily, plus our usual earnings and the points accrued from pig manure, amounting to over 4,000 points. This could translate to 60 or 70 yuan and over 2,000 pounds of rice. When the corn harvest comes next year, we might even secure an additional 1,000 pounds of corn. We would be hard-pressed to consume it all. Moreover, our son does not buy meat every day. The gossip circulating in the brigade is merely my ruse. Even if our son claims the pigs are not up to standard and the charcoal has not been produced, our sustenance remains untroubled. The sole concern lies in our inability to save money, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. We might find ourselves unable to muster even a few tens of yuan. At this point, a shadow of worry crossed Chen Jianjun's face. In his view, for a family to live peacefully and securely, it is essential to save a little money to guard against unexpected events. However, with the current eating habits of his son, white rice at every meal and the occasional indulgence in pork, it is evident that savings would be elusive. Suddenly, his daughter-in-law, Xia Luohan, interjected, "Father, I believe that by the end of the year, our task pigs will surely reach 140 to 150 pounds. Even if they do not meet the first-class standard, they will certainly qualify as second-class. Since we began adding the bone meal and fish meal made by Weinan, the pig's appetite has noticeably increased. They seem to grow by the day, even though we have only been separated for 6 or 7 days. Under the daily regimen of several pounds of bran, they have clearly gained considerable weight and size." This marks the first time that Xia Luohan stands by Chen Weinan, advocating on his behalf. Even Chen Weinan himself is taken aback, his prepared explanations slipping away. In the presence of his parents, a single word from his wife holds the weight of 10 of his own. Once she speaks, his parents feel reassured. Chapter 38. The evidence of prodigality as anticipated. Upon hearing Xia Luohan's words, Chen Jianjun's worried expression noticeably lessens. He has been preoccupied with house renovations and the harvest, leaving him little time to monitor the household's task pig. He heads straight to the pig pen. Unlike his wife and children, who see the task pig daily, Chen Jianjun's first reaction upon seeing it is one of wide-eyed astonishment. The task pig was brought to the old residence under his watch, weighing no more than 50 pounds, a mere skeleton devoid of flesh. In just a few days, the task pig has undergone a remarkable transformation. While its frame may not yet show significant growth, the flesh on its back has visibly thickened, no longer resembling the emaciated creature from days past. It appears far more spirited, and a corner of the pig pen is already piled high with nearly a load of manure. Although Chen Jianjun has never fed a pig, he understands a fundamental truth. The larger the pig grows and the more it eats, the more manure it produces. An increase in the pig's appetite signifies a hastening of its growth. Faced with such promising news, Chen Jianjun's worries dissipate entirely. As long as the task pig can indeed meet the standards of a Class 2 pig, even if his son consumes all the rations and money allocated from the brigade, the family could still accumulate 40 to 50 yuan by the year's end. This newfound optimism even enhances their appetite during dinner. Perhaps due to their daily diet of white rice and pork alongside Chen Weinan, the pallor on their faces has brightened slightly, indicating a gradual recovery from the toll of labor. Chen Weinan is convinced that as long as heaven grants him the opportunity, he will restore his parents' depleted health. Before dawn on the following day, Chen Weinan sets off with his father. Armed with 10 yuan withdrawn in advance from the brigade and 5 yuan gifted by his wife, pedaling swiftly towards the county town. The donkey cart would take nearly 4 hours, but on his bicycle, he arrives in just an hour and a half. Were it not for the long slopes and mountainous paths, he could have reached the county in under an hour. He heads directly to a narrow alley near the supply and marketing cooperative. 3 jin of meat tickets cost 90 cents. 3 jin of cotton batting tickets were 1 yuan and 20 cents, and a pack of Qianmin cigarettes set him back 35 cents. In total, he spent 2 yuan and 45 cents without acquiring anything substantial. During the division of assets, his parents received neither a yard of cloth tickets nor a pound of cotton vouchers. With winter approaching, the family cannot continue sleeping on straw mats. They need quilts and cotton clothing, or they risk freezing to death. With no legitimate means to obtain cloth and cotton tickets, Chen Weinan must resort to the pigeon market to devise a plan, and he needs to gradually purchase and store cotton and fabric. Once he has enough for a complete set of bedding, he will make it. Otherwise, it will be too late to prepare when winter arrives. Perhaps it is due to the fact that today is a weekday. As soon as work commenced, the supply and marketing cooperative was devoid of customers, save for a few salespersons engaged in idle chatter. When Chen Weinan, appearing somewhat disheveled, walked in, the sales staff merely cast a cursory glance before resuming their tasks. Although Chen felt a twinge of discomfort, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that the current salespeople enjoyed job security. Upon glancing at the wall of the cooperative, the clearly displayed admonition against the arbitrary mistreatment of customers starkly illustrated the subordinate social standing of the sales staff. Should a conflict arise, it was evident that they could act with impunity, as neglecting a customer was not a punishable offense. Not even a curse was uttered in his direction. leaving Chen Weinan unable to find fault with them. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. This was a principle Chen understood well. Though the salespersons held him in contempt, they nonetheless greeted him with feigned warmth, inquiring, "Comrade, how may we assist you today?" "I would like to purchase 3 pounds of cotton batting suitable for bedding," he replied. Perhaps due to Chen's agreeable demeanor, one of the nearest salespersons approached leisurely and inquired, "Do you have a ration ticket?" "We can only sell with a ticket." The price was set at 1 yuan and 20 fun per pound, totaling 3 yuan and 60 fun for his desired quantity. Chen quickly retrieved the prepared ticket and money, and despite his unkempt appearance, the salesperson's expression softened upon seeing the transaction. Once the ticket was verified, the 3 pounds of cotton batting were swiftly weighed. "Where shall I pack it for you?" The question elicited an immediate look of embarrassment from Chen, who had not thought to bring a bag, his mind still conditioned by modern shopping habits. "Comrade, does the cooperative have any bags? Could you provide me with one?" he asked hastily. "We have grain sacks available for 10 fin each," the salesperson replied, regarding him with disdain. Having served in the cooperative for 7 or 8 years, he had never encountered someone purchasing without a bag, clearly. This was a country bumpkin lacking in experience. Though pained by the slight, Chen resolved with determination, "Very well, please fetch me a bag." He promptly handed over a 1 yuan note. Behind the meat counter was an older brother familiar to Chen, who, noticing the absence of other customers, was skillfully butchering pork. Chen approached him. "Hello, could you please slice me 3 pounds of meat?" He presented his request along with the 2 yuan and 40 fun for the meat, and a pack of cigarettes. The butcher recognized Chen instantly, and, upon receiving the money and cigarettes, a smile spread across his face. As he placed the money in the wooden box, he casually pocketed the cigarettes, cheerfully exclaiming, "Ah, my young friend, you are back. The freshest pork comes early. Let me cut you the finest piece." In no time, a hefty chunk of 3 pounds of fatty pork appeared in Chen's hands. Noticing that his gaze lingered on the large bones still adorned with bits of meat, the butcher discerned Chen's unspoken desire. "Brother, the bone today has a bit more meat than usual. I haven't trimmed any of it away. If you want it, I won't remove any, but it is morning, and the price is 40 fin per pound." Chen Weinan believed that the large bones on the table could yield at least 2 pounds of minced meat. Even at 4 dimes per pound, he would still make a profit, so he nodded eagerly. "Then I shall take it. Thank you, big brother." With a total of 15 pounds of bone, Chen Weinan paid 6 yuan and left with a beaming smile, while the butcher, feeling satisfied, patted the bulging pocket of his trousers. The path back to the village lay beside the rice fields. As he approached the village entrance, he observed that nearly everyone from the brigade was busy in the fields, creating a lively scene of industriousness. The moment Chen Weinan appeared on his bicycle, he captured the attention of everyone working in the rice paddies. Upon noticing the substantial piece of fatty meat hanging from his handlebars, envy radiated from the faces of nearly all present, with some even starting to dream. The aroma of the rich meat was so enticing that they couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. This was all part of Chen Weinan's deliberate strategy. To avoid being taken advantage of, he aimed to solidify his reputation as a reckless spender. The fatty meat displayed on his handlebars served as the ultimate testament to his extravagance. Chapter 39. Chen Weinan boasts again. "Brother Weinan, you've returned with me?" a young man cutting rice by the roadside asked, his face alight with envy. Chen Weinan proudly patted the hefty chunk of fatty meat hanging from his bicycle's handlebar, beaming with pride. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, resembling a schemer with his shifty eyes, approached. He exuded an air of superiority as he addressed Chen Weinan. "Your uncle hasn't had pork in nearly 2 months. You can't possibly consume all this meat by yourself. Why not share a pound with your uncle?" Chen Weinan, taken aback by the audacity of someone trying to take advantage of him despite his newfound reputation as a spendthrift, snorted in response. "Well, this is the finest fat from a pig. If it weren't for my good relationship with the butcher, I wouldn't have received such premium meat. I've grown weary of fatty slices these days. I crave an old hen. How about I trade a pound of this fat for a hen from your home? I'll slice the meat and head home to catch the chicken," he proposed. The middle-aged man, surprised by Chen Weinan's shrewdness, furrowed his brow and retorted, "A hen from my house is worth at least 2 yuan. Your pound of fat, along with the meat ticket, is barely worth a little over 1 yuan. Why should I agree to that? Perhaps you could give me a taste of your pork as a gesture of respect." Chen Weinan did not respond, but instead frowned and countered, "Why not let your family, as old hen, come to me? I haven't had one in ages and have been longing for it. The middle-aged man, caught off guard and embarrassed before a younger relative, scowled and said, Chen Weinan, is this how you speak to your elders? Where are your parents? Is this how they raised you? Seeing that the man was attempting to elevate the situation by involving his parents, even the most patient individual would find it intolerable, let alone Chen Weinan. He decisively halted his bicycle in the middle of the road, glared with a fierce gaze, and approached the middle-aged man with an intimidating presence. As he advanced, he declared, it seems that after working for just a couple of days in the brigade, some have already forgotten my identity as a spendthrift. This pork is mine. I can trade it however I wish. A pound of pork for a hen. Do you accept the trade or not? If not, get lost. As for my parents, I am the one in charge. They have no say over me. Confronted by the looming presence of Chen Weinan, the middle-aged man began to panic, wishing to slap himself in frustration. Just moments ago, upon seeing the pork, his eyes had gleamed with desire, nearly causing him to forget his own lackluster identity. Fearing that associating with this ne'er-do-well would ensnare him, he hastily declined. I shan't trade. Uncle Weinan was merely jesting with you. I shall take my leave now. Chen Weinan, observing the man's retreating figure, let out a disdainful snort and threatened, this is both your first and last warning. I, Chen Weinan, am a man of my word. Should you dare to propose a trade for meat again, be it a pound of fatty pork for a hen, you shall comply, whether you wish to or not. As Chen Weinan pedaled swiftly away from the village entrance, the surrounding villagers engaged in fervent discussions about the incident. Various opinions emerged, yet a singular consensus prevailed. The notion of scheming against Chen Weinan had been extinguished. Though he may squander resources, he is no fool. To plot against him necessitates readiness for retribution, perhaps even for significant losses. Unperturbed by the villagers' thoughts, Chen Weinan sped back to his ancestral home. He stashed away the fatty pork, large bones, cotton wadding, and leftover change, then secured the door once more. He mounted his bicycle and made his way directly to the brigade office. Upon returning the bicycle, he grabbed a yoke and hurried to work. With 2 hours already passed since the start of labor, he knew he must hasten if he was to carry the 15 loads of rice by day's end. Despite his urgency, by the time noon arrived, he had only managed to transport 6 loads of rice. After finding his parents and wife, they hurried home together. Upon arrival, Chen Weinan proudly presented his treasures: 3 pounds of fatty pork, 15 pounds of pork bones, 3 pounds of cotton wadding, and the remaining change. Mother, dear wife, this splendid pork and these bones were procured through a single pack of Deqian men. He exclaimed, though the bones cost 40 cents per pound. The bits of meat clinging to them surpass those from our previous purchase, yielding at least 2 pounds of meat. The bones alone can render over a pound of lard. Just the lard and scraps are worth 3 or 4 coins, not to mention the broth and bone meal, guaranteeing a profit. This 3 pounds of pork is even fattier than last time. Rendering 2 pounds of lard should pose no issue. The remaining scraps, along with the lean meat, sautéed in lard with chili, will undoubtedly tantalize our taste buds. With the lard from the fatty pork and bones, we shall dine heartily for the next 10 days. After that, I shall make another trip to the county. His mother, wide-eyed, retorted, 10 days consuming over 3 pounds of lard, over 3 ounces per day. My heavens! No one in our brigade dares to indulge so. You ought to eat less. When you lived with your grandmother, a pound of lard would last at least a month. Your eating habits are far too extravagant. Chen Weinan chuckled in response. Mother, have you forgotten? I am renowned in our brigade as the prodigal son. Noting the worry etched on Xia Luohan's face, he quickly reassured her. Fear not, my dear wife. I am mindful of our resources, even with our indulgence. I assure you that I will increase your savings to 100 coins. Moreover, I shall procure a set of cotton clothing for everyone and at least 6 quilts. If I can manage 8, that would be splendid. If 8 proves elusive, Luo Shui can share a bed with Chun Li temporarily. My initial reaction was one of disbelief. I felt my son was exaggerating increasingly with each word. Were quilts and cotton clothing so easily procured? Not only did one require fabric coupons, but also a considerable amount of cotton fluff coupons. Calculating that 8 pounds of cotton fluff are needed for 1 quilt. Preparing 6 quilts necessitated a staggering 48 pounds of cotton fluff. Setting aside the question of whether my son could even acquire the cotton fluff coupons, simply purchasing 48 pounds from the supply and marketing cooperative would cost 50 to 60 yuan. Not to mention the sheets and the cotton fluff and fabric required for making the clothing. I dismissed his words as mere fanciful daydreams. promptly taking 3 pounds of cotton fluff for safekeeping. I'll hold on to this fluff for you. Once you gather 8 pounds, I'll take it to town and have it made into quilts. In stark contrast to my skepticism, my daughter-in-law, Xia Luohan, wore a serious expression. Since the division of the family from her parents and uncle, Chen Weinan every action seemed somewhat reckless, and his words increasingly grandiose. Yet thus far, everything he claimed had come to fruition. There had been no empty promises. To her, if Chen Weinan dared to make such bold assertions, there must be valid reasons behind them. Chapter 40. Preparing to distribute grain. Gazing intently at her husband, Chen Weinan, she inquired earnestly, "What are your plans?" Chen Weinan had no intention of concealing his thoughts from his wife, stating plainly, "First, we need to resolve the various fabric and cotton fluff coupons. As for money, we can earn it gradually after the autumn harvest. This is no longer the difficult era of 7 or 8 years ago. Although the supply and marketing cooperative still operates on a coupon system, with the right coupons and funds, one can purchase fabric and cotton fluff anytime." He refrained from elaborating on how to secure the fabric and cotton fluff coupons, and Xia Luohan did not press for details. In her eyes, it seemed her husband harbored many secrets within his mind. If every issue required her inquiry, it would only serve to annoy him, and everyone possesses a certain degree of personal secrets. Xia Luohan resolved to uncover those mysteries herself, thereby gaining a deeper understanding of her husband, Chen Weinan. Thus, the entire family began to bustle about. I was tasked with removing the small bits of meat from the large bones, while Chen Weinan and his wife focused on rendering the lard. My father carried rice to the milling house, and the 2 children took charge of cooking. The pork was unexpectedly fatty. 3 pounds of rich meat yielded a substantial 2.5 pounds of lard, with the remaining 7 ounces either being lard remnants or pre-cut lean meat. My sister-in-law, Xia Luohan, and Chun-Li entered carrying a basket. "I have washed the chili peppers, and my cowpeas are ready too. Then for lunch, we shall have stir-fried pork with chili and lard-fried cowpeas." I had already scraped 1/2 pound of meat from the pig's large bones, and combined with the small 1/2 pound cut from the 3 pounds of fatty meat, we had nearly 1 pound of diced meat. The lard was heated in the pan, and once the ginger and garlic were fragrant, all the pork was added. Soon, an intense aroma of meat wafted throughout the kitchen. Although we had plenty of fish in the past few days, the lack of pork made it clear that the rural folk would always prefer the richness of pork. Once the pork has changed color, add the diced green peppers into the large pot for stir-frying. Simultaneously, incorporate salt, a hint of bean paste, and a touch of soy sauce. Within a mere 5 minutes, a generous bowl of stir-fried green peppers with minced pork is ready to be served. Without washing the pot, continue by pouring in lard, adding garlic to saute until fragrant, and then introduce the freshly picked cowpeas. Stir-fry once more before adding seasonings and water to braise the dish. Meanwhile, my wife is also busy. Without an electric rice cooker, we prepare meals using the traditional method. The rice is boiled until it reaches an 8/10 doneness, then lifted out with a slotted spoon. The remaining rice water is collected in a bowl, while the drained rice is placed in a wooden steamer specifically designed for cooking rice. The rice water is left to cool in a wooden basin. In an era devoid of beverages, this cooled rice water is not only delicious and nutritious, but also fragrant, cherished by both adults and children alike, perhaps due to the excessive consumption of meat during this period, and the ample oil in his belly from the 2 heavily oiled dishes. Chen Weinan finds himself satiated after consuming 1 bowl less of rice than usual. The same quantity of rice that once sufficed for 6 people now leaves at least 3 bowls uneaten, much to his mother's astonishment. Chen Weinan, exercising his authority as the head of the household, decides to steam an extra bowl of rice for dinner and with the leftover rice from lunch. He promises to prepare fried rice with crispy pork and eggs for breakfast the following day. After working 2 hours in the morning and evening, Chen Weinan finishes his task of threshing 15 loads of rice and earns 20 work points, half an hour later than usual. 10 days later, armed with 10 yuan advanced by the brigade, he makes another trip to the county town. At the front gate, he returns with 3 kilograms of fatty pork, over 10 kilograms of bone-in meat, and 3 kilograms of cotton batting, astonishing the brigade members. Chen Weinan's reputation as a spendthrift grows even more prominent within the community. In fact, some members have even calculated his expenses. During the harvest season, he purchased 6 kilograms of fatty meat twice, along with dozens of kilograms of bones, which could be exchanged for nearly 200 kilograms of rice. The daily consumption of white rice would require 1 to 200 kilograms of rice. totaling around 400 kilograms. Despite the family's relentless labor during the harvest season, they only managed to earn 800 work points, which translated into 400 kilograms of rice in exchange from the brigade. Effectively, every work point earned by the Chun family during the harvest was consumed entirely, leaving nothing behind. While other brigade members aspired to accumulate more work points during the harvest to supplement the lean winter months, ensuring their families would not go hungry, the Chen family astonishingly devoured all their earnings. As winter approached, when no one could work the fields for points, the community eagerly anticipated how Chen Weinan would procure meat and grains. Although many members secretly envied the Chen family's regular access to meat and white rice, a greater number awaited the spectacle of Chen Weinan facing hunger in winter. Consequently, throughout the entire harvest period, no member contemplated working for the Chen family's points. Not even the uncle's family, for fear that if the second brother's family ran out of supplies, they might come begging at their door. Once all the rice in the brigade was dried and stored, the annual grain distribution meeting commenced, eagerly awaited by all. On the morning of the distribution day, before dawn, my parents hurriedly made their way to the brigade office to queue, anxious that if they arrived too late, all the grain would be gone. Chen Weinan was acutely aware of the situation. The annual rice yield of the brigade was essentially fixed, after deducting the grain required to be submitted to the commune. A portion was reserved for unforeseen circumstances, and the remaining grain was allocated based on the total work points of all members. Unless the brigade faced severe flooding or drought, each work point typically translated to a fixed half a pound of grain. Regardless of when one arrived, everyone would receive their fair share of grain. However, Chen Weinan did not wish to dampen his parents' eagerness for their rations. After all, throughout the year, the distribution of grain and the allocation of money were among the few occasions that could bring them joy. Moreover, this was the first grain distribution since the family had split from their uncle, and all the grain received would belong to them, making it difficult not to be elated. When Chen Weinan and his wife arrived at the brigade headquarters with their two daughters, the courtyard was already teeming with people, punctuated by exclamations of astonishment. Chen Deshan's family had a total of 3,056 work points, entitling them to 1,528 pounds of grain. The brigade's accountant calculated the work points while relaying the final figure to Chen Deshan. Upon confirming the accuracy and signing the documents, he could take the receipt to the warehouse to collect the grain. As the results were announced, another wave of astonishment swept through the headquarters, and Chen Deshan wore a broad smile of satisfaction. His three children looked exceedingly joyful, their faces blooming with delight. With 2.5 able-bodied workers and 2 children, the 5-member family had managed to earn over 3,000 work points in a year, which was quite commendable. All their efforts were worthwhile. With this additional grain, coupled with the several hundred pounds of corn received a month prior, the family was assured a prosperous new year. Chapter 41. The startling work points. The Deshan family had persevered. As Chen Weinan approached his parents, he overheard his father express his sentiments. His mother nodded in agreement. Previously, it was just the two of them working alongside 3 growing children, and they barely managed to secure enough grain for sustenance with just over 2,000 work points a year. Now that the eldest had matured to contribute as half a worker, their grain allocation had increased by several hundred pounds, alleviating their worries about having enough to eat. As the elderly couple conversed, the accountant's voice reached Chen Weinan's ears once again. Chen Jingua, you have a total of 3,120 work points. Why is it only this amount? Auntie was the first to voice her skepticism. Chen Deshan's family, with 2.5 workers, earned over 3,000 work points. Yet my family, with 4 workers, only has a few dozen more than them. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? The accountant, clearly irked by Auntie's challenge to his calculations, frowned and replied, Are you not aware of why your 4 workers have only accumulated this amount? Aside from the rush harvest, how often have all 4 of them been present? Even during the rush harvest, they were cutting corners. The Deshan family works diligently every day, consistently earning full work points, while your family struggles to find even 1 full work point. How can you compare? If you doubt me, you are welcome to come and calculate it yourself. Knowing his family's circumstances, Chen Jiangua quickly intervened, restraining Annie, who was about to retort further amidst the scrutinizing gazes of the surrounding members. Spare us your words. Who told you to be lazy at work every day? Come with me to collect the grain. Do not embarrass yourselves here. After pulling his aunt away from the crowd, Chen Jiangwo did not wander far. instead waiting nearby to see how many work points Chen Jianjun's family had earned and how much grain they could exchange for. Half an hour later, his parents stood before the village accountant, their faces filled with anticipation. The total work points earned by Chen Jianjun's family amounted to 4,230. The look of expectation on their faces was instantly replaced by smiles. They could hardly believe that after a year of hard work, they had accumulated so many points. Enough to exchange for over 2,000 caddies of rice. Upon hearing this figure, Uncle Chen Zhengwo was nearly driven to madness. He had always looked down on them, and with others disparaging his younger brother's family, it was shocking to discover that they had earned over 1,000 more points than his own family of 4 laborers. How could this be possible? Clearly, Chen Zhengwo was not alone in this sentiment. Many believed that Chen Jianjun's family had squandered their fortune through their wayward son. And despite the efforts of the elderly couple, their hard-earned points would ultimately be wasted. Hearing that their family had earned more points than their own was certainly difficult to accept. Noticing the crowd's bewilderment, the village accountant promptly explained, the Jianjun family, like the Dashan family, has never missed a day of work and has always received full points. After their son married, his wife Xia Luohan's points were also counted towards their family, totaling around 1,000. During the harvest, Chen Weinan worked for 20 days, earning 21 or 22 points each day, which amounted to 423 points. Additionally, the manure from their task pigs contributed over 100 points. In total, they have 4,230 points, without any discrepancies. They could have exchanged for 2,115 caddies of rice. But Zhengwo had already withdrawn 150 caddies during the harvest, leaving them with a balance of 1,965 caddies to collect. Zhengwo, just sign here, and you can receive the grain receipt. His parents reveled in the joy of their allocation of 2,000 caddies of rice. They never expected that their first grain distribution after splitting the family would yield such a bounty. Even if they milled it all into rice, they would still have 1,400 caddies, averaging nearly 4 caddies per day for their family of 6. As long as they did not waste, this rice would suffice for the entire family for a year. Father, it's time to sign, Chen Weinan hurriedly reminded, noticing many others were waiting to calculate their points. Yes, I shall do it now, Chen Jianjun suddenly realized, and after placing his thumbprint, he took the grain receipt and headed towards the granary, eager to bring home their rightful share. Suddenly, Uncle Chen Zhengwo blocked his path. Second brother, with such a large allocation of grain, shouldn't the monthly rations for mother be increased? Chen Weinan was caught off guard by his uncle's opportunistic demeanor, arriving as if he could smell the benefits before the grain was even in hand. As Chen Jianjun stood speechless, unsure how to respond, Chen Weinan boldly stepped forward. Uncle, if you feel that 20 caddies of rice each month is too little, you are welcome to send grandmother to live with us, and in return, you may provide us with 20 caddies of rice each month. Uncle Chen Zhengwo was taken aback when his nephew Chen Weinan unexpectedly turned the tables on him in front of so many people. His brows furrowed immediately. The monthly provision of 20 caddies of rice paddy could yield 15 caddies of rice, averaging merely half a caddy per day. While this seemed insignificant, the elderly man already consumed little, relying primarily on rice porridge supplemented by cornmeal pancakes, thus further diminishing his daily rice expenditure. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arose, the 20 caddies of rice paddy sent by his second brother each month would suffice to sustain the elderly matriarch without the need for any contribution from their own stock. If the old lady were sent to the second brother's home, the monthly allocation of 20 caddies of rice paddy would be a certainty, effectively translating to an annual loss of over 200 caddies of rice for their household without lifting a finger. For the astute Chen Zhengwo, this was more unbearable than a death sentence, and he promptly dismissed the notion. No, I am the eldest brother. Mother must stay with me. Chen Weinan retorted with a scoff, since uncle is unwilling to send grandmother to our home. Do not complain that 20 caddies of rice paddy is insufficient. If grandmother were to stay with us, 20 caddies would be more than enough. Once we bring the grain home, as her grandson, I shall personally deliver the 240 caddies of rice paddy to Uncle's house. Chen Zhengwo was astonished at how much more eloquent Chen Weinan had become in just over 2 weeks, leaving him momentarily speechless. He instinctively considered asserting his elder's status to pressure him, but upon remembering Weinan's reputation as a ne'er-do-well, he quickly abandoned that thought. If he failed to maintain control, and his household became the target of Chen Weinan's schemes, he would undoubtedly find himself suffering losses. The cunning nature of that scoundrel Chen Weinan was proving to be quite troublesome. He never knew when he might be led astray by him. Moreover, as a rogue, if he were truly outwitted, he would have no choice but to comply. Realizing this, he could only respond with a resigned expression. Then let us calculate based on 240 caddies of rice paddy. Chapter 42. Grain for tickets. The pace of collecting grain was far swifter than tallying labor. However, this was also the most bustling scene. Even the laziest members could receive over 1,000 caddies of grain, but lacking large carts. They could only carry it back bit by bit on their shoulders or with shoulder poles. Consequently, the threshing area in front of the granary was littered with piles of grain, each surrounded by individuals waiting for their families to transport the grain home. Chen Weinan's family received nearly 2,000 caddies of rice paddy, the largest amount among all the piles, attracting envious gazes from everyone present. At that moment, Chen Weinan suddenly called out to the surrounding members, "Gather around, uncles, aunts, and elder ladies. Everyone knows my father and uncle have just returned home, and I have recently married a new wife. Our family is in urgent need of cotton and fabric to make quilts. Otherwise, we shall surely suffer from the cold this winter. I am aware that many of you have stored quite a few fabric tickets and cotton tickets. This year, our family received just enough grain, so I was wondering if I could exchange some rice for any surplus fabric or cotton tickets you might have. 3 caddies of rice for 1 fabric ticket and 4 caddies of rice for 1 cotton ticket. If someone possesses an abundance of cloth tickets and cotton tickets at home, yet finds themselves in dire need of grain, they can come forth for an exchange. As long as the cloth and cotton tickets are valid, I shall readily provide them with rice. The purchasing price for 1 pound of rice at the grain station is a mere 10 cents, which translates to approximately 12 cents per pound when converted from paddy. However, to procure a pound of rice from the grain station, in addition to the 12.5 cents, one must also present a grain ticket, calculating at 5 cents per grain ticket. The minimum cost to purchase a pound of rice from the grain station amounts to 13 cents. In the black market, the price for a cloth ticket is 30 cents each, where 3 pounds of paddy can be exchanged for 1 cloth ticket, roughly equivalent to 12 cents for a pound of rice. Furthermore, the processing of paddy yields not only rice, but also bran. Analyzing from any perspective, exchanging cloth tickets for rice from Chen Weinan's household is undoubtedly advantageous. At that moment, some individuals were visibly tempted. Unlike decades later, when a single garment could last 7 or 8 years, the commune distributes a certain number of cloth and cotton tickets annually. After deducting the tickets needed for personal clothing, there remains some surplus. They dare not sell these cloth and cotton tickets on the black market, rather than allowing them to gather dust as waste paper at home. It seems more prudent to exchange them for grain, providing their families with a few more meals of white rice. Yet, no one took action. This hesitation stemmed from the fact that the earlier remarks were made by Chen Weinan, a notorious ne'er-do-well in the commune. They feared that if they handed over their cloth and cotton tickets to him, he might not deliver the promised grain, leading to misfortune. As for rational discourse, do you believe a scoundrel would engage in reasoned discussion? Some suggested reporting him to the authorities or the commune, hoping the government would deal with this rogue Chen Weinan. While this notion appeared sensible, it was nearly impractical within the brigade. Even if one suffered losses at the hands of the scoundrel, their parents were still part of the community, and it would be unreasonable to send someone to prison over a mere few dozen pounds of paddy, creating enmity between families. Moreover, given Chen Jianjun's honest disposition, should it truly be the case that Chen Weinan acted wrongly, even if his parents had to endure hardship, they would find a way to return the paddy, albeit requiring time for the exchange. For the moment, all eyes were fixed upon Chen Jianjun. As long as he did not nod in agreement, no matter how grandiose Chen Weinan's claims were, no one would dare to trade their cloth tickets for grain. To be honest, at that instant, Chen Jianjun and his wife were equally bewildered, not anticipating their son to pull such a stunt. However, he reacted swiftly. Recalling the promise made by Chen Weinan over 10 days ago to provide quilts and cotton clothing for the family, reflecting on the offer made, even if they exchanged 100 cloth and cotton tickets, their outlay would only amount to 300 or 400 pounds of paddy. With nearly 2,000 pounds of paddy at their disposal, and after accounting for the 300 or 400 pounds exchanged for cloth tickets and the 200 pounds promised to his mother, they would still retain approximately 1,300 to 1,400 pounds, which could be processed into 1,000 pounds of rice without issue. Although it was somewhat less, combined with cornmeal, it would be sufficient to ensure the family did not go hungry for an entire year. Moreover, the household is indeed in dire need of quilts and cotton clothing. Otherwise, During the winter months, the elderly and young ones within the family may truly risk frostbite. Addressing the gazes of the crowd, I declare, villagers, my son Weinan is now in charge of our household. His word is final. As long as you bring your cloth tickets and cotton vouchers, I shall personally weigh out the grain for you, ensuring not a single ounce is missing. Chen Jianjun's assurance alleviated the concerns of the people, prompting some to hastily return home to fetch their cloth tickets and cotton money. From dawn until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Weinan toiled until he finally carried home the last sack of rice. Observing the significant reduction in their rice supply, my mother wore a pained expression, already calculating how much rice would be consumed daily to sustain the family until the autumn harvest next year. Meanwhile, my wife, Xia Luohan, was beside her, counting the newly acquired cloth tickets and cotton money, her face radiant with joy, to ensure that the family remains warm through the winter. The creation of quilts and cotton clothing is essential. The cloth tickets and cotton vouchers in hand undoubtedly brought the dream of warm bedding closer to reality, illuminating why, a fortnight prior, my husband had so confidently promised the community quilts and cotton clothing. I just calculated that we must reduce our daily grain consumption to 3 pounds of rice. If we can't fill our stomachs, we shall make cornbread. My mother expressed with concern. Chen Jianjun nodded, and after a brief silence, inquired, Son, I understand you can procure cloth tickets and cotton vouchers in the county. Why not simply purchase them with cash? Trading grain seems unwise. Exchanging 3 pounds of rice at the black market would yield at least 35 cents, meaning a loss of 5 cents for each cloth ticket and cotton voucher purchased. We should have exchanged over 100 tickets today, incurring a loss of at least $6. This is indeed too great a loss. Chen Weinan shook his head, saying, Father, one cannot merely consider the surface calculations. From my perspective, trading several hundred pounds of rice for these 100-plus cloth tickets and cotton vouchers is not a loss at all. The $5 lost can be viewed as a price paid for peace of mind. Noticing his father's puzzled expression, Chen Weinan quickly elaborated, selling 300 to 400 pounds of rice at the pigeon market is no easy task. It involves the risk of speculation. While a visit or two may pose no issue, frequent trips can lead to trouble. I refuse to bear the label of a speculator for the sake of a few quilts. Furthermore, even if we successfully exchange rice for cloth tickets and cotton vouchers at the pigeon market, acquiring 7 or 8 quilts could raise eyebrows. If someone were to report us, and the commune came to investigate, how would we justify the origins of the cloth tickets and cotton vouchers? Would we confess that we purchased them at the pigeon market, thus solidifying the charge of speculation? Chapter 43. Renovating the house. Upon hearing the term speculation, my father's expression turned to one of apprehension. In the previous years, during the height of the crackdown on speculation, 2 members of our brigade were apprehended for trading grain at the town's pigeon market in exchange for liquor. It was said they received 10 years of hard labor as punishment. Now, a couple of years later, no one knew where those 2 had been sent for their reformation. As if they had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Hastened to respond. Weinan is right. We certainly cannot engage in speculative dealings. After stating this, he did not forget to remind, you should avoid the county's pigeon market. Without meat coupons, we shall simply eat less meat, if necessary. We can purchase some bone scraps without needing a coupon for a modest feast. Chen Weinan immediately reassured. Father, the place I visited is not precisely pigeon market. And those ticket scalpers have connections. Otherwise, how could they acquire various tickets? Purchasing tickets from them is quite secure. I assure you, I will not easily venture into pigeon market. Currently, we have tickets available, and our pantry is not lacking in grain. Thus, there is no necessity to risk a trip to pigeon market. Mother could not restrain herself from interjecting. Where is there no shortage of grain? Originally, our family could consume over 4 pounds of rice daily, but since you exchanged our fabric and cotton tickets, we can now only manage just over 3 pounds a day. Fortunately, we still have a good supply of cornmeal. Otherwise, we would not have enough to eat. Chen Weinan confidently replied, Mother, even without cornmeal, we would not face a grain shortage. It is quite possible that the over 1,000 pounds of rice we just harvested will last us longer than expected. Mother, who cooks daily for our family of 6, knows precisely how much rice is required for each meal and immediately countered. Who told you we won't run out of grain? Do you understand how much rice we consume in a single meal? A full 2 pounds. I cook every day, and I know far better than you. Chen Weinan persisted in his viewpoint, continuing to inquire. Do you not notice that we have leftovers at each meal lately? The oil in the dishes has increased. naturally diminishing our rice consumption. During this busy harvest period, we were engaged in labor-intensive work, leading to increased appetite, but in the last few days, we have consistently had 2 or 3 bowls of rice left over each meal. Now that the harvest is concluded, work is not as exhausting, and our consumption will surely decrease further. I estimate that 1.5 pounds of rice will suffice for one meal. As our bodies become more nourished and the dishes contain more oil, our rice consumption will likely diminish further. Perhaps a meal could require only 1 pound and 2 to 3 ounces of rice. Suddenly, father interjected. Indeed, my appetite seems to have diminished these past few days. Previously, I could barely feel satisfied after 4 bowls of rice, but now 3 bowls suffice, and I even feel overly full. It appears that as the oil in the dishes increases, our grain consumption decreases. If we can truly reduce our meal portions to 1.5 pounds of rice without hunger, our stored grains will surely last us until next autumn's harvest. Mother's worried expression finally shifted. She might doubt her wayward son, but she could not disregard her husband. Observing Chen Jianjun's earnestness and noticing Xia Luohan nodding in agreement with his son's assertions, coupled with the realization that there had indeed been several occasions of leftover rice lately, mother began to trust her son's words. 2 days later, after completing their autumn harvest, uncle and second uncle once again appeared at the old Chen family residence. Upon hearing that nephew Chen Weinan intended to renovate the kitchen and build a shelter for the pigs, both were astonished. Uncle, never one to mince words, directly scolded Chen Weinan. I have no objections to renovating the kitchen. In the depths of winter, it is indeed impractical to cook amidst the biting wind and snow. Your kitchen could certainly use some renovation. However, I vehemently oppose the notion of constructing a house for pigs. Historically, pigs have always been reared in pigsties. There is no tradition of building them houses, and even for those with wealth, such extravagance is unwarranted. As your elder uncle, I cannot stand idly by while you squander resources. Chen Jianjun timely intervened to defuse the situation. Brother, this time regarding the construction, you should heed Wei Nan's advice. We shall build 2 rooms, adhering strictly to the standards of a proper dwelling. I will explain the reasons later. The matriarch eagerly anticipated that once the task pigs were housed in their new accommodations, they could grow to a weight of 140 to 50 pounds. She chimed in, Brother, you ought to listen to Wei Nan. Wei Nan, a young man accustomed to the outside world, possesses more experience than we do. He asserts that keeping pigs warm in a house during winter will enable them to continue gaining weight. After conferring with his father, they decided to give it a try. Otherwise, the task pigs would surely not be ready for sale before the year's end, necessitating an additional year of care, rather than prolonging the wait. They deemed it wiser to take a chance, considering that the materials required, earthen bricks and straw, would not incur excessive costs. Should this endeavor prove fruitful, after the new year, they could construct a mud house specifically for raising task pigs. Even if the yield were merely an additional 10 pounds of meat at the time of surrender, it would translate to an extra 3 or 4 coins in subsidy. The elder uncle initially intended to further counsel against Chen Weinan's reckless spending. However, upon witnessing the unanimous agreement of his sister and brother-in-law to build a house for the pigs, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, the funds spent on construction were earned through their own labor. With time still on their side, over a month remaining before winter's full embrace, Chen Jianjun decided against wasting money on purchasing earthen bricks and instead resolved to make them himself. Although this would consume some time, aside from 2 meals a day, the household incurred minimal additional costs since straw and yellow clay were readily available in the countryside. As Chen Weinan, along with his elder and second uncles, toiled away in the yard crafting earthen bricks, the elder uncle was passionately recounting to their grandmother the recent transgressions of the second brother's family. In Chen Zhengwo's eyes, indulging in meat at every meal or trading grain for fabric and cotton tickets were acts of financial irresponsibility. Chen Weinan was merely a ne'er-do-well, while Xia Luohan represented the epitome of a capitalist heiress, incapable of contributing meaningfully. As for the 2 daughters of the second brother, they were seen as burdensome liabilities, unworthy of sleeping under a cotton quilt. His own grandsons had yet to enjoy such comforts, often squeezed together with their grandparents. Why should the second brother's daughters have such privileges? Even if the second brother's family reclaimed their cotton quilt, it should rightfully be reserved for his own grandsons. Yet, having suffered greatly at the hands of Chen Weinan, he dared not provoke him further and instead considered seeking assistance from the matriarch, Chen Weinan's grandmother. when the elder intervened. No matter how arrogant Chen Weinan might be, he would have no choice but to comply. Once she positioned herself at the door, he would be compelled to relinquish whatever she demanded. At that moment, all the grain and quilts from the second brother's household would rightfully belong to them. Mother, if you do not intervene soon, the second brother's family will be entirely squandered by that good-for-nothing Chen Weinan. Trading 300 to 400 pounds of grain for over 100 fabric and cotton tickets is a clear display of extravagance. I have never witnessed such wastefulness in my life. I have heard that the second brother's household is constructing a house, and not just any house, a house for pigs. This is an outright waste of resources. Please, you must take action. If my younger brother's family had more money, they could honor you by buying meat for your 2 great-grandsons, but such extravagance cannot be tolerated. I have heard that he has just exchanged grain for over 100 fabric and cotton tickets, while your 2 great-grandsons still lack blankets to sleep under. Perhaps we could ask my younger brother to send us a few tickets. After all, those 2 grandsons also call him grandfather. The future of our old Chen family rests upon them. Chapter 44. Grandmother, have you come to deliver gifts? The elderly woman's face flushed with anger, particularly upon hearing that the second son's family preferred to trade grain for cloth and cotton tickets to make quilts for the wastrel and 2 burdensome individuals. Rather than sparing a little grain to honor her, she stood up abruptly from her chair, seething with indignation, and strode towards the second son's home, appearing far from the demeanor of a woman in her 60s or 70s. Uncle Chen Jianjun's expression brightened, and he quickly followed her, discreetly signaling to his wife to spread the word in the village and gather more neighbors to witness the commotion at the old residence. He could not guarantee whether Chen Weinan, that wastrel, would dare to confront the elderly woman, but he was certain that if a crowd gathered, even Chen Weinan would think twice before behaving disrespectfully in front of so many witnesses. Should he act unfilially, the stigma of such a title could crush him. Stop all construction until I give my permission. No one is allowed to build any more houses without my approval, the elderly woman declared loudly as she entered, taking a seat where the earthen bricks were being made, her demeanor reminiscent of a shrew. Mother, what brings you here? The father was taken aback by the sudden arrival of his mother. Though he was quite displeased with her interruption of their work, he restrained himself and posed the question. After all, she was his own mother, and despite his irritation, he could not bring himself to act harshly towards her. If I hadn't come, you would squander the family's fortune, the grandmother retorted sharply. You have money to spare to honor your mother and to buy meat for your elder brother's grandsons. Yet you waste it on building a dilapidated house, and for pigs at that. Hand over the money for the construction, along with 20 fabric tickets, 20 cotton tickets, and 200 pounds of rice. Forget about building that house. Your family is either a wastrel or a burden. Why should you live in such fine accommodations? Father Chen Jianjun understood her intentions. His own mother was using the pretext of preventing him from wasting money to extract benefits for herself. However, he had already separated from his elder brother, and according to their agreement, the grandmother lived with his elder brother's family. He had even delivered the rice due for the next year. Why should she still ask him for money, grain, and tickets? Was it not clear that she sought to use his resources to support his elder brother's household? The more he thought about it, the more his anger boiled. He looked at his mother with a cold expression and replied, Mother, I have already sent your retirement grain to my elder brother's family. I cannot possibly give you more money, grain, or tickets. You might as well abandon that hope. During festivals, I will certainly honor you as I should. But do not expect to use my resources to support my elder brother's family. I too have sons and daughters to care for. Return home quickly. You don't want others to see this and make a mockery of us. Father urged, as more and more neighbors gathered at the entrance to observe the unfolding scene. The grandmother welcomed the increasing number of onlookers, for it would enable her to compel the second son to bow down in shame under the guise of filial piety. Filial piety holds immense significance in rural settings. Even if the second son harbors grievances, he would not dare to don the label of unfilial. He promptly feigns a look of grievance, exclaiming, Unfilial? How could my mother bear such an unfilial son? With newfound wealth, she would rather allocate resources to renovate the pigsty at home than show any reverence towards her own mother. Why must my life be so arduous? Observing her own mother's increasingly outrageous remarks, portraying herself as the progenitor of an ungrateful descendant, a number of neighbors, unaware of the underlying cause, have begun to murmur and point fingers. The father, taken aback, finds himself at a loss. He never anticipated such cruelty from his own mother. To extract funds from him for the eldest, she would dare to place the stigma of unfiliality upon him. Little did she realize that once this label was affixed, he might become the subject of ridicule and scorn within the Chen family village, rendering his existence exceedingly difficult. Witnessing this spectacle from the entrance of the courtyard, the uncle perceives the father's embarrassment and frustration but refrains from intervening, instead wearing a smug smile. Observing the grandmother's continued performance of grievance, and catching sight of the uncle and aunt at the doorway, full of self-satisfaction, Chen Weinan becomes utterly convinced that this entire episode is a contrived act orchestrated by them. Their motive is undoubtedly linked to the recent acquisition of over 1,000 pounds of rice and 100 receipts. Rage swiftly replaces his initial confusion. Since the division of the family, he has endured the provocations and schemes of the uncle's family, choosing to overlook them for the sake of his father. However, their incessant audacity has now crossed a line. To scheme against him, they even seek to impose the label of unfiliality upon his father, a notion Chen Weinan simply cannot abide. Regardless of past or present, his father has always shown utmost respect towards the elderly matriarch. Despite being manipulated throughout his life, he has dutifully fulfilled every task assigned by her. Yet, after all this effort, instead of receiving a single word of gratitude, he is now to be branded with the title of unfilial. Such indignity is intolerable. With resolution, he strides into the kitchen, retrieves a bucket of water, and unceremoniously douses the theatrically performing matriarch. Who dares to douse me with water? She shrieks, drenched and disheveled. Although the weather is warm enough to prevent illness, the sight is undeniably chaotic. Just as the elderly lady prepares to unleash her fury, Chen Weinan boldly interjects. Grandmother, when did you arrive? Did you know we were making adobe bricks for our new house and came to celebrate? The water, originally intended for mixing mud, has inadvertently landed upon her, serving as an unexpected assist. By the way, why did you come to celebrate without bringing anything? Even if we are modest, we must offer a few pounds of rice when visiting relatives. You are my dear grandmother. How could you be looked down upon? Since we have no meat for lunch, why not send over a hen from your home? It is settled then. I shall go catch a chicken now. Chen Weinan's audacity leaves his father, Chen Jianjun, and the two uncles utterly bewildered, leaving them momentarily speechless. The elderly woman, poised to unleash her ire, found herself utterly speechless in the face of Chen Weinan's words. However, upon hearing his intent to take action against the family hen, she quickly regained her composure and exclaimed, I did not come to celebrate. I am here to prevent your father from building a pigsty. Stop at once. You cannot touch my family's hen. Determined to teach his grandmother and uncle a lesson, Chen Weinan strode out of the courtyard, seemingly oblivious to her outburst. He muttered to himself, how wonderful it is to have my dear grandmother visit. She brings a hen as a gift. Grandmother, you must come to my home more often, for then I shall have an endless supply of chicken. I shall go catch that hen now. With that, he dashed towards his grandmother's house. The old woman, seated on the ground, felt a surge of panic. She cherished the family hen more than her own life. If Chen Weinan harmed it, there would be no eggs for her two great-grandsons to eat in the future. Chapter 45. Grandmother, please settle the compensation. Watching Chen Weinan's quickly disappearing figure at the gate, she was overtaken by alarm. Forgetting her original intent to scrutinize her second son's true motives, she scrambled to her feet and rushed home. Observing the eldest son still lingering at the door, she cast him a reproachful glance and said, Why are you still standing there? Hurry home and stop that scoundrel Chen Weinan. If anything happens to our hen, you will be in for it. It was a futile endeavor. For a frail elderly woman and a middle-aged man could not hope to outrun a sprightly young man of 20. By the time she reached her doorstep, Chen Weinan was already carrying the hen outside. Hearing the distressed clucking of the hen, her heart began to bleed. Fearing for its safety, she shouted, Quickly, release my grandmother's hen. Uncle Chen Jiangwo chimed in, Chen Weinan, release my family's hen at once. If you harm it, I will seek the village leaders to demand justice. Feigning ignorance, Chen Weinan replied, Isn't this hen a congratulatory gift from my grandmother for my new house? Why would I let it go? He continued, Many neighbors heard your declaration at the old house. Are you attempting to deceive your own grandson? With that, he tightened his grip on the hen's neck and, with a swift twist, rendered it motionless. The entire act unfolded under the old woman's watchful gaze, causing her heart to shatter. She cried out, You are lying. I never said I would give you the hen. That was your own assertion. Return my hen. Chen Weinan callously tossed the lifeless hen onto the ground, scoffing. But you did not oppose the idea when it was mentioned at the old house. You are my dear grandmother, since you did not object. I took it as a given. Desperation seized the old woman as she retorted, I wanted to object, but you kept talking, not allowing me a chance to speak. Well, who told you not to speak up sooner? Chen Weinan shot back with a cold laugh. Realizing she had been ensnared by his clever words, the old woman countered. Who told you I was coming to congratulate you? I came to stop your father from wasting money on unnecessary constructions. On what grounds do you impede my father from building? Chen Weinan countered. Chen Weinan did not show the slightest courtesy to the elderly lady, retorting without hesitation. I am his mother. The old woman replied defiantly. In his eyes, even if the second son had separated from the family, he still regarded himself as the head of the Chen household. Chen Weinan was not one to indulge the elderly woman. He resolved to shatter her illusions and coldly countered. But my father has already separated from you. Do you comprehend what separation means? From the moment he signed the separation documents, you and my father became two distinct families. My father is responsible solely for your care in your old age. Everything else is to be handled independently. My father will not concern himself with you, nor can you meddle in his affairs. Observing the old woman's gloomy countenance, Chen Weinan continued, Moreover, this is my household now. Did you consult me before obstructing my father from building a house? Had you merely come to congratulate us on our new home, as a dutiful grandson, I would have welcomed you with a smile, and perhaps even offered you a meal. However, you now reveal that your visit was not one of congratulations, but an attempt to hinder my father's construction endeavors, which we must discuss. You are my father's biological mother, my own grandmother. My father, fearing the stigma of being deemed unfilial, refrained from speaking harshly to you earlier. I am a ne'er-do-well. I fear not the label of unfilial son. Without your interference, the bricks for our house would have been completed today, merely awaiting drying. Yet your arrival means we will not finish until at least tomorrow. While making bricks incurs no significant expense, it does require provision of meals. Your disturbance implies that my household must now accommodate my uncles for 2 additional meals. If we estimate that those 2 meals require a pound of pork, my uncles, being strong laborers, could easily consume 3 to 4 pounds of rice in total, alongside oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and other ingredients. $2 should not be considered excessive, right? These losses are attributable to you, grandmother, and thus you should compensate us. It is only just to repay debts. Quickly produce the money, if you are truly unwilling. I shall fetch the grain myself. $2 would equate to precisely 20 pounds of rice, and I shall not take advantage of you. As for the lost hen, we all share responsibility. No one can be blamed. I will contribute $1 for half a chicken, leaving the remaining half for you. In this way, neither of us will suffer loss. The elderly lady was on the verge of apoplexy, initially intending to scheme against the second son while bolstering the first. She found herself with nothing to show for it. Instead, she was doused with cold water and now had to pay Chen Weinan $2 for the family's sole elderly hen. This was not a plan against the second son. She had clearly been outmaneuvered by him. Regret consumed her, spurred by the first son's provocation. She had forgotten Chen Weinan's disreputable nature and rushed to the ancestral home, culminating in this farcical predicament, where she lost both her dignity and her resources. Had she known this would transpire, she would not have heeded the first son's enticements. The depth of her remorse was beyond articulation. Spotting the second son, Chen Jianjun, standing at the door in silence, she gazed at him as though he were a savior, her eyes gleaming with desperation, exclaiming, Second son, you must reign in your son. I am your own mother. How can a grandson scheme against his own grandmother? Chen Jianjun possessed the wisdom to discern when to speak and when to remain silent. Observing the elderly woman's distressed expression, he remarked, Mother, Weinan did not misspeak. He is indeed in charge of the household now, while you, as his wife, manage the finances. I merely assist in domestic duties and do not oversee matters. Besides, he is a ne'er-do-well, a spendthrift. Do you truly believe he would heed my counsel? He might even exacerbate the situation and demand more from you. The elderly woman was taken aback. If it were merely Chen Weinan asserting his authority over the household, she would dismiss it as unbelievable. Allowing a wastrel to take charge seemed tantamount to witnessing the inevitable ruin of their family. A son with even a modicum of sense would never commit such folly. Yet, the younger son had audaciously acknowledged that from now on, the wastrel Chen Weinan would indeed be the head of the household, which left little doubt, given her understanding of her younger son. He would never jest about such a grave matter. As the elderly woman stood in shock, unsure of how to respond, Chen Weinan, displaying an air of impatience, interjected, "Grandmother, seeking my father is futile. Have you contemplated this thoroughly? If your visit was to congratulate us on the new house, then consider this chicken a gift for your grandson. However, if you intend to obstruct our construction, I expect compensation of $2 for the inconvenience. My time is precious. I have engagements this evening in town, and any further delay would warrant more than mere $2 for lost labor." Chapter 46. Unfazed and unmindful when faced with the choice between a deceased hen and $2, the elderly woman preferred the latter. The hen's demise rendered it only suitable for consumption, devoid of any other utility. $2 could procure 2 chicks, buy feed, and even save her some change. Moreover, she had already endured enough humiliation today. If she were to further solidify her reputation for obstructing her younger son's house-building endeavor under the guise of extorting resources for the elder son, she could never remain in the community again. Despite the turmoil within her heart, she forced a smile and replied, "You are my cherished grandson. How could I possibly impede your construction? Consider this hen a congratulatory gift from me." Anticipating her choice, Chen Weinan was not one to be overly polite. He picked up the hen from the ground and stated, "I knew you would not be the type to scheme against your younger son to benefit the elder. I shall take this chicken with me. Grandmother, you are drenched. Uncle, do hurry and take her home to change her clothes, lest she catch a cold. I shall not invite her for dinner today, but I warmly welcome her to visit the old homestead. Although we have divided our households, you are still my dear grandmother. Blood is thicker than water. Just ensure that next time, you communicate in advance and bring something along, to avoid any misunderstandings that may lead to a comical situation." With a satisfied smile, he beckoned his parents to return home. The neighbors, who had gathered to witness the unfolding drama, finally grasped the events of the day. Elderly Madame Chun had noticed that her younger son's family had received a substantial grain allocation this year and had exchanged much of it for cotton and fabric tickets. She had hoped to leverage her interference in Chun Jianjun's construction to garner resources to support her elder son, Chen Jingwei's family. As a result, they encountered the unyielding Chen Weinan, who not only failed to extract any advantage from the second brother's household, but also lost a hen, suffering both personal and material losses. In an instant, whispers began to circulate among the neighbors regarding the old lady and Uncle Chen Jiangwo. Some claimed the old lady was biased. Others lamented that Chun Jianjun was cursed to have such a mother, in an attempt to undermine the second brother while supporting the first. The old lady was accused of bestowing the label of unfilial upon him. Criticism mounted against Chun Jiangwo, the elder brother, for his shamelessness. He often shirked labor. Yet when he saw the second brother's family receiving more grain, he plotted and schemed. As the neighbors continued to speak harshly, the old lady's face flushed with anger, and with her eyes blazing, she shouted at them to disperse. Fearing her wrath, the neighbors quickly scattered. However, their discussions about the Chun family persisted. Perhaps because Chen Weinan had a point in today's affair, or perhaps due to his reputation as an ne'er-do-well, leading them to overlook his family entirely. Once the crowd had dispersed, the aunt cautiously approached her husband, questioning whether they would simply let the matter rest. After all, it was the only hen they had. Uncle Jiangwo slumped onto a wooden beam at the edge of the courtyard, feeling as though he had aged several years in an instant. With a countenance filled with helplessness, he replied, "What else can we do? Are you going to confront that scoundrel Chen Weinan? He has changed completely. He is articulate and no longer swayed by our words. I thought that the old lady's intervention would instill fear in the second brother, making him adhere to her wishes. But it seems Chen Weinan is impervious to such threats. The notion of being labeled unfilial does not faze him. Do you think the old lady's intimidation holds any weight in his eyes? Furthermore, we are indeed in the wrong. If this continues, we will be the ones who suffer. That scoundrel is no saint. If we provoke him, he might retaliate without regard for kinship, and how will we bear the consequences?" Seeing his wife rendered speechless by the reprimand, the old lady interjected, "Eldest son, it would be wise to refrain from plotting against the second brother's family in the future. For now, Chen Weinan is the one in charge. I have come to understand that if we wish to extract even a single coin from this wretched boy, we must be prepared to incur a loss of 2. Chen Jiangwo, having already suffered multiple setbacks at the hands of Chen Weinan, quickly nodded in agreement. "Mother is right. That little rascal is impervious to reason and utterly contemptuous of both me and you. The notions of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young mean nothing to him. Attempting to reason with such a person is akin to playing music for cattle. Henceforth, let us keep our distance and avoid provoking them. We cannot afford to have our family ruined by Chen Weinan while the second brother's household remains intact. After saying this, he turned his gaze to the drenched old lady and added, "Mother, shall we consider purchasing 2 more hens?" The elderly lady, her face etched with concern, extracted 50 cents from her pocket and handed it to Chen Jiangwo, saying, "My dear, please go purchase 2 chicks, and, if you have any extra money, buy some feed as well." In the Chen family's old residence, when Chen Weinan returned to the courtyard carrying a hen, his 2 uncles had already fashioned several blocks of earthen bricks, which were laid out in the open to dry. "Son, you can't be serious about bringing back Grandma's hen," his mother exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the hen in his hands. With a smile, Chen Weinan replied, "The chicken is already dead. Hurry and boil some water. We'll have half for lunch, and when the 2 girls return from school, we shall stew the other half for dinner. They are all so thin. It's high time they received a proper meal." His mother, still in disbelief, pondered how the old lady, who had been so reluctant to part with a single chicken during the division of the family estate, could now acquiesce to her son taking away their last hen. Was the sun rising from the west, or was the old lady attempting to curry favor with her son? She pressed him again. "Did she not try to stop you?" "She tried, but she could not deter me," Chen Weinan confidently replied. "If we do not teach them a lesson today, they will continue to scheme against us." Hearing this, his mother's face shifted to one of concern. Her son had only just begun to improve his ways, and she feared that the old lady's and his elder brother's machinations might lead him back to his former reckless self. She quickly inquired, "Did you resort to violence? Have you made any mistakes that might lead your uncle to report you to the commune? That would create a real problem." Observing his mother's growing anxiety and noting the worry reflected on his wife's face, Chen Weinan swiftly recounted how he had demanded compensation for lost work time and how he had rendered them speechless with his arguments. As he saw his mother and wife listening in stunned silence, Chen Weinan elaborated, "Father, valuing the bonds of family and brotherhood, is apprehensive that Grandma might label him as unfilial, making it difficult for him to live in the commune. That is why her and Uncle's tactics have some efficacy. I am well known in our commune as a ne'er-do-well and a spendthrift. An additional label of unfiliality does not concern me. Thus, their schemes and stratagems have no bearing on me whatsoever." Chapter 47. Do not speak without caution in just 3 days. The earthen bricks required for constructing 2 houses were completed. The next step was to wait for all the bricks to dry thoroughly before commencing the building. Fortunately, with the harvest concluded, the commune had no pressing tasks at hand. Chen Weinan resolutely took his father back to the city. To further cement his reputation as a spendthrift, he intended for the neighbors to witness his extravagant behavior. He specifically borrowed a donkey cart from the commune, loading it with 200 pounds of rice to sell at the purchasing station for cash. Though privately trading grain was considered speculative and risky, selling surplus grain to the purchasing station was permissible. Without a doubt, the 200 pounds of rice should fetch around 20 yuan at the station, which would be sufficient for Chen Weinan to acquire the urgently needed bedding for their home. After purchasing 2 packets of cigarettes from a ticket scalper, Chen Weinan and his father made their way to the recycling station, where they ultimately spent 6 yuan on a substantial collection of bed frames, some missing limbs, reusable oilcloth, and a large bundle of novels and study materials that he had diligently gathered. Father was exceedingly pleased with today's excursion to the recycling station. Besides the 4 bed frames that had the potential for restoration, he nearly scavenged all the usable wood available at the station. Had this occurred in the Chen family village, the wood on those donkey carts would have been the finest material for furniture. Money alone could hardly procure it. Yet at the recycling station, Father acquired it merely for the price of firewood. Upon leaving the station, he began to muse, "Son, tomorrow I shall summon Zhang the carpenter from the brigade to assist in repairing the beds. I calculated that, apart from 2 large beds and 2 small ones, the remaining wood could suffice for 2 cabinets and several long benches. If there are other recycling stations in the county, we might fetch more wood and perhaps even construct new windows." Chen Weinan shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face as he replied, "Father, one must not be overly greedy. We have already reaped considerable benefits by salvaging so many treasures from the recycling station. I suspect many would envy us for bringing back these damaged beds. If anyone inquires, you must remember that we purchased these broken beds for 15 yuan. Never mention 6 yuan. If we were to procure wood to craft 4 new beds, the cost would be around 20 yuan. By contrast, we bought these damaged beds for 15 yuan, and with an additional 2 or 3 yuan to hire a carpenter for repairs. The total expenditure would be approximately 17 or 18 yuan, slightly less than making new beds. I reckon the brigade would lose interest in us. Once we erect the 2 rooms and repair the charcoal kiln, we can produce several batches of charcoal at home, sell them to the county supply bureau for cash, and directly purchase new wood for doors and windows. Chen Jianjun immediately displayed a hint of embarrassment. His son was indeed correct. He had already benefited greatly from the recycling station. One cannot seize every advantage, for one must learn to be content. Before long, the 2 set off with their donkey cart to the supply and marketing cooperative. They first purchased pork, exchanging the remaining money entirely for cotton batting. Unfortunately, the large bones at the meat stall had already been sold, but Chen Weinan still offered the pre-prepared large front door in exchange for 3 jin of succulent fatty pork. Just as they were about to leave, the butcher suddenly remarked, "Young man, though the large bones are gone, I still have a set of pig offal. I usually wouldn't mention this to others, lest they rush to buy it at dawn, but I feel a connection with you. It's only 5 yuan. If you're interested, I can fetch it for you right now." Compared to the large bones, the pig offal is richer in fat, and nearly every part is edible, resulting in minimal waste. Currently, it is inexpensive because few know how to prepare it. In over a decade, aside from the liver and lungs, the other offal will surpass the price of pork, with some even costing 2 or 3 times more. Naturally, upon receiving such a splendid offer, Chen Weinan could not decline and nodded eagerly. "I want it. This is a valuable find. Thank you, uncle. Next time I come for meat, I shall be sure to buy you some extra cigarettes." After exchanging the remaining 6 yuan for cotton batting, the father and son began their journey home. Remarkably, due to the absence of one grain bureau, they returned home while daylight still lingered. Upon witnessing the father and son returning with a cart brimming with goods, the mother's face blossomed with joy. Although her experiences were limited, she possessed a basic understanding of value. In the village, the assortment of timber brought back by her husband alone would be worth a considerable sum. This did not even account for the cotton and pork they had acquired. It was noteworthy that they had embarked on their journey with no money, only carrying 200 pounds of rice. This indicated that the entire cartload of items had been exchanged for that modest amount of rice. While she felt a twinge of regret, the overall exchange was undoubtedly advantageous. As anticipated, Chen Weinan swiftly retrieved the fatty pork and pig offals concealed beneath the timber, weighing a hefty 30 to 40 pounds, and packed them into a bag. Subsequently, his father, Chen Jianjun, produced a bag containing the cotton. The mother's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Old man, you managed to acquire all this with just 200 pounds of rice. Lower your voice." The father quickly admonished, "Do you wish for the entire team to learn of our good fortune? Quickly hide the cotton. We will consume the lard from the pork leisurely, and we'll keep the offals discreet. If anyone inquires, we'll simply say we exchanged 200 pounds of rice for $20, spent 15 on the timber, and used the remaining 5 for the pig offals. Do not let it slip. If they discover that this entire cartload of timber and those bed frames were procured for a mere $5 or $6 from the recycling station, everyone will rush there. And by the time we return, there will be nothing left for us." The mother nodded vigorously. "I'll keep my lips sealed. If anyone asks, I'll say the timber cost $15, and I promise not to reveal anything." However, she expressed her concerns, "But I've never dealt with these pig offals before. Previously, they were only used to feed dogs. Isn't that a waste of money? It would be far better to buy fatty pork, not only for lard, but also for the residue to cook with. If not, we could purchase some pig bones with bits of meat on them. That way, we could enjoy the meat, render lard, make soup, and even grind the bones into powder without waste. If the offals aren't prepared properly, they'll smell foul. Even the pigs want to eat them. Isn't that a reckless waste of money?" Father Chen Jianjun shared her sentiments, letting out a long sigh as he replied, "Do you think I'm unaware of how unpalatable pig offals can be? But if our son insists on purchasing them, what choice do I have?" Chapter 48. The worry of inequality rather than poverty, seeing the disdain on his parents' faces directed at the pig offals in the bag. Chen Weinan resolved to showcase the transformative potential of what others deemed waste. He retrieved the only large wooden basin in the house and emptied the various pig offals into it. A pungent odor swiftly permeated the courtyard, causing both his parents and his wife to frown and distance themselves, reluctant to draw nearer. Even Chen Weinan could not help but wrinkle his brow. The pig offals purchased in later times had typically undergone some processing. Although they carried an odor, it was never as overpowering as the stench before him. The current offals had been minimally handled, merely cleared of their contents, and likely not even washed. How could one not be dismayed? No wonder the offal from pigs is so inexpensive and yet lacks demand. In rural areas, aside from pig liver and heart which are occasionally consumed, many places use pig intestines solely for feeding dogs, leaving humans untouched. Chen Weinan pinched his nose and approached the wooden basin to sort out the pig liver, heart, and lungs. These offal can be preserved for an extended period with minimal processing. Although they lack the richness of meat, they are still considered a source of protein. In these times of meat scarcity, occasionally indulging in them is quite acceptable. As for the pig intestines, they must be dealt with immediately. Although the peak summer heat has passed, the temperature remains quite high. Soaking overnight mixed with uncleaned pig manure would undoubtedly lead to a foul odor. Together with his father, he carried the half basin of intestines to the riverbank and asked his wife to bring a half basin of wood ash. Chen Weinan then began to clean the inner walls of the intestines, removing excess fat. Traditionally, pig intestines are massaged with flour and vinegar to eliminate odors. Nowadays, many cannot even afford flour, let alone use it for cleaning intestines. However, wood ash serves as an excellent alternative. After nearly an hour of effort, the intestines were finally cleaned. Upon returning home, his mother was busy cooking. Chen Weinan eagerly seized the menu and spatula, deciding to prepare a spicy stir-fry with the intestines. His mother, a diligent farmer's wife, would make a large batch of pickled vegetables during the harvest season to ensure a variety of dishes for the winter: pickled long beans, radishes, peppers, and ginger, all of which complement stir-fried intestines perfectly. The cleaned intestines were cut into pieces, and along with the pickled peppers and ginger, they were added to a pan with some oil. After sauté over high heat until nearly cooked, a splash of sorghum liquor was added, followed by the pickled peppers and long beans, all tossed together with salt and soy sauce. Soon, a fragrant plate of stir-fried intestines was ready. Taking a bite, the tender intestines melded with the tangy and spicy flavors of the pickled vegetables enveloped Chen Weinan's palate, leaving him craving more. Noticing the look of enjoyment on his son's face, the enticing aroma of the stir-fried intestines wafted through the air, prompting his parents and wife to eagerly reach for their chopsticks. After devouring one bite, they quickly went for a second, and before long, the large basin of stir-fried intestines was entirely cleared, with each person consuming at least 2 bowls of rice alongside. Seeing the satisfied expressions on everyone's faces, Chen Weinan playfully asked, "Wife, do you still think it's not delicious?" Charlotte Han was taken aback by her husband's culinary prowess. The pig intestines, which others shunned, had been transformed into a delectable dish in his hands. Nodding in astonishment, she replied, "Delicious. How about we stir-fry the remaining large and small intestines tomorrow?" Chen Weinan shook his head. "Tomorrow, I will prepare them differently, ensuring you'll want more. From now on, if they encounter pig offal again at a reasonable price, they should buy it without hesitation. With a chef of my caliber, even the most odoriferous pig offal can be transformed into a delectable dish." Early the next morning, the elder Chen Jianjun invited the carpenters from the brigade to his home to craft beds. Any surplus timber would be fashioned into cabinets and stools. It was at this juncture that news spread throughout the brigade about Chen Jianjun and his son returning from the city with a cartload of lumber. In the village, the common practice for furniture making and home repairs involved obtaining permission from the brigade to cut trees, allowing carpenters to process them into various sizes of timber, which would then be dried at home before being transformed into an array of furniture. Rarely did anyone display such extravagance as the Chen family, who purchased ready-made lumber directly from the city. Following the harvest, the brigade was afforded a rare respite, and the villagers, who inherently relished a spectacle, flocked to the Chen residence upon hearing of the considerable supply of lumber brought back by donkey cart, along with the carpenters hired to construct beds. Observing the timber already cut into planks and beams, and glancing at the 4 wooden beds, disheveled and awaiting repair, many felt a pang of envy. Even if they ventured into the mountains to fell trees and summoned a carpenter for their own beds, it would cost nearly 20 yuan. If Chen Weinan had indeed procured these discarded pieces and lumber at a minimal price, perhaps they too could benefit. This notion flickered through the minds of several onlookers, and some had already begun to act on it. Men gathered around Chen Jianjun, engaging in conversation under the guise of casual chatter to glean information, while women encircled his wife and daughter-in-law, posing inquiries about the lumber under the pretense of offering congratulations. Though the lumber brought by the Chen family appeared somewhat aged, it was evidently of high quality. A middle-aged woman remarked that it could easily last another decade. "Your Jianjun possesses remarkable skill," she exclaimed, marveling at how he discreetly managed to acquire such treasures. The matriarch feigned displeasure, retorting, "Sister-in-law, what skill is this? It was my husband who accompanied Weinan to the county to exchange money for this. It wasn't merely picked up for free. I even scolded them last night. They spent nearly a yuan on cigarettes for the junkyard, and for these damaged beds and lumber, they forked out a full 15 yuan. Summoning the carpenter to repair the beds and create stools and cabinets will cost another 3 yuan in labor. Altogether, that adds up to 19 yuan. With just a couple more yuan from me, we could have 4 brand new wooden beds." In the end, that prodigal son pressured his father to retrieve these dilapidated wooden frames and refused to ensure he had a bed to sleep on sooner. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed the woman's face, quickly replaced by a smile. Initially, she had assumed that the Chen father and son had spent only a few yuan to acquire a significant quantity of lumber, and upon learning the truth, she realized she could not exploit the situation for herself. They had indeed spent 15 yuan, and with the additional miscellaneous expenses, the cost of crafting 4 beds surpassed 19 yuan, hardly a considerable savings compared to purchasing 4 new beds. The fleeting thought of profiting vanished instantly, leaving behind disappointment. Yet joy arose from the realization that the Chen family had not gained an unfair advantage. The sentiment, "It is not poverty that troubles us, but inequality," resonated with many. "In poverty, let us all share the burden. If I cannot benefit, neither shall you." Chapter 49. Preparing for charcoal production. You truly guessed it. His wife, Xia Luohan, suddenly approached Chen Weinan, her face brimming with admiration as she whispered, "Early this morning, a neighbor came to inquire about where our family obtained the timber and the rickety bed frame. I heard you spent $1 on cigarettes and another 15 on these materials and the broken bed frame. They all scolded you for being wasteful, saying that with that money, it would have been better to hire someone to chop down trees and use new timber to construct a new bed. At least it would last a decade longer than these old materials." Chen Weinan felt a wave of disdain wash over him and replied with a scoff, "Is it just a bed? Why should I fuss over it for so long? Perhaps it won't even last 10 years. The bed frame we are currently making may soon be obsolete. No matter how sturdy it is, no one will use it. I've heard that spring mattresses have already emerged in the city. When our circumstances improve in the future, I shall replace everyone's beds with spring mattresses. By the way, my dear wife, what did you just call me?" Xia Luohan did not expect Chen Weinan to be so whimsical. Coming from the city, she had enjoyed a comfortable life before being sent down and was well aware of the value of a spring mattress. Just as she was about to retort, asserting that it was fanciful to think he could acquire one, Chen Weinan shifted the topic to himself. After shooting him a disapproving glance, she shyly replied, "I just called out, that won't do." Chen Weinan shook his head vigorously. "I have a name. You may call me by it or refer to me as husband, but you cannot simply call out, I have yet to hear you call me husband. Why not try saying it today?" Seeing her husband never missed an opportunity to tease her, Xia Luohan's face flushed even deeper. Bowing her head, she hesitated for quite a while before softly uttering, "Husband." This term of endearment was the result of her internal struggle, ultimately prompted by observing Chen Weinan's positive changes and his attentiveness and affection towards her. Had he remained the same idle youth of the village, devoid of any promise, she would never have uttered those words. Chen Weinan's heart swelled with joy. In both this life and the last, he had awaited this single word for decades, and now it had finally reached his ears. For the sake of this one utterance, all previous efforts had been worthwhile. The earth and bricks in the yard must be thoroughly dried before any house repairs can commence. Currently, it is the off-season for farming, and working would yield only 5 to 6 work points daily, which was hardly worthwhile for someone as strong as Chen Weinan. Thus, he resolved to begin preparations for the forthcoming charcoal production. The procurement price of charcoal from the Material Bureau is 3 cents per pound, and 100 pounds of wet firewood can yield 25 to 30 pounds of charcoal, valued at approximately 80 cents. By chopping 200 pounds of firewood daily, dedicating 15 days to cutting wood and another 15 to producing charcoal, one could earn $25 in a month. As winter approached, the Resource Bureau began collecting charcoal. a process that would last for approximately 3 months until the year's end. After the new year, the Bureau ceased its collection of charcoal, and the maximum profit from charcoal burning was merely 70 to 80 yuan. This outcome evidently fell short of Chen Weinan's financial aspirations. However, if he could gather 400 pounds of wet firewood each day and convert it all into charcoal before the year's end, he could earn 150 yuan. Some might wonder why he did not enlist his parents, who worked in the brigade, to join him in the woods for woodcutting. With 3 individuals working together, it would be feasible to collect 1,000 pounds of timber in a day, potentially earning 300 to 400 yuan before the new year. Yet, should Chen Weinan pursue this path, it would surely incite envy among the majority of brigade members. It was certain that the very next day, the brigade would collectivize the charcoal production, organizing all members to cut wood and produce charcoal together. In that scenario, if he continued to produce charcoal at home, it would be perceived as a capitalist endeavor, risking his capture and denunciation by the commune. Moreover, if he wanted to sell the charcoal he produced, it would need to be done discreetly, under the pretense of using it for personal heating. Even if someone discovered his dealings with the Resource Bureau, he could only claim to have sold the surplus charcoal, earning at most 2 or 3 yuan a month, labor-intensive and time-consuming. Hardly worth the effort compared to working for labor points. Thus, this endeavor could only be undertaken by himself, the prodigal son. The prodigal son felt the winter chill acutely, necessitating the burning of charcoal for warmth, yet lacking the funds to purchase it. He had no choice but to learn the craft of charcoal making. If the family had an excess of charcoal, they would promptly sell it to the Resource Bureau in exchange for meat. Chen Weinan even anticipated the justifications other brigade members would concoct against him. If any members wished to emulate Chen Weinan's charcoal production at home, they would have to weigh the benefits of earning labor points against the profitability of charcoal making. Upon observing that the earnings from charcoal production paled in comparison to labor points, they would neither envy him nor hesitate to ridicule him for his perceived folly of wasting effort on charcoal production instead of earning labor points. While his wife and mother remained at home cooking, feeding pigs, and gathering pig fodder, his father, Chen Jianjun, went to work, and Chen Weinan set off to the back mountain armed with a machete and an axe. The back mountain was considered collective property of the brigade. However, due to the necessity for firewood in every household, the brigade established a specific rule. Only living pine trees and matured hardwood could not be felled without prior permission from the brigade, while all remaining hardwood and dead pine trees could be cut freely. At this juncture, one might question why, given that the mountain's hardwood was freely available, he did not gather wood to sell to the Resource Bureau. The answer was simple: it was not profitable. The Resource Bureau paid 3 yuan per pound for charcoal, whereas for timber, they offered approximately 1 dime for 100 pounds. A round trip from the brigade to the Resource Bureau took about half a day, meaning that he could only transport a single load of firewood to sell, earning just over a dime. While working in the brigade, even during the slack farming season, he could earn 5 labor points a day, which could be exchanged for 2.5 pounds of rice and 7 fun, totaling roughly 2 dimes in value. In every calculation, working in the brigade proved to be more economical and, indeed, less arduous. The miscellaneous timber on the back mountain is seldom sought after, except when members of the collective venture into the woods to gather firewood. This circumstance undeniably provides Chen Weinan with an excellent opportunity for charcoal production. Within a mere 10 minutes of entering the forest, he encountered an endless expanse of various types of wood. To achieve the desired weight and quality of charcoal, it is crucial that the timber is neither too thick nor too thin. Overly coarse wood fails to combust thoroughly, while excessively slender wood yields poor quality. Ideally, he sought timber around the thickness of an arm. Before him lay a forest predominantly composed of such timber, standing approximately 10 meters tall, yet falling short of the collective's maturity standards, rendering them all suitable for felling. This abundance of resources in the back mountain was quite remarkable. Chapter 50. Charcoal production. The best wood for charcoal is hardwood among the miscellaneous timber, as it produces dense and long-burning charcoal. The challenge of processing this wood with only a machete and an axe, without the aid of a saw, was formidable. Despite Chen Weinan's considerable strength, he found himself panting and fatigued after 2 hours of labor, his arms numb. The total weight of the timber he had gathered was barely 200 jin. Gazing at his meager haul and feeling the tingling in his arms, he could not help but reflect. Charcoal production is indeed a laborious endeavor. It is exhausting beyond measure. No wonder so few people are inclined to earn a mere 3 fun for a jin of charcoal. It is simply not a task suited for humans. Yet he persevered, driven by the thought that next time he ventured into town, he must purchase a handsaw, regardless of the cost. Relying solely on the axe and machete, he could manage to return with a maximum of 500 jin of timber in a day. With a handsaw, he could easily bring back 700 or 800 jin. If a clay kiln could consume 400 jin of wood, a day's worth of cutting could fuel 2 kilns. Given that each kiln requires 2 days to produce charcoal, in 5 days, he could yield 2 kilns of charcoal, weighing approximately 200 jin, which could be exchanged for at least 6 or even 7 yuan. Nevertheless, effort always bears fruit. Once the clay bricks in the courtyard had dried completely and construction commenced, he had amassed at least 2,000 jin of timber suitable for charcoal production stacked in the corners. In comparison to making clay bricks, building a house progressed remarkably faster. In less than 3 days, 2 thatched cottages were erected, one serving as a kitchen and the other for pig raising. Naturally, the latter was separated by an earthen wall over a meter high. The actual pig pen occupied about half of the cottage, while the other half was designated for a stove to prepare pig feed and a surface for drying charcoal. The surplus clay bricks from the construction were transported by Chen Weinan to the backyard of the old residence, where he built a kiln capable of accommodating 400 jin of timber, specifically for charcoal production. Observing this kiln, larger and deeper than the previous one but lacking a chimney, doubt was etched on the faces of his family, particularly his father, Chen Jianjun. The eldest son, having often roamed outside and gained considerable experience, could grasp the concept of using bamboo for fishing traps, as many such skills are easily learned. However, charcoal production was an entirely different matter. From the construction of the kiln to the production of charcoal, the entire process is a skillful endeavor. If memory serves him right, there isn't a single individual in the Chun family village who possesses the ability to produce charcoal, which underscores the difficulty of this task. To his astonishment, his son claimed he could indeed make charcoal, even asserting that he knew how to build a kiln, a statement so far-fetched that it was hard not to doubt. Chen Weinan noticed the skepticism etched on his father and wife's faces, but chose not to elaborate. As the old adage goes, actions speak louder than words. Once he successfully produces a batch of charcoal, disbelief will be an impossibility. Father, I recently harvested a considerable amount of hardwood. Let us commence the charcoal making process now. If all goes according to plan, we should see results by noon tomorrow. Please assist me in bringing the hardwood over. I shall prepare the kiln. The hardwood, measuring over half a meter, was positioned upright within the earthen stove, arranged as tightly as possible, approximately 200 pounds per layer, before replicating the same method for a second layer. Next, he spread a layer of straw atop the hardwood, followed by a bucket of mud excavated from the river, covering the straw while leaving a circular opening the width of an arm for smoke to escape. The base of the kiln was equipped with 4 fire openings, igniting the hardwood within through dry twigs piled at each entry point. As flames began to flicker from the hardwood at the other 3 openings, he promptly sealed them with mud, allowing the fire to smolder within the kiln. Initially, thick black smoke billowed from the vent atop the kiln. After 2 hours, the smoke began to dissipate, accompanied by flickering flames. 2 hours later, the vent was devoid of black smoke, leaving only embers and sparks. Chen Weinan understood it was time to seal the kiln. Delaying any further would result in the charcoal being reduced to ash. A hefty lump of mud was pressed against the smoke vent. After meticulously inspecting the kiln 3 times and sealing all cracks with yellow clay, he surrendered the rest to time. By the following morning, the area surrounding the kiln had lost all residual heat. The cracks sealed with yellow clay had shown no signs of reappearing. As long as there were no fissures, oxygen could not infiltrate the kiln, halting the combustion of the charcoal. Nevertheless, out of caution, Chen Weinan decided to wait a bit longer. Should there still be embers smoldering within, opening the kiln prematurely would surely waste a significant amount of charcoal. At 11 in the morning, under the watchful eyes of his family, Chen Weinan struck the yellow clay, sealing the kiln's top with a wooden stick. The once stuffed earthen stove had now emptied to reveal about half its capacity. Charcoal pieces, slightly thinner than an arm, lay scattered within, with a considerable amount already reduced to fragments. With anticipation radiating from his face, Chen Weinan picked up 2 pieces of charcoal and knocked them together. The crisp sound resonated through the air, dispelling any lingering concern from his expression, for he was intimately familiar with that sound from years of charcoal making in his previous life. Just by the sound alone, he could ascertain that this batch had succeeded. His father, Chen Jianjun, was even more elated, grinning broadly as he exclaimed, "This is charcoal. I've seen it at the commune. The charcoal produced by the commune leaders cannot compare to this. Eldest son, you truly possess the skill to make charcoal." Chen Weinan appeared considerably more composed, for he possessed unwavering confidence in his skill of charcoal production. Sensing the lingering warmth emanating from the earthen kiln, he promptly reminded Chen Jianjun, "These charcoals must be thoroughly cooled before being bagged and tied together. I shall take charge of cleaning the kiln while you all transport them to the pig pen for proper airing. We will weigh them after an hour." Perhaps it was due to Chen Weinan's genuine success in producing charcoal, or perhaps the newfound income invigorated the group. They worked with remarkable zeal. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Weinan had already measured the weight. The intact and unbroken charcoals were bundled with straw twine into 2 packages, weighing approximately 110 pounds. The remaining 10 or so pounds had fragmented for various reasons and would be saved for winter's fireside warmth. Though there was a twinge of regret, Chen Weinan was ultimately pleased with the outcome, as 110 pounds of charcoal could fetch $3.30 at the supply bureau. The entire process of charcoal production and wood cutting had consumed about a day and a half. Earning $3.30 over this period translated to $66 in a month, even if he could not work daily. Producing a few batches of charcoal would surely yield around $50 monthly. However, charcoal production was a seasonal endeavor and exceedingly labor-intensive. Otherwise, it would be an ideal occupation for Chen Weinan. In the following days, while his father resumed work, Chen Weinan ventured to the back mountain every few days to gather firewood. Once his father, Chen Jianjun, confirmed his son's charcoal-making prowess, he generously invested in a saw for Chen Weinan. With the addition of the saw, Chen Weinan's daily woodcutting yield surged from 400 or 500 pounds to 800 or 900 pounds, enabling him to produce charcoal for 2 kills with a single woodcutting session. Meanwhile, his mother and wife tended to the pigs, monitored the kiln, packaged the cooled charcoals, and occasionally caught small fish and shrimp in the river, which they dried and ground into fish meal to mix with the pig feed. Thus, more than half a month swiftly passed, and the stockpile of charcoal at home exceeded 1,000 pounds. Upon rising in the morning, the chill in the air was palpable, prompting the thought of preparing warm clothing and bedding for his family before the cold intensified, risking their health. "Father, I plan to rise early tomorrow and take 100 pounds of charcoal to the supply bureau for a trial run," Chen Weinan suddenly declared during dinner. His father, anxious about the growing stockpile of charcoal at home, nodded in agreement. "Although we have inquired about the supply bureau's purchase of charcoal, we have yet to sell any. It would be prudent to test the waters, lest we accumulate too much charcoal that remains unsold, rendering our efforts futile." Chen Weinan wholeheartedly endorsed his father's response. Should the supply bureau decline to purchase charcoal this year, the family would be left without a market for their stock, and relying solely on their own usage would mean the charcoal would last for 2 years, eliminating the need to continue venturing into the mountains for wood cutting and charcoal production. He then turned his gaze towards Xia Luohan, "Wife, since there's little to do at home, why not accompany me?" Acknowledging the considerable distance, he added, "I fear you may struggle with the journey." Xia Luohan shot back with a fierce look. "Whom do you underestimate? Is it merely over 30 miles? Who is afraid of whom? Although I may not possess your prowess in carrying burdens, I can certainly manage with a. Tomorrow, I shall set forth at dawn, and I will carry 30 pounds. No, 30 pounds is too little. I shall carry 40 pounds instead." Chen Weinan has long desired to take his wife into the town, to procure some delightful treats for her, and to personally select his favorite novels from the recycling station, yet he has never found the opportunity. Unexpectedly, a mere provocation was sufficient to persuade her. He quickly nodded. "Then let us venture into the city together tomorrow. Remember to bring a yuan, as it will come in handy." Before dawn broke, Chen Weinan stealthily departed from Qinjiazwang with his wife. He chose 2 bundles of charcoal, weighing at least 120 pounds, while his wife shouldered approximately 30 pounds. Despite her insistence on carrying 40 pounds of charcoal, Chen Weinan was acutely aware of the arduous nature of the 30-mile journey and insisted she carry only 30 pounds. Otherwise, he would not engage in the competition at all. Xia Luohan understood that Chen Weinan was looking out for her. Although she pouted in apparent dissatisfaction, her heart was brimming with joy. Just as Xia Luohan felt she could no longer endure the wait, they finally arrived in the town. As customary, Chen Weinan first purchased 2 packs of Deqianmen. Each trade has its own intricacies. Since the supply bureau was acquiring charcoal, it was evident that there were nuances he was yet unaware of. Only by discerning these subtleties could he safeguard his interests. It was akin to purchasing meat. By offering a pack of Chen, he could obtain several pounds of fine pork, benefiting both himself and the butcher in a mutually advantageous exchange, perhaps due to Chen Weinan's early arrival or his belated one. The entrance of the supply bureau was devoid of anyone save for a watchman and a charcoal vendor. A look of concern immediately crossed Xia Luohan's face. If the supply bureau were not accepting charcoal, their trip would be in vain, and the thousands of pounds of charcoal at home would have been burned for naught. Chen Weinan's heart sank at the thought of the bureau possibly refusing charcoal this year. Fortunately, at that moment, the watchman spoke up. "Young man, are you here to sell charcoal? Why so late? Others have finished selling and gone home." Chen Weinan quickly inquired, "Sir, does the supply bureau still accept charcoal?" The watchman nodded. "Of course we do. From the onset of winter until the new year, as long as someone brings in charcoal, our bureau will purchase it." Upon hearing this, Chen Weinan could not help but exhale in relief. He promptly produced a pack of Chen and handed it to the watchman, continuing, "Sir, this is my first visit to the supply bureau for selling charcoal, and I am unaware of any nuances. Could you possibly enlighten me? Otherwise, I may find myself at a disadvantage." The watchman, upon looking at the Chen in his hand, exhibited a look of surprise, and his demeanor towards Chen Weinan transformed as he smiled and replied, "Young man, you have indeed asked the right person. Our supply bureau's acquisition of charcoal is similar to your commune's assessment of pigs. It is all graded. Common charcoal is classified as grade 3, with the lowest purchase price of 3 cents per pound. Slightly superior charcoal may be rated as grade 2, fetching an additional 5 cents. The finest charcoal is rated as grade 1, with a purchase price of 4 cents per pound. I observe that the charcoal you have brought is meticulously selected, measuring half a meter per piece, devoid of any debris. I shall engage in a few flattering words with the rating officer. Obtaining a first-class designation should be a certainty." As expected, Chen Weinan silently mused to himself. With a grateful smile adorning his face, he expressed, "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your guidance. Otherwise, I would surely suffer a great loss shortly." This marked the first occasion for Xia Luohan to witness her partner interacting with urban dwellers. The Chen Weinan she perceived at home was entirely different from the one before her now. Not only was he more astute, but he also exhibited a remarkable adaptability. His manner of speech considerably more pleasing. While she stood there in astonishment, pondering where her partner acquired such skills, Chen Weinan returned to her side, taking her right hand and leading her into the courtyard of the Resource Bureau. "Where are we headed?" Xia Luohan, still reeling from her earlier surprise, asked foolishly. Realizing that Chen Weinan was firmly grasping her right hand, she struggled to break free, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, nearly reaching her ears, as she shyly protested. "Please let go. We are in public. It's quite embarrassing." Rather than release her, Chen Weinan tightened his grip, responding with a playful insouciance. "I am merely holding my wife's hand. How is that shameful?" Observing the man before her oscillate between being earnest and frivolous, Xia Luohan found herself at a loss. Unable to discern his true demeanor, unable to escape Chen Weinan's grasp, she lowered her gaze, her face aflame, and followed him closely. Having traversed less than 20 meters upon entering, they encountered a young man seated behind a table. Based on the gatekeeper's introduction, Chen Weinan instantly recognized him as the young man responsible for his rating. He appeared rather carefree, youthful, and exuded a sense of reckless abandon. It was evident that a person so young could attain a position of such significance within the Resource Bureau only through a formidable background. Chapter 52. An intimate interaction. Once more, Chen Weinan conceived a strategy to deal with such individuals and strode purposefully towards him with his wife by his side. "Hello, comrade. I am here to sell charcoal. I would appreciate your assistance in assigning a rating." "Ah." The young man was momentarily taken aback by the quality of the charcoal brought by Chen Weinan before he spoke. "You have indeed selected it well. There is not a single piece of debris. Quite impressive. After receiving such a large quantity today, I have finally encountered a batch of superior quality." Just as he was about to utter the word second class, Chen Weinan swiftly interjected, "Esteemed leader, whether my family can enjoy a prosperous year depends on your judgment this year. I hope you can take a closer look at this charcoal. Not only have I meticulously selected it, but each piece is half a meter in length, the thickness of an arm, and the specifications are remarkably uniform. You certainly won't find charcoal of this quality elsewhere." At this point, Chen Weinan casually handed the only remaining pack of Qianmin cigarettes to the young man. For these privileged youths with connections, they lacked neither money nor sustenance. What they valued most was face. By addressing him as leader and offering a pack of cigarettes, Chen Weinan undoubtedly accorded him due respect. Coupled with the fact that the 2 bundles of charcoal he had selected genuinely met the first-class standard, the young man, in excellent spirits, waved his hand grandly and readily inscribed first class in front of him. Subsequently, he tore off the pre-stamped note and handed it to Chen Weinan with a beaming smile, saying, "You are quite impressive. In the future, whenever you wish to sell charcoal, come directly to me. Go inside to Wei and get your change." Xia Luohan was completely led by Chen Weinan. Feeling dazed, she followed his every action. After 10 minutes, they exited the supply bureau. It wasn't until Chen Weinan handed her the 6 yuan earned from selling charcoal that she snapped out of her astonishment. Looking at her man, admiration flickered in her gaze as she exclaimed, "How do you know so much? I thought a pound of charcoal could only be sold for 3 cents. You managed to elevate the price to 4 cents per half pound with just 2 packs of cigarettes. That's an additional $1.50 for 150 pounds of charcoal. Even after deducting the cost of the cigarettes, we still earned an extra 60 to 70 cents. How did you accomplish that?" Chen Weinan chuckled and replied, "First, hold on to the money, and I shall explain it to you gradually. There are 2 main reasons. Firstly, our charcoal is inherently superior. When I go to the back mountain to gather firewood, I only choose hardwood, avoiding other types. I maintain a consistent thickness, about the width of an arm, which makes it visually appealing. Secondly, it's about social connections. The authority to grade the charcoal lies with that young man we just saw. He can assign it either a second or first-class rating. If we offer him some benefits and sweet-talk him, naturally, he will elevate our charcoal's classification, regardless of the grade assigned. The money we earn from selling the charcoal comes from the state, so he won't lose a penny. Yet, he can gain a pack of cigarettes from us. If I were in his position, accepting the cigarettes, I would surely assign a higher grade." As the sun approached its zenith, he continued, "Darling, it's rare for you to visit the county. Although we Haven tea made a fortune today, I can at least treat you to a bowl of noodles. I fortuitously purchased a food coupon while buying cigarettes. After a long morning of travel, you must be exhausted. Let us go have some noodles now." Without waiting for Xia Luohan to decline, he pulled her toward the state-run restaurant. "2 bowls of noodles for me, with extra meat," Chen Weinan ordered with great flair. "A bowl of noodles costs half a pound of grain coupons and 2 dimes, the indifferent server replied, without even lifting her head. In another era, Chen Weinan would have lodged a complaint, but not in this context. The state-run restaurant staff and the salespeople at the supply and marketing cooperatives held secure jobs, highly coveted by many. If they spoke to you politely, it was already a blessing. If one encountered a surly staff member, they could easily dismiss you with a mere word. Chen Weinan had grown accustomed to this and promptly produced a pound of grain coupons along with 40 cents. Noticing the pained and reluctant expression on Xia Luohan's face, he quickly reassured her, "My dear, it's just this one meal. We Haven tea dined out since our wedding. Let us savor the flavors of the state-run restaurant today." Xia Luohan still looked distressed as she replied, "It's too expensive. A pound of grain coupons and 40 cents is enough for our entire family to eat for a day. We're spending it all on just 2 bowls of noodles. This is quite extravagant." Chen Weinan responded with ease, "What is the big deal? At worst, I'll just burn 10 extra pounds of charcoal when we get home. I have already settled the payment, so let us not dwell on it. Enjoy your meal. And shortly we shall head to the supply cooperative to procure fabric and cotton batting. Let us swiftly gather enough materials to make cotton clothing for everyone, as well as additional fabric and batting for quilts." Although the service at the state-run restaurant leaves much to be desired, the flavor and quality of the ingredients are undoubtedly commendable. In later times, a bowl of noodles would scarcely contain 2 or 3 ounces of noodles. Yet this bowl before me is a hearty half pound, and even if it falls short, it is hardly lacking. Whereas in the future, a bowl of meat noodles might reveal only 6 or 7 strands of meat. This bowl boasts at least a generous ladle of meat, artfully arranged atop the noodles, which is undeniably appetizing. The robust ingredients contribute to an exceptionally delightful taste. To speak candidly, this marks the first occasion that Chen Weinan has indulged in noodles at a state-run restaurant since his rebirth. Previously, he would merely buy a couple of steamed buns to satiate his hunger with hot water. When the waiter placed 2 bowls of noodles before them, he was taken aback. Without hesitation, he transferred a pair of chopsticks full of meat into Xia Luohan's bowl. then encouraged his wife to eat heartily. This humble gesture profoundly moved Xia Luohan. Love for another is not merely expressed through words, but is manifested in the small, everyday actions. Chen Weinan's willingness to share his meat signifies that he constantly holds her in his thoughts. Feeling deeply content, he then returned some of the meat to his bowl and, in turn, added a portion of his noodles and meat to Chen Weinan's bowl. With a lowered head, she bashfully replied, "I am not a pig. I cannot eat so much." Chen Weinan, undeterred, replied while eating, "Very well, I shall consume more noodles. And you shall have a bit more meat. If you truly cannot finish, I shall gladly take what remains." The journey home proved far less strenuous than entering the city. The burden Xia Luohan had carried on her back had now shifted to Chen Weinan's shoulder. Inside, the load consisted solely of fabric and cotton batting, rendering it almost weightless. After traversing nearly 4 hours of mountainous terrain to arrive, they reached the village in just 3 hours. Observing the couple returning home with empty hands yet an increased supply of cotton and fabric, Chen Jianjun, her father-in-law, finally relaxed after a day of tension. With eager anticipation, he inquired, "How much did you sell for? What is the price per pound of charcoal at the Material Bureau?" Without allowing Chen Weinan a chance to respond, his wife, Xia Luohan, eagerly recounted their experiences at the Material Bureau with vivid detail. Chen Jianjun had accompanied Chen Weinan to the county several times and was well aware of the tactics his son employed to secure favorable deals. Upon hearing Xia Luohan's account, his expression remained stoic, revealing little change. However, their mother was different. Although Chen Jianjun had previously mentioned how his son had forged a good relationship with the gatekeepers to procure unavailable fatty meat and bran, his narrative lacked the vividness that Xia Luohan provided. After listening to her elaborate description, her face reflected astonishment, delight, and above all, joy. The improvement in their son's fortunes signified that life at home would only get better. As Xia Luohan's tales grew increasingly embellished, Chen Weinan hastily interjected to temper her enthusiasm. "Dear, it was not as remarkable as you portray. Consider this. In the past, when the brigade delivered grain, how often did the captain not slip a cigarette to the inspectors? It was merely an attempt to foster good relations and secure a more favorable classification for the grain we submitted. Collecting grain, charcoal, and pigs is essentially the same. It depends on whether one is willing to offer a little something extra. However, this comes with a prerequisite. The quality of what we submit must be satisfactory. If the quality is subpar, no amount of bribery would persuade someone to risk their job by misrepresenting it." Mother once accompanied the brigade to deliver grain, and upon hearing this, she understood immediately but couldn't help but praise. Only the captain could manage such a feat. "Your ability to learn this indicates you are as capable as he." Look at how she extols him, almost elevating herself to the heavens. Chen Weinan couldn't resist shooting a sidelong glance at Xia Luohan. Had it not been for her exaggerated introduction earlier, Mother would not have been so stirred. Over time, Xia Luohan gradually discerned Chen Weinan's temperament. Faced with her glare, instead of feeling intimidated, he cheekily stuck out his tongue, exuding an adorable charm that left Chen Weinan momentarily speechless. She decisively changed the subject, saying, "Father, we have less than a pound of charcoal left at home. I want to burn a few more kills, aiming to accumulate 1,500 pounds. We can borrow the brigade's donkey cart and deliver it all at once to the supply bureau for sale. If I carry over 100 pounds of charcoal each time, making frequent trips to the city will inevitably draw attention. The weather is growing colder. We must exchange the charcoal for money as soon as possible to purchase enough cotton cloth and batting to make quilts and cotton clothing for everyone. As the temperature drops, the family has yet to secure cotton clothing, enduring the cold in thin garments. Chen Jianjun is also anxious." He quickly responded, "I will take charge of borrowing the donkey cart, since it is not the busy farming season. The brigade's donkey carts are mostly idle and would welcome being borrowed by a member. This way, the brigade can save on feeding the donkey for a day, conserving a good amount of grain. I will work during the day and help you with the charcoal at night. You can gather firewood during the day. If it rains or snows, we will be unable to go into the mountains and will have to rely on the firewood we have stored to make charcoal." 10 days swiftly passed. Mother utilized the cotton and batting purchased by Chen Weinan to craft a set of cotton clothing for each of the 2 girls, using the remaining batting to create a quilt, ensuring the little ones would not suffer from the cold. As for the adults, they would manage with some extra tasks. And with charcoal available for warmth, they could temporarily endure in their thin garments. During these 10 days, Chen Weinan was not idle either. whenever he had the chance. He ventured into the mountains to gather firewood, and the pile in the pigpen had surpassed 5,000 pounds. The charcoal ready for transport to the supply bureau had exceeded 1,500 pounds as well. Father, tonight I will carry all the charcoal to the Wild Boar Gully, 2 kilometers outside the village. Over the past few days, I specifically scouted the area. There is a large pit near the roadside concealed by shrubs, where I will stash the charcoal. Tomorrow morning, I will take 2 bags of rice with the donkey cart. If anyone inquires, I will say I am heading to the county seat to sell rice and exchange it for cloth and batting. Once at the Wild Boar Gully, I will load the charcoal onto the cart and cover it with a layer of straw. With the temperatures dropping, brigade members are either busy working for points or hiding at home, making it unlikely to encounter acquaintances outside the brigade. Even if we were to encounter them, they would distance themselves due to my presence. Upon returning home, I concealed the grains beneath cloth and cotton. If there was truly no place to hide them, I would temporarily discard them in the Wild Boar Gully and retrieve them stealthily after dusk. My father nodded immediately, acknowledging the wisdom of this plan. It would conveniently explain the funds required for fabric and cotton. Chen Weinan continued, stating that 2 bags of rice would accompany the charcoal to the county town. If the proceeds from the charcoal were insufficient to purchase the fabric and cotton, we would sell the rice. If sufficient, we would bring it back. Upon hearing this, my mother grew anxious. She, who had endured hunger, held the grains in higher regard than her own life. Previously, when the family exchanged fabric and cotton tickets, Chen Weinan's reputation as a spendthrift had already led to the loss of 500 to 600 pounds of rice. Should we sell another 200 pounds? No matter how prosperous we might become in the future, we would not have enough to last until the autumn harvest. She immediately interjected, asserting, no, we cannot sell any more rice. If the funds are lacking, we should make do with fewer quilts and buy them back when we sell charcoal next time. Your father and I have grown accustomed to the cold. We can survive winter with just 1 quilt. Chen Weinan was about to elaborate when his wife, Xia Luohan, interjected, Mother, I have calculated it. Even if we sell several hundred pounds of rice, we will not be short of food. Although Weinan usually did not work, he participated during the busy farming season each year. Next year, our family would at least accumulate 500 work points. If we raised 2 pigs, the manure could yield an additional 300 to 400 points. Ordinarily, our family could earn at least 5,000 work points in the autumn harvest, equating to 2,500 pounds of rice. Moreover, we would not need to exchange fabric and cotton tickets, allowing us to borrow 700 to 800 pounds of rice to consume this year. In Weinan's words, this would further cement his identity as a spendthrift. Even if we were to harvest 5,000 work points next year, no one in the brigade would be envious, as we had already withdrawn a considerable amount of points in advance, leaving only a meager sum to sustain the family for a year. My mother, wide-eyed in disbelief, retorted, Luohan, you aren't deceiving me, are you? Can our family truly earn over 5,000 work points in the autumn harvest next year? Xia Luohan nodded earnestly, responding, as long as Weinan works normally during the farming season and the harvest, our family could indeed raise 2 pigs, and 5,000 work points would be a conservative estimate. My father, Chen Jianjun, having been deceived too many times in the past, was swayed by the prospect of not only ensuring food security, but also avoiding scrutiny from neighbors in the brigade. He was struck by the dual benefits and decided, let us sell it all. We will consume the entire stock of grains, and I will borrow from the brigade. When we earn more work points next autumn, we shall remain unnoticed and unscathed. Chapter 54. Little brother, your family is in trouble early the next morning. Chen Jianjun borrowed a donkey cart from the brigade and departed the village, hauling 200 pounds of rice. Several members of the collective witnessed this departure. As they watched the cart slowly fade from view at the village's edge, some expressed deep sympathy for Jianjun's plight, feeling that having a spendthrift son like Chen Weinan was truly a stroke of bad luck. Others wore expressions of mockery, eagerly anticipating the misfortunes that would befall Chen Jianjun's family once they ran out of provisions, perhaps due to the biting cold. The father and son duo had not encountered a single soul after departing from the village. They loaded the charcoal, which had been dispatched in advance, into the cart and covered it with straw. Without further hesitation, they made their way directly to the county supply bureau. Previously, when selling charcoal, the young man had been given a pack of Dakianmen cigarettes. Chen Weinan resolved to replace Dakianmen with Muden today, intending to present 2 packs at once. The recipient, a young man keen on maintaining his pride, would undoubtedly appreciate Muden far more than Dakianmen. Today, they brought along 1,500 gene of charcoal. With an increase of 5 cents per gene, they would reap an additional 75 cents, which, when compared to the 50 cents for mutant cigarettes, could only be considered a profit. The 2 packs of mutant cigarettes, along with the meticulously selected charcoal, were naturally evaluated as first-grade charcoal by the recipient. In total, they garnered 60 yuan. Additionally, 2 bags of rice were sold at the procurement station for 20 yuan. When they departed from the county, the 80 yuan had been entirely exchanged for bed sheets, quilt covers, cotton batting, and materials for making cotton clothing and quilts. 3 days later, the 6 members of Chen Jianjun's family gradually donned their new cotton clothing. Since these garments were freshly made, their appearance in the commune immediately caused a stir. Some expressed envy, others mocked, while a few remained indifferent. Of course, there were those who felt a pang of jealousy, particularly Uncle Chen Jiangwo's family. During the division of property, they had deliberately withheld bedding and cotton clothing from the second brother's family, anticipating that they would come begging when the cold became unbearable, offering grain in exchange for warmth. However, the second brother's family not only refrained from seeking their help, but instead flaunted their new cotton garments. Garments that even the uncle did not possess. The uncle's family, consumed by jealousy, could hardly tolerate this turn of events. In their eyes, Chen Jianjun's household was burdened by the wastrel Chen Weinan, who, regardless of how hard they worked to earn labor points, would forever remain beneath them. Yet now, they found themselves outdone in the realm of cotton clothing. Instinctively, their first reaction was to covet the cotton garments worn by the second brother's family for their own children and grandchildren, rather than allowing the second brother's family, whom they deemed unworthy, to wear them. It took nearly a pound of cotton batting and several rolls of cotton fabric to make a set of cotton clothing, not including processing fees. The cost of merely purchasing the batting and fabric amounted to 4 or 5 yuan. Chen Weinan scrutinized Chen Jiangwo's face, which was awash with greed. Adults were even more expensive. The 6 sets of cotton clothing would cost at least 40 yuan. How could the second uncle's family, burdened by the wastrel Chen Weinan, possibly produce such a sum? They must be engaging in underhanded dealings outside. Perhaps we should leverage this situation to threaten them, compelling them to hand over all their new cotton clothing. If not, we could report them to the commune. Perhaps due to the numerous setbacks experienced at Chen Weinan's hands, Chen Jiangwo did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he spoke, "Let us not rush. The cotton clothing will not escape them. Let us first send your wife to gather information." During the division of property, we not only withheld cotton clothing from them, but also failed to allocate any bedding. In this frigid weather, sleeping without blankets at night would surely result in frostbite. Having donned their new clothing, it was possible they had also acquired new bedding. The quilt is significantly more expensive than the cotton clothing, and even 100 or so yuan may not suffice. It is certain that the family of the second son cannot afford such an amount, which confirms their involvement in speculative practices. We can leverage this situation to intimidate them effectively. 2 days later, the long-absent uncle, Chen Jiangwo, unexpectedly appeared in the courtyard with Grandma and Chen Weidan. Upon seeing the brand-new cotton military uniforms worn by the second son and his wife, a glimmer of greed flashed across Chen Jiangwo's face. The thought of soon donning those cotton garments filled him with uncontainable joy. Although he was unsure of the purpose behind their sudden visit, out of courtesy, Chen Jianjun, the father, stepped forward to greet them. "Brother, what brings you here?" "The second son, your family is in serious trouble. My mother and I have come to assist you." Uncle Chen Jiangwo seized the opportunity to impose the label of speculation onto the second son's household, intending to intimidate them into compliance. Trouble? At the mention of those words, Chen Jianjun's first instinct was to assume that his son, Chen Weinan, had caused some mischief. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the notion. His son had either been chopping wood on the back mountain or staying home to make charcoal, and there were always people following him during his trips to the county. If he had truly committed any wrongdoing, Chen Jianjun would have known before anyone else. As he pondered the actions of the eldest family, a sudden realization struck him. They were attempting to scheme against him again, deliberately using the notion of trouble as a threat to coerce him into submission. The worry that had clouded his face dissipated, replaced by vigilance, fearful of being outmaneuvered by the elder brother again. While responding, he instructed his wife to seek out the eldest brother. He cherished familial ties, often finding it difficult to be harsh, which made him an easy target for the elder brother's schemes. His son, Chen Weinan, on the other hand, was different. He was reckless and had earned the reputation of an ne'er-do-well, making it unlikely for him to be taken advantage of by the elder family. Meeting Chen Jiangwo's gaze, he replied, "Brother, our family of 6 has been homebound every day. Where could we possibly get into trouble? Please, do not jest with me." Suddenly, Grandma interjected, "Second son, we are already at your doorstep, yet you remain oblivious. Are you waiting for the commune to come and arrest you? It has not been long since the division of the family, and suddenly, your household has acquired 6 sets of new cotton clothing, 6 new quilts, and 6 sets of new sheets and pillowcases. Not counting the fabric and cotton tickets, you must have spent at least 130 or 40 yuan. If you are not engaging in speculation, where did all this money come from? Seize the moment before anyone reports you to the commune. Quickly give half of the quilts, cotton clothing, and sheets to your elder brother, keeping the other half for yourselves. When the family was divided, you received 120 yuan. Spending 60 or 70 yuan on cotton clothing and quilts is plausible enough to keep others from reporting you. I am your mother, and Jiangwo is your elder brother. We have come to help you. Hurry. If the commune catches you and labels you a speculator, public condemnation will be the least of your worries. You may even face imprisonment for reform." Upon witnessing Chen Jianjun frozen in place, their grandmother assumed that the second child was simply startled, and her heart swelled with delight as she urged him again, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and fetch it." Chun Li and Xia Luohan, mere burdens, were deemed unworthy of wearing new cotton garments. They should be stripped of their clothes and returned to be worn by her great-grandson. Chapter 55. Just as I need to report this to the police. Chen Weinan could no longer restrain himself from tearing the new cotton clothing off the 2 girls to dress his own son. The moment their grandmother spoke, it felt as if he had received a royal decree, and without waiting for his uncle to intervene, he charged toward the 2 girls. "Weidong, Chen Li is your sister. What are you doing? Stop this at once." Chen Jianjun was taken aback by Chen Weidong's actions and hurriedly positioned himself to block the way. Seeing Chen Jianjun attempting to intervene, Chen Jiangwo rushed to his side. Their grandmother clung to Chen Jianjun's leg, sitting on the ground and loudly exclaiming, "Second child, are you still so obstinate? This is all for your own good. Why should these 2 burdens wear such fine cotton clothing? They should be content with just a morsel of food." Chen Jiangwo grasped his younger brother's waist, preventing him from stopping his son, while simultaneously shouting, "Brother, at this point, can't you see the error of your ways? If this reaches the authorities, you could end up incarcerated for hard labor. We are doing this for your benefit." The 2 girls, seeing Chen Weidong approach them with a fierce expression, were paralyzed with fear as Chen Jianjun was unable to assist them, leading them to burst into tears. Just then, Chen Weinan, carrying the firewood he had just chopped, arrived at the back door. Before he could step inside, he heard the cries of his sister and sister-in-law, along with the shouts of his uncle Chen Jiangwo and their grandmother, causing his heart to drop as he sensed trouble. Disregarding the firewood, he seized a hefty stick and charged into the courtyard, just in time to witness Chen Weidong attempting to strip Xia Luohan of her cotton clothing. His face flushed with rage as he rushed toward Chen Weidong, raising the stick and bringing it down forcefully upon his back. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Chen Weidong as he collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Yet Chen Weinan felt no relief. He continued to lash out at Chen Weidong, striking him on the back, stomach, and thighs, anywhere that wouldn't result in fatality. This scene was equally alarming for Chen Jiangwo and their grandmother, who were both obstructing Chen Jianjun. They shouted in unison, "Stop! Weinan, you beast! What are you doing? Weidong is your brother. Cease this at once." Seeing that Chen Weinan showed no signs of stopping, and ignoring his father Chen Jianjun, he barreled toward his younger brother who lay on the ground, determined to prevent Chen Weinan from continuing his assault. Fearing for his son's life, Chen Jianjun quickly embraced Chen Weinan, pleading, "Son, that's enough. Don't cause a tragedy." As Chen Weinan finally ceased his assault, Chen Weidong, filled with terror, turned to their grandmother, exclaiming, "Grandma, I'm in pain. I hurt all over. You must stand up for me." Looking at her injured grandson, their grandmother's eyes blazed with fury as she directed her wrath at Chen Jianjun, scolding, "Second child, look at the havoc your son has wrought. Today, if you do not surrender all the cotton garments and quilts in the house to the eldest, and additionally compensate my dear grandson with 1,000 pounds of rice, I shall certainly report Wei Nan, that wretched creature, to the authorities." In the eyes of the father, the transformation of Chen Weidong into his current state is solely attributable to his son. Should the eldest indeed alert the police, his son would undoubtedly face dire consequences. A flicker of panic crossed his face. Just as he was about to counsel his grandmother, his son Chen Weinan preemptively declared, "No need to wait for your report to the police. I too intend to notify them. Wife, you must promptly seek out the secretary and the captain at the brigade. That scoundrel Chen Weinan attempted to assault my sister-in-law, and fortunately, as her brother-in-law, I arrived just in time to thwart his nefarious intentions. Today, I am determined to ensure he is imprisoned for a decade or more." With that, he turned his gaze to Xia Luohan. "Do not tidy up the cotton garments just yet. We shall await the arrival of the captain and the secretary to witness how Chen Weinan has tormented my sister-in-law. Mother, please bring a quilt to wrap Luohan." Compared to speculation and violence, the crime of assault is invariably a grave offense. Both Chen Weinan and his grandmother displayed expressions of dread and terror. They hastily defended, "My dear grandson did not assault that scoundrel. He merely intended to remove her cotton clothing." Chen Weinan scoffed in response. "If he has removed her clothing, what else could it be but an assault? Moreover, my sister-in-law is quite capable of undressing herself if she so desires. Why should that wretch Chen Weinan be allowed to do so? Save such remarks for the police." The grandmother, now frantic, exclaimed, "If my dear grandson is truly apprehended, he will endure great suffering. Weinan only acts for your benefit. Your family has suddenly produced an abundance of new cotton garments and quilts, which must surely be from illicit dealings. Should anyone report this to the commune, not only would you face denunciation, but you could also be imprisoned for hard labor. Providing a few quilts and garments to your uncle's family would prevent any reports against you. This is how you repay kindness with malice. Hurry and deliver the cotton garments and grain, or you shall all be arrested." A look of realization washed over Chen Weinan's face. It became evident that his uncle's family was eyeing their cotton garments and quilts, suspecting that they had engaged in illicit dealings in the county, intending to coerce him into sharing half of their possessions. Chen Weinan was acutely aware of whether or not they had engaged in such dealings, and thus, in the face of the grandmother's threats, he felt no fear, but rather responded with a cold laugh. "The determination of whether we have engaged in illicit dealings rests with the commune. It is none of your concern. Wife, swiftly go to the brigade and seek assistance. Today, I must ensure that Chen Weinan is imprisoned." The elderly lady and Chen Jianguo were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom that Chen Weinan, this good-for-nothing, was unafraid of accusations of illicit dealings. With such a statement, they possessed no leverage over him. Furthermore, as it was indeed Weinan who had forcibly removed Xia Luohan's cotton clothing, should the matter reach the authorities, regardless of their explanations that there was no assault, merely an intent to remove her clothing, no one would believe them. As Chen Weinan has just articulated, it is utterly unreasonable to expect Xia Luohan, a grown woman, to remove her own clothing with the assistance of a complete stranger, a man with whom she shares no blood relation. Should Chen Weinan find himself unjustly accused of a heinous crime, not only would he face incarceration for over a decade, but his entire life would be irrevocably marred, potentially jeopardizing his descendants' futures, particularly their opportunities for higher education due to his criminal record. The more the elderly lady contemplated this grim scenario, the more her anxiety intensified. Meanwhile, Uncle Chen Jianguo's visage turned a ghostly pale. The most humiliating reaction came from Chen Weinan, who, paralyzed by fear, cried out in terror, "Grandma, you must save me. I do not wish to go to prison. Chen Weinan is also your grandson. Please plead with him and do not report this to the authorities." Chapter 56. A double loss. The elderly matriarch, accustomed to commanding authority within her household, found herself in a most distressing predicament, compelled to apologize to her least favored grandson. Despite her deep reluctance, she recognized the necessity of acting to prevent her beloved grandson from being apprehended by the police. She could not bear to witness him imprisoned. Immediately, she adopted a conciliatory demeanor and addressed Chen Weinan. "Weinan, this is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. For your grandmother's sake, could you possibly grant Weinan a reprieve? You must understand that my dear grandson could never commit such an act against Xia Luohan." Previously, Chen Weinan had taught uncle a lesson during a kitchen renovation, and now, merely 2 months later, they dared to encroach upon his family's affairs once more. It was indeed a case of mistaking a tiger for a sickly cat. Therefore, he resolved to ensure that uncle and his family would not escape unscathed. They needed to receive a lesson that would linger painfully in their memories. as further schemes of this nature would likely proliferate. Unmoved by the grandmother's pleas for mercy, he retorted coldly, "I cannot fathom what Chen Weinan, that wretch, might be thinking. However, it is a fact that he did remove Luoshua's clothing. As for whether he harbored any intentions of assaulting her, that determination is not mine to make. We must await the police's judgment." Seeing Chen Weinan steadfastly refuse to yield, the elderly lady felt her frustration boiling over. Simultaneously, she realized that if she did not concede in some manner today, Chen Weinan would not relent, and her beloved grandson would inevitably face arrest. Suppressing her fury, she inquired, "What do you propose? Compensate my family with 50 yuan, or 500 jin of rice, and have Luohan draft a letter of understanding on behalf of Luoshua, signed by you, and this matter shall be settled." The elderly lady gasped in disbelief. "Such a sum? This is nothing short of extortion. My household cannot possibly afford that amount." "Absolutely not. I refuse to agree." Chen Weinan showed no leniency, responding with a cold scoff. "Is 50 yuan an exorbitant amount? If I recall correctly, you were just asking me for 1,000 jin of rice. When delivered to the purchasing station, that quantity would be worth at least 100 yuan. Were it not for the fact that you are my grandmother and he is my uncle, I would not relent without 100 yuan today. Agree to my terms, and I shall have Luohan compose the letter of understanding. Refuse, and I will take him to the village committee to speak with the secretary and the captain." Seeing Chen Weinan's resolute demeanor, it was clear there would be no room for negotiation. As I observed the second son, Chen Jianjun, standing silently behind Chen Weinan, it was evident that he had no intention of speaking. Even the most naive of individuals could discern that today's affair had gone awry. Though her heart brimmed with resentment, the elderly lady gritted her teeth and acquiesced. "Very well. I shall return to fetch the money at once." Despite her fury, she was not foolish. 500 pounds of rice, when delivered to the purchasing station, would fetch a mere 50 yuan. Yet, to procure 50 pounds of rice, one would require not only the 50 yuan, but also a significant number of grain coupons. Thus, the true value of the 500 pounds of rice far exceeded the nominal 50 yuan. If transported to the county town's market, it could sell for at least 55 yuan, with luck permitting a price as high as 60 yuan. Perhaps moved by the sight of her beloved grandson writhing in pain on the ground, the old lady returned in less than 10 minutes, presenting 5 large denominations of currency to Chen Weinan. Meanwhile, her daughter-in-law, Xia Luohan, prepared 2 copies of a letter of understanding. The document clearly stated that Chen Weinan had attempted to assault Luohan, but was thwarted and voluntarily offered 50 yuan as an apology. The elderly lady was acutely aware that signing the letter would effectively confirm the accusation against Chen Weinan. However, upon reading the clause that absolved the second family of any further responsibility, she steeled herself and signed the document, eager to send her grandson to the clinic for treatment. "Can we leave now?" The old lady, who had suffered both financial loss and distress, felt an indescribable fury within her, directing a venomous glare at Chen Weinan, as if he were her adversary. "You may leave." Chen Weinan remained indifferent to her emotions, brandishing the 5 large bills and remarking, "Should you visit my home again, ensure to bring the necessary currency and grain. If you fall into my hands once more, 50 yuan will not suffice." The elderly lady glared at him with fiery red eyes, wishing to reclaim the bills from him immediately. Before the division of property, the laborers in the family would toil for an entire year, only to receive 50 or 60 yuan from the collective. Now that the family had divided, the most industrious second son and his wife had taken their share, leaving only the indolent eldest son, whose family could barely earn 30 yuan in a year. The 50 yuan she had just given to Chen Weinan was equivalent to a year and a half of her family's income, making it difficult for her to suppress her anguish. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself. After much effort, she had persuaded Chen Weinan to refrain from involving the authorities and to settle the matter privately. If her impulsiveness were to provoke further complications, Chen Weinan might seize the opportunity to demand even more. Moreover, the letter she had just signed clearly indicated that her grandson had not succeeded in his assault. If the police were to be summoned, that document would serve as the most compelling evidence against her grandson. At that moment, she noticed her eldest son, Chen Jiangwo, glaring at the bills in Chen Weinan's hand, his face contorted with pain, as if he wished to snatch them back. Casting another glance at her eldest grandson, who lay on the ground, wailing in agony, the elderly lady could not help but scold. "Eldest son, what are you dawdling for? Did you not notice my dear grandson has been injured?" Hurry and carry him to the doctor. It was only then that Chen Jiangwo realized the urgency of the situation. Reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the bundle of cash in Chen Weinan's hands, he sought to lift his son. However, the moment he made contact, a scream erupted from his lips, causing the elderly lady's heart to bleed with anguish, intensifying her resentment towards Chen Weinan. As Chen Jiangwo carried his son, the elderly lady walked beside him, offering support as they hastily departed from the old home. The old man, wearing a worried expression, inquired, "Son, is that scoundrel Wei Dong seriously injured? If it turns out to be grave, your grandmother will certainly not let it go easily." Chen Weinan confidently replied, "Father, rest assured. I have not wasted my years outside. Despite Wei Dong's pain, he has not sustained serious injuries, just some superficial wounds. A period of rest will suffice. I know how to handle matters judiciously. I would never let things escalate to a fatal outcome." After saying this, he handed 5 bundles of cash to Xia Luohan, saying, "Wife, please keep this money safe. Whether our family enjoys a bountiful year, this time hinges upon it." Chapter 57. Leadership. It is he who engages in speculation and profiteering. "Grandma, I still hurt quite a bit. It aches with the slightest touch." The uncle gently placed the moaning Chen Weidong onto a chair, unleashing a torrent of cries for his parents. "The doctor assures us these are merely superficial injuries. Endure for a few days, and you shall recover. Just hold on a little longer, and tonight, Grandma will fry you some eggs." The elderly lady's eyes brimmed with concern as she comforted the wailing Chen Weidong. Upon hearing of the fried eggs for dinner, Chen Weidong's expression brightened considerably. Though his body still ached, he held back his cries. Witnessing his son in such a state, having also lost 50 yuan in the process, Chen Jiangwo could no longer contain his frustration. He slammed his hand on the table and complained to the elderly lady, "Mother, are we really going to let this slide? That was 50 yuan. Just like that, given to the second family." The elderly lady, inflamed with anger, retorted, "Do you think I wanted to part with 50 yuan? If I hadn't, your son would have been taken by the police. If he were to be branded with a charge of assaulting a woman, not only would he face imprisonment, but your grandson would also suffer the consequences of having a father with a criminal record, jeopardizing his university prospects. I did this for your son and grandson's sake." In Chen Jiangwo's eyes, his son and grandson were his lifeblood. If any dire situation arose that required him to be penalized, he would rather bear the burden himself than let his descendants suffer. After 2 minutes of silence, he resigned with a weary tone, "Mother, then let this matter be settled as it is." The elderly lady shook her head emphatically, "Absolutely not. I have come to realize that in our recent encounters with the second family, we have suffered at the hands of that scoundrel Chen Weinan. The second family is entirely under his influence. Without him, they would lack direction, and they would heed whatever I say. We must devise a plan to send that little scoundrel Chen Weinan to prison. Eldest, first thing tomorrow. Go to the commune and report him. Claim that Chen Weinan is engaged in speculation and profiteering, and that he used the ill-gotten gains to purchase a large quantity of new cotton clothing and bedding for the second family. Once the accusation against Chen Weinan for opportunistic profiteering is substantiated, the authorities will undoubtedly apprehend him, leaving his family devoid of a pillar of support. Thus, the course of action is clear." At this juncture, an expression of fierce determination appeared on the elderly woman's face, her thoughts consumed solely by animosity, oblivious to the fact that Chen Weinan was her grandson. The following day at noon, as the Chen family gathered around the dining table, a resounding crash echoed at the entrance. A group of 7 or 8 militiamen armed with rifles surged into the courtyard, followed by 2 officials clad in Zhongshan suits. Uncle Chen Jinghua stood beside them, pointing at Chen Weinan, who had just stepped out of the house, and shouted, "Leaders, this is Chen Weinan. He has profited over 100 yuan through opportunistic means, which is why he replaced 6 quilts, 6 sets of bed linens, and 6 new cotton coats for his family. Without such unscrupulous methods, this wretched creature could not possibly amass such wealth. To earn over 100 yuan through opportunistic profiteering is indeed a grave offense. Should this matter be resolved, the leading officials would undoubtedly be rewarded, perhaps even promoted." With a decisive gesture, the commander ordered, "Arrest him and take him back to the commune. If he truly profited over 100 yuan through such means, it is a serious crime, and we must ensure he does not escape." The 4 militiamen at the forefront immediately lunged toward Chen Weinan. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, everyone stood frozen in confusion, a tableau of disarray. Uncle Chen Jinghua, however, wore a smug expression, almost eager for Chen Weinan to be swiftly apprehended. Although the ancestral home was situated on the village's outskirts, such a commotion inevitably attracted the attention of several neighbors. In no time, a crowd of over 10 had gathered. Upon learning that it was Chen Jinghua who had reported his nephew for opportunistic profiteering, the neighbors exchanged glances and murmured among themselves. It is said that even a tiger does not consume its own offspring. Although Chen Weinan was not Chen Jinghua's biological son, he was his nephew, akin to a son. Yet, he had reported him. What profound enmity must exist? Unbeknownst to Chen Jinghua, he was being scorned and isolated by the villagers. Instead, he wore a triumphant expression as he introduced the commune leaders, stating, "This Chen Weinan is not only an opportunist, but also a notorious ill-will in our brigade, a spendthrift. Once you apprehend him, please ensure he receives a thorough reckoning." At that moment, Brigade Secretary Zhang and Captain Chen hurriedly approached. Upon witnessing the militiamen detaining Chen Weinan and recognizing the leading figure as a commune official, they quickly came over to ascertain the situation. "Deputy Director Wang, why did you arrive at our brigade without prior notice? I could have greeted you at the village entrance. Why has Chen Weinan been apprehended?" Though the leading cadre was indeed a commune official, the brigade secretary and captain still held their own authority. Pointing to Chen Jinghua, they explained, "This comrade has reported that your brigade's Chen Weinan is suspected of opportunistic profiteering, and I must take him back to the commune for questioning." Brigade Secretary Zhang paused, taken aback, and replied, "Chen Weinan for opportunistic profiteering? That cannot be. I recall him diligently chopping firewood in the back mountains for over a month, having only ventured into the county town 2 or 3 times. May I inquire, Deputy Director Wang, if there is any evidence of his alleged crime? If indeed a speculator has emerged from the Qinjia village brigade, both the secretary and the captain would inevitably be influenced to some extent. Moreover, considering that Chen Weinan has recently been chopping wood in the back mountain." Secretary Zhang raised his concerns, hoping this matter was merely a misunderstanding. At this moment, Chen Jinghua could no longer contain his discontent. Upon hearing Secretary Zhang defend the second-rate Chen Weinan, he became incensed and pointed to the new cotton coat adorning Chen Weinan, exclaiming, "Secretary Zhang, how can you protect this scoundrel Chen Weinan? If he were not involved in speculation, how could he afford to buy a new coat, bedding, and sheets? Not to mention the fabric and cotton purchase tickets. The mere cash expenditure must amount to at least 120 yuan. When my younger brother and I divided our family assets, although they received 120 yuan, over 60 yuan was used to pay off gambling debts. And funds were also spent on house repairs. It would be fortunate to have 20 yuan left. Chen Weinan frequently travels to the commune and the county town to buy meat. Since the division of our family, he has spent at least 250 yuan. Subtracting the 120 yuan from the division, if he were not speculating, where did the remaining 130 yuan come from? In Qinjia Village Brigade, most members' assets do not exceed 130 yuan. Yet, Chen Weinan has managed to squander such a substantial sum in such a short time without any apparent source. Apart from speculation, neither the captain nor the secretary could fathom how he could procure such funds in such a brief period. A look of disappointment crossed their faces. Chapter 58. A turn of events just as Secretary Zhang, filled with disappointment, prepared to abandon Chen Weinan. The latter, seized by several militia members, suddenly spoke up. "Esteemed leaders, the 130 yuan that Chen Jinghua mentioned was earned by our family through labor points. I have not engaged in speculation. Chen Jinghua is falsely accusing me, and I implore you to restore my honor." Seeing Chen Jinghua intent on his own ruin, Chen Weinan felt no need for formalities and addressed him directly. "You are talking nonsense," Chen Jinghua retorted vehemently, determined to have Chen Weinan imprisoned. "The brigade has yet to distribute any dividends. How could you earn labor points to repay? Leaders, at this juncture, Chen Weinan remains obstinately deceiving you. Upon returning to the commune, you must impose severe penalties on him," the leading cadre remarked. Clearly aware of the annual dividend distribution schedule for each brigade, and he found Chen Weinan's arguments to be mere deflections, a look of disdain flashing across his face. Just as he was about to instruct the militia to escort Chen Weinan back to the commune, the latter interjected, "Leaders, although the brigade has not yet distributed dividends, I can borrow money from the brigade. The captain can verify this. Over the past month, I borrowed a total of 40 yuan from the brigade for the purchase of cotton fabric and cotton batting, and the brigade's accountant has records. If you doubt it, you may investigate." Captain Chen's eyes lit up as he responded, Deputy Director Wang. This matter is indeed true. Over the past month, Chen Weinan and his father Chen Jianjun have used the pretext of purchasing cotton batting and fabric to withdraw 40 yuan in advance from the brigade. Considering their family is due to receive 60 yuan for the new year, I consented to this arrangement. Hearing this, Deputy Director Wang's expression softened considerably as he continued. And what about the remaining 90 yuan? As Chen Weinan observed the leader's demeanor soften considerably, he could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Realizing that this hurdle had been surmounted, he promptly seized the opportunity to speak. The remaining 90 yuan, esteemed leaders, you can ascertain its origins upon visiting my humble abode. Once all the leaders had entered the room, Chen Weinan gestured towards the pile of rice stacked in the corner and began his explanation. After the autumn harvest, my family received approximately 2,000 jin of rice. Considering we had no quilts and my family lacked winter clothing, I immediately allocated over 300 jin to exchange with neighbors for surplus cloth and cotton tickets. To raise additional funds, I also sold over 600 jin of rice at the purchasing station, netting me more than 60 yuan. Thus, after deducting the rice sold to the purchasing station, the rice exchanged for tickets, and the amount consumed over the past month, we are left with the 800 jin you see before you. The team leader can verify this. Each time I sold grain at the purchasing station, I borrowed a donkey cart from the brigade, and many members of the brigade witnessed it. The remaining 20 yuan consists of my parents' private savings alongside my wife's personal funds. Although my wife is a sent-down youth, she has spent 2 years in the brigade, and saving a few dozen yuan is hardly an issue. My parents have consistently ranked among the top earners of work points in the brigade. Having a few dozen yuan in hand is not unreasonable. Secretary Zhang's mood was exceedingly buoyant. He had initially feared that the commune would uncover evidence of Chen Weinan's alleged profiteering, which might have repercussions for him as well. To his astonishment, Chen Weinan elucidated the origins of the over 100 yuan with remarkable clarity, all obtained through legitimate channels, with no connection to any illicit activities. Consequently, the matter of Chen Weinan's alleged profiteering was rendered moot. However, upon contemplating the stark reality that the Chen household was left with a mere 800 jin of rice, with a full 10 months remaining until the next autumn harvest, a look of concern involuntarily crossed his face, prompting him to inquire, "If you have sold all your grain, what will you eat?" Chen Weinan replied confidently, "Secretary Zhang, this year's autumn harvest yielded 2,000 jin for my family, and I am optimistic that next year's harvest will surpass 2,000 jin. Should our needs exceed our provisions, I will request an advance of 400 or 500 jin from the brigade." Secretary Zhang responded with alacrity, "Very well. As long as you apply yourself diligently, with your strength, earning over 1,000 work points in a year will be effortless. At that time, I shall personally allocate grain to you." He then shifted his attention to the commune leaders. "Deputy Director Wang, what do you make of this situation? Who would have thought it was merely a misunderstanding, causing you to make a fruitless trip?" Deputy Director Wang was visibly irate. However, this ire was not directed at Chen Weinan, who was, after all, a victim in this scenario, but rather at Chen Jiangwo. The failure to conduct a thorough investigation before reporting to the commune had resulted in an unnecessary trip. He was relieved that he had not acted impulsively and had allowed the brigade leader to inquire about the circumstances, clarifying that this was indeed a misunderstanding. Had they apprehended Chen Weinan at the commune only to discover it was a case of mistaken identity, it would have been a significant embarrassment. Furrowing his brow, he cast a disapproving glance at Chen Jiangwo, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Is this what you referred to as irrefutable evidence?" Chen Jianjun, despite his foolishness, was acutely aware that he had landed himself in trouble. He hastily sought to clarify his position to the commune leaders, stating, "Leaders, I merely believe their family was experiencing excessive expenditures. I had no inkling they resorted to borrowing from the brigade or even selling grain. I truly did not intend to deceive you." Chen Jiangwo, remaining silent, only served to intensify Vice Director Wang's sense of being played for a fool. The subtle shifts in Wang's expression did not escape Chen Weinan's observant gaze, prompting him to stoke the flames further. "Esteemed leaders," he interjected, "I implore you to serve as witnesses. Chen Jiangwo, as my uncle, may harbor discontent and animosity towards me, yet he cannot unjustly label me as a profiteer. This is an outright attempt to drive me to despair. I would rather sever ties with such an uncle. Henceforth, my family shall completely dissociate from the Chen Jiangwo household. This is what you refer to as severing kinship. From now on, Apart from providing my grandmother with 20 pounds of rice each month for her sustenance, we shall have no further dealings with them. I trust my father shares this sentiment. Chen Weinan's father, filled with fury, could scarcely fathom that Chen Jiangwo would attempt to push his own son to the brink. The scant familial bond was irrevocably severed by this act of denunciation, leaving only enmity between the brothers. The head of the household chimed in. I will not tolerate a brother who seeks to ruin his own nephew. I concur with the severance of kinship. Henceforth, we shall have no familial ties with the Chen Jiangwo family, except for the monthly provision of 20 pounds of rice for my mother's care and her eventual farewell. No longer shall they visit our home. From this day forth, we shall treat each other as strangers, with no further engagement. Captain Chen, fully aware of the long-standing grievances between the two families, recognized that, especially following Chen Jiangwo's denunciation of Chen Weinan, it would be remarkable if they did not become outright adversaries. He nodded in agreement. Severing this kinship is indeed prudent. I shall serve as your witness. Chapter 59. I hang myself at their doorstep surrounded by neighbors who watched with mocking expressions. Chen Jianjun resolutely declared his severance of ties. Chen Jiangwo was left utterly dumbfounded. He simultaneously realized that his family would no longer be favored within the Chun family village brigade and would likely face isolation from the community, becoming the subject of disdain. His only remaining relative, his younger brother, was now lost to him. Regret consumed him, yet he understood that there was no remedy for remorse. Meanwhile, Vice Director Wang wore a furious countenance. Initially, he had presumed that Chen Jiangwo's motivations for reporting Chen Weinan stemmed from a sense of justice. Although the reporting had resulted in a significant blunder, leading to his discontent and a sense of being deceived, he was not inclined to impose severe penalties, believing a mere reprimand would suffice, as the intentions appeared to align with the commune's interests. However, the revelation that Chen Jiangwo's report was, in fact, an act of vengeance against Chen Weinan crossed a line Wang could not overlook. His eyes blazed with indignation as he exclaimed, "You, Chen Jiangwo, to seek revenge on Chen Weinan, even at the expense of the commune's integrity. This matter demands a lesson. Arrest him and confine him for at least half a month before his release." As several militia members charged towards him, Chen Jiangwo was suddenly overwhelmed with fear. He fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Leader, I truly did not mean it. Please spare me. I implore you." Vice Director Wang, with a face full of fury, retorted, "Spare you? If there were no consequences for mistakes, then every member of the commune would follow your example, running to the commune every day to report those they disagree with. Wouldn't that drive us leaders to our demise? It severely undermines the unity of our commune. Today, not only will I punish you, but I will impose a severe penalty. Take him away, back to the commune." At home, the elderly matriarch refrained from rushing to the scene of the commotion at the second son's house. She was confident that this plot would undoubtedly succeed. If she were to join the crowd, others might accuse her of being cold-hearted, merely watching as the eldest son reported her grandson without intervening. Half an hour passed without any sign of activity at the entrance. Unable to contain herself, she muttered, "Why hasn't that old man returned yet? It's just a matter of apprehending someone." Turning to the eldest daughter-in-law beside her, she instructed, "Go to the old house and check. Be sharp. If you hear anything, come back and inform me immediately." Chen Jiangwo's wife had long been itching with anticipation to witness the moment Chen Weinan was taken by the commune. With the matriarch's permission, she dashed out without a second thought, moving faster than a rabbit. Yet, within 10 minutes of leaving, the eldest daughter-in-law appeared at the courtyard entrance, her figure radiating panic. Perhaps in her haste, she stumbled upon entering, nearly falling in the yard. Before she even crossed the threshold, her anxious voice reached the matriarch's ears. "Mother, something has happened. A grave matter." The commune did not apprehend that little scoundrel Chen Weinan, but they took Jiangwo instead. They claimed Jiangwo deceived the commune leaders out of personal vendetta and must be severely punished. The second son's family also publicly severed ties with us in front of the brigade and commune leaders. They said that aside from providing 240 pounds of rice annually for your old age and future burial, our families will no longer have any dealings. The matriarch, struck by fear, collapsed into a chair, her eyes wide with disbelief as she retorted, "How can this be possible? Even if the second son's family did not engage in speculation, the commune leaders should not have apprehended Jiangwo. It's all that little scoundrel Chen Weinan's fault. If he hadn't brought back so much cotton and fabric, our household wouldn't be embroiled in such chaos." Determined, she declared. I will go find them and demand that your second brother approach the commune leaders to secure your husband's release. Chen Jiangwo's wife, now panicked, observed the matriarch's distress and attempted to rise twice, without success. Rather than assist her, she frowned and questioned. But the second brother's family has already severed ties with us. Will they still help? The elderly woman clenched her teeth and retorted fiercely. If they do not retrieve Jiangwo from the commune, I shall hang myself at their doorstep. Chen Jiangwo's wife brightened at this and hurried to assist the old woman to her feet. Previously, Chen Jianjun had always been susceptible to the old woman's threats. Whenever she invoked the notion of hanging, he would almost always acquiesce to her demands. He was certain this time would be no different. 10 minutes later, the two appeared at the entrance of the ancestral home, and upon seeing the door firmly shut again, the old woman wasted no time in raising her fist to pound on the door. Open up, you ungrateful wretch, she cried. It was your actions that led to our elder being taken by the commune. You must go to the commune and bring him back, or I shall hang myself at your doorstep. Hearing the renewed cacophony of insults at the entrance, Chen Weinan wore an expression of helplessness and replied, Father, Mother, it seems we shall not be having lunch today. The old woman is likely here to cause us trouble. I'll go and deal with this. Chen Jianjun nodded, then walked toward the yard's entrance. Upon opening the door, he was met with the old woman's furious gaze. What are you doing, mother? He asked, frowning. Do not call me mother. I have no son like you. Hurry and take your son to the commune to fetch the elder back. Otherwise, I shall hang myself at your doorstep today. Seeing the old woman sit defiantly on the ground, refusing to budge until her demands were met, an expression of resignation flickered across Chen Jianjun's face, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. However, Chen Weinan had his own methods for dealing with such obstinacy. Without engaging in conversation, he turned and walked toward the pigsty piled high with various items. When he returned, he held a thick rope in his hand, thicker than his thumb. Approaching the entrance, he tossed the rope in front of the old woman, saying, Since you are so keen on hanging yourself, here is the rope I found for you. Would you like me to help you hang it from the beam and even fetch a stool for you? He continued, Our family no longer needs to provide the annual 240 jin of rice for your support. Selling it at the purchasing station will yield at least 24 yuan. Enough to buy 20 to 30 jin of pork. Watching Chen Weinan toss the rope at her feet without a trace of fear, the old woman was infuriated, nearly spitting blood. Noticing her silence, Chen Weinan pressed on. Since you seem reluctant to hang yourself, I must inform you of something. From today onward, our two families shall sever all ties. We are no longer relatives. Each year, when the commune distributes grain, we shall send the 240 jin of rice for your support. And when you eventually pass, we will ensure a proper burial for you. Beyond that, we shall have no further relations. You are a beast. I am your own grandmother. The old woman exclaimed in terror, gazing at the rope Chen Weinan had thrown her way. Chen Weinan's brow furrowed, his expression darkening as he coldly replied, From the moment you conspired to report me for speculation and profiteering, you ceased to be my grandmother. No one would drive their own grandson to such desperation. Furthermore, we have already publicly severed our ties before the commune leaders. Our relationship has been irrevocably dissolved. Upon finishing her words, an expression of impatience crossed her face. Do you wish to hang yourself? If not, then swiftly leave. Do not block my doorstep. It brings ill fortune. Had you not been so greedy and scheming regarding my family's reputation and resources, that wretched Chen Jiangwo would not have been apprehended by the commune. Everything that has transpired is of your own making. You deserve it. The elderly lady appeared to have taken refuge in the old residence, intending to coerce Chen Weinan and his son into rescuing her eldest through her obstinate antics. Stationed at the entrance, she remained immobile, wailing loudly, I will not leave. If you do not retrieve my eldest from the commune, I shall perish right here on your doorstep. Witnessing the complex expressions of helplessness and anger on the faces of her parents, Chen Weinan found himself exasperated but spoke again. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the commune. The elderly woman's countenance brightened. She mistakenly believed her relentless nagging had frightened Chen Weinan and immediately adopted an air of triumph, exclaiming, Then do hurry. The longer I linger at your doorstep, the more disgrace you endure. Your eldest is too old to bear much suffering. Bring him back swiftly. Chen Weinan snorted in response. Who told you I am going to fetch that wretched Chen Jiangwo? Upon hearing the term wretched, the elderly woman's smile was instantly replaced by a shadow of fury, her brow furrowing as she retorted, That is your uncle, not a wretched man. Chen Weinan shook his head, replying, I have no such uncle. I have severed ties with him. Referring to him as wretched is already quite lenient. The elder also seemed incensed by the recent betrayal from his brother. In his eyes, while it was permissible for his brother and mother to conspire against him, it was absolutely intolerable for them to scheme against his son, let alone to such an extreme. He interjected, Mother, do not blame me for being heartless. From this day forth, I, Chun Jianjun, shall no longer recognize Chen Jiangwo as my elder brother. Our families are completely severed. There shall be no further dealings. The elderly lady appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to fathom that such words had emerged from her second son's lips. With wide eyes, she challenged him, Second son, are you truly so cruel? Jiangwo is your elder brother. The elder, recalling the incident from noon when Chun Jiangwo had brought the militia to apprehend his son, felt his anger rise and replied sharply, I do not possess such a malevolent brother. No matter how wrong my nephew may be, it is unacceptable to plot his demise. Moreover, my Weinan has not wronged him in any way. With that, he turned to Chen Weinan and urged, Son, if you are going to the street, make haste and strive to return before nightfall. If they wish to linger at our doorstep, let them do so. This matter is rooted in Chun Jiangwo's own cruelty. The leaders of the brigade and our neighbors have witnessed it. Furthermore, we have severed ties, so if they choose to endure the cold at our doorstep, that is their affair. Upon hearing her second son's resolute stance, the elderly lady's heart finally flickered with a hint of regret. Yet, there are no remedies for regret in this world. The pressing matter at hand was to retrieve her eldest from the commune. She immediately positioned herself in front of Chen Weinan, demanding, If you are not going to the commune to fetch Jiangwo, then what are you going to do? Chen Weinan coldly replied, Of course, I am going to inform the commune leaders. After Chen Jiangwo deceived the commune leaders and was taken away, his family did not show any remorse. Instead, they came to my home to create a scene, beseeching the commune leaders to take my side and ensure that Chen Jiangwo, that wretched beast, faced severe punishment. While the elderly woman's earlier anger and discontent were palpable, upon hearing Chen Weinan's words, she became visibly flustered. Fear flickered in her eyes as she quickly pleaded, You cannot go to the commune. I will leave now. I will not cause trouble at your home any longer. With that, she was assisted by her aunt to rise from the ground and hastily departed from the old residence, fleeing with the speed of a rabbit. Terrified that Chen Weinan would report her to the leaders and jeopardize her family's standing, due to the prevalence of thatched cottages in the countryside, no one dared to light a fire indoors for warmth, fearing a blaze. Some resourceful villagers, however, would utilize a clay pot to create an air-sealed environment while cooking, allowing them to collect some unburned charcoal. Yet, the quality of this charcoal was exceedingly poor, lightweight, easily extinguished, and lacking in heat. Nevertheless, regardless of the quantity, this charcoal provided a means for families to keep warm in their thatched homes. For Chun Jianjun and his wife, this winter was undoubtedly the warmest they had ever experienced. Since the onset of winter, they had sold 3,000 jin of charcoal, and despite the unsuitable remnants for the Material Supply Bureau, they had still accumulated 400 to 500 jin, which they could not burn through entirely. Each day after work, a pot of charcoal was set in the main room, warming the space to a cozy temperature, leaving no trace of cold. As for the common issue of leaking roofs in thatched cottages, it was virtually non-existent in their old home. Even if rainwater seeped through the gaps in the thatch, it would merely drip onto the oilcloth, flowing down to the eaves and never reaching inside the house. This phenomenon filled my parents with delight. After decades of residing in thatched cottages, they had grown weary of rainy days. Torrential downpours outside would lead to small drips inside, necessitating the placement of several basins to catch the rainwater while they slept. After enduring such hardships for most of their lives, they never imagined they would live in a leak-free home in their old age. To celebrate, they generously decided that Chen Weinan should purchase oilcloth whenever he encountered it at the recycling station to keep on hand. Should the oilcloth on the roof deteriorate, they would have replacements ready. My wife, Xia Luohan, also saw her savings grow. After providing warm clothing and bedding for the family, there were no significant expenses left. The money earned from selling charcoal, along with the 50 yuan compensation from the elderly woman, allowed her savings to exceed 100 yuan. Money was the family's source of confidence. With it, they could navigate any unforeseen circumstances. It was evident during this period that smiles adorned my parents' faces more frequently than before. Moreover, Chen Weinan no longer felt the same pang of regret upon returning with meat. With a richer diet, my parents' health improved significantly, their faces even taking on a rosy hue. Unlike in the previous life, they were not afflicted by malnutrition or exhaustion. My wife, Xia Luohan, grew increasingly content with herself, and the rift between us diminished. Even her previously excessive demands were now met with acceptance rather than refusal. Chapter 61. My wife is pregnant. Son, have you bought large bones again? As soon as my parents entered the house, they were greeted by the rich aroma of bone broth wafting through the air. Chen Weinan nodded, remarking on the cold weather that had driven the small fish and shrimp from the Zhanghe River. With the fish powder at home running low and a good supply of bones available at the butcher's, I had purchased several dozen pounds. Although I had given the vendor a package of Qianmen, the price for these large bones was quite reasonable, merely 30 cents per pound. The scraps of meat alone, which Luohan and I had trimmed, weighed 3 to 4 pounds, sufficient for several days of meals. Upon seeing the pot of bone broth and the yet-to-be-cooked large bones on the cutting board, my parents, though accustomed to my extravagant ways, were taken aback. With wide eyes filled with concern, they exclaimed, "Surely you haven't bought 40 or 50 pounds of bones. Why so much?" Despite our newfound wealth, they cautioned against such reckless spending. Chen Weinan shook his head reassuringly. "Mother, we won't consume all these bones at once. Each day, we can ladle out some broth to stew with radishes, delicious and warming. We could easily eat this for a month. The bones can be processed into bone meal for the pigs, allowing them to gain a few extra pounds before the new year, helping us secure a first-grade rating for the pork, which could earn us an additional $10 or so compared to a third-grade classification. Plus, we could sell charcoal one last time before the year ends, definitely making $50 or $60. We are not lacking in funds. So you and father can eat without worry." The evening meal consisted of bone broth with radishes, nutritious and comforting, scrambled meat with pickled vegetables, appetizing and delightful, and stir-fried cabbage with lard. A wholesome dinner for the family. While it may not have been extravagant, it certainly surpassed the meals of nearly all the members of the Chun family village. Suddenly, my wife, Luohan, rushed to the restroom, covering her mouth and appearing nauseated. Alarmed, Chen Weinan hurried after her. "My dear, what's wrong?" After retching a couple of times without producing anything, Luohan frowned and replied, "I don't know. I've just felt the urge to vomit while eating. It has been several days." The restroom was adjacent to the pig pen, and although Luohan spoke softly, my mother heard her clearly. She sprang from her chair and quickly approached Luohan, casting an eager glance at her belly. "Luohan, could it be that you are pregnant?" Hearing this, Luohan was taken aback. Observing her shock, my mother pressed further. "How long has it been since your last period?" Realizing the implications, Luohan responded, "It seems like nearly 2 months." She had been so consumed with charcoal making that the thought had not crossed her mind. My mother's expression transformed from anticipation to excitement as she exclaimed, "This is all but certain. This is your first pregnancy. You must take care." Turning to Chen Weinan, who stood in stunned silence, she urged, "Why are you still standing there? Quickly take Luohan to the clinic for a checkup. Dr. Zhang will examine her pulse. If Luohan is indeed pregnant, she must avoid heavy work, rest well, eat properly, and ensure she receives adequate nutrition." Half an hour later, Chen Weinan assisted his wife back to the old house, carefully holding her arm to prevent any mishap. My mother eagerly inquired, "What did Dr. Zhang say?" Chen Weinan's face was beaming with joy as he excitedly responded, "Indeed, my wife is pregnant. Dr. Zhang advised us to pay attention to nutrition, avoid overexertion, and rest more often. If possible, we should get her checked at the county hospital." On the way back, he had already decided not to chop wood in the mountains for the next few days, aiming to produce 1,000 pounds of charcoal in 10 consecutive days. On the day of selling the charcoal, he planned to take Luohan to the county hospital for a checkup and also purchase some nutritional supplements. His father, Chen Jianjun, quickly interjected, "With the new year approaching, there's hardly any work left in the commune. Moreover, a day's labor only yields 4 or 5 work points. And with the bitter cold outside, many have stopped working. I shall not work tomorrow either. I will go to the mountains to chop wood. Son, you stay at home to make charcoal and cook. Your mother will go to work. Now that Luohan is pregnant, we must earn more money. Otherwise, how will we support the child in the future?" At the county hospital, Chen Weinan anxiously stared at the middle-aged doctor, fearing the worst news. In his past life, he had lost both his wife and child due to her overexertion before he even learned of her pregnancy. This time, He was determined to avoid repeating that tragedy, ensuring that his wife did not undertake heavy labor and supplementing her nutrition in every possible way, hoping to change their fate. Now was the moment to reap the results. Seeing Chen Weinan more nervous than herself, his eyes nearly glued to the doctor's hands holding the test results, Xia Luohan felt both touched and amused. She had not anticipated that this robust man could also feel anxious and at a loss. Congratulations. The child is very healthy, but this lady must increase her nutritional intake. This will ensure a healthier child and facilitate delivery. She is already nearly 2 months pregnant, with an estimated delivery date around August next year. If possible, please return for another checkup in 3 months. Chen Weinan let out a sigh of relief and quickly asked, Doctor, could you provide a certificate stating that my wife requires nutritional supplements? The supply and marketing cooperative demands a hospital certificate before selling us milk powder. The doctor looked at Chen Weinan in surprise, not expecting this tall man to be so caring towards his wife. Having served as an obstetrician for over a decade, she had witnessed countless couples, many of whom were wealthy yet reluctant to spend money on their wives' nutrition, preferring to save for their children after birth. Chen Weinan's attire did not suggest affluence, but his willingness to invest in his wife's health indicated good character. She nodded and agreed, Very well, I will issue the certificate for you. Although times had changed since more than a decade ago when resources were scarce, nutritional products like milk powder remained in high demand. Ordinary people, regardless of wealth, could not simply purchase them from the cooperative unless there was a medical necessity, such as an illness or childbirth, supported by a hospital-issued certificate. As Chen Weinan carefully tucked away the certificate for the milk powder, Xia Luohan frowned upon exiting the hospital and cautioned, Darling, milk powder is too expensive. It can cost 4 yuan and requires a ration ticket. We could buy 4 pounds of pork instead. Moreover, throughout my many years in the brigade, I have never heard of any female comrade consuming malted milk after pregnancy. The best one could hope for is a bit of sweetened water. If you were to truly purchase malted milk for me, I would surely become the subject of ridicule, accused of being overly pampered. Chapter 62. A family of spendthrifts. Chen Weinan furrowed his brow and retorted, Who dares to mock you? You are my wife, and I shall buy you whatever I desire. It is none of their concern. Those who deride you are merely envious, sour grapes expressing their discontent. Let us disregard their taunts. I intend not only to buy you malted milk, but also pork. What is the purpose of my daily toil, burning charcoal at home, if not to ensure you and your parents enjoy a better life? If you cannot indulge in nourishing delicacies during your pregnancy, then I shall reconsider my role as your husband. Trust me on this matter. We shall first head to the supply cooperative to purchase malted milk, then proceed to the market for meat. We shall also acquire sugar, fabric, and cotton to take home. This is what Mother specifically instructed. Although the child is still months away from birth, she can begin preparing the infant's garments in advance. We shall return home only once the proceeds from selling charcoal are exhausted. As she gazed at the resolute Chen Weinan beside her, Xia Luohan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Although she still found his actions somewhat excessive, she could not argue against him. She would simply follow in his footsteps, acquiescing to his every word. Observing the cart laden with provisions and necessities, Xia Luohan suddenly felt like the happiest woman in the world. In the entire brigade, it seemed no other pregnant woman had ever savored malted milk. Others toiled in the fields or tended to pigs, leading lives devoid of any special consideration. How different her situation was. Ever since confirming her pregnancy, she had been spared from heavy labor, dirty work, and now even indulged in malted milk. As they approached the village entrance, Xia Luohan suddenly grew anxious, squeezing Chen Weinan's hand to remind him, Darling, perhaps we should hide the goods in the wild boar ditch and wait until nightfall to sneak them home. I fear that if others see the fine items on the cart, someone might grow envious and report us to the commune. Chen Weinan shook his head, My dear wife. If we were to sneak them home and get reported, it would be even more difficult to explain. Today, we shall enter the village openly and let all the brigade members know that my wife is pregnant and that I have brought back pork and malted milk from the county. Xia Luohan had intended to offer further cautionary words, but upon seeing the confident smile on his face, she decisively chose to remain silent. Jianjun, have you struck gold? How can you afford so many items, including malted milk, which has only recently arrived in the village? Chen Jianjun's father, astonished, inquired. With a cheerful demeanor, Chen Jianjun replied as his son had taught him, My daughter-in-law is pregnant. The doctor said she is lacking in nutrition and must eat something good. Chen Weinan's wife is pregnant? Congratulations. After so many years of anticipation, you have finally welcomed your grandchild. His father's friend quickly extended his congratulations, eliciting a broad smile from Chen Jianjun. As the conversation shifted, someone pointed at the goods in the cart and continued questioning. This half-cart of items must have cost quite a bit, right? Jianjun, it's one thing to be generous with your daughter-in-law, but you must not squander money indiscriminately. Your daughter-in-law is only just pregnant. Raising a child in the future will require considerable funds. If you spend all your money now, what will you do later? Chen Weinan interjected suddenly. Uncle Wang, do you believe I didn't spend a dime on the items in the donkey cart? The old man's friend shot a glare at Chen Weinan and retorted, You rascal, always joking with your uncle. You think so much good stuff could be acquired for free? Did you steal it? Chen Weinan, with surprising candor, replied, I assure you, I am not jesting. Everything in the cart was compensation given to me by others. Indeed, without any expenditure. Do you remember when Qin Jiangwo reported me for speculating? Afterward, he feared I would hold him accountable and compensated me 50 yuan. Coincidentally, my wife is pregnant, and the doctor mentioned some nutritional deficiencies, so I purchased these items for a total of 36 yuan. Next time I visit the county town, I'll spend the remaining 10 yuan. After all, it's not my money. I have no qualms about spending it all. The old man's friend gasped. Such a sum. You are indeed generous to your wife. Even if this money isn't earned by you, it is still a compensation from Qin Jiangwo. Thus it is your own. If you spend it all, what will you do when your wife gives birth? He couldn't help but scold Qin Jianjun. Jianjun, you are about to become a grandfather. Why are you allowing Weinan to squander money like this? Noticing Chen Jianjun's awkward smile and his silence, the man felt disenchanted and muttered a few words to himself before hastily departing. In truth, he had another thought unspoken. He never anticipated that not only was Chen Jianjun's son a spendthrift, but the father was also indulging in reckless spending alongside him. Although they had acquired a cart full of fine goods, at their current rate of extravagance, they would soon find themselves unable to afford even a meal. It would be wise to keep a distance from such spendthrifts to avoid being tainted by their habits. Otherwise, if the Chen father and son squandered their wealth and later sought to borrow money from their own family, it would be a tremendous loss. Unbeknownst to Qin Jianjun, as he and his son returned home with the cart laden with food and supplies, rumors of their reckless spending were gradually spreading throughout the community. However, since the money for the purchases came from Qin Jiangwo, the villagers envied Qin Jianjun and his son for suddenly acquiring such a wealth of goods, without deeming it unusual. This was indeed the sort of behavior associated with the spendthrift Chen Weinan. They were merely astonished that Qin Jianjun, as the father, did not intervene, but rather joined his son in this folly. As the gossip circulated, the entire Chen family began to be labeled as spendthrifts, becoming a topic of idle chatter among the villagers. As the New Year's Eve approached, the festive atmosphere in the community grew increasingly vibrant. Agricultural work had largely ceased, and the villagers were busy preparing for the upcoming spring festival. Even those with limited means sought ways to procure a couple of fish without tickets to treat their families. Meanwhile, those in better circumstances would buy several pounds of pork in one go. The rendering of lard and the smoking of bacon are in full swing, with people busily engaged in their tasks. Some are even carrying rice and corn to queue at the commune for popcorn. In Zhang County, this is the most common snack during the New Year festivities in rural areas. Regardless of financial circumstances, families will prepare several pounds of popcorn before the holiday. Chen Weinan's family is no exception. His mother set off early in the morning, carrying 3 pounds of rice and 3 pounds of corn to queue for popcorn, returning home with 2 bags of popcorn by 3 or 4 in the afternoon, a testament to the number of people waiting at the commune. Chapter 63. The task pig. Chen Weinan holds no interest in popcorn whatsoever. All his focus is dedicated to the task pig, with several hundred pounds of rice bran, 1 to 200 pounds of fish meal and bone meal, along with daily feedings of 15 to 20 pounds of pig forage. The weight of the task pig can only be described as skyrocketing. The task pigs that had met the required standards were submitted over 10 days ago. As others in the commune would say, with the bitter cold outside, no amount of grain would yield meat for the task pigs. Rather, they would lose weight. The earlier the task pig is submitted, the more advantageous it is. Aside from Chen Weinan's task pig, which is yet to be submitted, the remaining pigs have not met the standards. Naturally, to the eyes of the other members of the commune, it seemed likely that Chen Weinan's task pig had also failed to meet the standards. Otherwise, it would have been submitted 10 days prior and would not still be fed now. However, the reality was quite different. Chen Weinan's task pig had already met the standards. In terms of weight, it had reached the classification of a first-grade pig at the purchasing station. Yet Chen Weinan aimed to seize the last few days to allow the pig to gain a few more pounds. To this end, the large stove near the pigsty, dedicated to cooking pig feed, has hardly gone cold, ensuring that the pigsty remains warm and spring-like even amidst the snowfall, allowing the task pig to continue growing. The family still had over 10 pounds of bone meal, which they planned to add half a pound per meal over the next few days, feeding the pig 4 times a day until it was all consumed. They would also bring back some cabbages from their own plot to feed the pig. The task pig had begun its fattening process 10 days ago. These days were crucial, and with proper feeding, gaining 10 pounds of meat would be entirely feasible. When preparing the pig feed, it was essential to remember to add salt, dried ginger, and orange peels. Chen Jianjun looked at the task pig in the sty, both astonished and satisfied. He had not anticipated that within less than 6 months, his eldest son could transform a pig weighing less than 50 pounds into a hefty one weighing 150 to 160 pounds. He immediately responded, "Let us heed the son's advice. Whatever he suggests, we shall follow. Our task pig has already reached the first-grade standard, and for every pound, we receive a subsidy of 40 cents. Over these few days, an additional 10 pounds of meat will yield an extra $4 at the purchasing station. The little bit of salt, dried ginger, orange peels, and cabbages combined are hardly worth $1, and yet we stand to gain over $3. His mother nodded in agreement. Watching the task pig grow day by day, she had long been convinced of her son's feeding methods. After casting a glance at her husband, she declared, "Don't assume you're the only one who knows how to calculate. I will start cooking the pig feed now. You go to the plot and fetch back 2 baskets of cabbages. It looks like snow is on the way again. Everyone should stay indoors and keep warm, lest they catch a cold." After 10 days of diligent feeding, the weight of the task pig has noticeably increased in recent days. One can clearly see the fat accumulating around its belly, which has brought even more smiles to my parents' faces. With only 5 days remaining until the new year, Chen Weinan resolved to deliver the task pig early the next morning. This was no trivial endeavor. The task pig would be bound to a thick horizontal beam, with 2 individuals carrying it on their shoulders, one in front and the other behind. Due to the considerable distance from home to the commune, 2 people were required to accompany them, allowing for a change of bearers during the journey in order to reach the purchasing station within 2 hours. Prolonged exposure to the cold would be detrimental to the task pig, and any frostbite could be disastrous. My father planned to visit my uncle and second uncle tonight to enlist their help for the early morning task. The sooner, the better. The pigsty was constructed with their assistance, and I had previously suggested we demonstrate the efficacy of raising pigs indoors. If it proves beneficial, perhaps they would consider building a pigsty of their own next year, allowing us to raise the task pig inside, even without fish meal or bone meal. With diligent feeding and ample rice bran, achieving a weight gain of 150 to 160 pounds within a year would be entirely feasible. Raising a task pig could easily yield an additional income of $20 to $30. Since my uncles have been good to us, we ought to reciprocate. Aside from the estranged family of my eldest uncle, enlisting the help of my 2 uncles was undoubtedly the best choice, and my father readily agreed without hesitation. At around 4 in the morning, my uncles braved the wind and snow to arrive at the old homestead. Upon seeing the task pig inside the house, they both gasped in astonishment. In their recollection, no commune member had managed to raise a task pig to such a size within a year. Fixating on Chen Jianjun, they inquired, "Is it truly effective to raise the task pig indoors, brother-in-law?" My father shook his head and replied, "You should ask your nephew about that. The task pig at home has been raised using his methods." Both uncles turned their gaze toward Chen Weinan, a mix of astonishment, confusion, and anticipation evident on their faces. This year, their own task pigs had barely reached 130 pounds. At the purchasing station, they were classified as grade 3 pigs, receiving a subsidy of 30 cents per pound. After deducting the grain subsidies and the 1 or 200 work points exchanged for pig manure, they had only earned $36, resulting in a net loss. However, if the task pig at home could reach the weight of over 160 pounds, it could potentially be classified as a grade 2 or even a grade 1 pig at the purchasing station. A single pig could yield a profit of over $60, nearly $30 more than their own pigs, allowing for a net gain of $10 to $20 after costs. It is worth noting that a strong laborer earns only around $20 after a year's hard work in the production team. The income from raising a pig equates to a laborer's annual earnings. Is it any wonder that both families were envious? Chen Weinan's intention in inviting his uncles was to help them earn money together, and he responded with enthusiasm. Uncles, we must not only raise the pigs indoors, but also build a dedicated earthen stove beside the pigsty for cooking pig feed, just like in our home. When the weather turns cold, the fire in the stove must never go out. Either prepare pig feed or boil water to ensure the warmth of the pigsty. After all, firewood is free, and burning more does not cause any distress. As long as the pigsty remains warm, the pigs will continue to grow. Next year, when it comes time to raise the task pigs, you should accompany me to the grain station in the county town, where the price of bran is 2.5 cents per pound, while the county grain station charges only 2 cents per pound. Spending $10 to purchase 500 pounds to feed the pigs, giving them 1 to 2 pounds daily, not only conserves grain, but also promotes their growth. By the end of the year, raising the task pigs to 150 pounds will certainly be achievable. In the last 2 or 3 weeks before delivering the task pigs, you can come to my home, and I will share some secret methods for fattening them. Within 20 days, we can expect at least a 15-pound increase in pork. In any case, we plan to raise 2 pigs next year, one for the task and the other to keep half for ourselves. If both pigs can reach over 160 pounds, deducting the grain subsidies from the collective and the labor points earned from the pig manure, the purchasing station will subsidize my family at least $100. And we will also receive 60 to 70 pounds of pork for free. If all converted to cash, it would surely amount to around $180 to $90. Chapter 64. Chen Weinan's grand undertaking. Before everyone stands the task pig weighing 160 to 70 pounds, which leaves no room for doubt regarding Chen Weinan's grand undertaking. Had they known that Weinan had downplayed his statements, they would have been greatly astonished. The task pig he has taken on has been raised for less than half a year. If the 2 task pigs for the coming year are raised according to his methods starting right after the new year, achieving weights over 200 pounds by the time of delivery will be no problem. At that time, any one of the pigs could be classified as a premium pig, and the subsidy price from the purchasing station would increase by 5 cents. Just from the task pigs, the family could see an income of $100. The other pig could easily fetch $170 to $80, totaling nearly $300. The reason Weinan refrained from expressing these figures was partly to avoid alarming them, as they might perceive him as boasting. Furthermore, their pig-raising situation is different from his. They cannot afford to feed them every meal with bone meal and fish meal, relying solely on rice bran and warmth, along with fattening them before the task delivery. Reaching weights of 150 to 60 pounds is already a significant achievement. Hence, he chose not to disclose this information. The eldest uncle is a decisive man and immediately responded, "Then I shall also raise 2 pigs next year, one for the task and one to keep." He then turned his gaze to his father, saying, "Brother-in-law, after the new year, when we rebuild the pigsty, I will need you to assist Weinan and the others." The father readily replied, "This is all trivial. As your elder brother, I will certainly lend a hand. Just let me know when you finalize the dates." He then shifted his attention to the younger uncle. "Do you also need to rebuild your pigsty? And will you join the elder brother? Building is essential." The younger uncle replied with determination, "Weinan has already shared the methods for earning money. If I cannot grasp this opportunity, I would be foolish. Next year, I will also raise 2 pigs like you." While raising pigs may not lead to wealth, it can significantly enhance the family's quality of life. If we continue this for several more years and save up all the earnings, constructing 2 or 3 brick houses for the family would certainly be feasible. Chen Weinan genuinely wishes to assist both uncles. After all, whether in this life or the next, they have never schemed against him, and even assisted him during critical moments. Upon hearing his 2 uncles agreed to help him raise pigs, Chen Weinan promptly shifted his gaze to his mother. "Mother, quickly feed all the pig feed that was just cooked." The journey from home to the purchasing station takes nearly 2 hours. He mused that it would be unfortunate if the pigs relieved themselves, thus reducing their weight. His eldest uncle, having recently delivered a task pig and well aware of the purchasing station's conditions, hastily cautioned, "Do not overfeed them. If they are too full, the grader will deduct 7 to 8 pounds of pig feed right off the bat, which means a loss of $2 to $3. Chen Weinan chuckled in response. "Rest assured, Uncle, I have a way to ensure the grader does not deduct weight. Mother, feed them as much as they can consume. Provide all the pig feed available. I will handle the remaining issues. The task pigs already weighed about 160 to 170 pounds, and after consuming over 10 pounds of feed, their total weight surged to over 180 pounds. The two men hefted the weighty pigs on a horizontal pole across their shoulders. To protect the task pigs from the chill, they had wrapped them in a layer of straw mats. Setting off at 5 in the morning, they arrived at the purchasing station by 7. Perhaps because everyone had already submitted their task pigs, the expansive station was devoid of any personnel. The middle-aged grader, seated in a chair, had nearly tucked his head into his military coat. Only when he noticed someone approaching with a task pig did he furrow his brows and rise from his seat. Initially, he did not regard this task pig with much importance. Over recent weeks, the station had received more than 600 task pigs, nearly all of which were barely meeting the minimum standard of grade 3. The grader assumed this pig would be similar, or else it would not have been delayed until now for submission. However, as the eldest uncle and Chen Weinan's father brought the task pig before him, the grader realized his presumptions were misguided. The purchasing station also needed pork for the upcoming new year. To his surprise, amidst hundreds of task pigs, none could be deemed a fat pig. The station manager was prepared to casually slaughter a pig, yet at the last moment, someone presented a hefty pig weighing 160 to 170 pounds. Unlike the populace of 20 years hence, people today favor fatty meat, and the fatter, the better. Compared to those barely meeting the standard, it was evident that everyone would prefer the fat pig. The grader could already envision the manager's joy upon seeing this plump specimen. The demeanor of the grader towards Chen Weinan and the others transformed into one of kindness. Eager to prevent the task pig from freezing, he shed his usual arrogance and proactively led Chen Weinan to the weighing scale. "This pig is splendid. Let us not allow it to freeze," the grader exclaimed, patting the pig's substantial belly with satisfaction. Chen Weinan deftly slipped a pre-prepared pack of premium cigarettes into the grader's hand, responding with a smile. "Rest easy, sir. I have wrapped it in straw mats for warmth." Upon catching a glimpse of the luxurious cigarettes, which even the manager would hesitate to smoke, the grader's smile widened. He discreetly tucked the pack into his pocket before announcing, "The total weight is 181 pounds, perfectly meeting the grade 1 standard. For any other task pig, I would have deducted at least 7 or 8 pounds of feed. Standing before the hefty swine, I shall grant you a reduction of 1 pound of pig feed, calculating directly at 180 pounds. A satisfied smile instantly graced Chen Weinan's face. Unbeknownst to him, a packet of Deqianmen cigarettes had mysteriously appeared in his hand. As he expressed gratitude to the classifier with a firm handshake, he discreetly slipped the cigarettes into the other's palm. The classifier's smile widened, and he promptly issued a pass for Chen Weinan. This year, the grading standards for the task pigs have been elevated. Only those exceeding 180 pounds qualify as first-class swine. Had it not been for those 2 packets of cigarettes, the classifier would have deducted an additional 2 pounds of pig feed, undoubtedly relegating the family's task pig to second-class status, resulting in a loss of at least 9 yuan. Out of a total of 72 yuan, Chen Weinan received 51 yuan, while the remaining 21 yuan was exchanged for 70 pounds of meat coupons. His father gazed incredulously, his heart aching. He was on the verge of reprimanding Chen Weinan for being a spendthrift, questioning the necessity of such an abundance of meat coupons when cash would suffice. Yet, just as the words were about to escape his lips, he swallowed them back. Even without the meat coupons, Chen Weinan would find a way to barter for them in the county town to procure meat. While this may not seem alarming for a single instance, repeated occurrences could lead to unforeseen complications. Therefore, it would be more prudent to exchange cash for meat coupons directly at the purchasing station. This is yet another benefit of raising task pigs. They can use meat coupons as currency, a privilege not afforded to the general populace, who must rely on allocation from above or venture to the pigeon market to barter for coupons. Uncle Da and Uncle Air only came to their senses after exiting the purchasing station, astonished that their nephew had managed to charm the classifier into compliance with just 2 packets of cigarettes, resulting in a mere 1 pound deduction from the several pounds of pig feed just consumed. This revelation completely shattered their preconceived notions. Chapter 65. Is Sister Air's home not worth it? Upon leaving the purchasing station, Chen Weinan did not head home immediately. Instead, he made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative. His uncles braved the snowstorm to assist him in capturing task pigs, and he could not allow them to return empty-handed. Chen Weinan was puzzled to find that the usually bustling meat stall typically lined with eager patrons at this hour, was devoid of customers this morning. Even the substantial slab of lard, which was usually fiercely contested, hung untouched from the iron hook of the meat stall. It quickly dawned on Chen Weinan. With the new year approaching, various production teams would soon commence the slaughtering of their annual pigs, ensuring that every household would receive a share of pork, thus eliminating the necessity to purchase meat from the cooperative. Furthermore, the ongoing snowfall discouraged anyone from braving the elements to buy meat. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Weinan resolved to procure the slab of lard. He hastened towards the meat stall. "Master, I would like that slab of lard." The butcher appeared taken aback by Chen Weinan's boldness, momentarily stunned before questioning him. "Young brother, that slab weighs at least 7 pounds. Are you certain you want it all?" Chen Weinan promptly nodded. "Yes, I want it all. And please cut me 3 pounds of fatty meat." Purchasing 10 pounds of meat in one go was a rare occurrence for the butcher, who instinctively sensed that Chen Weinan was no ordinary customer, as an average person would never part with such a significant amount of money for meat. In an instant, the gazes directed at Chen Weinan transformed, as they speculated he must be the offspring of some leader from the commune. Initially intending to sell him 3 pounds of ordinary pork, the butcher changed his mind at the last moment, opting instead for 3 pounds of the most succulent belly pork. With a swift motion, he bound it with straw and presented it to Chen Weinan, declaring 10 meat tickets in total, costing 8 yuan. Upon returning home, his wife and mother had already commenced preparations for the meal. Chen Weinan, with a deft slice of his knife, divided the 3 pounds of rich meat into 3 portions, offering one piece to Xia Luohan, saying, "Wife, please stew this piece for lunch and render the pig oil this afternoon. The remaining 2 pieces will be sent to my uncle and his family, 1 for each. They have always been the first to rush over to assist us in times of need. We must remember to show our gratitude." At the Zhangzhuang Brigade's elder uncle's home, the elder aunt was busy stitching new clothes for her grandson alongside her daughter-in-law. As the new year approached, adults could make do with their attire, but children could not. Each year, they grew taller at an alarming rate, and last year's garments would surely be too small for next year. Thus, they needed to add fabric to adjust them accordingly. Suddenly, the tightly shut gate of the courtyard swung open with a clatter, revealing the elder uncle, who entered with a layer of white snow dusting his shoulders. He shook his head and brushed off his clothes before turning back to close the door. The elder aunt promptly set aside her sewing and rushed to greet him, exclaiming, "Why are you back so early?" Upon noticing the pork he was carrying, her eyes widened in astonishment as she quickly inquired, "Where did this pork come from?" "It was given by my brother-in-law. My third brother and I each received a piece." The elder aunt gasped, "Each of you received a piece of pork? What about your second sister's family?" The elder uncle shook his head in response. "If my pigs were raised as well as those at my second sister's place, I would gladly buy a few pounds of pork for Jianjun and the others." Suddenly, the elder aunt recalled her husband mentioning that their nephew Chen Weinan had devised a method to help the task pigs gain weight during winter and to accelerate their growth. At the time, she had dismissed it, viewing Chen Weinan merely as a prodigal and a wastrel, believing it was as unlikely for him to raise pigs as for a sow to climb a tree. Yet, observing her husband's expression, it seemed that Chen Weinan had indeed succeeded. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted, "Your nephew truly managed to raise the task pigs? Not only did he raise them, but he also made them particularly plump. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that wastrel Weinan could raise pigs." After a year of hard work, our task pig barely weighed over 130 pounds. Yet, in just half a year, this lad has turned a 50-pound task pig into a 180-pound marvel, rated as a first-class pig by the purchasing station. Since the brigade transformed into a commune, I have not seen such a hefty pig in many years. I have made up my mind. After the new year, we will renovate our pigsty. Just like my second sister's family, we will first build a house, then partition the pigsty within it, and construct a stove. We will raise 2 pigs, 1 for the task and 1 for our own consumption. Weinan has helped us calculate that if we can raise the task pig to 150 or 60 pounds, both pigs will fetch us over 100 yuan. Reducing costs to earn an additional 70 or 80 yuan is undoubtedly feasible, surpassing even the annual dividends provided by the brigade. The task pig weighing 180 jin. "Are you feverish, old man?" The first reaction of my aunt was disbelief. She touched her husband's forehead, her eyes wide with incredulity as she retorted. Uncle, exasperated, shot her a glare and replied, The task pig was submitted by me along with Weinan and the others. How could I possibly be mistaken? Weinan has already informed me of several important considerations regarding pig farming. Once the new year is over, we shall commence building the house and reconstructing the pig pen. Furthermore, let us refrain from discussing the matter of the task pig reaching 180 gene for the time being. There are far too many envious eyes around. Should we attract attention, it could spell trouble for us. Let us quietly amass our wealth. Finally, my aunt emerged from her shock, particularly upon hearing that raising 2 pigs could augment the family's annual income by 70 or 80 yuan. Alongside the prospect of enjoying the pork that they usually would not indulge in, her face lit up with delight. She promptly nodded, stating, "Rest assured, I can keep a secret. I certainly won't let it slip. We owe it to my sister and her family for this opportunity to prosper. We must never be ungrateful." Uncle continued, "Make an effort to visit my sister's home whenever you have free time. Raising pigs is a meticulous endeavor. The larger the task pigs grow, the more we earn. Observe closely how they manage their pigs. Since Weinan is eager to help us all profit, we must ensure we do not hinder his efforts. Additionally, since Jianjun has severed ties with his brother, he has few close relatives left in the village. We ought to consider ourselves their closest kin and maintain familial connections." Seeing his wife nod in agreement, Uncle raised the piece of pork in his hand and declared, "Let us set aside half for tonight's stew. The remaining half will be reserved for tomorrow. The day after, the brigade will slaughter pigs and distribute the meat. With so many of us at home, we should at least receive 10 gene of pork. There is no fear of going without meat during the new year." Knowing that the brigade would be slaughtering pigs and sharing the meat before the new year, Uncle's family had refrained from purchasing pork throughout the entire lunar month, nearly going without meat for over a month. Faced with such a sizable chunk of fatty meat, it would be a lie to say they were not tempted. She promptly agreed, "I will prepare it right away. From this day forth, we shall commence our New Year celebrations." Chapter 66. Good fortune arrives unimpeded as 2 uncles deliberated on how to repair the house and construct the new pig pen. Chen Weinan's family gathered around the stove, watching their mother render lard. Ever since the introduction of the task pig, the household had not seen any lard. Gazing at the 7 gene of lard neatly arranged on the cutting board, their mother beamed with joy. Typically, she would scold Weinan for his extravagant purchases of pork, but today, she refrained from uttering a single reproach. The family's cooking oil primarily came from the brigade, due to limited arable land, which was primarily allocated for cultivating rice and corn. The cultivation of rapeseed was minimal, resulting in each adult receiving merely 3 to 6 taels of oil per month, contingent upon full work points. If work points were scarce, one might not even receive 2 taels of oil in a month. Chen Weinan's family, benefiting from full work points each year, could allocate a pound of oil to each member of the household monthly. In the absence of lard, no matter how frugally one uses oil, it is still insufficient. Oil is an essential component of the household diet. When vegetable oil runs low, everyone must devise ways to procure alternative fats. Thus, lard becomes the optimal choice. Consequently, when purchasing pork, individuals favor the fatty cuts from a pound of fatty meat. After accounting for the lean portions and residues consumed, it is certainly feasible to render a few ounces of lard. Comparatively, the yield from pork back fat is superior. The slab of back fat on the cutting board weighs a full 7 pounds. Ordinarily, one can extract 6 pounds and several ounces of lard without issue. Coupled with the rapeseed oil distributed monthly to the household, careful rationing ensures that the family will not lack oil for the next 3 to 4 months. As the primary cook, my mother interacts daily with oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. How could she not feel elated knowing that there will be no shortage of oil in the coming months? How long until we can savor the crispy lard? My younger sister, Chun Li, eagerly inquired, watching as the pork back fat was diced into smaller chunks. My sister-in-law, Xia Luohan, remained silent. Yet her eyes revealed her anticipation for the crispy remnants as well. "It won't be long," my mother replied with a smile. "Step back a bit, so you don't get splattered with lard later. Once the crispy bits are ready, we'll sprinkle half with sugar and half with salt. They'll be your delightful snacks." At that moment, Chen Weinan interjected, "Mother, daughter-in-law, I've heard that our brigade will slaughter the New Year pig the day after tomorrow to distribute the meat. Since tomorrow is free of obligations at home, why not all go to the town's commune to purchase New Year supplies? We must bring home some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and sweets for the festive season. These can serve both as hospitality offerings and treats for the two little girls. We should also buy them some hairbands, elastics, and clips. Other girls dress beautifully for the new year. This year, we can afford it, so we must not be stingy. We should also pick up some cigarettes and liquor. It's the new year, and father deserves something special to drink. When the elder and second uncles come to celebrate, we must have enough to serve them. If we find any fruits for sale at the commune, it would be ideal to buy some apples and pears. Additionally, we need white sugar, brown sugar, soy sauce, and vinegar. I'll head out early tomorrow, and with a bit of luck, I might even procure some pork back fat at the market. Currently, all the brigades are slaughtering pigs and distributing meat. With households running low on meat, few go to the commune to buy it. Thus, the chances of obtaining fatty cuts and back fat are quite high. Father will take you out at dawn. I'll wait for you at the supply and marketing cooperative. In the past, when the family faced hardships, even basic meals and clothing were a challenge, leaving no spare change for snacks. But this year is different. Through selling charcoal and the task pig, my daughter-in-law has saved at least 130 to 140 yuan. Spending 30 or 40 yuan on New Year supplies poses little strain. Seeing the gleam in everyone's eyes, father decisively declared, now that we have delivered the task pig and don't need to leave anyone behind, let us all go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy New Year goods. Your mother rarely visits the cooperative throughout the year. Let us take her along to enjoy the festivities. Chen Weinan set off at 4 o'clock the next morning. Since he wasn't burdened with the task pig, he arrived at the commune before 6. During the New Year festivities, one cannot subsist solely on pork. Beyond the mere hope of acquiring lard from the supply and marketing cooperative, the paramount objective is to visit the local pigeon market, in hopes of purchasing some much-coveted items such as eggs, hens, or fish to bring home. The weather is frigid, although the Zhang River remains unfrozen. Fishing has become an untenable pursuit. Resorting to net fishing is the only alternative, yet Chen Weinan lacks the necessary tools, and procuring them is futile, compelling him to rely on luck in the town. Perhaps someone will be netting fish, only to sell them at the pigeon market for cash. The market brims with activity only in the early hours. At that hour, the commune leaders have yet to arrive, leaving the vendors to operate without oversight. By 8 or 9 o'clock, the bustling pigeon market abruptly dissipates, and the alley where it is located returns to its previous tranquility, making it rare to encounter a single passerby. At 6 in the morning, however, the pigeon market is alive with energy. Numerous stalls, though modest, are scattered along the roadside. These stalls are essentially large bamboo baskets. Some vendors lack even that, opting instead to display their wares in a snakeskin bag laid before them. They scrutinize the passers-by with caution, and even when sales occur, the negotiations are conducted in hushed tones, fearful of being overheard. Chen Weinan pays 2 cents to enter this modest market. Among the dozens of stalls, nearly half offer grains, while the remainder either sell dried goods or game hunted from the mountains. Although he finds himself coveting the wild chickens and hares displayed on the ground, he refrains from purchasing them. Such items would raise questions about their provenance, potentially leading to unfortunate consequences. Just as disappointment began to set in, and he contemplated leaving with merely some dried goods, an elderly lady suddenly came into view. She carried a small basket, its contents covered with straw. Drawing from his experience, Chen Weinan felt an 80% certainty that the basket contained eggs, prompting him to approach her swiftly. "How much for the eggs?" he inquired. 5 cents apiece, she replied cautiously. While the supply cooperative sells them at 45 cents per pound, they require an egg coupon. But I do not, which makes them slightly more expensive. A pound of eggs would cost about 55 cents. This price seemed quite reasonable. Although they had an old hen laying eggs at home, the supply had proven insufficient since his wife's pregnancy, leading Chen Weinan to resolve to purchase the entire basket. "How many eggs do you have in there?" he asked decisively. 46. I've been saving them for a whole month." The elderly woman, perceptive to his intent to buy, hastened to respond, anxious not to lose this potential customer. "I'll take them all," Chen Weinan declared. "That will be $2.30 in total. I'll give you an extra 20 cents if you sell me the basket as well." The elderly woman nodded eagerly. After all, this was the pigeon market, where trading was illicit. Should she be caught, she would lose everything. She was keen to complete her sale and depart as soon as possible. Chapter 67. Purchasing New Year's supplies. Fortune, once it arrives, is unstoppable. Just as Chen Weinan prepared to leave with his eggs, he unexpectedly encountered a distressed man at the entrance of the pigeon market, who was selling old hens. The urgency in his expression suggested that he was grappling with a pressing family issue. Chen Weinan missed the opportunity to negotiate the price with the other party, but he could not let the 2 hens that had been presented to him slip away. He quickly inquired, "Sir, are you selling chickens?" The middle-aged man nodded and replied as he walked, "My daughter-in-law is pregnant, and we are short on cash, so I have to sell these 2 laying hens." Upon hearing this, Chen Weinan immediately displayed an expression of understanding and followed up with, "How much? I will buy both hens." The middle-aged man widened his eyes in disbelief and retorted, "Brother, are you joking with me?" It was no surprise that he was skeptical from Chen Weinan's attire. He hardly seemed like someone who could afford 2 hens. Chen Weinan quickly reassured him, "Sir, I understand your urgency for money. I would never jest about such matters." The man's hesitation seemed to dissipate as he perceived sincerity in Chen Weinan's eyes, and he responded, "These 2 hens are currently laying eggs. If it weren't for a family emergency requiring funds, I would never part with them. Each hen is $2.50. If you give me $5, they are yours." Normally, a hen would cost around $2, but considering that the hens were indeed laying eggs, the price of $2.50 was somewhat steep, yet reasonable. Additionally, recognizing the man's dire need for money, Chen Weinan did not wish to exploit the situation. He promptly retrieved $5 from his pocket and declared, "I will buy them. Here are $5. Just hand over the 2 hens." Upon arriving at the meat stall adjacent to the supply and marketing cooperative, although there was still no queue for purchasing meat, it was evident that half of the lard had already been cut away. Chen Weinan hurried over and used 4 meat tickets along with $3.20 to purchase the remaining lard. In less than 10 minutes, his parents and wife appeared in his line of sight. Upon seeing the lard, hens, and a basket of eggs that Chen Weinan was carrying, his mother instinctively opened her mouth to chastise him for being wasteful. However, as she noticed the envious expressions on the faces of those around her, the reprimand was swallowed back down. This was in public, and despite her displeasure, she had to give Chen Weinan some face. After casting him a glare, she accepted the lard, hens, and eggs from his hands. With his hands now free, Chen Weinan took his wife and the 2 girls into the cooperative, saying, "Wife, Luohan, little sister, I will take you to buy New Year's goods. Parents, you can look for what you need first." Seeing his wife and the 2 girls selecting hairpins, rubber bands, and headbands at the counter, Chen Weinan dashed over to another counter and asked, "Do you have snowflake cream?" "Yes, it's $1.50 per tube. No tickets required." The sales clerk replied with a calm demeanor, tinged with a hint of impatience. The daily inquiries about snowflake cream were numerous. Yet due to its high price, few customers made purchases, leading to a weariness in the sales clerk's patience. Expecting Chen Weinan to be deterred by the price, she was taken aback when he displayed no signs of being intimidated. Instead, he calmly stated, "Then give me 2 tubes of snowflake cream." After speaking, he retrieved 3 coins from his pocket and placed them on the counter. This scene left the salesperson utterly astounded. Yet she quickly procured the snow cream that Chen Weinan required and accepted the payment. Even after Chen Weinan departed, she could hardly believe that this individual possessed the means to purchase 2 jars of snow cream in one go. Around 10 in the morning, a few individuals reluctantly left the supply and marketing cooperative. The 2 baskets brought by his parents were already filled to the brim. They contained essential items such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, as well as apples, pears, and various pastries that were typically reserved for the new year, perhaps due to transportation difficulties. The apples and pears sold at the cooperative, which would be disregarded in later years, commanded exorbitant prices now, 1 yuan per pound, equivalent to 20 or 30 yuan in future times, and they were mostly misshapen or blemished. Nevertheless, Chen Weinan endured the pangs of his wallet and purchased 4 to 5 pounds. During winter, the home was devoid of vegetables except for cabbage. Without some fruit to replenish vitamins, long-term health issues were inevitable. Particularly for his wife, Xia Luohan, who was pregnant, it was crucial to consume fruit for essential nutrients. No more purchases could be made. Upon learning that nearly 50 yuan had already been spent on New Year's goods, his mother resolutely refused to buy anything else. Observing the pained expressions on his father and wife, Chen Weinan reluctantly complied and returned home. His father shouldered 1 basket filled with New Year's goods, while Chen Weinan carried the other. His mother and wife held on to a clutch of eggs and a hen. 2 young girls trailed behind, savoring the fruit candies just acquired, their heads adorned with newly purchased hairpins, radiating satisfaction and chattering incessantly. Meanwhile, his mother wore a look of concern. lamenting to Chen Weinan as they walked, one moment criticizing the purchase of the hen, the next lamenting the excess of eggs. In short, she believed Chen Weinan was squandering money. Before long, a rumor about their household swiftly circulated within the village. It was said that Chen Weinan was a spendthrift, dragging Chen Jianjun down with him into the same fate. The money earned from exchanging pigs for tasks was all squandered on New Year's goods, and once the festivities passed, their family would surely face starvation. Many villagers began to distance themselves from Chen Weinan's family, avoiding him in the street for fear that he would later come seeking loans, leading to a situation where debts would go unpaid. Chen Weinan relished the solitude, preferring that no one disturb his peaceful existence, closing the door to live his own life. In this second life, he sought neither great wealth nor the envy of others. He merely wished for his parents and wife to enjoy a good life. Unlike in the future, where overwork resulted in untimely death in the fields. As long as they were happy, he deemed any personal sacrifice worthwhile. In the old Chen residence, as he organized the New Year's goods in the baskets, Chen Weinan remarked, "Mother, tomorrow the cooperative will slaughter pigs for the new year and distribute the meat. I've heard they plan to slaughter 4 pigs at once, which should yield at least 300 pounds of meat. Although our cooperative has over 200 people, the elderly and children count as half a labor force, totaling about 150 able-bodied workers. This means each laborer will receive an average of 2 pounds of pork and 4 taels of lard. Our family, with 5 laborers, can expect 10 pounds of pork and 1 pound of lard. Upon dividing the pork, we shall render lard together tomorrow." Chapter 68. Father. The main event has yet to commence. As I accepted the slab of pork fat handed to me by Chen Weinan, I transformed entirely. The complaints that had flowed from my lips, lamenting the expenditure, were instantly replaced by a radiant smile, filled with elation and reflection. This pork fat is splendid. Tomorrow, the brigade will distribute another pound of pork fat, bringing our total to 5 pounds. From the 10 pounds of pork, we can carve out an additional 3 to 4 pounds of fat to render lard, ensuring we obtain over 7 pounds of lard without doubt. Just yesterday, we rendered over 6 pounds of lard. Our household will not lack for oil throughout the year ahead. Among all the New Year's goods, this slab of fat was a worthy purchase. Chen Weinan found himself both amused and exasperated, surprised that my mother, having derived benefit, still sought to chastise herself. He quickly interjected, "The 2 old hens were not a loss either. Although they were a bit pricey, they are currently laying eggs. Mother, feed them for a couple of days, and along with our existing hen, let us determine which 2 hens are the most productive, and we shall keep them. The remaining hen can be slaughtered for soup on New Year's Eve. Eating pork daily is becoming tiresome. A change of flavor is in order." As I opened my mouth to retort, Chen Weinan skillfully diverted the conversation. "Moreover, even if we do not eat, your grandson certainly will. It is said that hens are more nutritious than pork. Luohan has been pregnant for 2 to 3 months, and it is time to slaughter a hen for proper nourishment." The mention of my yet-to-be-born grandson silenced my impending reprimand. With a huff, I replied, "Were it not for my grandchild, I would surely scold you today." The slaughter of the New Year pig occurred early the next morning. Before Chen Weinan had fully awakened, the excited voices of the 2 girls rang in his ears. His wife, Xia Luohan, while dressing, reminded him, "Hurry and get up. Today the brigade is slaughtering the New Year pig and distributing the meat. If we arrive late, the prime cuts will all be claimed by others." Upon hearing this, Chen Weinan felt an urge to explain. "Regardless of whether we arrive early or late, the ratio of fat to lean meat each household receives will be roughly the same. This is a brigade distribution, not a commune meat sale. When purchasing meat from the commune, the selection depends entirely on the seller's mood. If you wish to buy, you may, and if not, that is of no consequence, as they are public servants consuming state rations. The brigade distribution, however, is different. Many people have connections. If you allocate more fatty meat to one household and less to another, it could lead to disputes. And even the brigade leader and secretary would not be spared from the uproar." Yet, as the words sat on the tip of his tongue, Chen Weinan refrained from voicing them. Perhaps his wife was already well aware of the intricacies involved. She simply wished to witness the excitement at the brigade office. Although reluctant to arise, he steeled himself to accompany his wife, rising and dressing. When the family arrived at the brigade office, 4 pigs had already been bled, skinned, and were in the process of being eviscerated. The entrails were being cleaned, bones removed, and weights calculated. In less than half an hour, The brigade accountant tallied the amount of meat each household would receive. The brigade leader then stepped forward, raising his voice to address the crowd. Comrades, after weighing and removing the bones, trotters, entrails, and fat, we have obtained a total of 318 pounds of net meat from 4 pigs. As per our usual practice, the distribution of meat will commence. Children under 16 and the elderly over 60 will each be counted as half of a laborer. Our brigade comprises 152 laborers in total. Each laborer will receive 2 pounds of pork and 2 tails of lard, while the remaining 14 pounds of pork, along with the offal, will be sold in the village. Those who wish to purchase may do so with payment. We shall now begin the distribution of meat. Please line up in order. Once you have collected your pork, proceed to the accountant to leave your fingerprint. The crowd of over 100 resembles a pack of hungry wolves drawn by the scent of blood, all rushing towards the queue. My parents are also among the throng. Determined not to be outdone, they dash forward and find themselves positioned in the middle of the line, sighing repeatedly. My father remarks on my mother's slow pace, while she retorts that he was the one lagging behind, claiming that otherwise, they would have been at the front of the line. Although the crowd is large, it consists of merely 40 households. Chen Weinan waits less than 20 minutes before it is time for my parents to claim their share of meat. The butcher first carves a generous piece of fat and streaky pork from the pig's belly, followed by a substantial portion of lean meat from the hindquarters. After assembling 10 pounds, he also cuts them a pound of lard. The joy on their faces is immediate, as they excitedly discuss the pork in their hands, alternating between delight and furrowed brows, clearly dissatisfied with the later addition of a large piece from the hindquarters. However, there is little recourse. The hindquarters contain almost no fat,
and if not included, they would likely go unsought. Uncle Chen Jingwo also receives 10 pounds of meat and a pound of lard,
wearing a smug expression as he surveys the neighbors who received less. Upon noticing that my parents possess pork pieces comparable to his own, his smugness swiftly transforms into indignation, his gaze toward them burning with fury. My father happens to catch sight of their family. Initially, he considers extending a greeting, but upon witnessing Uncle's furious and sinister glare, he can only let out a long sigh, saying, "Let them be. After all, we have severed ties. Let us go home, enjoy our meat, render lard, and then prepare for the new year." Chen Weinan remains unmoved, shaking his head in response. "Father, why the haste? The main event has yet to commence. Recently, I had intended to acquire another set of pig offal, yet I have not encountered any. The brigade currently possesses 4 pig heads, 4 sets of offal, and 16 trotters. Now that everyone has received their pork, no one is likely to spend money on these items. Let us wait a bit. Perhaps we might seize a fortunate opportunity." My father's eyes brighten at the prospect. Indeed, that is quite possible. Typically, purchasing a pig head from the commune costs no less than 5 yuan, and one must rely on luck. The pig heads in our brigade are indeed economical. I recall that during last year's distribution, several pig heads were sold for 3 yuan each. This year, the amount of pork distributed is even greater than last year. The heads might be even cheaper. As he speaks, my father seems to recall the pig offal that Chen Weinan prepared in the past, unable to suppress a swallow. He continues, "If the price is right, one could even buy a set of offal. In the county town, a set of pig offal costs 5 yuan, while last year, the brigade's offal was 2 yuan and 50 cents a set, and no one wanted it. Ultimately, they sold for 2 yuan and 30 cents a set, accompanied by 4 trotters." Upon hearing this, Chen Weinan felt an even greater anticipation for the upcoming spectacle. It was akin to a pig's entrails, if fortune smiled upon him. Acquiring a couple of sets to take home would suffice. However, he was resolute in securing the 4 pig heads and 16 trotters. Not only could he indulge in their culinary delights, but the remaining bones could also be transformed into bone meal. Ordinarily, following the new year, it would take over 3 months for the weather to gradually warm up, during which time fishing in the Zhanghe River would be futile, rendering the production of fish meal impossible. Hence, he needed to procure some bones in advance to prepare bone meal for next year's pig farming endeavors. Chapter 69. A fortunate windfall. Once the last household had finished butchering and stamped their handprints, Captain Chen of the brigade returned to the podium, holding a large horn fashioned from iron. Addressing the jubilant members still basking in the joy of the occasion, he proclaimed, "Comrades, the meat has been allocated. Next, we shall attend to the remaining pork, bones, pig heads, and entrails. As per our usual practice, 1 set of pig entrails is to be paired with 4 trotters. awarded to the highest bidder. We will first sell the remaining 14 jin of pork, no tickets required, at 8 mao per jin. Those in need should come forth to purchase. Everyone was living frugally, and even those with money tended to save it, with each person clutching their just distributed pork. It was evident that no one was inclined to spend on additional meat. The price plummeted from 8 mao to 6 mao without a single bid. Chen Weinan longed to step forward, but ultimately decided against it. With 10 jin of pork already at home, he could easily sustain his family for a month without waste. Furthermore, his wife was hoarding another 50 to 60 jin of meat tickets, ensuring they were not lacking in provisions. Rather than purchasing this small quantity of pork to make cured meat, it would be wiser to invest in fresh meat later. Xia Luohan noticed her husband's wavering resolve and tugged at his arm several times, cautioning him against impulsive decisions. Ultimately, the scant dozen jin of pork was acquired by several cadre members at the price of 5 mao per jin. Now, the focus shifted to the pig heads and entrails. For the cadre members, they would eventually need to procure items that others deemed undesirable to set an example for the brigade members. Thus, purchasing the less sought-after pig heads and entrails seemed less appealing than acquiring meat. Next up are the pig heads. Captain Chen bellowed. For pig heads of similar size were promptly laid out on the table by 2 members. Without further ado, Captain Chen stated, "Supplies are limited. It's first come, first served. We will start at 5 mao each. Is there anyone interested?" In no time, the price of the pig heads was driven down by Captain Chen to below 3 mao. Chen Weinan felt a surge of anxiety, fearful that these heads might be snatched away by others. Observing the expressions of the surrounding members, all of whom appeared to relish the spectacle rather than show any desire to purchase, Wang Dong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Captain Chen on the podium grew increasingly agitated. If these 4 pig heads went unsold, it would pose a dilemma for the brigade. Distributing them would be troublesome, and it was unthinkable to compel the cadre members to spend again after having just purchased pork. Although they held official positions, their household incomes were comparable to those of other members, relying solely on work points for sustenance. The commune offered minimal subsidies, and having already spent money on pork, expecting them to buy pig heads would undoubtedly place immense pressure on them. 2 yuan for a pig's head. The price cannot be any lower. Are there any members eager to make a purchase? Quickly raise your hands. The pig's head on the table weighs approximately 12 to 13 jin, with a meat yield ranging from 50 to 60%, yielding about 6 jin of pork, at a price of 2 yuan 50. That amounts to less than 5 jiao per jin. In terms of cost, this is even more advantageous than the pork bought earlier by several village officials. However, the current members prefer fatty meat, while the pig's head primarily consists of skin and lean meat. Earlier, pork with 2 to 3 portions of fat went unsold at 50 jiao per jin. Asking them to buy pig head meat at over 40 jiao per jin would certainly yield no takers. The village chief wore a face of disappointment. If this were a decade later, even if no village members bought, he could still sell it outside. But that is not the case now. All resources are distributed. And even to sell something, it must go to the procurement station. Items like pig heads are simply not accepted there. Selling privately would involve speculation and profiteering, leaving him with no choice but to sell to the village members. Faced with the indifferent members, Captain Chen had to lower the price again. And soon the price for the pig head was reduced to 2 yuan each. Wang Dong no longer hesitated and decisively raised his right hand. "Captain, I'll take all the pig heads at 2 yuan each." He then raised the 8 yuan he had prepared in advance. Captain Chen, fearing Wang Dong might change his mind, hurried over, took the 8 yuan from his hand, and called to the accountant who was keeping records. "Quickly note this down. Weinan from the Jianjun family has purchased 4 pig heads for 8 yuan. Next came the sale of pig offal. A set of pig offal includes 4 pig feet, priced at 5 yuan per set. A set of offal weighs dozens of jin. While it may lack the aroma of pork, it is still meat." Captain Chen lowered the price to 2 yuan 50, prompting a few members who enjoy this delicacy to raise their hands. 2 members purchased 1 set each, while the remaining 2 sets were acquired by Chen Weinan for 5 yuan. Lastly, there were pig bones. Although they contain little meat, they are suitable for making broth. Priced at 20 jiao per jin, so those interested should come forth quickly. These pig bones are not like the meaty ones Wang Dong bought in the county town. The butcher had stripped them clean, leaving no trace of meat, and it was unlikely anyone would want them even at 10 jiao per jin. As expected, the village chief lowered the price from 20 jiao to 10 jiao per jin, yet there was no response from the members. A member who was on good terms with Captain Chen suddenly spoke up. "Captain, those bones are only useful for broth. Who would spend money on them? They're better off thrown away to feed dogs." Captain Chen shot him a glare and retorted, "What nonsense. These bones, even at 1 jiao per gene, are worth 5 or 6 jiao. They belong to the village property and cannot be fed to pigs." While this statement may sound absurd, it underscored the awkward situation of the bones being unwanted in the village. Soon, the price fell to 5 fun per gene. Both parents knew the value of these bones. They could be turned into bone meal for feeding pigs or used to make broth and lard. 50 pounds of pig bones, without elaboration. It is certain that boiling down 7 or 8 pounds of lard poses no challenge. Chen Weinan tugged repeatedly at the sleeve of Chen Wei, urging him to procure these bones, yet he was repeatedly dismissed with the phrase "patience is a virtue." At 5 cents per pound, the 50 pounds of bones were still worth only $2.50, a price no cooperative member would readily pay. As anticipated, under the pained gaze of Captain Chen, the price swiftly plummeted to 2 cents per pound. Chen Weinan recognized it was time for action. Although the price might potentially drop to a mere cent per pound, he was reluctant to exploit the cooperative too ruthlessly. Saving money could leave an unfavorable impression on the captain. Once more, he stepped forward from the crowd. "Captain, at 2 cents per pound, I shall take all these bones. 4 pig heads, 2 sets of pig offal, and over 50 pounds of pig bones." His father had brought 2 baskets from home to transport them all back. Meanwhile, nearly all the cooperative members were engaged in fervent discussions regarding Chen Weinan's extravagant spending. Previously, they had only heard tales of his profligacy, but today they witnessed it firsthand. Was it not more delightful to spend over $10 on pork instead? Yet, he opted to purchase a heap of nearly meatless bones, offal and heads. Chapter 70. Betrayal from within. The most animated discussions were led by Uncle Chen Jiangwo's family. In direct dealings, Chen Weinan was no match for him, having suffered several covert losses. Thus, he sought to tarnish Chen Weinan's reputation to alleviate his resentment. Through his rhetoric, he painted Chen Weinan as a spendthrift, branding not just him, but his entire family as such. He even encouraged others in the cooperative to maintain their distance from Chen Weinan's household, warning them that he might squander his inheritance and, in times of need, come begging for food or money, without the intent to repay. Quite a few people were swayed by Chen Jiangwo's assertions, especially given that everyone had witnessed Chen Weinan's ostentatious spending moments before. At the Chen family's ancestral home, closing the yard gate and setting down the baskets, Chen Weinan could no longer suppress his excitement and turned to Xia Luohan with a beaming face. "My dear, we have struck a tremendous bargain. So many pig heads, offal, and bones, and all for the mere sum of $14. Can you believe it? With my expertise, their value will triple at the very least." Without waiting for a response, he called out to his mother, "Mother, quickly boil some water. Soon we shall clean the offal, and I will prepare several exquisite dishes for you all at noon." In the afternoon, they would wash the pig heads. After marinating the 4 large heads, he anticipated yielding at least 20 pounds of cooked meat. "I shall prepare a dish of pressed meat unlike anything you have ever tasted. You will surely crave more. As for the bones, they could be boiled tomorrow." With work now concluded, they had ample time to proceed leisurely. Chen Weinan had long harbored thoughts of the pig heads and offal from the cooperative. He had devised how to prepare them, and, a fortnight prior, had begun gathering various spices for marinating. After lunch, Chen Weinan began his laborious endeavor to prepare the pressed pork. He first singed the pig's head until its surface turned a deep black, then immersed it in hot water for cleansing, gradually transforming it into a golden hue. Next, the pig's head was placed in a pot, brought to a vigorous boil, and the surface foam was skimmed away. Various seasonings were added, including soy sauce, salt, ginger, Sichuan pepper, and rice wine, and then it was braised over high heat. An hour later, the braising liquid had darkened considerably, and the pig's head was coated in a rich, reddish glaze, filling the air with an intense aroma of meat. With a gentle prod from chopsticks, the meat of the pig's head yielded easily. Under the watchful eyes of everyone filled with anticipation, Chen Weinan fished out 4 large pig heads. Due to the abundance of pig heads, he had to call his parents for assistance. "You all should quickly strip the meat from the bones while it's still warm. Don't let any lean meat remain on the bones. I will continue to braise the pig offal." In comparison to the pig heads, the braising of the offal was much quicker, as the pig liver, tongue, heart, lungs, and intestines were successively removed from the pot. The 4 large pig heads were completely stripped of their meat. Over 20 pounds of pork piled up in the basin. "Mother, bring over the white gauze I asked you to find at noon." Chen Weinan then commenced the preparation of the pressed pork. A relatively intact layer of pig head meat was spread out on the cutting board, with the pig skin on the outside and the shredded meat from the pig's head arranged on top. Once the assembly was complete, he began to roll the pig head. It was wrapped in gauze and tightly bound with string before being placed on a stone slab in the courtyard, topped with a wooden board and weighed down with stones. After all 4 pressed pork pieces were completed, Chen Weinan clapped his hands with satisfaction, declaring, "These pressed pork pieces will be ready to eat tomorrow morning, I assure you. They will be delicious beyond measure." Observing his husband, who had resumed preparations for dinner, Xia Luohan inquired while tending to the fire, "Darling, how did you learn to make so many dishes?" "I just tasted the braised pig head meat." Uncle Chen, who specializes in banquets, doesn't possess your remarkable skill. Seeing his wife gaze at him with admiration, Chen Weinan felt a surge of joy, his fatigue vanishing in an instant. Convinced that his 6 months of hard work had been worthwhile, with a proud expression, he replied, "Of course." Although Uncle Chen's culinary skills are commendable, he is self-taught, whereas true chefs from state-run restaurants have undergone formal training and hold chef certifications. While I may not have apprenticed under them, the skills I acquired through observation are genuine craftsmanship. How can Uncle Chen's level compare to mine? As he spoke, Chen Weinan couldn't resist teasing Xia Luohan. "So, how about it, my dear? You certainly don't regret marrying me, do you?" Despite being well acquainted with Chen Weinan's way of speaking, Xia Luohan felt a tinge of shyness at such a remark in front of her parents and sister. After rolling her eyes at him, she responded, "At present, it certainly seems like a good deal, but whether it will remain so in the future is uncertain." Chen Weinan promptly patted his chest in assurance. "Rest easy, my dear. Our family will undoubtedly thrive in the days to come. Within 3 years, or at most 3 years, I will ensure that you and your parents live in a brick house." His mother, already displeased with Chen Weinan's recent extravagance, interjected without hesitation, "Son, spare us the grandiose promises. Given your current spending habits, not to mention 3 years, even 10 years would not suffice to accumulate enough funds for a modest brick house." My wife, Xia Luohan, appeared to concur with my sentiments, adding, "You've indeed been rather extravagant lately." After fulfilling our obligations, our family managed to save a mere 153 yuan. However, just 2 days prior, we purchased meat and lard, and yesterday we procured festive goods, followed by today's expenditure on pig heads and offal, which collectively drained over 70 yuan. Many families in our brigade managed to survive an entire year on less than 70 yuan, yet we've already spent so much on just 3 occasions. This is simply excessive. Currently, we are left with 82 yuan, and with the prospect of welcoming a new family member next year, I genuinely fear that this meager sum will not sustain us for the entire year. My mother chimed in, "Son, Luohan is right. You must be more frugal with your spending moving forward. Next year, your wife will need funds for childbirth, and raising a child incurs expenses as well. What if we find ourselves without money then? You are about to become a father. You can no longer be so self-centered." Observing the worry etched on my mother's and wife's faces, I hurried to reassure them. "Mother, my dear wife, I have already contemplated all of this. We still have over 80 yuan remaining, and tomorrow the brigade will distribute more than 20 yuan. That amounts to over 100 yuan. Once we boil down the 50-plus pounds of bones, we will have nearly 20 pounds of lard, which should last us 4 to 5 months without issue. The brigade's allocation of 10 pounds of pork will provide us with 1 or 2 pounds of fresh meat for the new year, while the remaining 8 pounds will be cured into bacon. I have recently prepared around 20 pounds of pressed meat, along with braised pig liver, tongue, heart, and intestines, ensuring that our household will not lack for meat during the new year and the subsequent month. Our recent purchases for the festive season have stocked us with oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar sufficient for half a year. Coupled with the 8 pounds of bacon and those cured delicacies, we should comfortably sustain ourselves for the next 2 to 3 months. Essentially, our family will require minimal expenditure for the next 6 months, aside from a small amount for piglets. Moreover, we only need to pay for 1 piglet, as the brigade generously provides the rest free of charge. As I noticed my mother and wife still frowning, but visibly more at ease than before, I continued to share my thoughts. There is no need to fret over childbirth. During my last visit to the hospital, I inquired with the doctor and learned that each routine checkup will only cost 4 to 5 yuan. while giving birth at the hospital will not exceed 20 yuan, totaling around 30 yuan altogether. We have prepared over 100 yuan, which should be more than sufficient. If need be, we can always borrow more from the brigade. After the new year, I will join you in labor. This year, our family earned over 4,000 work points. We must aim to secure at least 5,000 points this year. Additionally, by trading pig manure for points, we aspire to exceed 6,000 points, which would yield a dividend of 80 to 90 yuan by year-end. Borrowing 60 to 70 yuan should pose no problem. Once our 2 pigs are raised and delivered to the purchasing station, we could easily reclaim over 200 yuan, plus an additional 1 to 200 yuan from our charcoal sales. By that time, our family will be in a much more secure financial position. Early the next morning, my parents hurried to the brigade office to await the distribution of dividends. When Chen Weinan arrived at the brigade headquarters with his wife and 2 little girls, the profit distribution was already well underway, and it was just about time for his parents. Jianjun, your family earned a total of 4,568 work points last year, calculated at 1 point being worth 1.5 cents. That amounts to a total of 68 yuan and 52 cents. The brigade accountants swiftly calculated their work points and dividend amount. At that moment, the neighbors gathered around erupted in gasps of astonishment. Many cast envious glances toward Chen Weinan's parents. Uncle Chen Jiangwo not only felt envy, but was also particularly jealous, wishing he could snatch away the more than 60 yuan for himself. Chen Weinan's parents wore expressions of joy. However, their smiles quickly faded as the brigade accountant continued. But your family had withdrawn 40 yuan in advance to purchase fabric and cotton for making cotton clothing and quilts. So today you will only receive 28 yuan and 52 cents. The neighbors, who had previously looked on with envy, suddenly lost their admiration, and some even wore mocking expressions. The most exaggerated of all was Chen Jiangwo, who laughed derisively in front of Chen Weinan's parents, saying, "Ha, Chen Jianjun, it's not that I look down on you. With a prodigal son at home, no matter how much you earn, it will never be enough. The little inheritance from the old house will eventually be squandered by that wastrel Chen Weinan. After a year of hard work, and you only get a little over 20 yuan, it's laughable. It seems no one in our brigade has received less than 30 yuan. You've brought shame upon the entire Chen family brigade." As Chen Jiangwo continued to speak more harshly, it was as if his own family was the embodiment of all the wrongs in the Chen family brigade. Even the normally mild-mannered old father was incensed, his face flushed with anger, instinctively ready to retaliate. Chen Weinan swiftly stepped forward. With a cold huff, he retorted, "What's wrong with the little dividend we received? We neither steal nor rob. Everything we eat, drink, and use was earned through our own hard work with those work points. How have we brought shame to our brigade? If we're talking about disgrace, I would say we are far less ashamed than those who have been imprisoned. The true embarrassment lay with the commune. It was rumored that many leaders in the commune were aware of how our brigade had a certain individual who, out of revenge against his own nephew, falsely reported others for speculation and deceit, ruthlessly ruining their lives. The phrase "to kill with a heart" aptly described Chen Weinan in this moment. He directly exposed Chen Jiangwo's act of reporting his own nephew for speculation in front of everyone, simultaneously reminding the surrounding neighbors. If Chen Jiangwo dared to report his own nephew, he would not hesitate to do the same to his neighbors. Should any future grievances arise, they might be the next victims of such reports. All the neighbors understood Chen Weinan's insinuation, and those who had been standing beside Chen Jiangwo quickly distanced themselves, eager to avoid any entanglement with him. Thus, the ones who felt embarrassed and ashamed became Chen Jiangwo instead. It was initially thought that nearly 2 months had passed, and the neighbors would gradually forget the unjust accusations against Chen Weinan, but upon his mentioning of the incident, they recoiled as if from a plague. The pent-up frustration and anger was beyond words. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the neighbors, he could no longer bear the moment, turning swiftly to flee home. Chen Weinan had no intention of letting him off easily. He called out to Chen Jiangwo's retreating figure, "Don't run away, ex-con. I still want to ask you what prison is like. Come on, enlighten us." The half-month that Chen Jiangwo spent in detention was undoubtedly the most humiliating period of his life. Chen Weinan was actually making him recount his prison experiences in front of everyone. Was he trying to ruin him? His footsteps quickened, wishing he could vanish from sight at that very moment. Just then, a small stone appeared beneath Chen Jiangwo's feet. Had he walked a bit slower, nothing would have happened. But he was running at full speed, eager to escape. The stone rolled underfoot, and he stumbled, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. This scene instantly elicited uproarious laughter from the crowd, further deepening Chen Jiangwo's embarrassment. Clumsily rising from the ground, he gritted his teeth against the pain and sprinted away, ultimately disappearing from view. Villains need villains to refine them. His wife observed the comical scene and couldn't help but express her thoughts to her parents. Only someone like Weinan could handle a person like Uncle. Chen Weinan promptly feigned a look of discontent and directed his attention to Xia Luohan, saying, "Wife? What do you mean by villains need villains to refine them? Are you implying that I am also a villain?" Xia Luohan, now unfazed by Chen Weinan, shot him a glance and replied, "Even if you're not a villain, you're hardly better." Without regard for the public setting, Chen Weinan playfully tugged at Xia Luohan's ear, chiding her, "I'll teach you not to call me a villain." Of course, this tug was not meant to be harsh. It was more a playful banter. Observing the harmonious relationship between her son and daughter-in-law, the mother's sour mood dissipated, though she still shot Chen Weinan a warning glance. "Be careful, don't be reckless. Your wife is pregnant." After that, she pulled her still serious son Chen Jianjun closer, admonishing him, "What are you staring at? They've long since vanished. You think about him daily. But he doesn't regard you at all, always wanting to trample our family underfoot. I had planned to visit your mother for the new year, after all. She gave you life. But seeing that old scoundrel Chen Jiangwo speak ill of my son has truly angered me. If you want to visit your mother for the new year, you go ahead, but I want tea. Whoever bullies my son and daughter-in-law will have to deal with me." Old man Chen Jianjun sighed deeply, "I won't go either. Since we've severed ties, let it be clean. From now on, apart from delivering food, I will never visit the eldest family's home again." Chapter 72. New Year's Eve dinner. On the morning of New Year's Eve, the old residence buzzed with liveliness. Two little girls followed their grandfather in the yard, cleaning up and tidying the surroundings, clearing weeds, and washing the household furniture. A large basin of charcoal was burning brightly in the main room, radiating warmth that could be felt from a distance. Chen Weinan, along with his mother and wife, busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. "Mother, are you sure we won't keep any of the chickens? I can have Luohan boil water and prepare to slaughter one right now," Chen Weinan inquired, eyeing the three old hens being fed in the pig pen. "Slaughter what?" His mother shot him an exasperated look, clearly displeased. The three hens continue to lay eggs. Fortunately, there is still a considerable amount of leftover rice bran and bone meal from the unfinished pig feed at home, which I mix with cabbage leaves to feed the chickens. Each day, the three hens manage to produce 2 eggs. Just yesterday, we collected 3 eggs. Such splendid hens, I cannot bear to slaughter them. I will feed them until the Lantern Festival and then decide. Chen Weinan's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at his mother, questioning her incredulously. "Mother, isn't it stipulated by the commune that each household can only raise 2 chickens? We have 3 hens. Aren't you afraid someone might report us for indulging in capitalist tendencies, causing trouble for us with the brigade?" His mother frowned slightly, yet replied with firm conviction, "I wonder who would dare. Not everyone in our brigade is as shameless as Chen Jiangwo. To put it bluntly, even Brigade Captain Chun and Secretary Zhang have visited the town's pigeon market. I am not raising these 3 hens for long term. It's merely for the New Year celebrations. After the festivities, I will slaughter them to nourish my daughter-in-law. If anyone dares to report me over this, I will surely confront them at their doorstep for 2 days and nights. Moreover, even if someone does lodge a complaint and the brigade comes knocking, I can simply slaughter the extra hen and it would be resolved without issue. At worst, I would receive a reprimand from the brigade, but considering the numerous eggs these hens will lay during the new year, it is undoubtedly a profitable venture." This was the first time Chen Weinan witnessed his mother's formidable spirit. In shock, he quickly turned to his father, who was busy in the yard. "Father, are you sure having 1 extra hen until the Lantern Festival is without consequence?" "Trust your mother," he replied. "If she says it's fine, then it is. Our 3 hens are all kept in the pigsty, locked away in the house, so no one can see them. We live on the edge of the village. And with the disgraceful reputation, not many people come to visit. I assure you, not only will we keep them until the Lantern Festival, but even if we were to keep one longer, it's unlikely anyone would know. However, after the Lantern Festival, the brigade will resume work. And with people coming and going in the village, coupled with Chen Jiangwo's constant scrutiny of our family, the extra hen would surely be discovered by them. That scoundrel Chen Jiangwo would undoubtedly exploit the situation to spread rumors and target us. The last time he reported Weinan to the brigade, it left us all in fear. We cannot allow him to find any leverage against us this time. After the Lantern Festival, we will slaughter the extra hen. Seeing that his father also agreed to delay the slaughter, Chen Weinan could only nod in compromise. All right, then we won't kill the chicken today. Instead, let's prepare a feast with more meat, including braised bone and radish soup, a large plate of stir-fried peppers with meat, a dish of stir-fried fatty intestines, a plate of marinated pig liver, another of stir-fried pig heart and tongue, fried eggs, pressed pork, a big bowl of bone broth with radish, and a serving of stir-fried greens. Within 2 hours, the table in the main room was laden with 8 dishes, leaving both his father and the 2 young girls in astonishment, particularly his father, who, upon gazing at the sumptuous spread, found tears streaming down his face. "Father, why are you crying?" Chun Li, the younger sister, asked in confusion, staring at the lavish meal spread before them. His mother shot his father a glance and interjected, "Dear, pay no mind to your father. He is simply overwhelmed with joy. Having lived for several decades, I have never experienced such a sumptuous New Year's Eve feast, filling my heart with joy. At this moment, I could not help but shed tears. My father, having lived a significant portion of his life without tasting such an extravagant meal, and my mother, too, shared this sentiment." Chen Weinan could comprehend their emotions and quickly interjected, "Father, Mother, this is the first New Year after my marriage to Luohan, and I promise that each subsequent New Year's Eve dinner will surpass the last. Today's table features only pork, but next year I will endeavor to bring back fish, chicken, and duck. We cannot allow the quality to diminish." He urged everyone to pick up their chopsticks. "Let us not linger. If we wait any longer, the food will grow cold." In stark contrast to the joyful atmosphere at Chen Weinan's home, Uncle Chen Jiangwo's household appeared rather desolate. 6 family members gathered around the table, with Chen Weidong and his wife, along with their son, gazing longingly at a central dish of pork stew with potatoes, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Meanwhile, Chen Jiangwo and his wife wore furrowed brows, showing no signs of delight at the sight of the pork stew. Although they too received 10 pounds of pork from the collective, Chen Jiangwo refrained from purchasing pig heads or offal, and was reluctant to spend money on lard at the commune. Consequently, 3 to 4 pounds of fat were rendered from the 10 pounds of pork, while 2 pounds were allocated for the stew, leaving barely half of the original portion. Initially, Annie had hoped to prepare another meat dish, but was met with refusal from the elderly lady. Thus, the table was graced with only the pork stew as the sole meat dish. The family had not enjoyed meat for quite some time, and the appearance of this hearty pork stew stirred excitement among the 3 children. Conversely, for Chen Jiangwo and the elderly lady, this New Year's Eve dinner was undoubtedly the most disappointing in years. Prior to their separation from Chen Jianjun, the large family boasted 10 laborers, allowing them to divide 20 pounds of pork, leaving a substantial 12 to 13 pounds after removing the fat. Their table would have included not only the stew, but also at least 2 stir-fried meat dishes, perhaps even a fish. Reflecting on their previous abundance, Chen Jiangwo could not help but speculate about the delightful spread at Chen Jianjun's home. In addition to the 10 pounds of pork, they had purchased 4 pig heads and 2 sets of offal, ensuring at least 1 meat dish, a pig head delicacy, and a stir-fried pig intestine. Perhaps even a sautéed liver or heart. Certainly more than 4 meat dishes graced their table. In comparison, his own New Year's Eve dinner consisted solely of the pork stew, accompanied by a few meager vegetables, a source of embarrassment if shared with others. For a fleeting moment, Chen Jiangwo regretted the decision to separate from his second son. Although it was a mere thought, Chen Jianjun had already severed ties publicly with him in front of the commune and brigade leaders, leaving their families in an irreparable rift. The notion of reconciling or even restoring familial bonds had become an impossibility. Chapter 73. The elderly lady's regret. A fleeting expression of regret crossed the elderly lady's face. She had also heard about the 4 pig heads and 2 sets of offal that the second son's family had purchased from the brigade. If the 2 brothers had not separated their households, the delectable pig's head and offal would undoubtedly grace their New Year's Eve feast. Even in the hypothetical scenario where they did part ways, as long as their relationship remained amicable, the younger brother would certainly deliver some of these culinary delights to his table. Now, however, with their bonds severed, should they chance upon one another, they would greet each other as strangers, exchanging not so much as a word, let alone sharing food. Merely refraining from mutual insults would be considered a blessing. As night fell, the absence of the younger brother's offerings of pig's head and offal suggested he had been disheartened by the elder brother's actions. intent on cutting ties completely. The more he pondered this, the more regret etched itself upon his face. At that moment, Chen Weinan broke the silence, inquiring if it was time for their grandmother to eat. Observing her beloved eldest grandson gazing longingly at the pork, her regret was swiftly replaced by a smile, and she eagerly nodded in affirmation. It was time to eat, otherwise, the dishes would grow cold. This was precisely the cue Chen Weinan had been awaiting. Before the elderly lady could finish her sentence, he seized a piece of pork with his chopsticks and directly placed it into his mouth, bypassing the bowl entirely. Before he had even finished that morsel, he reached for a second piece. Chen Weidan's wife, unwilling to lag behind, quickly devoured 3 pieces of pork in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the elder brother and his wife were equally engrossed, shoveling piece after piece into their mouths with such fervor that it could only be described as a whirlwind. The elderly lady looked on, dumbfounded. As she extended her chopsticks in search of a piece of pork, she discovered that the stew of pork and potatoes contained only potatoes, with not a single scrap of meat remaining. A fleeting expression of embarrassment crossed Chen Jiangwo's face. He had just unearthed a piece of pork from the serving dish, initially destined for his own mouth, but after a moment's contemplation, he offered it to the elderly lady with a pained expression. "Mother, please have some meat." However, glancing at the meager piece of pork in the bowl, her countenance darkened once more. Had this New Year's Eve feast taken place before their separation, she would not have had to lift a finger. The younger brother would have ensured her bowl was filled with several pieces of meat before serving himself. Despite her favoritism towards the elder son and grandson, the younger brother's filial piety had always remained steadfast. Now, having chosen to side with the elder brother's family and sever ties with the younger, the outcome was a stark realization. There was no one left to serve her at the feast. As she observed her eldest grandson, granddaughter-in-law, favored elder son, and his wife, all consumed by their own desires for meat, she felt utterly invisible, drowning in a sea of regret. Yet it was too late. The bond with the younger brother had been irrevocably severed. With Chen Weinan now at the helm of the younger brother's household and the animosity brewing between them, it was a miracle they had not turned into outright foes, let alone rekindling their former closeness. At that moment, the Chen Weinan family had completed their New Year's Eve dinner and gathered around the charcoal brazier to warm themselves while discussing their plans for the coming year. The daughter-in-law was the first to speak. "What do you think about raising 2 pigs next year? Having seen the success of this year's task pig, I am fully in support. My only concern is whether we can secure enough feed for them. Once those pigs reach over 100 pounds, they will consume dozens of pounds of feed daily. If one were to grow to 200 pounds, even 50 to 60 pounds of pig feed per day would prove insufficient. At that time, it is certain that someone in the household would be unable to work and consequently earn labor points. Wouldn't that be a considerable loss?" A flicker of concern crossed my father's face as he grasped the pig feed, fully aware of the difficulty in collecting several dozen pounds. In the past, tending to a single task pig sometimes required half a day's labor just to gather enough feed. Now, with 2 pigs to raise, the pressure on the household to procure pig feed would undoubtedly increase, and it would certainly hinder work attendance. Hesitatingly, he cautioned, "Son, your mother earned at least 15 to 1600 labor points last year. If raising pigs causes a delay in earning points, we would lose at least half, which amounts to 300 to 400 pounds of rice and merely a few coins. Even if we don't incur losses, we won't gain much either. We ought to reconsider this matter. After all, no one in our brigade has ever raised 2 pigs at once." Noticing the worry etched on my wife, Xia Luohan's face, Chen Weinan realized it was his turn to speak. Otherwise, the previously discussed plan of raising 2 pigs would likely dwindle to just 1. He promptly interjected, "Father, mother, and dear wife, I shall resolve the issue of pig feed and ensure it does not impede anyone's work." "How will you manage that?" his mother retorted with an incredulous expression. If memory serves, her son had never even gathered pig feed before. Collecting dozens of pounds daily is no trivial task. If she, who toils daily in this endeavor, cannot solve this issue, how could he? Chen Weinan replied with unwavering confidence, "Mother, it seems our private land has yet to be cultivated. I recall that whenever we raise a task pig, our private land allocation increases by a few decimal points compared to other members." His mother responded with disdain, "What good is that? Moreover, it is dry land without water. Any crops planted would solely rely on the whims of the weather. Surely, you do not expect that small plot to sustain 2 pigs. I tell you, do not even entertain that notion. Furthermore, Each family's private land must be cleared by themselves. In our case, if we do not raise task pigs, we can clear 4 decimal points of wasteland. Those plots only permit manual watering for occasional vegetable planting. Using them for corn would not only be exhausting but yield little return. It would be better to work in the brigade. By raising task pigs, we could clear an additional 3 decimal points, totaling 7. All the irrigated areas in the brigade have already been converted into rice fields, and the better slope lands have also been cultivated into dry fields. Each family's private land can only be found in less desirable sloped areas. After the division of land, all the cultivated land we once worked on belongs to your grandmother and her family, as clearly stated in the division documents. Our private land can only be cleared in designated areas. Chen Weinan quickly responded, "Mother, I have already chosen a location. It is on the slope behind our courtyard. It is sunlit, and although there is no water source, it is close to the Zhang River, only 30 to 40 meters away for a round trip. As for me, I may lack other skills, but I possess considerable strength. If we clear our private land there and plant drought-resistant crops, I will take responsibility for fetching water if necessary. Tomorrow, we are to visit your elder uncle and second uncle for New Year's greetings, aren't we? We can each bring a piece of pressed meat and invite them to assist us in clearing the land. The 7-mu plot, while not vast, can be worked by a few sturdy hands in a single day. After allowing the soil to rest for 5 or 6 days, we can sprinkle it with the ash left from our previous charcoal burning and pig feed preparation, followed by a generous application of manure, aiming to plant the entire area with potatoes before the 15th. Chapter 74. Father is no soft touch. Planting such a quantity of potatoes cannot sustain us as a staple. Is it feasible? Mother furrowed her brow in inquiry. Chen Weinan responded with a smile. Mother, while potatoes alone cannot serve as our main sustenance, they can feed the pigs. Last year, we turned in the pig manure to the collective, earning a couple of hundred work points, but we preserved the liquid waste in the manure pit. When the time comes, we will apply it all to our private plot, and with the household ash, the fertility of our land will be assured. Harvesting 800 or 900 pounds of potatoes from 7-mu is certainly within reach. In the first half of the year, while the pigs are still growing, we can mix the potatoes with pig feed for 2 to 3 months without issue. Mother, skilled in gardening, interjected, but if we plant potatoes now, we won't be able to harvest until May, which will delay the planting of cucumbers, peppers, and cowpeas, leaving us without vegetables for summer. What about sweet potatoes? They will sustain the pigs after autumn. What if planting potatoes interferes with the sweet potato crop? Chen Weinan shook his head. It won't affect it. We can start the seedlings first and then transplant them. A delay of half a month for sweet potatoes is manageable. Mother continued. Even if we allocate 5-mu from the 7 to plant sweet potatoes, we might harvest a maximum of 1,000 pounds. By then, the 2 pigs will have grown to over 100 pounds. That amount of sweet potatoes won't last them 2 months. What will we do for the remaining months? Especially in winter, when we can't forage for pig feed and the radishes and cabbages in the field won't have matured. We can't let them go hungry. Chen Weinan replied softly. We could plant more pumpkins. Old pumpkins can be stored in a cellar for 3 or 4 months without spoiling, and their yield is high, sufficient to sustain the 2 pigs until the radishes and cabbages are ready. Mother's brow furrowed in confusion, but we have no land left. If we plant pumpkins alongside sweet potatoes, where will there be space for pumpkins? Chen Weinan pointed towards the back mountain. Mother, pumpkins require less care than cucumbers. Once planted, they can grow without tending. There are many areas on the back mountain that are unvisited, concealed by bushes. I plan to secretly scatter some pumpkin seeds there and let them grow wild. By sowing seeds in multiple locations, even if someone discovers them, it won't concern us. If we scatter a few hundred seeds, even if we only harvest over 100 large pumpkins, that could weigh 1,000 to 2,000 pounds. The 2 pigs can consume 30 to 40 pounds of pumpkin daily, lasting them 2 months. For 3 months, they can eat potatoes, and before that, we can forage for pig feed for 2 months. When the cucumbers in the private plot are plentiful, they can be fed for over a month. Sweet potato leaves can provide another month of feed. After harvesting sweet potatoes, they can be sustained for over a month on sweet potatoes and then for more than 2 months on pumpkins. In just over 10 months, we will have plenty of radishes and cabbages from the field. If we gather more pumpkins from the mountains, we can supplement their diet, and before we know it, a year will have passed. I was taken aback by my son's audacious idea, furrowing my brow with concern as I inquired, is it truly feasible to cultivate pumpkins in the mountains? Chen Weinan promptly replied, of course it is. The rear hillside is teeming with uninhabited woods, particularly those devoid of underbrush, where thorny locust shrubs abound. Even if someone wished to venture there, they would find it nearly impossible to penetrate. I could discreetly carve a narrow path, scattering a few seeds here and there. Even if someone were to discover them, they would not realize that we were the ones who planted those pumpkins. Should some be found, the others would still thrive. What about the harvest? My father interjected, clearly having come to terms with the notion of growing pumpkins in the mountains. Chen Weinan confidently replied, that is even simpler. Each time we go up the mountain to gather firewood, we can pick a few and stash them at the foot of the hill. After dark, we can carry them back, or we could hide them in the basket while collecting pigweed. No one will notice. My mother still wore a worried expression, but her next words were directed at my father. Old man, is it truly safe to plant pumpkins in the mountains? What if the brigade catches us? My father shook his head and responded, as long as we do not cultivate a large area and keep it dispersed, no one will apprehend us. Just look around. How many families do not grow crops in secret? Which family's private land has remained unaltered? As long as we do not take advantage of public resources and do not go overboard, the brigade will turn a blind eye. If they were to clamp down on a few pumpkins planted by my son, the other members of the brigade would also face difficulties. Yesterday, Chen Weinan had witnessed my mother's assertiveness, her confidence in raising an extra hen until the Lantern Festival. Today, he observed his father's boldness, assured that cultivating pumpkins in the mountains would not pose a problem. This signified that they were not as weak and easily bullied as he had once imagined. Everything they did was for their own benefit, which had ultimately led to their demise in the previous life through the burdens of labor. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a glimmer of tears formed at the corner of Chen Weinan's eye, only to be swiftly concealed. Regardless of the past or present, he was not skilled at expressing his emotions, particularly the vulnerable facets of his being, in front of his family. To mask his sentimentality, he decisively declared, Mother, let us proceed as I suggest. Tomorrow, we shall visit Uncle and Little Uncle to celebrate the new year, and casually mention the land reclamation. The slab of pork weighed over 2 pounds. Upon arriving at Uncle's place, the family was taken aback. Sister, we cannot accept such a hefty piece of meat. You must take it back with you this afternoon. This new year, our production team allocated 2 pounds of pork and an additional ½ pound of lard to each able-bodied worker. There was no shortage of meat at home. Hearing that Luohan was pregnant, they urged, take this back for her, so she can nourish her health. Although Auntie was quite tempted by the sizable slab of meat, she understood its value far exceeded $2. As the younger sister returned to her family to celebrate the new year, she, as a sister-in-law, felt it inappropriate to accept such a weighty gift, lest the neighbors gossip. She promptly declined, saying, Sister, brother-in-law, your presence alone brings me great joy. I truly cannot accept this meat. I find myself at a loss for words to express my gratitude for your assistance with the pig farming matters. It would be utterly ungrateful to accept this piece of pressed meat without due acknowledgement. You must take the meat back with you. Observing the commotion among several individuals over a slab of pressed meat, Chen Weinan felt compelled to intervene. Auntie and Uncle, you must accept this pressed meat. And I assure you it is not without compensation. In a few days, we wish to cultivate a modest plot of land on the hillside behind the house, and we would appreciate your help. The uncle shot Chen Weinan a glare and retorted, I cannot accept this meat as a favor. After the new year, we will also require your assistance in building a pig pen. Do you expect me to bring gifts as well? Chapter 75. This young man is remarkable, seeing that his uncle and aunt were resolutely refusing to accept the pressed meat, and knowing he could not bring it back. Chen Weinan spoke softly. Aunt and uncle, this pressed meat is not as valuable as you might think. At most, it is worth a mere $1. I prepared it using some pork head meat, and I brought it for you to sample. If it pleases your palate, you can also learn to make it for the upcoming new year. Gazing at the substantial slab of pressed meat before him, weighing over 2 pounds, the uncle's first instinct was disbelief, shaking his head in rejection. Weinan, are you attempting to deceive me into thinking I'm a fool? To create such a large piece of pressed meat, fresh meat would require at least 3½ pounds. How could the cost possibly be just $1? Chen Weinan quickly clarified, Uncle, it is truly only $1. Before the new year, I purchased 4 large pig heads from the collective for $8. Each head yields 2 slabs of pressed meat, so the cost per slab amounts to only $1. Let's cut a piece at noon to taste, if it is delightful. We could buy a pig head to make pressed meat for the new year, and I would be happy to teach you how to prepare it. Is that so? The uncle remained skeptical, clearly reluctant to let his sister and nephew suffer a loss. However, upon seeing Chun Jianjun and his sister nod in agreement, he decided to trust him. He then turned to his wife, saying, "Dear, since it is a gift from our nephew, I shall keep it to sample. I recall that when the collective distributed meat a few days ago, they sold pig heads for $2.50 each. At the time, I thought the heads lacked meat and fat, so I declined. If a pig head can yield 5 or 6 pounds of pressed meat, then it is worth having. For the new year, we should buy a pig head as well." During lunch, the family of the younger uncle also arrived, and they agreed to assist in the land clearing on the 5th day of the new year. The following morning, Chen Weinan took a piece of pressed meat to apply for the private land from Team Leader Chen. "Uncle and Aunt, are you at home?" he inquired at the door. Team Leader Chen's wife still held on to her previous impression of Chen Weinan, viewing him as an in-ear-to-well and a spendthrift, and was reluctant to engage with him. She opened the door, exchanged a few words, and prepared to depart. Chen Weinan was accustomed to such treatment and bore no ill feelings. On his way to Team Leader Chen's house, many members of the collective chose to avoid him, not even offering a greeting. Compared to those members, Team Leader Chen's wife was already quite courteous. Chen Weinan promptly produced the piece of pressed meat he had prepared earlier. "Aunt, I learned to make pressed meat from the chef at the state-run restaurant in the county. Please take this and let Uncle sample it." Captain Chen's wife was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the audacious scoundrel to present her with a gift. Instinctively, she reached out to accept it, only to be startled into retracting her hands by a sudden cough from behind her. Her husband, Captain Chun, the leader of the Chun family brigade, responsible for allocating tasks within the production team. It was not uncommon for team members to approach him for assistance, often bringing small tokens of appreciation. The decision of which gifts to accept rested solely with her husband. Accepting a gift without a corresponding favor rendered one vulnerable to ridicule, especially if her husband failed to deliver on the promise of help. Moreover, the gift presented by Chen Weinan was substantial. Although she was unfamiliar with the intricacies of making pressed pork, the sheer weight of over 2 pounds indicated a value of 3 whole yuan. Her husband had served as captain for several years, yet had never received such a generous offering, suggesting that Chen Weinan's request for assistance must be of considerable significance. While he enjoyed small gains, he would never compromise his husband's integrity for trivial benefits. Losing the captaincy would be disastrous. Noticing his wife's hesitation, Captain Chen spoke up. "Weinan, one does not receive rewards without merit. Presenting such a large piece of pressed pork, are you tempting me to err?" Chen Weinan wasted no time in clarifying. "Uncle, where did your thoughts wander? I am indeed here to seek your assistance, but rest assured, it is within the bounds of propriety. Since our family has partitioned, we lack a designated plot. With the intention of raising pigs this year, I fear I shall be utterly exhausted if I am without land for foraging. I seek to inquire if the brigade has any regulations regarding the allocation of private plots. If possible, could you assist us in delineating a piece of land in the hillside area? Although it lacks water, it is conveniently close to the Zhang River." Upon hearing Chen Weinan's request for land allocation, Captain Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Our brigade's regulations regarding private land are quite lenient. As long as you do not encroach upon public rice or dry fields, you may claim any uncultivated slope you desire, provided you remain within the limits. For raising pigs, you are entitled to 4 mu. For additional pigs, an extra 3 mu, totaling 7 mu. Since you have identified a suitable area, consult with Secretary Zhang, and I will accompany him this afternoon to mark the boundaries." Having received the information he sought, Chen Weinan pressed further. "Utilizing a hoe for land reclamation is dreadfully slow. Uncle, could you lend me the brigade's plow oxen for a day?" Captain Chen, well aware of Weinan's shrewd nature, promptly responded. "The brigade's oxen are available for borrowing, but a fee of 2 jiao for oil cakes is required. Plowing is labor-intensive, and the oxen must be fed half a jin of oil cakes to maintain their strength." Chen Weinan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He promptly placed the pressed pork on the table and made for the door, exclaiming, "Uncle, Aunt, I shall seek out Secretary Zhang immediately. Once the plot is delineated, I will return to borrow the oxen." As Chen Weinan hurriedly exited her courtyard, scarcely allowing her a word, her eyes lingered on the pressed pork left behind on the table. A look of uncertainty etched across her face. After swallowing hard, I remarked, "Old man, do you see this piece of meat? Please accept it." Captain Chen, with a sense of resignation, replied. My aunt initially appeared delighted, but soon furrowed her brows and cautioned, "Such a large piece of meat, It must weigh over 3 caddies. It surely cannot be cooked without issues. Captain Chen shook his head. It's not that expensive. This is made from pig's head meat. No wonder this lad spent 8 yuan to buy 4 pig heads from the brigade. He has been concealing this skill. It seems I have underestimated him. I plan to slice some for lunch and taste it, if it's delicious. We'll buy a pig's head this year and have him assist in the preparation. At worst, I can be a bit more generous when allocating his self-allocated land this afternoon, perhaps granting him an extra 2 plots. After all, it's hilly terrain, winding and convoluted. Adding a couple of plots wouldn't be noticeable. Furthermore, I ought to be slightly more courteous when I encounter this lad in the future. Old Zhang had informed me. This boy is not as simple as he appears. I was skeptical then. Having observed his interactions today, I believe it now. Chapter 76. Why don't you swap self-allocated land? At the Chen family's old residence, upon seeing Chen Weinan return empty-handed, his father, Chen Jianjun, widened his eyes in disbelief and retorted, "Did the captain and the secretary truly accept those 2 slabs of pressed meat?" Chen Weinan replied with a smile. Of course they accepted. Such large slabs of meat. Would I eat them all myself? That's impossible. Chen Jianjun frowned and replied, "Previously, before we divided the family, the eldest would also deliver gifts to the captain and the secretary, hoping they would assign lighter duties to Wei Dong. Yet each time, both the captain and the secretary would send them back. They not only refused to accept, but also chastised the eldest severely. Why did they accept your gifts then? Do the captain and the secretary differentiate between people when it comes to accepting gifts?" Chen Weinan chuckled and responded, "Father, please don't speak carelessly. I merely brought food to wish the captain and the secretary a happy new year. They are elders, and when encountering them outside, one must address them as uncle. A younger person bringing some food to honor their elders cannot be deemed as delivering gifts. Moreover, when Chun Jingwo brought items to the captain, it was to solicit favors. The captain is known for his fairness in our brigade and would never lend assistance. I'm not seeking any favors, just expressing respect for my elders. Why wouldn't they accept?" In Chun Jianjun's eyes, it appeared both individuals were delivering gifts to the captain, with little distinction. However, after his son's analysis, it indeed seemed that way. What is more surprising is that what seems like a simple act of gifting conceals so many intricacies. Chen Weinan continued. The captain and the secretary mentioned that after lunch, they would come to help us delineate our self-allocated land. Father and mother, please prepare some simple food. As if welcoming guests for the new year. Perhaps it was the captain's intention. The news regarding the allocation of self-allocated land spread rapidly throughout the brigade within a short span. Currently, during the New Year period, the brigade does not require labor. Aside from those visiting relatives or hosting guests, the remaining members, with nothing to do, have gathered at the back mountain of the old residence. Can the back mountain of Jianjun be cultivated? Everywhere one looks, there are stones. Should you not consider relocating? As soon as Captain Chun of the brigade appeared, he reminded the old man. Last winter, the father and son ventured to the back mountain every day to gather firewood, passing through this very area each time. No one knows this slope better than they do. However, his son, Chen Weinan, insisted on cultivating this land, leaving him with no choice. He promptly recited the words his son had just taught him. "Captain, the good land in our production team belongs to the public, even if my family lacks awareness. We understand the importance of not taking advantage of public resources. Furthermore, this plot is conveniently close to home, making it easier to tend to. As for the stones, we will clear what we can for planting vegetables. If some cannot be removed, we shall simply plant less." "No, that will not do." The voice of Secretary Zhang suddenly echoed from a distance. Striding toward the crowd, he remarked, "Jianjun would rather suffer losses than take advantage of public property. As the brigade secretary, I cannot allow our members to endure losses without gains. Otherwise, the morale of our brigade will dwindle. When we demarcate the land, we will remove any areas with stones. Today, we have so many members present to witness this." Captain Chun immediately responded, "The secretary is correct. Our Qinjia village brigade must treat every member fairly, ensuring that no individual suffers loss. If there are indeed stones in the land, it should be deducted from the area allocated to the brigade, and we should grant Jianjun's family a bit more private land. What does everyone think?" "That seems reasonable." A neighbor replied with a smile. "If the allocated private land is too rocky to cultivate, that would be a grave loss, and our household's pigs will go hungry." "I concur. The captain and the secretary's approach is fair." Another member chimed in. Soon, A chorus of agreement arose from those surrounding them. Observing this, Chen Weinan gradually understood why the captain and secretary had disclosed the news of allocating private land to him. It became clear that this was all a ploy to silence certain individuals within the brigade. By having the brigade members witness this allocation, they aimed to solidify the arrangement, ensuring that even if a few members voiced dissent in the future, it would not stir significant upheaval. Furthermore, it was unquestionable that the brigade and secretary would indeed allocate more private land to his family. After all, having received the bribes of their pressed meat, how could they not lean towards his side? Secretary Zhang's proposal to deduct the stony portions during the land demarcation served as the best proof of this. After Captain Chen concluded, he turned to Secretary Zhang and said, "Old Zhang, let us begin. It is quite cold outside. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return home." The slope at the foot of the back mountain spanned over 10 acres, leading up to the forest. Chen Weinan selected a plot that was both near and relatively flat. The captain enlisted a few members, and they promptly set wooden stakes and marked white lines with lime. Then, a member known for stirring trouble stepped forward. "Secretary, Captain, this private land is far too expansive. It is at least an acre. Even if Chun Jianjun raises task pigs, he should only be allocated 7/10 of the private land. Why has his family been granted an additional 3/10? Captain Chun expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "Everyone agreed before we demarcated the land. Within this land, there exist 2 to 3/10 strewn with stones, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. After clearing, only 7/10 remain. Several members of the collective have just come to inspect it. Do you truly believe that I, as the captain of this brigade, have accepted favors from Chun Jianjun's family, deliberately granting them more private land?" Secretary Zhang interjected, "Wang Yukai, I recall that your family also raises task pigs and possesses 7/10 of private land. A few days ago, while wandering in the fields, it appeared that your private land exceeds 7/10. Should I request Captain Chen to measure it again? Or if you feel we have allocated too much private land to Jianjun's family, you may partake of it yourself. I can advocate for you. We could exchange your private land with Jianjun's." Wang Yukai trembled with fear and quickly declined. "Secretary, I find your distribution of land exceedingly fair. Jianjun's private land does not encroach upon the production team's benefits. It was I who misspoke." Wang Yukai would certainly not swap lands with Chun Jianjun. Although his family's private land also measures 7/10, it has gradually expanded over the years during cultivation. The 7/10 from several years prior has now transformed into 8/10. This particular plot, while measuring an acre, is heavily littered with stones, leaving only 7 to 8/10 suitable for actual cultivation. Moreover, this is an uncultivated slope, and no one can ascertain the thickness of the soil. Should the soil be too shallow, even with crops sown, the yield would be exceedingly low, nowhere near comparable to his family's 8/10 of private land. Chapter 77. Land Reclamation. As Secretary Zhang and Captain Chen departed, the onlookers began to disperse. The elderly couple was even more exhilarated than anticipated. From this day forth, they possessed their own land. Entering their private plot, they surveyed the area, their faces alight with uncontainable smiles. However, their joy was short-lived. In the center of their land lay a vast expanse of rubble, clearly unsuitable for farming. Only Chen Weinan understood that beneath their feet lay a rare, fertile field within the brigade. Although it was dry land, the soil was remarkably rich, as it was composed of sediment washed down from the mountains by rain over time. Various nutrients from the forest had accumulated in this very patch. The stones that the elderly couple observed were merely a superficial layer, eroded from the mountain by rain, gradually covered by soil over time, creating an illusion that the stones had sprouted from beneath the earth. With diligent effort to unearth these stones from the mud, this land could swiftly transform into arable land. Yet, he chose to keep this knowledge to himself. The stones were buried, and without the ability to see through the earth, how could he possibly discern its condition? To speak out might lead others to believe he possessed prophetic abilities. In any case, they would soon engage in land reclamation here. It would be far more delightful to surprise them after he had unearthed the stones. He quickly added, "Father, Mother, let us not be discontent. Those 2 slabs of pork were not given in vain. I just calculated that the plot allocated to us by the captain is at least an acre and a tenth. The areas littered with stones that cannot be cultivated are at most 2/10. The remaining 9/10 of an acre can be utilized for cultivating crops, exceeding the brigade's stipulated 7/10 by a full 2/10. considering the annual harvest of one crop of potatoes, one of sweet potatoes, and one of radishes. These additional 2 tenths could yield us at least 200 to 300 pounds of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and radishes each year. Selling these at the purchase station would fetch us a handsome sum. We certainly shouldn't be ungrateful for this fortune. Upon learning of the 2 additional tenths allocated to us, the worried expressions on my parents' faces were swiftly replaced by smiles, although their joy was fleeting as their brows soon furrowed again. Son, will it cause any repercussions if the team leader and the secretary's decision to allocate us extra land gets out? Chen Weinan confidently replied, not in the slightest. The team leader is far more astute than us. Most of those members who witnessed our land allocation were likely summoned by the team leader himself. With so many members ready to testify, even if we clear all the stones from the field and plant crops, no one can raise an objection. Mother, there's no need to fret over such trifles. Tomorrow, let us first clear the weeds from the edges of our private plot, dig a trench, and then set fire to the weeds and shrubs in the field. Afterward, we will commence stone removal. Once uncle and second uncle arrive, we shall begin to cultivate the land, striving to plant the potatoes before the 15th. As the subject of farming arose, a shadow of concern flickered across my mother's face again. She gazed at our private plot, lamenting, "It is indeed fertile land, but it lacks water. Such a vast expanse. If a drought were to occur, I fear even 100 buckets of water would be insufficient." My father interjected suddenly, "Wife, we cannot be greedy for all the good fortune. Being allocated such a large private plot is already a great blessing. If need be, I will carry water with our son." Chen Weinan responded with a smile, "Father and mother, there is no need to worry about the water situation. I have devised a plan. Our land lies at the foothills. Whenever there is a downpour, a substantial amount of water cascades down from the mountains. At that time, we can construct a large water cistern beside our plot, digging trenches on either side to channel the rainwater into the cistern for storage. When the drought comes, we can draw water from it to irrigate the fields, saving us considerable effort." "A water cistern? Is that feasible?" my father asked, furrowing his brow. "What if the water leaks out and the sun dries it up? Wouldn't that be in vain?" Chen Weinan smiled as he explained, "Father, I remember that the supply and marketing cooperative in the county sells plastic sheeting. At worst, we can purchase some plastic sheeting to line the cistern, directly using it to store water. We can cover it with wooden boards and a layer of soil to shield it from the sun. The rainwater in the cistern can easily be stored for a month or even 6 months." Having never seen a water cistern, my father was uncertain of what his son described. Yet, seeing the confidence in his son's words, he chose to believe him, decisively stating, "As of now, you are the head of our household. If you say it will work, then it will." Early on the 5th day, my uncle and second uncle's families hurried to the old homestead, fearing a lack of tools at home. They even brought their own hoes and shovels. After resting for less than 10 minutes, Chen Weinan, urged by everyone, rushed to borrow a plow and oxen from the brigade. Meanwhile, my father led both families to clear the stones from our private plot. Although the family had already cleared a considerable amount yesterday, the stones in the field were still abundant, with many buried beneath the soil. Without the assistance of 2 uncles, the task could not have been completed in just 2 or 3 days by the family alone. The children from the 3 families were not idle either. While the adults focused on removing the large stones from the field, the children busied themselves gathering the smaller ones, reveling in their work. After borrowing a ox and plow from the collective, Chen Weinan seized a pickaxe and targeted the rocky patch in the middle of his private plot. To outsiders, it seemed entirely unfit for cultivation, yet Chen Weinan believed that once the buried stones were removed, it could transform into fertile land. As several stones were unearthed, his father became increasingly exhilarated. Initially, he thought the stones had grown from the ground, only to realize they were indeed buried beneath the surface. With this revelation, if all the buried stones could be excavated, it would be akin to acquiring an additional 2 fractions of land for the family. Around noon, Wang Dong returned home with his wife to prepare a meal. Everyone had been engaged in labor-intensive tasks that day, necessitating a hearty meal to sustain their strength for the afternoon's work. Chen Weinan prepared over a pound of pork belly, braised and stewed with potatoes, alongside 2 pounds of pressed pork served cold. He stir-fried pig intestines, liver, tongue, and lung, and made a dish of oil residue stewed with cabbage, as well as a bone soup with radish. A total of 10 dishes were presented in large bowls, each generously portioned. As a few children entered the courtyard, still complaining of fatigue, their eyes sparkled upon seeing the feast laid out before them. eagerly positioning themselves by the table, awaiting the meal. The eldest and youngest uncles were taken aback by the splendid spread. Although they felt touched by Chen Weinan's generosity, they couldn't help but complain. Weinan, why have you prepared such an extravagant meal? Are you still managing to get by? This is far too much. We are all family. So please do not be so courteous next time. It is wasteful. What about Luohan? Is she not pregnant? Save some for her to enjoy slowly. Chapter 78. The jokes of the production team with a smile. Chen Weinan responded, precisely because we are family, I prepared all these delightful dishes. If I do not share good food with my own kin, should I reserve it for outsiders instead? Before the new year, not only did our family receive 10 pounds of meat, but I also purchased 4 pig heads and 2 sets of pig offal, all in preparation for the land reclamation. Let us indulge at noon. There will still be more for dinner. If you do not fill your bellies, I would feel embarrassed to invite you again for help. Upon hearing Chen Weinan affirm their familial bond, the eldest and youngest uncles felt immense joy and promptly replied, all right. Then today the eldest uncle shall enjoy your generosity and feast heartily. Everyone has tasted the pressed pork you sent us. It is even better than what the professional chefs of the production team prepare for banquets. I heard from your father that you pre-marinated these pig offal, and after stir-frying. They are particularly fragrant. I shall certainly sample your culinary skills later. If your father speaks the truth, when your cousin marries in the future, we will have you assist in the kitchen. The youngest uncle chimed in. I think that is a splendid idea. This is indeed a valuable skill. The pay for cooking once is 2 yuan a month. If you do it 5 or 6 times for the production team, you could earn over 10 yuan, which is far more lucrative than farming. Weinan, if your culinary skills truly surpass those of the head chefs in the brigade, it could indeed become a lucrative avenue. After all, your parents are already earning their share of labor points, so your contribution wouldn't go amiss. If all else fails, during the busy harvest season, you could remain at home to earn labor points, and when things settle down, you can take up cooking jobs. Chen Weinan genuinely took his uncle's words to heart. In this era of collective farming, many activities are restricted. Although charcoal production could significantly bolster the family's income, it is only profitable after winter sets in. Moreover, he wished to keep this income under wraps for the time being. If the production team were to perceive charcoal production as a means to enhance members' earnings and began collective operations, he would no longer be permitted to produce charcoal privately, resulting in a substantial decrease in income. Consequently, even if winter allows the family to earn an additional 1 or 200 yuan through charcoal, Chen Weinan hesitated to spend it freely. Should he attract the attention of envious neighbors who might report him, the charcoal endeavor would be exposed in an instant. If he could indeed secure cooking jobs in the neighboring production teams and earn 2 yuan per session, he would be able to use the money earned from charcoal production openly. Should anyone inquire, he could simply assert that the funds came from his cooking work outside. After all, no one would know the specifics of how many times he had cooked or the total amount he had earned. As for Chen Weinan's capability to cook outside, that is beyond question. In his previous life, after the passing of his parents and children, he initially farmed with his uncle and later sought employment in the city after the reforms. Lacking education and skills, he could only engage in manual labor. During this time, he had washed dishes, chopped vegetables, and served as a sous chef in hotel kitchens. Though he had never been a head chef, he could certainly manage to prepare a rural feast, even if it meant coordinating 8 dishes. While he harbored such thoughts, he refrained from discussing them further. After all, his 2 uncles had come to assist with the land reclamation today. Any discussion would need to wait until the reclamation was complete. 8 dishes were prepared, several of which were served in large bowls, and astonishingly, they were all devoured. Observing the children with grease-stained faces, Chen Weinan knew without asking that the midday meal had met expectations, perhaps fueled by their full bellies. Everyone worked noticeably faster in the afternoon than they had in the morning. Before 4 o'clock, they had cleared all the stones from the field. Embracing the philosophy of making the most of resources, Chen Weinan instructed his mother to lead a group of women in breaking up the large clumps of earth, preparing for the subsequent drying of the field and planting of potatoes. Meanwhile, he, along with his father and uncles, headed to the previously selected site to dig a water cellar. This was a significant undertaking. They needed to excavate a large pit, 4 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters deep on the hillside. Additionally, they would dig 2 sloped channels on either side of the pit to direct rainwater from the hillside into the water cellar. As for concerns about leakage, those could only be addressed once the water cellar was completed. Perhaps the heavens were smiling upon Chen Weinan. Just as the private plot had been plowed, A rare streak of sunny weather was forecast for the next 3 days, providing the perfect opportunity to dry the freshly turned soil. On the 4th day, Chen Weinan and his father began to transport manure to their private plot, while his mother and wife commenced spreading wood ash on the land. In the bustling agricultural landscape of Jiangnan County, where rice was the staple, cultivating potatoes was seen as a minor endeavor, as most families could only manage a fraction of an acre. However, Chen Weinan's decision to plant over an acre of potatoes was indeed a rarity in Xinjiazhuang Brigade. Some whispered that the prodigal son had sold all the family's grain, resorting to the cultivation of potatoes to sustain themselves, bartering them for rice. Yet, the purchasing price at the collection station was merely a penny per pound, meaning even 1,000 pounds harvested would yield only a meager 10 yuan, enough to exchange for just over 100 pounds of rice. The disparity between labor exerted and income generated was glaringly disproportionate. Consequently, many regarded Chen Weinan as a foolhardy spendthrift, and even his father, Chen Jianjun, began to waver in judgment. Rather than cultivating such an abundance of potatoes, it would be more profitable to plant corn after some time. Although the corn yield of this era was not as prolific as in later years, harvesting over 500 pounds per acre was still feasible. In contrast to potatoes, corn could be consumed as a staple food, and even when exchanged for rice, it would yield over 200 pounds, proving far more advantageous. Thus, the large-scale potato cultivation undertaken by Chen Jianjun and his son became a source of ridicule within the Xinjiazhuang Brigade. Of course, some might argue, if potatoes were so inexpensive, why not simply purchase them for feeding pigs? Truthfully, Wang Dong too would prefer to buy potatoes rather than laboriously grow them. However, one must not forget that this was an era of rationing. Every item related to food required a coupon for purchase. Engaging in clandestine bulk purchases of potatoes for pig feed risked being labeled a speculator should any complications arise. Furthermore, the price for reselling potatoes after they reached the collection station would be at least 2 cents per pound, plus the cost of the coupons, totaling nearly 3 cents per pound. To buy back over 1,000 pounds of potatoes would require at least 30 yuan, all while courting the significant risk of being branded a profiteer. Considering all factors, it was more prudent to cultivate them oneself. Though laborious, it was devoid of risk. In this newfound life, he aspired to ensure a comfortable existence for his parents and wife, shunning any ventures fraught with danger. The uncertainty of unforeseen events could jeopardize his family's well-being. Heaven had granted him a second chance at life. He could not squander it on reckless endeavors. Thus, he resolved to eliminate all forms of risk. Chapter 79. Undertaking the task of pigs amidst the ridicule of the majority of the production team members. Chen Weinan finally embarked on his potato cultivation journey. His father and mother teamed up with his sister, Chen Li, while Chen Weinan worked alongside his wife and sister-in-law. He diligently dug holes with a hoe, while his sister-in-law placed cut potato pieces into the pits, and his wife followed behind to cover them with soil. In an age devoid of chemical fertilizers, the only available nutrients for the soil were pig manure and wood ash, which offered limited fertility. To ensure the necessary nutrition for the potato plants, it was advisable to limit the planting to no more than 2,000 seeds per acre. Considering that the plot beneath my feet is composed of soil washed down from the mountains, the thatch has grown in abundance, with layers of it from 2 or 3 years ago completely decomposed and buried in the earth, providing an excellent base fertilizer for the potatoes. With a bit of care over the next 2 or 3 years, it will undoubtedly yield splendid results. Coupled with the manure, water, and wood ash applied a few days prior, the fertility of this land far exceeds that of ordinary soil. Chen Weinan resolved to plant the potatoes densely, aiming to sow no fewer than 2,500 seeds in this modest plot of 1 mu and 1 fun. However, less than 2 hours into the labor, he began to feel a twinge in his back. His mother had likely foreseen this scenario, chuckling as she remarked, "See, son, I told you so. Planting potatoes is not merely about strength. It requires skill as well. You and Luohan should return to prepare the meal, while these 2 girls assist us in alternating the planting of the seed potatoes. There is still ample time. We need not rush. If necessary, we can work an extra day." Ultimately, it took 2 full days to complete the planting of 2,600 potatoes, as the prolonged bending had rendered Chen Weinan nearly unable to stand by the end. Yet, upon witnessing the fruits of their labor after 2 arduous days, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With this expansive field of potatoes, they would have sufficient provisions to sustain the task pigs for the next 2 or 3 months. Attention, all members. Please report to the brigade headquarters for an immediate meeting or face a deduction of 10 points. Just after the Lantern Festival, the brigade's broadcast resonated through the village. Despite the Chen family's old residence being on the outskirts, Chen Weinan clearly heard the announcement. What urgent matter does the brigade have that requires our presence? Will there truly be a penalty for not attending? Chen Weinan inquired, his brow furrowed. Still somewhat unfamiliar with the annual production processes of the collective, Chen Jianjun sighed deeply and replied, "It is likely that the task pigs assigned to our brigade have arrived. Without your secret feed, raising those pigs would surely incur losses. No one wishes to rear them, yet it is a necessity imposed by the production team. Hence, all members must attend to ensure fairness and to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. If a household has too few members, 2 families will share one task pig. One will raise it while the other provides the feed. After all, every member of the brigade must contribute." Upon hearing this, Chen Weinan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly took his wife's hand, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let us go collect our task pig now. If we delay, others will select the best piglets before us." When Chen Weinan and his family arrived at the brigade headquarters, they found a crowd of over 100 people already gathered. Most wore furrowed brows, lamenting the financial burdens of raising task pigs and complaining among themselves about the losses incurred. "Silence," Captain Chen commanded from the podium, raising his voice. "We shall now commence the meeting. I suspect many of you have already deduced the purpose of this assembly. Just as you surmised, it is indeed to distribute the task pigs. The rules remain unchanged. Families with more than 4 laborers will adopt one task pig, while those with fewer will share one between 2 households. The members raising the pigs will provide labor, while those not raising will contribute grain. Our brigade has a total of 50 pigs available for adoption in our task. According to regulations, those who wish to claim them must come forward, while any surplus pigs will be raised collectively by the brigade. If we rear an additional 4 pigs, we can slaughter them for meat during the New Year festivities." Observing the gloomy expressions of the other members, Chen Weinan suddenly spoke up. "Captain, when I submitted my task pigs last year, the leader at the purchasing station mentioned that if one raises a task pig at home, they could also rear an additional pig for the new year to be slaughtered for personal consumption. Is this true?" Captain Chen looked at Chen Weinan in surprise and replied, "There is indeed such a notion. What is this? Does your family wish to raise 2 pigs?" He cautioned, "You must think this through. The price for the second pig at the purchasing station is significantly higher, but you must purchase the piglet yourself, and approximately 5 yuan is needed. The production team will not subsidize any feed. You will have to manage on your own, while your family's earned work points may surpass those of many brigade members, resulting in a greater grain return. I fear that after raising the task pig, there may not be enough grain left for the second pig. You should consider this seriously." Feigning a frown, Chen Weinan replied, "Captain, I do not wish to raise another pig. However, my wife is pregnant and is due in August or September this year. When the time comes for the full month celebration, we will need pork for the adults and nutritional sustenance for the child. Rather than scouring for meat tickets or spending exorbitantly at the supply and marketing cooperative, it would be more prudent to raise our own. After all, our household is large, with many children, and it would only require a bit more time to gather pig fodder." Captain Chen did not respond immediately, but continued with furrowed brows, "Young Jianjun, raising pigs is not as simple as you might think. If feeding them fodder alone sufficed for their growth, the task pigs allocated to our production team would not go unclaimed. To ensure the pigs grow strong and healthy, they require not only fodder, but also grains. Although the brigade allocates 200 pounds of corn for each task pig, I must inform you that this amount is far from sufficient. To raise a task pig to the required standards, aside from fodder, it will need at least 500 pounds of grain annually. Subtracting the 200 pounds subsidized by the production team, you will still need to provide at least 300 pounds of corn, which is nearly equivalent to the rations for a robust laborer. And this is for just the task pig. If you choose to rear a second pig, the brigade will not provide any grain subsidies. You will be responsible for all the grain, exceeding 500 pounds. When considering both pigs, you will require over 1,000 pounds of grain in a year, which would consume nearly half of what the production team allocates to your family. What will you eat then? This is a significant matter, so you should consult with your parents thoroughly. Do not let the desire to raise pigs lead you to hunger due to a lack of grain. In the end, not only may the pigs fail to thrive, but your family may also find itself without food. Captain, if he wishes to raise 2 pigs, let him do so, Why waste words here? Chen Weidan's voice suddenly echoed through the assembly. He was eager for Chen Weinan's family to face starvation due to pig rearing, becoming the laughingstock of the entire production team. Fearing that Chen Weinan might be persuaded by the captain to forego raising the second pig, he could not contain his provocation. Chapter 80. A family of fools. Captain Chen was well aware of the animosity between the two families and understood that Chen Weidong would relish the prospect of Chen Weinan's family facing deprivation. As the captain of the production team, he was reluctant to witness the Chen family suffer from a shortage of food, just as he was about to offer further counsel. Chen Weinan, resolute and undeterred, declared, "Captain, I've made my decision. I shall raise 2 pigs. One for the task, and another for the new year. Where do I go to pay and collect the pigs?" Seeing that Chen Weinan had made up his mind, Captain Chen offered no further commentary and simply instructed, "Go directly to the team's pig pen. The accountant is there. Once you pay, you can claim your pigs." At the Chen family's old residence, the mother had already begun cooking pig feed in the large pot from the pig pen. The ingredients for the feed were meticulously measured according to the proportions set by Chen Weinan, comprising rice bran, bone meal, corn flour, and chopped cabbage. In less than half an hour, the pig pen was warmed by the heat of the earthen stove. Pre-prepared dry straw was laid in the corner of the pig pen nearest to the stove, the warmest spot. Suddenly, the creaking sound of the door caught the mother's attention, prompting her to hastily set down her ladle and rush outside. Chen Weinan and his father each carried a basket on their backs, from which the sounds of pig squeals emanated. With a face full of anticipation, she inquired, "Have you brought home both pigs?" The father, beaming with joy, replied, "Indeed. The task pig was distributed by the team, and the New Year pig cost us 5 yuan. We selected the largest 2 from a litter of 50 or 60 piglets that were available. I followed Weinan's lead and chose the 2 that were the most robust and eager to eat. Is the pig feed ready?" He continued. "The first meal at home must be of the finest for them. Later, I will accompany my son to the production team to collect 200 jin of corn. We will also stop by the mill to grind it into corn flour to bring back specifically for feeding the pigs." The piglets, perhaps having endured the cold for too long outside, huddled in the basket, shivering. However, once they entered the warm pig pen, they became lively and animated. The mother quickly served them the freshly prepared, cooled pig feed. Watching the 2 piglets devour their meal heartily, her face lit up with delight, more joyous than if she had tasted sweet confections. She murmured as they ate, "Eat well. The more you consume, the faster you will grow. Hurry up and grow big." While Chen Weinan's family diligently tended to their 2 piglets, news of their decision to raise 2 pigs spread throughout the production team. Previously, when they had planted their entire plot with potatoes, every member of the team had deemed them foolish. Rather than cultivating the more valuable corn, they opted for the less profitable potatoes, which many believed would lead to financial loss. Now, with the addition of 2 pigs at home, their actions could no longer simply be described as foolishness. Many felt that Chen Jianjun's family had been led astray by Chen Weinan, unable to distinguish right from wrong. For years, no one in the production team had successfully raised task pigs without incurring losses, resulting in a collective reluctance to undertake such an endeavor. Ironically, not only had they claimed a task pig, but they were also intent on raising a New Year pig. As the saying went, the task pig comes with a 200 jin corn subsidy, which does not require payment for the piglet, yet it ultimately results in a loss. The New Year pig, however, not only requires the purchase of the piglet, but also lacks the subsidized corn, making it nearly impossible to avoid losses. Everyone awaited the spectacle of Chen Jianjun and his son's misadventures, with the most delighted being the family of Chen Jiangwo. Last year, they covertly plotted against Chen Jianjun and his son, only to find themselves at a significant loss instead of gaining any advantage. Once bitten, twice shy, particularly for Chen Jiangwo, who had been imprisoned for over 10 days, the mere mention of their machinations against Chen Jianjun sent shivers down his spine. Just when they believed their schemes against Chen Jianjun and his son were futile, they foolishly committed 2 blunders in quick succession. First, they planted their entire plot with worthless potatoes, and then they brought home 2 pigs to raise, instantly becoming the laughingstock of the entire production team. In their minds, burdened by the 2 pigs, it was certain that the second family would run out of food, and they envisioned a day when they would be forced to kneel before them in apology. Otherwise, they would not lend them a single grain. Relishing the chance to vent their frustrations, in a moment of delight, Chen Jiangwo couldn't help but caution his wife, son, and daughter-in-law. In the future, avoid the Chen Weinan family at all costs. People say they have been influenced by Chen Weinan and have lost their senses. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that their son could make two such foolish decisions in a row. I too believe they have been affected by that scoundrel Chen Weinan. Our family must not be swayed by him. Keep your distance from him. Have you all heard me? If you turn into wastrels like Chen Weinan, do not blame me for casting you out of this home. Do you understand? Unbeknownst to Chen Weinan, the production team members and the Chen Jiangwo family were conspiring against him. Even if he were aware, he would have no time to concern himself with such matters. The spring plowing season was imminent, and he had to seize the opportunity to earn work points. To prevent his plot from suffering due to drought, he needed to prepare the water cellar before the spring plowing commenced. Taking advantage of the rainy early spring, he aimed to collect as much rainwater as possible for the dry days ahead. After searching the county, he finally spent 10 yuan on a sufficiently large piece of plastic sheeting. Upon returning home, he cut it to the appropriate size and laid it in the pit he had dug earlier. The edges of the plastic sheet were buried beneath the surrounding soil. The pit featured an inlet at the top and an outlet at the bottom to prevent overflow. Thick wooden boards were laid on top, followed by a substantial layer of soil, ensuring the stored rainwater would not evaporate during dry spells. Chen Weinan's endeavors today opened Chen Jianjun's eyes anew. This was his first encounter with a water cellar. Although he had yet to utilize it, his keen insight and practical knowledge assured him that it would indeed hold water. If all went well, storing enough water for 2 irrigations of their plot would pose no problem. Gazing at the now completely sealed water cellar, a broad smile spread across his face. However, before long, a shadow of concern crossed his features as he furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Son, we cannot guard the water cellar day and night. What if someone vandalizes it, puncturing holes in the plastic? Then it would be impossible to retain the water. This issue is simple," Chen Weinan replied confidently. "In a moment, we will cut down some thorny trees to place over the water cellar, surrounding it as well. Even if we are working in the production team during the day, we will be able to keep an eye on it, so we need not fear any sabotage. If someone were to come and cause destruction at night, shrouded in darkness, these thorny trees would undoubtedly inflict wounds upon them." Chen Jianjun's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "What a brilliant idea!" Without hesitation, he seized a machete and dashed towards the hillside overgrown with thorny trees, chopping as he went, in addition to the water cellar. "We must also encircle the perimeter of our private plot. Your uncles are far too treacherous. We must remain vigilant." Chapter 81. Spring plowing and labor points. In comparison to the frantic harvesting, spring plowing is considerably less strenuous. After all, harvesting can only commence once the rice is ripened, while also contending with the potential for rain, which could obliterate months of labor in an instant. Thus, it is imperative to seize every moment to gather the rice, ensuring that every grain finds its way to the granary. Spring plowing, however, is different. One simply needs to prepare all the paddy and dry fields before sowing, resulting in fewer labor points. Those tasked with plowing the fields labor diligently for an entire day, earning merely 10 labor points, while those responsible for leveling the land receive only 8. There is, however, one notable exception: manure collection. During this era in China, chemical fertilizers were yet to be introduced. A single bag could cover 1 or 2 acres. The fertilizers available were entirely composed of pig, chicken, and cow manure accumulated by the production team, along with homemade compost created by fermenting tree leaves and straw mixed with animal waste. Although devoid of pollution, its potency pales in comparison to chemical fertilizers, requiring over 10 loads per acre. The total area of rice and dry fields in the collective exceeds 600 acres, necessitating approximately 6,000 to 7,000 loads of various organic fertilizers. A single load of well-fermented manure weighs between 150 to 160 pounds, no lighter than a load of rice. To transport all this organic fertilizer to the fields, even if one person could carry 10 loads in a day, it would still require several hundred labor points. In contrast to the relatively effortless tasks of leveling and plowing, there were few willing to undertake the burden of manure collection. Consequently, the production team had to raise the labor points for manure collection to 12, encouraging young members of the production team to volunteer for the task. As long as they could transport 10 loads of manure each day, they would receive full labor points. Failing to meet the quota would result in deductions, yet there would be no rewards for exceeding it. After all, spring plowing does not demand the same urgency as harvesting. In previous years, It was always the father who collected manure while the mother leveled the fields, together earning a total of 20 labor points in a day. This year, Chen Weinan voluntarily stepped forward to collect manure, while his father tended to the plowing, and his mother and wife supported each other in leveling the fields and spreading manure. At this juncture, some might argue that his wife, Xia Luohan, is pregnant and should not be working the fields or spreading manure, suggesting that the protagonist's life is not as idyllic as imagined. However, this is a misconception. It is now the 1970s, and in rural areas, many women labor until the very day before giving birth. The notion of a confinement period is virtually non-existent. After childbirth, one might rest for just 5 or 6 days before returning to work. Initially, Chen Weinan had hoped to allow his wife to rest at home, suggesting that she could occasionally gather pig feed nearby. Yet, this idea was met with her staunch opposition. In her words, even a wealthy capitalist daughter would not hide away for 3 or 4 months during pregnancy, doing nothing at all. If she were to do so, she would undoubtedly face scorn from the collective members. She could not afford to lose face. Moreover, taking advantage of the early months of pregnancy, engaging in some activities, and exercising is beneficial for future childbirth. After a thorough discussion among all family members, they reached a consensus to rest at home during the month before and the month after childbirth, while dedicating the remaining time to work, with a mother nearby providing care. It was certain that Luohan would not be burdened with heavy labor. For Chen Weinan, since he could earn 12 points by carrying 10 loads of farm manure daily, there was no incentive to carry more, regardless of his strength. He resolved to complete his daily quota of 10 loads and then assist his wife in her work. This way, the family could earn a total of 38 points in a day. The spring plowing generally lasts for 2 months, accumulating over 2,000 points. Additionally, they could earn another 2,000 points during the harvest, while his parents could contribute over 1,000 points, bringing the total to more than 5,000. If the manure from the 2 pigs could be exchanged for a few hundred points, it was possible that the family's earnings might surpass 6,000 this year. Coupled with the income from the task pigs and the annual pigs, the outcome would certainly exceed everyone's expectations. Perhaps due to his previous experience in carrying rice, Chen Weinan felt no pressure in transporting farm manure. Within an hour of starting work, he had completed the 10 loads, while other strong laborers were still on their 7th or 8th loads. "Wife, I've finished my 10 loads. Hand me the hoe, and I'll take a break over here." Chen Weinan approached his wife and mother, seizing the hoe from her hands. The soil had just been plowed, and in the absence of oxen and machinery, they had to rely on human effort and hoes to break up the large clumps of earth before they could irrigate and transplant the seedlings. "Let me handle this. These tasks are meant for women. What business does a man have here?" His wife, Xia Luohan, blushed crimson, feeling quite embarrassed. "What is wrong with helping my wife?" Anyone who wishes to comment may do so. Besides, the production team has not stipulated that husbands cannot assist their wives in fulfilling their work duties. Chen Weinan felt no shame in his actions. He took the hoe from his wife and began to work. His mother chimed in, "Luohan, let him do it. You are his wife and pregnant. It is only right for him to help you." Thus, each afternoon past 3 o'clock, Chen Weinan appeared among the group of women leveling the land. Many men in the production team found it disgraceful for him to associate with women daily, viewing him as a prime example of a henpecked husband. However, the women in the production team held a different perspective. Initially, when they learned that Xia Luohan had married Chen Weinan, a known ne'er-do-well, they believed her life was destined for hardship. Although Chen Weinan was still recognized as a spendthrift, his genuine care for his wife was evident. He even came to help her at work. In the entire production team, no man had the audacity to abandon his pride and assist his wife among a group of women like Chen Weinan did. Consequently, Xia Luohan transitioned from being the subject of ridicule to one of envy among the women. Faced with this situation, even though Xia Luohan did not voice her thoughts, her heart was filled with joy. Time has swiftly passed, and 2 months have elapsed. With the conclusion of spring plowing, the labor in the fields has diminished significantly, and the work points earned by a robust laborer have halved from 10 to merely 5. With all 4 able-bodied members of the family engaged in labor, their daily earnings have dwindled to just half of what they garnered during the spring sowing. Chen Weinan, unwilling to squander time for such meager points, contemplated seeking opportunities outside as a banquet chef. His father's initial reaction was one of astonishment. Although his son possessed remarkable culinary skills, hosting a banquet involved more than simple cooking. It required preparing dishes for 7 or 8 tables at once. including essential grand dishes like steamed pork. Could he truly manage that? Even if he were adept at preparing the banquet dishes, lacking a reputation meant that no one would hire him to lead the feast. Furthermore, being a chef was not merely a matter of stating one's intent. It necessitated a plethora of tools, such as steamers, which could not be purchased without considerable financial investment, and custom orders would be required. Indeed, investing in custom equipment entailed risks, should the funds be spent, and the steamers completed, yet no one hires him. All previous investments would be in vain. Nevertheless, Chen Weinan had faith in his culinary prowess. He believed that with a few successful banquets under his belt, his reputation would naturally spread. Upon arriving unexpectedly at his uncle's house, Chen Weinan was met with puzzled expressions from the family. His uncle, concerned, inquired if something had happened at home that necessitated his urgent visit. Chen Weinan shook his head and replied, "Uncle, I heard from my mother that my cousin is about to marry. Do you still remember you asked me to take the lead in the banquet during the New Year? If so, I am ready to prepare now. I promise to craft a respectable feast for everyone with minimal expenditure." His uncle, taken aback that Chen Weinan had truly remembered this conversation, furrowed his brow and retorted, "Weinan, leading a banquet is not the same as cooking at home. Your cousin's wedding will require at least 8 tables of food. Are you certain you can prepare dishes like steamed pork, 8 treasure rice, fried fish, fried meat, and meatballs all at once? Can you really manage it?" To bolster his case, Chen Weinan produced a meticulously prepared menu, stating, "Uncle, as the saying goes, without the right tools, one cannot undertake delicate work. Since I dare to propose this, I am confident in my ability to lead the kitchen. This is the menu I've devised, comprising 10 dishes symbolizing perfection. Once prepared, it will certainly astonish the entire production team. The main dishes include steamed pork, fried meat, fried fish, spicy stir-fried pork cracklings, braised chicken pieces, 8 treasure rice, stir-fried pig liver, stir-fried pig intestines and lungs, while the cold dishes feature pressed meat, pig ears, and pig tongues. Exactly 10 dishes." Before his uncle could respond, his aunt gasped, "How much pork will this require? Weinan, are you making a jest? Your uncle and I do not possess such funds." Chen Weinan responded with a smile, "Uncle, do not be misled by the 10 meat dishes on the menu. It will not cost as much as you think. I have already calculated it for you. 1 pig's head will suffice for all the cold dishes. A single set of pig offal can effortlessly resolve the culinary demands of stir-fried pig intestines, pig lungs, and stir-fried pig liver. The preparation of steamed pork, fried meat, and spicy stir-fried pig oil residue would require nearly 20 pounds of pork. In the county town, the price for a pound of pork is merely 80 cents, a pig's head costs $4, and a set of pig offal is $5, totaling precisely $25. If you provide me with meat vouchers for 20 pounds of pork and $25, along with 3 packs of Tianmen cigarettes, I can procure all the pork you need. The pork purchased will undoubtedly consist of belly cuts, devoid of pure lean meat." Originally, my uncle and aunt planned to prepare 30 pounds of pork for the wedding banquet, intending to offer 6 or 7 meat dishes and 2 or 3 vegetable dishes. In monetary terms, this would amount to at least $24 and 30 pounds of meat vouchers. According to the menu established by Chen Weinan, only 20 pounds of meat vouchers and $25 are necessary. Although there is an additional $1, there is a significant reduction of 10 pounds in meat vouchers. When calculated in terms of money, at least $2 would be saved. More importantly, purchasing 30 pounds of pork from the supply and marketing cooperative would yield only half belly and fatty meat, if one is fortunate. In contrast, Chen Weinan assures that the 20 pounds of pork will consist entirely of belly and fatty cuts, and the 10 dishes prepared will all be meat dishes. A banquet featuring 10 meat dishes has yet to be witnessed in this production team. Should Chen Weinan succeed in this endeavor, every family member will be honored, and the in-laws will be thoroughly pleased. Considering this, my uncle and aunt have begun to feel a sense of excitement. However, they still harbor doubts regarding Chen Weinan's capabilities, given that this is his first time taking charge of a banquet. If he were to falter, not only would the family lose face, but it would also pose challenges in dealings with the in-laws. Chen Weinan is acutely aware of their concerns and reassures them, "Uncle and aunt, over the past 6 months, you must have noticed my transformation. I guarantee to orchestrate a wedding banquet that will resonate throughout the entire production team, and I shall not charge you a single penny. After all, as your nephew, I wish to establish my reputation through this banquet, enabling me to secure more events in the commune and earn a greater fee for my culinary services. Let your son's wedding feast serve as your support for me. Should this succeed, I could indeed manage banquets in the surrounding production teams, and if your son is willing, he may accompany me and learn the culinary arts. For each banquet, he would earn 50 cents. Upon hearing this, my uncle was thoroughly intrigued. In rural areas, weddings, funerals, and celebrations such as a child's first month necessitate feasts. The surrounding production teams collectively comprise over 1,000 households, with banquets being held frequently for various reasons. If their younger son truly learns the culinary craft from Chen Weinan, it could provide a viable path forward. Even if he becomes an apprentice to Chen Weinan, his annual earnings would not be less than what he would make working in the production team, earning 50 cents per banquet. Even with just 2 or 3 banquets a month, could yield an annual income of $20 or more. Crucially, apart from the time spent on banquets, the younger son would still work in the production team, effectively increasing the family's income. Observing the expression of intrigue on his wife's face, he made a decisive choice. Very well, let your younger son take charge of the banquet for his wedding. Time, fleeting as it is, marches on. The day after tomorrow marks the occasion of my cousin's wedding feast. Around 2 in the afternoon, Chen Weinan rode the borrowed bicycle from the production team directly towards the county town. Upon arriving at the meat stall, he found the familiar middle-aged vendor stationed behind the counter. The iron hooks of the stall bore only a meager supply of pork. As Chen approached, the vendor's eyes brightened. "Young man, what brings you here so late for meat today? I had set aside 4 or 5 pounds of prime cuts, but a leader just came by and purchased them all. All that remains is this little bit of pork. Perhaps you might return tomorrow." The vendor's implication was clear. There was no good meat left today, and even offering him cigarettes would yield no result, though he promised to reserve some for him tomorrow. Chen swiftly shook his head. "You misunderstand, my friend. I am not here to buy meat, but to place an order. My cousin is getting married the day after tomorrow, and I need a pig's head, a set of offal, and 20 pounds of pork to be picked up tomorrow morning. I wonder if you could hold it for me." As he spoke, he casually handed the vendor a pack of Qianmin and a pack of Newton cigarettes. This meat stall typically sold 1 to 2 pigs daily, correlating to 1 or 2 pig heads and sets of offal, which were available on a first-come, first-served basis, since selling to anyone else would yield similar results. And reserving for Chen would also bring him nearly $1 worth of cigarettes. The vendor saw no reason not to comply. After quickly stashing the 2 packs of cigarettes into his pocket, he cheerfully replied, "If it were anyone else asking me to hold a pig's head and offal, I would surely decline. But you, young man, are a person of your word, so I must agree." Chen Weinan was confident in the vendor's willingness to oblige. He was merely an ordinary butcher, devoid of any official status. Although he was a public servant with a fixed monthly salary, he had little opportunity for profit. When weighed against the value of the 2 packs of cigarettes, which exceeded the vendor's daily wage, the offer appeared quite enticing. Moreover, reserving meat posed no violation of any rules, leaving the vendor with no grounds to refuse. He then produced the prepared snakeskin bag, saying, "Brother, please pack the offal and the pig's head into this bag tomorrow morning. I fear it may draw undue attention if left exposed, which could reflect poorly on you. I promise to arrive by 8 at the latest, ensuring I do not complicate matters for you." The vendor's spirits lifted upon seeing the snakeskin bag. His stall typically began selling meat at 8, so the earlier Chen arrived, the less time there would be for potential complications, thus minimizing risks. Collaborating with such an individual was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. The following morning, when Chen Weinan arrived at the meat stall, he found that a considerable amount of pork had already been sold. As it was neither a festive season nor a holiday, and being a weekday, there was no queue at the stall. The vendor spotted Chen from a distance. Chen did not display excessive enthusiasm. Instead, he quickly scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was observing him before directly addressing the vendor. "Master, my family is hosting a banquet, and I kindly request a pig's head, a set of offal, and 20 pounds of pork. Here are the meat tickets for 20 pounds and 25 yuan. I would appreciate it if you could confirm." As I gazed upon the banknotes, I discovered they were wrapped around a box of exquisite pork, causing the butcher to beam with delight. After confirming the authenticity of the currency, the funds were deposited into the communal account, and the delectable pork was tucked away into his pocket, after which he commenced his meat chopping. Initially, he intended to procure 20 pounds of pork belly for Chen Weinan. However, perhaps due to the fortune of that day, he only managed to cut about 15 or 16 pounds, with the remaining 4 or 5 pounds being predominantly fatty meat. Chen Weinan looked at it with a tinge of distaste, but understood that this fatty meat, alongside the pork belly, would surely delight his uncles upon their return. The fatty cuts would be rendered into oil, the residue used to saute chili peppers, while the slightly leaner pork belly would be prepared as steamed pork. And the leaner portions would be transformed into crispy fried meat, ensuring nothing went to waste. Presenting these 3 meat dishes at the banquet would undoubtedly elevate the occasion, guaranteeing that no one would utter a word of discontent. The pig's head would be fashioned into pressed pork, while the ears, tongue, and heart would be mixed together in a refreshing salad. Arranging these dishes would not only be visually captivating, but also tantalizingly delicious, all comprising of meat delicacies. Moreover, a stir-fried medley of pig intestines, lungs, and liver, accompanied by fried fish and braised chicken pieces, would round out the 10 dishes perfectly. It would be challenging to find a banquet of such caliber throughout the entire production team. Upon witnessing the assortment of pig offal, head, fatty cuts, and pork belly brought back by Chen Weinan, everyone at his uncle's home was left astounded, particularly his uncle. Having previously purchased pork from the commune, he understood that acquiring a blend of 4 parts fat to 6 parts lean was a stroke of luck. Yet here was his nephew, having procured not only 15 or 16 pounds of prime pork belly, but also 4 or 5 pounds of meat that was 80% fatty and 20% lean. To be frank, he had not encountered such quality pork in over 2 or 3 years. It was the first time he felt that entrusting his nephew with the wedding banquet was an exceedingly wise decision. The cousin, being the protagonist of the wedding, could not possibly lend a hand, leaving everything at the banquet reliant upon his own efforts. Fortunately, Chen Weinan had prepared the steamed pork, fried fish, and crispy meat the previous afternoon. All the vegetables that could be sliced were already prepped, while dishes like braised chicken and radish soup, which require extended simmering, had been completed well before the banquet commenced, kept warm in a bamboo steamer. The fried fish, steamed pork, and crispy meat were also undergoing secondary preparation in the steamer. With the already sliced cold dishes accounted for, the truly hot dishes requiring his attention were merely the chili oil residue, stir-fried pig intestines, and stir-fried liver. The aroma wafting through the air was enticing. As neighbors approached the wedding celebration, they were greeted by the delightful scent of the radish soup. Although devoid of meat, the broth was derived from the remnants of simmered pig head, bubbling away with rich, oily flavors and a robust marinated aroma. On a makeshift earthen stove constructed of mud bricks, large chunks of radish simmered gently in an iron pot borrowed from his second uncle, producing an enticing bubbling sound as the fragrance of meat spread alongside the steam. "Oldly, where did you procure this, chef? The dishes smell divine." A neighbor couldn't resist inquiring of his uncle. "My dear nephew learned to cook at the state-run restaurant in the county, residing just next door at Chen's village," his uncle replied, his face glowing with pride. "Once you taste the meal he prepared for lunch, you will truly appreciate his culinary prowess." "All right," the neighbor responded, wearing a skeptical expression. "If his culinary skills are truly as remarkable as you claim, then for my son's wedding this year, I shall certainly invite him to take charge of the kitchen." My uncle replied with great confidence, "You'll know whether he is capable after you taste it." News of my uncle entrusting the kitchen to his nephew soon spread among all the guests, particularly upon learning that this was Chen Weinan's inaugural venture as the chef. Many wore skeptical expressions. An event of such stature typically featured 8 to 10 dishes. The fragrant radish soup did not guarantee the exquisite taste of the dishes served. Some even wore expressions of amusement, pondering the potential embarrassment should the meal falter, which would bring shame not only to my uncle's family, but also complicate relations with our in-laws. Chen Weinan observed the guests' expressions, but chose not to speak further. Cooking is an art, and as the adage goes, true talent is revealed in practice. To establish a good reputation, the most effective strategy was to prepare a sumptuous meal, ensuring each dish was savored to the last morsel. At precisely noon, 8 borrowed tables were filled with relatives and neighbors. Once the host announced the commencement of the feast, Chen Weinan began serving the dishes. The cold appetizers, seasoned pig ears, pig tongues, and pressed pork, were met with immediate excitement. In other gatherings, cold dishes were predominantly vegetarian, and the inclusion of peanuts was regarded as a luxury. To everyone's surprise, my uncle's first 2 cold dishes were both meat-based. The pressed pork was delectable and crunchy, while the marinated pig ears and tongues, enveloped in spicy oil, tantalized the palate. One bite left them yearning for more. Some guests remarked, "No wonder he trained at a state-run restaurant." Even the cold dishes are exquisite. Others noted the significant investment my uncle made for this wedding banquet, as serving 2 meat-based cold dishes set a precedent for the entire production team. Following this were the steamed pork, fried fish, and fried meat, each dish rivaling the offerings of the commune's head chef. Perhaps it was due to Chen Weinan's use of premium pork belly. Each bite of the steamed pork was rich and succulent, even if the flavor matched that of the commune's esteemed chef. Guests felt that Chen Weinan's rendition was superior. Chapter 84. Gaining renown, the first hot dish prepared by Chen Weinan was green pepper stir-fried with pork cracklings. A bite of the cracklings not only delighted the taste buds, but was also exceptionally rich in flavor. The mixture of the cracklings' essence with the green peppers created a taste that surpassed even the cracklings themselves. Within moments of being served, the dish was completely devoured. In the end, some guests even poured their white rice into the plate, relishing it with the accompanying sauce, a flavor that could only be described as extraordinary. Next came the braised chicken pieces, cooked with lard and bean paste, their surface coated in a glossy red oil. A single bite unleashed a symphony of freshness, fragrance, spiciness, and numbing sensations that overwhelmed the senses and left everyone craving more. Following this were the stir-fried pig intestines and lungs, immediately succeeded by the stir-fried pig liver. The final dish to grace the table was the tantalizing pig head soup simmered with radishes, whose fragrant aroma wafted through the yard as guests arrived. The feast lasted a mere 30 minutes, leaving behind 10 impeccably clean plates, with even the broth savored as it was mixed with rice. Witnessing this scene, Chen Weinan realized that his inaugural experience as a chef had been a resounding success. His next objective was to ensure that his uncle seized the opportunity to elevate his reputation. Dear in-laws, this wedding banquet has been splendid. For the sake of these 2 young souls, you truly have spared no expense, exclaimed one of the guests. Each table boasts 10 dishes, none of which are vegetarian. In all my years of attending banquets, I have never encountered such extravagance. You hold my daughter in such high regard, presenting her with this remarkable feast. As her parents, we cannot be outdone. Besides the bride price you have given, we shall contribute an additional $10. The uncle's face instantly lit up with joy. In most households, the bride's family might only provide a quilt and 2 basins as dowry. Yet here, not only had they gifted a quilt and basins, but they were also adding $10, an impressive gesture indeed. He was acutely aware that all this was made possible by his nephew's efforts. Eagerly, he continued, in-laws, thanks to my nephew, the entire banquet was remarkably economical. He spent some time in the county and has connections for procuring meat. 20 pounds of pork, a pig's head, and a set of offal cost merely $27 along with 20 pounds of meat tickets. Remarkably, within those 20 pounds of pork, there were 4 to 5 pounds of fatty meat, while the remaining 15 to 16 pounds consisted of prime belly pork. Coupled with his exceptional culinary skills, he was able to create such a splendid banquet. You might find it hard to believe, but not a drop of oil was spent today. All the cooking was done with the lard rendered from the fatty meat. Upon hearing this, the in-law was utterly astonished. His own family had recently hosted a banquet for their daughter's wedding. To achieve a respectable feast, they had purchased 30 pounds of pork and 3 pounds of rapeseed oil, expending 30 pounds of meat tickets and $28 in total. If one were to convert 10 pounds of meat tickets and 3 pounds of oil tickets into cash, it would amount to 20 pounds of meat tickets costing around $32 to $33. They had spent $5 more than the uncle's family. Furthermore, despite the additional expenditure, their banquet featured only 7 meat dishes and 3 vegetarian ones, a stark contrast to the uncle's lavish spread. With a glint of determination in his eye, the in-law declared, Dear in-laws, my elder brother's family has just welcomed a grandson and intends to host a full month celebration in about 10 days. Could you kindly negotiate with your nephew to take charge of the cooking? If we can arrange a banquet of similar quality for the same price, my elder brother will gladly offer your nephew an extra $1 for his labor. The uncle was taken aback by the rapid opportunity presented to his nephew and quickly interjected, In-laws, you have indeed found the right person. My nephew has some connections in the county and can procure 20 pounds of meat tickets. $27 for a set of offal, a large pig's head, approximately 5 pounds of fatty meat, and 15 pounds of premium belly pork, enough to host a banquet for 8 to 9 tables. Have your elder brother invite him to take charge of the cooking. It will not only save money, but also bring prestige. Indeed, my nephew has promised to take Xia Luohan along to assist with the banquet, teaching him the art of preparing a grand feast. For each occasion, Xiaolin will earn 50 cents. If he manages to participate in 20 or 30 such events over the year, he could accumulate an additional 15 to 16 yuan. This amount is equivalent to the annual dividends of a robust laborer in the production team. Xiaolin is not only the second son of my elder uncle's family, but also the son-in-law of our relatives. Hearing that Chen Weinan would be in charge of the cooking, the in-laws became even more enthusiastic, as the earnings of their son-in-law would ultimately enhance their daughter's life. They quickly responded, "All right. I will discuss this with my elder brother when I return home." Having partaken in the previous banquet without incurring significant expenses, he would surely agree. My elder brother, being the captain of the production team, has numerous relatives, and they will need to host at least 15 banquet tables. If my nephew and Xiaolin truly secure the job, their reputation as chefs will undoubtedly spread throughout our commune. Soon, others will seek them out to take charge of their events, leading to even greater earnings. Although the wedding banquet at my elder uncle's house has concluded, news of Chen's culinary expertise and his connections in procuring pig heads, offal, and fatty pork has swiftly circulated like a gust of wind in Lijiazwang, where my elder uncle resides, while it has yet to reach Chen Weinan's own village. As long as he capitalizes on this momentum to secure a couple more banquets, his fame will eventually echo through his community. Merely 3 days had passed when my cousin, Li Wenlin, arrived, his face alight with excitement. "Brother, I have splendid news. Someone has approached us for a banquet. My wife's uncle's grandson is hosting a full-month celebration. He is the captain of the production team, has many relatives, and is quite affluent. At least 15 tables will be required. He stated that as long as it has the same grandeur as my wedding banquet, not only will he pay 3 yuan for labor, but he will also provide us with a substantial red envelope." Chen Weinan was taken aback by the sudden joy and responded eagerly, "At least 15 tables. Did you inform him that to achieve such grandeur, we must purchase a minimum of 40 jin of pork, 2 pig heads, and 2 sets of offal? If I were to procure the meat from the county, it would require 40 jin of meat tickets, costing 54 yuan. However, I can assure you that the pork bought will include at least 10 jin of fatty meat, meaning the entire feast would require no contribution of cooking oil from the host. Nonetheless, they would need to provide their own fish, chicken, seasonings, and side dishes." My cousin, Li Wenlin, nodded in agreement. I mentioned it, and my wife's uncle agreed on the spot. For the 15 tables, if all the dishes are prepared with cooking oil, the cost for the oil alone will exceed 10 yuan. By having you assist in purchasing the meat from the county, we could save at least 10 yuan on oil, not to mention the savings in other areas. Chapter 85, A Heartfelt Delivery. Thus, I accepted this full-month banquet without hesitation, recognizing the opportunity that lay before me. I planned to visit the host 2 days in advance to finalize the types and quantities of dishes, as well as determine how much seasoning and pork to procure. You should arrive at the host's house by noon the day before to help out, and on the day of the banquet, we'll need to be there early to begin our work. After enjoying lunch around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, we will be able to return home. My cousin nodded in agreement. This was his first banquet alongside Chen Weinan. Should it prove successful, not only could they earn a modest sum, but an endless stream of future banquets would also beckon to them, resulting in increasingly substantial earnings. The county town remained the familiar market of Chen Weinan, with the well-known pork stall and the amiable butcher. Previously, during his uncle's wedding banquet, he had exchanged 2 packs of cigarettes as a favor and managed to procure 20 pounds of premium pork from Brother Zhang, even securing a pair of pig offals and a pig's head for himself. This time, however, his demand for pork had doubled, making it quite impractical to offer 2 packs of cigarettes as a favor once more. The host had generously provided 54 yuan along with 40 pounds of meat coupons for him to purchase the meat, which would altogether require the utilization of those 40 pounds of coupons and 50 yuan. Chen Weinan resolved to be generous this time. In addition to the 1 pack of mutant cigarettes he had prepared, he tucked in an extra 2 yuan within the cigarette box. To Master Zhang, this 2 yuan equated to 2 days' wages. Compared to the cigarettes, which could only serve as a means of indulgence, he would undoubtedly prefer the cash. Seizing the opportunity when no one else was at the meat stall, he approached the entrance. Brother Zhang, I have come again to buy meat. Chen brother, Master Zhang, the butcher, brightened at the sight and greeted him warmly. Each time Chen Weinan visited for meat, he brought some benefits, making it hard for Zhang, who usually wouldn't spend even 20 cents on cigarettes, to hold back his enthusiasm. I have some fine cuts here. How many pounds would you like to take home today? Chen Weinan quickly shook his head. Brother Zhang, Today, I am not here to purchase meat, but rather to place an order. I will come by tomorrow morning to collect it. I need 40 pounds of pork, 2 pig heads, and 2 sets of pig offals. If possible, please include at least 15 pounds of fatty meat within the 40 pounds, specifically for rendering lard. Upon concluding, he handed over the pre-prepared mutant cigarettes and casually remarked, "Brother Zhang, do enjoy a smoke. I just sampled them, and they are quite delightful." Initially, Master Zhang had anticipated at least 2 packs of cigarettes as a reward today, only to find Chen Weinan offering him a single pack, one that had already been opened. His brow furrowed, and the smile vanished from his face. Previously, when Chen Weinan purchased 20 pounds of pork, he had given him 2 packs of cigarettes as a favor. This time, requesting double the quantity, he was met with merely 1 open pack. Did he think Zhang was so easy to please that he would not even offer a full pack of cigarettes? Instinctively, he felt inclined to refuse and teach Chen Weinan a lesson. Otherwise, he might assume he could be trifled with. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, he sensed that the cigarettes Chen Weinan had handed him held something more. Although the pack had been opened, it felt oddly plump, as if it contained something within. Upon glancing at the opened box, his previously knitted brows relaxed instantly. As a man accustomed to dealing with money, Zhang recognized its familiarity immediately. A mere glance confirmed that Chen Weinan had tucked 2 yuan inside the cigarette box. In comparison to the cigarettes, Master Zhang undoubtedly favored the cash. Not only can it be used to purchase cigarettes, but it can also be utilized for acquiring other items, as a smile enveloped his entire face. Observing Chen Weinan's expression was akin to witnessing a child discover a long-lost parent. He immediately patted his chest in assurance. "If it were you, my dear brother Chen, I would undoubtedly reserve the finest pork for you. 15 pounds of rich fat is far too meager. I shall set aside at least 20 pounds for you. However, you must come early tomorrow." The order comprised 40 pounds of pork, 2 pig heads, and 2 sets of pig offal, totaling over 100 pounds. The butcher's shop receives the highest volume of customers each morning, and if he were to reserve several pounds of prime meat for one individual, it would inevitably rouse discontent among the others over time. Chen Weinan keenly observed the shifts in Master Zhang's expression, realizing that the $2 he had discreetly tucked into the cigarette box had undoubtedly touched his heart, prompting him to respond promptly. "Rest assured, Brother Zhang, I will arrive bright and early tomorrow, ensuring you face no difficulties." The following morning, upon witnessing Chen Weinan return with 2 large pig heads, 2 sets of pig offal, 20 pounds of rich fat, and 20 pounds of streaky pork strapped to his bicycle, the host's initial concerns dissipated, replaced by anticipation for the midday feast. With his cousin Li Wenlin assisting, Chen Weinan's preparations for the banquet accelerated significantly. Before darkness fell, he had perfected the steamed pork, rendered lard, marinated the pig heads, cleaned the intestines, lungs, and liver, all in readiness for the midday celebration. The bamboo steamer was filled with pre-prepared steamed pork, crispy fish pieces, and fried chicken. And under the urging warmth of steam, the aroma of meat wafted through the courtyard. The more than 100 guests arriving for the banquet occasionally glanced towards the kitchen, eager to discern what delectable dishes the head chef was crafting. Upon seeing Wang Dong and Chen Wenlin, both in their 20s, diligently slicing pig liver, preparing pressed meat, arranging the plates, and chopping chilies, the guests' first instinct was to assume they were assisting the head chef. Not a single soul believed they were, in fact, the chefs for the midday feast. As the family banquet approached, a worried grandfather of a child approached the host, fretting about the absence of the head chef, anxious that an incident might occur during his grandson's full-month celebration. At such a moment, not only would his daughter and son-in-law be embarrassed, but he too would share in the humiliation. The host chuckled and replied, "Fear not, my esteemed guest. The head chef has long since arrived. Today, I have engaged a new culinary talent, and you shall witness a banquet unlike any you have ever encountered. You are an honored guest today, and I assure you, you shall eat and drink well, leaving utterly satisfied." As he spoke, Chen Weinan grasped his personal large iron ladle and approached the cauldron, ready to heat oil and commence cooking. Witnessing this, not only did the child's grandfather gasp in shock, but the majority of the guests attending the banquet displayed expressions of astonishment. Wang Dong was simply too youthful and strikingly handsome, a stark contrast to their preconceived notions of a seasoned head chef. The grandfather's face once again bore a look of concern as he approached the host, lamenting, "Dear relative, if you cannot find a proper head chef nearby, please let me know. I can assist you in locating one. Employing such a young lad to prepare our meal, What if something goes awry? This is sheer folly. Chapter 86. Dividing the money, the host comforted the child's grandfather by patting him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "My dear in-law, I cannot take lightly such a significant occasion as my grandson's full moon celebration. Although the head chef appears youthful, I assure you, the banquet he has prepared is delectable. I have personally tasted it and can vouch for its quality. Just wait and see. If the banquet fails due to the chef's shortcomings, feel free to come and find me." Despite the host's confident reassurances, the grandfather's worried expression did not wane significantly. The undeniable truth was that Chen Weinan was simply too young. He was not at all what one would envision a head chef to be, making it hard for others to believe he possessed such expertise. While they conversed, Chen Weinan had already begun his culinary preparations. Grasping a specially crafted iron ladle in one hand and a spatula in the other, he positioned himself beside a large pot. Once the iron wok reached the desired heat, he swiftly scooped a substantial ladleful of pig lard from a nearby basin, which appeared to weigh at least a pound. Soon, the air was permeated with a robust aroma of rendered lard. As the hot oil began to emit wisps of smoke, he promptly added pre-prepared ginger shreds and garlic cloves, followed by the prepared pig intestines, which he stir-fried vigorously. He then splashed in some white wine, causing a surge of steam to rise from the pot. Next, he incorporated sour and spicy peppers, dried chilies, green chilies, and celery, continuing to stir-fry with fervor. Finally, he added an assortment of seasonings. Within a mere 5 minutes, a fragrant dish of stir-fried pig intestines was ready to be served. His cousin, Li Wenlin, stood nearby to assist with the serving. They began with chilled dishes such as pressed pork, followed by steamed pork with rice flour, fried fish, and fried chicken. Then came the freshly stir-fried intestines crafted by Chen Weinan. During this time, Chen Weinan also prepared stir-fried pig liver and green peppers with crispy pork scraps. He followed this with stir-fried pig lungs, ears, hearts, and tongues with garlic shoots, culminating in a pork bone and radish soup. In total, 10 dishes were presented, all meat-based. As for their taste, the guests' reactions spoke volumes. The food vanished in an instant, devoured with great enthusiasm. As the banquet concluded and the once bountiful plates lay empty, the host felt an overwhelming sense of joy, particularly when he overheard inquiries about the head chef's origins. This filled him with pride. Some guests even approached Chen Weinan and Li Wenlin directly, curious about their background and pricing. When the host found Chen Weinan, he was busy tidying up his tools and collecting the leftover ingredients. "Dear host, there are still nearly 2 pounds of pig lard remaining. There are also some pig lungs, intestines, and liver left, but they must be consumed swiftly." Observing the ingredients Chen Weinan had gathered in a basin, the host's smile broadened. Undoubtedly, the remaining ingredients and lard were worth at least $5. If he had gone to the county to purchase these materials himself, he would have spent more money, and the chef would have utilized every last bit. Chen Weinan's assistance in procuring the ingredients not only saved money, but also resulted in a surplus after the banquet, effectively reducing the overall expenditure for the celebration. The remarkable aspect was that the feast, crafted with less financial strain, garnered praise from all the guests. This made the host feel particularly proud of today's banquet. Initially, a red envelope contained 3 yuan as a token of gratitude for Chen Weinan, who assisted in shopping and cooking. In a jubilant mood, the host added an extra yuan, cheerfully handing the envelope to Chen Weinan, saying, "Chef Chen, I truly appreciate today's feast. This is a token for you. Please do not consider it meager. If there are any future celebrations at my home, I will certainly come to you first." As Chen Weinan stepped away from the hostess' residence, laden with his tool-filled backpack, he eagerly opened the red envelope under the expectant gaze of his cousin. "Oh, it's a bit more than we agreed upon." Chen Weinan was quite pleased with the extra money. Although the host had only added 1 yuan, that single coin symbolized the host's acknowledgement of his culinary skills. He promptly took out 1 yuan and, after rummaging in his pocket, retrieved a dime to give to his cousin, Wenlin. "Wenlin, we previously agreed. For banquets with fewer than 10 tables, I'll give you 50 cents. For those with 10 or more, a full yuan. The extra yuan from the host will be split between us. Here's 150. You keep it safe and save it for your wife. I assure you that as more hosts seek our services for banquets, you'll earn at least 10 yuan each month during your off-season." Upon arriving home, Wenlin found his parents and wife already there, while his elder brother and father were busy in the pig pen. This year, following Chen Weinan's advice, they had purchased 2 pigs, one for fattening and one for the new year. Although both pigs currently weighed only about 40 to 50 pounds, they produced 4 to 5 pounds of manure daily. In the production team, this manure equated to substantial work points. The two were diligently clearing the manure piled in the pig pen, intending to gather enough to transport to the production team in exchange for work points. Meanwhile, they collected the pig urine in a pre-dug pit for fermentation, which would be used for their own vegetable and grain cultivation. Though not as potent as pig manure, it was certainly better than having no fertilizer at all for their land. "I'm home," Wenlin called out as he entered, greeting his brother and father. His wife came out to meet him, her face alight with anticipation as she asked, "Wenlin, did everything go smoothly with your cousin today?" Wenlin shook his head, confidently patting his chest as he replied, "My cousin's skills are exceptional. There was no cause for concern. After the banquet, the host even gave us an extra yuan." He then produced the 150, saying, "Wife, father, brother, this is from my cousin. 1 yuan is for my labor, and 50 cents is the host's red envelope. Split between us." His elder brother, upon receiving the 150, did not take it all, but instead withdrew 50 cents, stating, "From now on, whenever the second son goes out with Weinan to work, he should contribute 50 cents to the communal fund as compensation for a day not worked at home. The remaining wages can be kept for himself." Today, the second son was fortunate to have received a large banquet, earning 1 yuan in wages and 50 cents as a bonus, leaving him with 1 yuan. If future jobs involve only smaller banquets, he will only earn 50 cents, all of which will go into the communal fund. Does anyone have any objections to this arrangement? Li Wenlin responded with enthusiasm, stating, "Father, I have no objections. I did not attend work today, so contributing 50 cents to the family is only proper. In the future, should I find myself in a bustling harvest period and attending banquets, whether grand or modest, I shall contribute 1 yuan each time. However, my cousin mentioned that during the busy harvest season, he rarely accepts invitations to parties." Chapter 87. Gaining recognition, the eldest brother certainly had no objections either. As it stands, during this lull in agricultural activities, a strong laborer can earn merely 5 work points in a day's toil. By year-end, this could be converted into 2.5 jin of grain and 8 cents, which would amount to no more than 35 cents if exchanged for cash. The second brother directly deposited 50 cents into the communal account, acknowledging that it was still his responsibility as the elder sibling to benefit from his younger brother's earnings. Although the second brother had pocketed 1 yuan in private funds today, both the eldest brother and his wife looked upon him with envy. Nonetheless, such fortunate events are not commonplace. As their father noted earlier, within the commune, most of the banquets they could secure were small gatherings of fewer than 10 tables, allowing the second brother to earn only 50 cents. Once deposited into the communal account, not a single cent remained for himself. Though the eldest brother and his wife were engaged in work at home, it did not preclude them from the opportunity to save private funds. While gathering pig fodder, they could occasionally dig up some medicinal herbs to sell at the commune, and with a stroke of luck, they might amass 4 to 5 yuan over the course of a year. Moreover, following the year-end profit distribution from the production team, aside from a portion retained in the communal account, their father would also allocate some funds for both brothers to spend as they pleased. Thus, while the eldest brother may have felt a twinge of envy, he refrained from commenting when he saw his younger brother's wife collecting the 1 yuan. Regardless, the atmosphere at their uncle's home was decidedly cheerful. By hosting a banquet, Li Wenlin could contribute 50 cents to the communal account. 10 such occasions would yield 5 yuan. According to Chen Weinan, as long as their reputations were established, the two could casually host 50 to 60 banquets during the agricultural off-season, culminating in 30 yuan, equivalent to the annual profit distribution for 2 strong laborers in the production team. Consequently, the eldest brother would also benefit from an additional 5 to 6 yuan, making it difficult not to feel pleased. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere at their uncle's home, Chen Weinan's parents and wife could only describe their current mood as exhilarating. Indeed, exhilarating. Their efforts in selling meat had netted an additional 4 yuan for the host. After deducting the cost of a pack of cigarettes from Master Zhang, the butcher, and 2 yuan, they were left with 1.5 yuan. The total wages and red envelope for hosting the banquet amounted to 4 yuan. After giving Li Wenlin 1.5 yuan, they still had 2.5 yuan remaining, totaling 4 yuan. This indicated that Chen Weinan could recover 4 yuan through 2 days of hard work outside, averaging 2 yuan per day. This income surpassed that of workers in the county by a full 2-fold. If during the off-season, He could host 5 to 6 banquets each month. He could potentially augment the family income by 20 yuan, totaling over 200 yuan annually, even accounting for the 2 to 3 months of busy harvest and gathering. The annual increase could still approximate 200 yuan. It is worth noting that last year, before the new year, the entire family's profit distribution from the team barely exceeded 100 yuan, while Wang Dong managed to earn 200 yuan from hosting banquets. Had it not been for witnessing Chen Weinan return with the 4 yuan, their father, Chen Jianjun, would have never believed such a reality. However, the astonished expression on his face was soon replaced by concern. In the Chen family village, no household had an annual income exceeding 100 yuan. If news spread that his son could earn 200 yuan in a year from catering, it would undoubtedly incite envy among many villagers. At that point, various detrimental rumors about his son would surely arise. He promptly cautioned, "Weinan, will it really be all right for us to earn so much money at once?" Observing his father's worried countenance, Chen Weinan could not help but smile ruefully. "Father, what are you thinking? This time, I was fortunate to cater a large banquet, and the host generously offered an extra yuan as a red envelope, which allowed me to earn back 4 yuan. Typically, the banquets I can secure are generally fewer than 10 tables. The host usually pays only 2 yuan, of which I can only give one lin 50 cents, leaving me with merely 1 yuan and 50 cents. After earning another 50 cents from buying meat, that totals only 2 yuan. After toiling for 2 days, I barely make 2 yuan, averaging just 1 yuan a day. Where's the surplus? Even if I cater 50 banquets in a year, I would only earn 100 yuan. Once Luohan gives birth to the child, that entire 100 yuan will be spent on the baby. No one will notice." His father appeared quite satisfied with this outcome. Just as he was about to say more, a sudden knock echoed in their ears. Along with it, Chen Weinan heard a somewhat unfamiliar voice. "Old Chen, are you home?" It was old Yang from the east of the village. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Jianjun's face displayed a look of relief. He quickly exited the house to open the door. "Old Yang, why are you here so late? Is there something you need? By the way, have you had dinner? It has been quite a while since we last shared a meal. And Weinan brought back some pig liver. Why not join us for a drink?" Old Yang hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. "Old Chen, please don't be so polite. I've already had my meal. I came to find Weinan regarding a matter." Seeing Chen Weinan standing nearby, Old Yang's smile grew broader as he approached him directly. "Weinan, I had the banquet you catered at Zujiakan earlier today, and it was the best I've ever had. I heard it didn't cost much. In a few days, my eldest son is getting married, and we still haven't found a head chef. You're quite skilled at catering. So Uncle Yang thought to invite you to handle the cooking and help me with purchasing ingredients. Every bit saved counts. You know the conditions at my home. After deducting the bride price and expenses for new furniture, there isn't much left to host a wedding banquet. However, since my eldest son only marries once in a lifetime, we cannot be too shabby. We can only seek your assistance." Chen Weinan did not immediately agree, but furrowed his brow and replied, "Uncle Yang, a wedding banquet is no trivial matter. Before I agree, I need to ascertain how many tables your family plans to host, how much money you have prepared, and the tickets for purchasing pork and oil. These are the bulk of the banquet expenses. If the funds are insufficient, no matter how skilled I am, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. I want to be responsible for the chicken and fish. You'll need to manage that yourselves." Uncle Yang pondered for a moment before responding. "We plan to host 6 tables, preparing dishes for 7 tables, with 3 jin of meat per table. We have already secured 10 jin worth of meat tickets, totaling 22 yuan, and we intend to exchange the remaining tickets for cash at the commune's pigeon market. We've also set aside 3 yuan for oil. Although it may seem somewhat scarce, with careful management, it should suffice." Chen Weinan was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Uncle Yang's household. In a bid to see his eldest son married, Uncle Yang had nearly exhausted his entire savings. Noticing the embarrassment etched on the other man's face, Chen Weinan resolved to lend a helping hand and replied thoughtfully, "Uncle Yang, if you provide me with 10 pounds of meat coupons and 20 yuan, I shall take care of all the pork and oil for you. The labor costs will be calculated separately. Since we belong to the same production team, I won't demand much from you. Once the banquet is concluded, a modest red envelope of 2 yuan will suffice." Uncle Yang, wide-eyed and incredulous, countered, "Weinan, 20 yuan is hardly sufficient. Please do not jest with me. How about I give you 25 yuan instead? As long as you can help me arrange a decent banquet, this expenditure will be justified." Chapter 88. Have they all gone mad? Chen Weinan hastily declined. Uncle Yang, I truly do not require such a sum. To be frank, the 20 yuan I mentioned will be more than enough. The reason I requested an additional 2 yuan is primarily because I wish to purchase a larger pig's head, allowing me to slice some of the meat for fatty portions, thereby reducing the total pork requirement. Upon hearing this, Uncle Yang's expression transformed from skepticism to gratitude. Although Chen Weinan had asked for a little more to secure a larger pig's head, he had effectively saved Uncle Yang 5 yuan, while also promising to organize a most respectable banquet. Analyzing the situation from any angle, Uncle Yang deemed himself fortunate and nodded in agreement. Weinan, I trust you. I shall entrust the wedding banquet of my eldest son to you. At the meat stall frequently visited by Chen Weinan in the county town, upon spotting him, Master Zhang, the butcher, immediately recognized that business was about to pick up. Sure enough, as the only customer at the stall departed, Chen Weinan sidled up and casually handed over a pack of open mutant cigarettes. The moment Master Zhang touched the package, he discerned 2 yuan tucked inside, and a smile blossomed on his face, reminiscent of indulging in a sweet treat. Gazing at Chen Weinan with a warmth surpassing that of a biological father, he promptly inquired, Brother Chen, how much pork do you require for tomorrow? I may lack in other skills, but reserving some choice cuts for you is certainly within my means. Chen Weinan quickly responded, Brother Zhang, I would like 10 pounds of pork tomorrow, preferably with 5 pounds of fatty meat, a pig's head, and a set of pig offal. Master Zhang momentarily paused. The last time Chen Weinan purchased 2 pig heads and a set of offal, he had only offered him 2 yuan in profit. Today, with another 2 yuan in his pocket, Zhang instinctively assumed that Wang Dong was requesting 2 pig heads, 2 sets of offal, and at least 20 pounds of pork. To his astonishment, Chen Weinan only asked for 10 pounds of pork, 1 pig head, and 1 set of offal. Did this young man intend to provide him with more benefits in the future? As Master Zhang's confusion deepened, Chen Weinan spoke again, Brother Zhang, the host family I am catering for this time is facing financial difficulties and cannot secure many meat coupons. Would you be so kind as to help me procure a larger pig's head and ensure the offal is of substantial weight? A look of relief washed over Master Zhang's face. It became clear that Chen Weinan's additional yuan was intended for this purpose, and he did not hesitate to comply. This matter was exceedingly simple for him. The county's meat processing plant and he, a humble purveyor of pork, were both dependent on the state for their livelihoods. Typically, he sold whatever the plant provided. If he desired to procure a larger pig's head, all he needed to do was arrive early in the morning. He bore no responsibilities and violated no regulations. Rising a bit earlier in the morning would yield him a tidy sum as a benefit. A bargain so remarkable it was nearly unattainable. Master Zhang was resolute in seizing such an opportunity. He promptly nodded, declaring, Very well. I shall rise early tomorrow to select a fine pig's head for you. Be sure to come at the usual time. If you're late, others might voice their discontent. The influence of hosting a banquet in one's own village far surpassed that of any other production team. On the eve of the wedding banquet, Chen Weinan rode the borrowed bicycle from the brigade, delivering half a bag of pig heads, offal, and pork to Uncle Yang's residence. The news that the wasteful Chen Weinan would be the head chef at Old Yang's wedding spread like wildfire throughout the production team. Uncle Chen Jiangwo, upon hearing from his daughter-in-law, found it hard to believe. In his eyes, Chen Weinan was not only a prodigal son, but also a notorious ne'er-do-well. What skills could he possibly possess to serve as the head chef for a wedding banquet? Father, I assure you, it is true. His daughter-in-law, sensing his disbelief, reiterated her claim. The pork for Old Yang's wedding banquet is all procured by that ne'er-do-well, Chen Weinan. I even saw his cousin, Li Wenlin, carrying a large basket of various tools to Old Yang's house. I took a look outside their door, and there was Chen Weinan, washing the pig's offal with Li Wenlin. The stench was unbearable. You could smell it from outside the courtyard. Chen Jiangwo felt as though the world had gone mad. How could Old Yang allow that scoundrel, Chen Weinan, to take charge of the wedding feast? Was he not concerned that the banquet would be ruined? Resolutely halting his work, he murmured as he stepped outside. Old Yang must have been duped by that ne'er-do-well. A wedding is a momentous occasion. How can one entrust it to Chen Weinan's reckless hands? No, I must warn Old Yang. Regardless of who is chosen as the head chef, it cannot be that scoundrel. Chen Jiangwo's intent was straightforward. Regardless of Chen Weinan's culinary capabilities, he was determined to intervene, employing any means necessary to undermine him, denying him the opportunity to prosper, and ensuring that he remained beneath their feet for all eternity. At the eastern end of the village, at Old Yang's house, Chen Weinan and Li Wenlin were scrubbing the pig's offal with wood ash for the third time, yet an unpleasant odor still lingered. Old Yang stood nearby, assisting. Despite the foul stench, he had tasted Chen Weinan's preparation of pig offal at a banquet days prior, and the flavor had been nothing short of exquisite, unforgettable after just one bite. Were it not for witnessing Chen Weinan cook it himself, he would never have believed that such a pungent dish could be transformed into a delicacy. Thus, there was no trace of distaste upon Old Yang's face. Rather, it was filled with eager anticipation. At that moment, the voice of Uncle Chen Jiangwo suddenly resonated at the gate of the courtyard. "Old Chen, come out for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Old Yang looked up and saw Chen Jiangwo standing at the entrance, beckoning him. However, he did not move, but instead shifted his gaze to Chen Weinan beside him. The eldest son of his family was to invite Chen Weinan to be the head chef for tomorrow's wedding banquet, and the discord between Chen Weinan and the Chen Jiangwo family was well known among the production team. Engaging with Chen Jiangwo in front of Chen Weinan could potentially provoke him, thus jeopardizing the wedding banquet, which would be a considerable loss. Casually, he inquired, "Weinan, is it Chen Jiangwo who wants me to go, or should I refrain?" Chen Weinan replied with a smile, "Uncle Yang, my conflicts with the Chen Jiangwo family do not concern you. If they seek you out, you must go. Who knows? It might be something significant. However, based on my understanding of Chen Jiangwo, he is likely here to speak ill of me, aiming to disrupt my role as head chef for your family, wishing to see me falter." Chapter 89. You must heed my words. Uncle Yang held great admiration for Chen Weinan. He witnessed how, during the harvest, Chen Weinan earned more work points than anyone else in the production team. Without hesitation, he used his hard-earned money to buy supplies for his pregnant wife in the county. In Uncle Yang's eyes, a man who treats his wife well cannot be truly bad. Moreover, having seen Chen Weinan as the head chef in other production teams, and having personally savored the feast he prepared, Uncle Yang's impression of him underwent a dramatic transformation. He even entertained a bold thought: the so-called second-rate Chen Weinan, whom everyone in the production team looked down upon, might one day become the most accomplished young man among them. Upon hearing Chen Weinan's assessment of why Chen Jiangwo sought him out, Uncle Yang believed it to be true, further increasing his respect for Chen Weinan. Approaching the gate, he directly asked, "Old Chen, is your family busy? What is the matter?" Seeing Uncle Yang, Chen Jiangwo wasted no time and immediately inquired, "I heard you invited that second-rate Chen Weinan to be the head chef for tomorrow's wedding banquet?" Upon seeing Uncle Yang nod, Chen Jiangwo wasted no words and began to disparage Chen Weinan. "Old Yang, you are mistaken. You know what kind of person Chen Weinan is. He is a notorious wastrel in our production team. Allowing him to be the head chef at the wedding banquet would ruin your son's celebration. If you truly cannot find another chef, I can assist you in locating one, ensuring your wedding banquet is splendid and respectable. If Chen Weinan were to ruin the banquet, your son and daughter-in-law would surely resent you for a lifetime. Old Yang, I am Chen Weinan's uncle. You may not understand him, but I know him all too well. He has spent his entire life outside, hardly having cooked a meal, let alone taken on the role of head chef. You must heed my advice. Chen Weinan cannot be allowed to take on this responsibility for the wedding banquet. He must be replaced." As Chen Jiangwo spoke with increasing fervor, his words were laced with veiled slander against Chen Weinan, urging others not to appoint him as the head chef. Initially, Uncle Yang could tolerate a few of his remarks, but as the conversation progressed, his irritation grew. Eager to return to the courtyard to assist with chores and to distance himself from Chen Jiangwo, the insidious gossip-monger, he could only nod in feigned agreement. "Very well, I shall certainly give this matter serious consideration. Regardless of whether the head chef is replaced tomorrow, I must express my gratitude for your reminder, Old Chen." Seeing that Uncle Yang was beginning to usher him away yet had not firmly decided on a replacement, Chen Jiangwo pressed on with unabashed persistence. "Old Yang, you cannot go wrong by heeding my advice. We have been neighbors for many years, and I have watched your eldest grow up. After all this time, do you think I would wish him any harm? You must remember to change the chef. Chen Weinan, that good-for-nothing, is utterly unreliable. You could find any auntie in the production team who would cook far better than he." Uncle Yang, recognizing Chen Jiangwo's relentless demeanor, could only respond again with polite dismissal. "Rest assured, Old Chen, I shall weigh your suggestion with utmost seriousness. There are too many matters at home keeping me occupied, so I must take my leave now. Do remember to come by for drinks tomorrow noon. It has been quite a while since we last shared a toast." In Uncle Yang's courtyard, Li Wenlin had already set up a temporary earthen stove for the upcoming feast, preparing a large iron pot for braised meat. Cousin Zhutu and 4 pigs' feet were ready to be cooked. Chen Weinan remained calm and composed, directing the preparations while his hands, busy cleaning the pig's entrails, never paused. Once Cousin Zhutu skimmed off the froth, it was Chen Weinan's turn to take charge. He methodically added the seasoning packets, soy sauce, salt, cooking wine, ginger, garlic, and scallions into the iron pot, and soon, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the courtyard. With the familiar scent enveloping him, Uncle Yang's lingering worries dissipated. After more than an hour, all the braised dishes were completed. The portions suitable for making steamed pork were set aside from the pig's head, while the remaining meat was formed into pressed meat. The pig's tongue, ears, and heart were chopped into a large basin, destined for stir-frying the next day. The intestines, lungs, and liver were sliced separately, also for stir-frying. 5 pounds of fatty meat were rendered for oil, with the residue prepared for frying at the wedding banquet. The pork belly, along with some of the pig's head meat, was arranged for steaming, ready to be placed in the steamer the following morning. 2 large silver carp were also pre-fried into chunks, to be steamed the next day. The 2 men busied themselves until after 6 in the evening before departing from Uncle Yang's home. The following morning, nearly everyone in the production team was aware of Chen Weinan's role as head chef for Uncle Yang's wedding banquet. Unlike the disdain and suppression from Chen Jiangwo, many in the production team exhibited expressions of anticipation. The Chen family village had yet to see a head chef emerge. Although Chen Weinan was viewed as an ne'er-do-well and a spendthrift, if he indeed possessed the skills of a chef, future banquets in the production team could be handled without seeking help from others. Even the annual pig slaughter during the new year could be managed by Chen Weinan himself. Many people flocked to Uncle Yang's house to witness the spectacle, eager to ascertain whether Chen Weinan was indeed the head chef for the wedding banquet that afternoon. Uncle Chen Jiangwo stood nearby, gesturing and commenting on Chen Weinan's bustling activity. It was perplexing how old Yang could allow a ne'er-do-well, who had never cooked before, to take on such a pivotal role. The wedding feast was bound to be a disaster. Just yesterday, I had urged old Yang to choose someone else, yet he refused to listen, and today he would undoubtedly face significant repercussions. Chen Weinan, that little scoundrel, had no self-awareness whatsoever, daring to accept the mantle of head chef for a wedding banquet. Should he falter, I would be keen to see how he would provide an explanation to old Yang's family. A neighbor interjected, voicing dissent. Old Chen, must your words be so harsh? After all, Chen Weinan is your nephew. Surely you wish for your family to thrive. Why, then, do you seem to wish otherwise? Furthermore, old Yang is not one to act recklessly. If he entrusted Chen Weinan with the role of head chef at the banquet, he must have thoroughly investigated his capabilities. Another neighbor chimed in. Old Chen, I must say, you seem rather unaware of your own nephew's accomplishments. I have heard that Chen Weinan has indeed taken on banquets elsewhere, and his reputation has spread far and wide, even if he is yet to cater for our production team. Old Yang must have heard about your nephew's renown, which is why he sought him out. Chapter 90. The captain's shock and confusion. Could it be true that this ne'er-do-well, Chen Weinan, had catered banquets and served as head chef? Chen Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his neighbor, incredulous. In his eyes, Chen Weinan had always been the family's wastrel, a failure destined to achieve nothing. Even though he had earned the highest work points during last year's harvest, Chen Jiangwo still held him in contempt, believing that no matter how much money the family earned, it would be squandered by this good-for-nothing. The neighbor's revelation that Chen Weinan not only excelled in earning work points, but also had experience as a chef left Chen Jiangwo astounded. Although he had never worked as a chef himself, he was well aware that being a head chef was a lucrative profession. Just think of the earnings from slaughtering pigs for the production team during the new year. Previously, when the team lacked a butcher or a capable chef, they had to hire someone from another team, often paying 2 yuan or offering half a pig's offal for their services. If Chen Weinan possessed the skills to serve as head chef, then surely Shaju would be no challenge either. When the production team needed to slaughter pigs, they would undoubtedly seek out Chen Weinan, thereby increasing his income. The more Chen Jiangwo contemplated this, the deeper his frown became, and his expression gradually darkened. A neighbor, unfamiliar with the intricacies of Chen Jiangwo's relationship with his brother, spoke up. Jiangwo, isn't Weinan your nephew? He seems to be achieving great things, yet you appear rather displeased. What do you know? Chen Jiangwo retorted brusquely. With that, he hurried home, no longer interested in watching the unfolding drama. As Chun Jangwo hastily departed, the neighbor who had just spoken displayed a perplexed expression, glancing around at other neighbors, their faces etched with confusion. A somewhat informed neighbor quickly clarified, in the future, refrain from mentioning Chen Weinan in front of Jangwo. Ever since the brothers Chen Jangwo and Chen Jianjun divided their families, the two households had severed their familial ties for various reasons. Chen Jangwo held disdain for Jianjun and his son Chen Weinan, wishing to keep them beneath his heel. However, as Chen Weinan's fortunes flourished and Jianjun's family thrived, it was evident that Chen Jangwo's discomfort grew. With animosities stemming from the division, the curious neighbors pressed for details. Their excitement palpable. A few gathered, engaging in animated conversation punctuated by gasps and laughter. Of course, none of this concerned Chen Weinan, who was currently busy preparing ingredients alongside his cousin. The host had pickled spicy peppers, sour radishes, and sour green beans, all diced meticulously. Freshly harvested celery and garlic sprouts were chopped, while radishes and potatoes, prepared in advance, were cut into chunks. The marinated steamed pork and fried fish pieces, already processed the day before, were placed into a steamer to cook. As the clock struck 11, Chen Weinan became increasingly industrious. A large iron pot heated up, into which he added lard, ginger, garlic, and spices, allowing them to sizzle before introducing diced pig's trotters for a quick stir-fry. Once the moisture evaporated, he added a splash of grain alcohol to eliminate any unpleasant odors. Once the alcohol had fully evaporated, he included substantial pieces of radish, soy sauce, salt, and water, covering the pot with a wooden lid to allow for a slow simmer. Chen Weinan's previous two banquets had lacked finesse, relying solely on a simple broth of pig's head and radish. This time, however, he had procured pig's trotters along with pig offal, and on a whim, decided to replace the radish soup with a hearty pig trotter stew. Presenting this dish at the dining table would undoubtedly be more impressive than mere radish soup. As the trotter and radish stewed to perfection, the wedding banquet drew near. After more than half an hour, the newlyweds commenced their wedding ceremony. Although the proceedings bore little resemblance to future customs, they nonetheless spanned several minutes. Following the ceremony, the feast commenced. The production team's leader, Captain Chen, and Secretary Zhang were also in attendance at the midday wedding banquet. Upon learning that Chen Weinan was the chef for the day, they were taken aback, fearing he might ruin the auspicious occasion for the Yang family. They stood by, observing for over half an hour, until they finally relaxed, witnessing Chen Weinan skillfully chopping, frying, and preparing ingredients. As the first dish, the pressed pork, was presented, both men exchanged knowing smiles. Visually, the pressed pork on the table was indistinguishable from that which Chen Weinan had gifted to the two families during the new year. Its flavor could only be described with a single word: exquisite. Although Chen Weinan had claimed that the pressed pork was his own creation, allowing the two leaders to sample his culinary prowess, neither Secretary Zhang nor Captain Chen truly believed him. After all, Chen Weinan had grown up under their watchful eyes. Spending his days outside, it seemed implausible that he could possess such remarkable skills, likely attributing the quality to his mother's expertise. At today's wedding banquet, the same pressed meat reappeared, and with Chen Weinan serving as the head chef, Captain Chen could no longer afford to underestimate his capabilities. It was evident that Chen Weinan possessed genuine culinary skills, otherwise he would not have been entrusted with such an esteemed role today. Faced with this revelation, the two leaders could no longer merely regard Chen Weinan with newfound respect. They were utterly astonished. They could hardly believe that the man who often squandered his time outside had mastered such exquisite culinary arts. If he successfully executed today's banquet, the Chen family production team would proudly possess their own distinguished chef. In the future, there would be no need to seek help from other production teams for any family matters. Moreover, if Chen Weinan could also butcher pigs, the team would no longer need to rely on others during the annual pig slaughter. They could simply call upon him. In the blink of an eye, an array of sumptuous dishes appeared on the table: steamed pork, fried fish, chicken stew with potatoes, and braised pig trotters with radish. Observing the fellow members of the production team indulging in the feast, Captain Chen could tell that Chen Weinan's catering skills were indeed impeccable. Following closely behind came stir-fried pig liver, stir-fried pig lungs, stir-fried pig intestines, stir-fried pig ears and tongues, and spicy fried pork scraps. To everyone's surprise, all 10 dishes were meat-based. Although several were made from offal, they still counted as meat, and the flavors Chen Weinan crafted from the offal were particularly delightful. Not only were there no unpleasant odors, but the dishes were also tangy and spicy, leaving diners yearning for more with each mouthful. Among the 10 meat dishes, the most astonished were Captain Chen and Secretary Zhang. They were well aware of each household's circumstances within the production team. The Yang family, for instance, was among the least affluent. Given their limited resources, they had anticipated that today's banquet would feature at least a few meat dishes. To their astonishment, the Yang family had presented a feast of 10 meat dishes. Clearly, something was amiss. Chapter 91. A new perspective. Uncle Yang was particularly elated today. Though several dishes were made from offal, they were still considered meat, and the flavors were exceptional. Since the establishment of the Chen family production team, numerous banquets had been held, yet none had ever featured an entire spread of meat dishes. Previously, the in-laws had looked down upon Uncle Yang due to his family's modest means. However, after tasting the banquet, their expressions reflected no trace of mockery, only satisfaction. In their eyes, the more extravagant the wedding feast, the greater the importance placed on the Yang family's daughter. The banquet was not only delectable, but also extraordinarily lavish. The in-laws could find no fault, making it impossible for them to feel anything but pleased. The in-laws were thoroughly impressed with the Yang family, and Uncle Yang's joy was palpable, bolstered by the congratulations and praises from neighbors and relatives. His smile remained uninterrupted throughout the event. Once all the guests had departed, Uncle Yang approached Chen Weinan with a $2 red envelope, expressing his gratitude. "Weinan, thank you. Had it not been for your assistance, today's wedding banquet would surely not have been as lively, and the in-laws would not have departed in satisfaction. The circumstances at Uncle Yang's household are modest, and they cannot afford to part with too many red envelopes for you. I noticed that the pig intestines you brought back yesterday were only half utilized. The remaining portion must be taken home to share with your wife and parents, lest it be perceived as disrespect towards Uncle Yang. As for the leftover pig liver and lungs, they can be sliced into any desired dish." Chen Weinan hurriedly declined, stating that the pig intestines were sufficient. He then divided the remaining intestines, tying one half with straw for his cousin and carrying the other half himself, exchanging a few more pleasantries before departing from Old Yang's home with his cooking utensils. Captain Chen and Secretary Zhang remained at Old Yang's residence, their minds burdened with unresolved inquiries. The most pressing issue was the source of the funds for such an extravagant wedding banquet. The table adorned with 10 dishes, all of which were meat, devoid of any vegetarian options. Should Old Yang's family have borrowed extensively to host this banquet for the sake of appearances? Captain Chen and Secretary Zhang would surely reprimand them. Such a culture of comparison, if it took root, would lead to increasingly extravagant feasts within the production team, ultimately exceeding the members' financial capabilities, necessitating further borrowing. This would be detrimental to the overall development of the production team. Once Old Yang had bid farewell to all the guests, Captain Chen and Secretary Zhang approached, eschewing pleasantries and stating directly, "Old Yang, today's wedding banquet has certainly garnered much attention. A table of 10 dishes, all meat. Our Chen family village has never hosted such a splendid feast." Uncle Yang felt a surge of joy within but restrained his exuberance in the presence of the team leader and secretary. He quickly shook his head, responding, "Leaders, it is not as grand as you suggest. After all, several dishes at the banquet were prepared using pig offal, hardly fit for high regard." Captain Chen shook his head in response. Pig offal is still meat. Furthermore, purchasing meat now requires going to the commune or the county, and even procuring pig offal is not guaranteed. Such a remarkable banquet must have cost you a considerable sum. Let us hope that the grandeur of the wedding feast does not leave Old Yang's family burdened with debt, with the newlywed daughter-in-law compelled to assist in repayment. That would indeed be a true embarrassment. Uncle Yang finally grasped the reason for the captain and secretary's lingering presence and quickly shook his head. "Leaders, you surely would not believe me. I entrusted Weinan with the role of head chef for the banquet. Not only did he prepare the dishes exquisitely, but he also spent less than anticipated. In total, he only purchased 10 pounds of pork, 1 large pig's head, and a set of pig offal. All of this was procured by Weinan in the county." Uncle Yang continued. "Of the 10 pounds of pork, 5 pounds were pure fat. The oil used for the banquet was all rendered from those 5 pounds of fat. Not a single drop of rapeseed oil was used from home. Had I gone to purchase the meat myself, I certainly would not have secured such a quantity of fat, let alone the large pig's head and offal." Captain Chen immediately discerned the underlying implications in Uncle Yang's words, furrowing his brow in response. "Wait. Are you implying that Weinan has a way to procure large amounts of fat, a pig's head, and offal from the county? Uncle Yang nodded earnestly. The prices for meat are identical to those at our commune, but I spent an additional 3 yuan to obtain a larger pig's head and offal. Even if it costs an additional $3, it is still more economical than purchasing 20 pounds of pork and 3 pounds of cooking oil from the commune, saving nearly $5. As Weinan would say, if less meat were included in the dishes, avoiding the use of such a large pig's head and excessive offal, it could save me an extra $1. At this point, Uncle Yang couldn't help but express his astonishment. He never expected that after several years of wandering, Weinan had become increasingly successful. Not only had he mastered the culinary arts fit for a chef, but he also managed to procure large cuts of meat, substantial pig heads, and offal in the county town, items that others could not acquire. Many had deemed him the most unpromising youth in our production team. Yet I now believe he is destined to be the most promising among us. Upon hearing this, Captain Chen and Secretary Zhang displayed expressions of relief and growing anticipation for Chen Weinan, eager to uncover the secrets he might hold. Although the wedding banquet at the Yang family had concluded, discussions surrounding Chen Weinan's newfound role as head chef continued within the Chen family village production team. Most members were astounded by his unexpected culinary prowess. Some even entertained thoughts of inviting Chen Weinan to cater their future celebrations. For the wedding feast he prepared was indeed grand, providing honor to the hosts while saving them money, a true twofold achievement. Of course, every situation has its duality. Alongside those who marveled and expressed admiration, there were discontented individuals, most notably the Chen Jiangwo family. Chen Weidong, filled with jealousy, looked at the sulking Chen Jiangwo and exclaimed, "What kind of luck has that scoundrel Weinan struck? I hear he can earn $2 for a single banquet. If he does 50 a year, that's $100. Why don't you find a way to send me to the county to learn culinary skills, so I can return to the production team as the head chef?" Chen Jiangwo retorted irritably, "If your father truly had the means to send you to a state-run restaurant to learn cooking, it would be far better for you to work directly there instead of returning to our production team as a head chef." The mere thought of Weinan earning hundreds from banquets filled Chen Weidong with envy, prompting him to persist. "If I can't learn from the state-run restaurant's chef, I can still learn from the head chefs in other production teams. Once I master the skills, I can take over banquets and ensure that little scoundrel Weinan is left without any." Chapter 92. Drought resistance. After hearing his son's thoughts, Chen Jiangwo was infuriated, glaring with fiery eyes as he snapped, "It may seem easy for you to learn culinary skills, but who will work to earn our labor points? Do you not realize that during the first 2 years of learning, not only will you need to exert effort, but you will also receive no income? Your son is about to start school, and with Chen Jianjun's family having separated from ours, we will not receive any subsidies. The labor points we earn can barely sustain our family throughout the year. If we save a bit, it might even allow your son to attend school. If you pursue culinary training, we will lose a labor force, and the grain we exchange from the production team may not suffice for the entire family's sustenance. I must convey to you that you should not even think about this matter. Simply remain at home and diligently work for your share. As for that scoundrel Chen Weinan, I have conducted a thorough investigation. The reason why the wedding banquet for the Yang family was so extravagant and why it saved them money is significantly attributed to Chen Weinan's ability to procure large cuts of pork and substantial pig heads from the county town. If he were unable to acquire such meat, no one would seek his services for the banquet. Chen Weidong and Chen Weinan are contemporaries, and he certainly does not wish for Weinan to overshadow him or lead a life superior to his own. Upon hearing Chen Jiangwo mention that he had a method to deal with Chen Weinan, his interest was piqued. With great anticipation, he inquired, "Father, what do you intend to do?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jiangwo replied, "First, we must ascertain from where Chen Weinan procures his pork and pig heads. Subsequently, we should devise a strategy to sever their connections, ensuring that Chen Weinan cannot obtain the desired pork and pig heads. If all else fails, I shall report Chen Weinan for his speculative dealings. I have heard that he, in order to purchase a pig head and pig offal for the Yang family, extorted an additional 3 yuan. Who knows where that money ended up? At that point, we shall firmly assert that Chen Weinan profits from buying pork and pig heads for the Yang family, earning 2 to 3 yuan each time. Selling his own goods may not be considered speculation, but if he purchases others' goods and then resells them at a markup, regardless of his justifications, it will be deemed speculative. When the time comes, not only will he be unable to continue his dealings in procuring pig heads, but we may even succeed in incarcerating that scoundrel. Little did Chen Weinan realize that his financial dealings would incite the discontent and machinations of the Chen Jiangwo family. However, at this moment, Weinan's thoughts were far from this predicament. The village is traversed by the Zhang River, and the rice paddies are not lacking in water. Yet the dry land, reliant on the heavens for sustenance, has become parched due to over a month without rain. Currently, the entire production team is engaged in drought relief across more than 100 acres of dry land. They are drawing water from the Zhang River to irrigate the fields, ensuring that the corn does not perish from drought. The dry land within the production team is among the most fertile in the village. And if they are experiencing water shortages, one can only imagine the plight of each household's cultivated land. In addition to aiding the production team with drought relief, many households have also assigned individuals to tend to their private plots, should the crops and vegetables in these plots fail due to drought. While it may not adversely affect the staple food supply for the families, it would certainly deprive them of vegetables for their entire family and the additional income from their private plots. Thus, every household places great importance on the harvest from their private land. Chen Weinan is no exception. The yield from his private plot is directly tied to the feed for his 2 fat pigs over the coming months. Should a drought lead to reduced yields, and consequently affect the pigs' feed, preventing them from reaching their target weight, the losses would be substantial. Even for task pigs, a mere pound less at the time of delivery translates to a loss of 50 cents. For family pigs, a pound less could mean a loss of 80 to 90 cents, or even a full yuan. If the feed for the 2 pigs were to be affected for several months, the losses for Chen Weinan would easily surpass 30 yuan. Therefore, he was determined to protect the potatoes in his private plot. Early the next morning, while his mother went to the production team for her usual work, Chen Weinan and his father, Chen Jianjun, hurried to the private plot. The potatoes had grown to about a foot high, marking a critical moment for increased yield. However, due to over a month without rain, some of the potato seedlings had begun to yellow. When they first cultivated the private plot, an acre of land had seemed quite small, prompting them to seek ways to expand it. Now, contemplating the task of hauling water to irrigate the entire acre of potatoes, he suddenly felt that this plot was remarkably vast. Carrying water from the Zhang River, hundreds of meters away, made him wonder when it would end. Despite Chen Weinan's considerable strength, having easily carried over 10 loads of rice in a single day during the harvest, he felt uneasy at this moment. To reduce the labor involved, the best solution was to draw water from the nearby cistern. The cistern was conveniently located next to the private plot. Fetching a load of water from the Zhang River would take as much time as hauling 5 loads from the cistern. With this thought, Chen Weinan turned to his father with eager anticipation and asked, "Father, is there water in the cistern? I remember it rained several times after we finished the cistern. If we sealed it properly, the water should still be there." At the mention of this, Chen Jianjun's face lit up with joy as he promptly responded, "Yes, there is water, and the cistern is full. If it weren't for this reservoir, I would have started hauling water to irrigate the fields long ago. Your idea is truly brilliant. We collected rainwater using plastic sheeting and buried it underground, shielded from the sun and wind, so none has been lost. It has all been preserved. This should be enough for us to irrigate the entire private plot. If all went according to plan, in less than a month, the potatoes would be ready for harvest, ensuring feed for the 2 pigs." To safeguard the cistern, Chen Jianjun had gone to great lengths. He covered the entire cistern with thorny bushes, topped with a thick layer of straw, making it appear from a distance like a mound of shrubs. The 2 men spent over an hour clearing a path through the dense thicket of thorns. Upon lifting the wooden cover, the cistern brimming with rainwater was revealed before them. Positioned at the highest point of the private plot, it made the task of watering feel particularly effortless for Chen Weinan. Filling the buckets on the way downhill was much easier than carrying them uphill when empty. Within a day, the 2 had managed to irrigate nearly half an acre, and in 2 days, they completed the irrigation of the entire private plot. At dinner, upon learning that all the potatoes in the private plot had been saved, Chen Weinan's mother wore a radiant smile that seemed impossible to fade, her joy making it difficult for her to close her mouth. However, when Chen Weinan inquired about the drought situation in the production team, the smile vanished from her face in an instant, replaced by an expression of anger.